Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 476 to Chapter 530. By rough estimation, Chu Yang had already thrown out 800 million yuan in this short period of 1 hour. The golden notes in Xia Danqiong's bosom were constantly increasing and thickening. Xia Danqiong, Xia Qingmo, and Xia Qingyan were also getting more and more excited. He is really rich. He doesn't refuse anyone. The three of them weren't worried about what Chu Yang was going to do with these things. These things can only be used to forge weapons. But none of these things are easy to forge. Some of them won't change even if they are thrown into the crater of a volcano. King of Hell Chu will only be able to increase his collection if he buys them. Only those old monsters of monarch level or above in the upper three heavens who know how to forge weapons can possibly forge half of them. But such people are very old. So, who would do such a thing? Moreover, can you find those people, Chu Yang? He continued to lead Chu Yang forward in high spirits. They hadn't even gone through half of the Xia clan's treasure house yet. There were still at least 100 of them waiting to be seen. Chu Yang kept throwing golden notes as he walked. Then, the people of the Xia clan would come in and carry them out. Gu Duxing would arrange for the people of the Gu clan to receive them. So, they would throw everything into Chu Yang's tent. The people of the Xia clan who were transporting things had changed from servants to 8 revered martial artists. After all, some things couldn't be moved by ordinary people. Chu Yang had gone through half of the treasure house. But, he didn't have any money. A total of 5 billion had been thrown into the treasury. After all, the Xia clan had dominated the upper three heavens for thousands of years. How strong was its heritage? It was simply unrealistic for Chu Yang to want to empty out everything in one go. It didn't matter if he had no money. After all, Chu Yang had other means. Young Master Xia. Chu Yang suddenly stopped and looked at Xia Danqiong. Xia Danqiong was holding the golden notes in his bosom. Brother Chu, are you short of money? Xia Danqiong smiled. He had obviously sensed Chu Yang's difficulties. That's right. So, I want to ask if the Xia clan would be interested in something I have. Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. I don't know what treasure Brother Chu has. Xia Danqiong chuckled and said, Brother Chu, you don't have to be like this. Just tell me what you like. You can pay me later. I believe in Brother Chu's credibility. What credibility do I have? Chu Yang thought to himself, I've only been here for 3 days to 1 month, and I already have credibility? Why didn't I know about it? I have a piece of mysterious jade ice crystal. Chu Yang looked at the three of them meaningfully. I want to exchange it for some silver. Mysterious jade ice crystal? Xia Danqiong was dumbfounded. The golden notes in his bosom fell to the ground with a schwa-schwa sound. Xia Qingma and Xia Qingyan's eyes also bulged out of their sockets. The Xia family's martial arts took the soft and gentle path. The mysterious jade ice crystal was a supreme treasure that could greatly enhance one's martial arts. Furthermore, if he wore the mysterious jade ice crystal while cultivating, there was no possibility of him going berserk. This was something that the Xia family hadn't been able to find for over 1,000 years, something that they had been longing for over 1,000 years. It's the crystal core. Chu Yang smiled and added 3 more words. Mysterious jade ice crystal core? Do you really have one? Let me have a look. However, it wasn't one of Xia Danqiong and his 2 nephews who had spoken these words. Instead, it was an old man who had suddenly appeared. His beard were all white. He was thin and withered. His entire body couldn't be cut into pieces. This old man suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yang. His eyes were emitting a divine light of desire. Ancestor! Xia Danqiong was startled. The old man who had arrived was the ancestor of the Xia family. He was Xia Zhiqiu, who had lived for 400 to 500 years. In fact, even Xia Danqiong didn't know how profound his cultivation was. This is a martial emperor. He's also the one who has been using his divine sense to lock onto you. Moreover, it seems that he has been stuck in this bottleneck for more than 100 years. I'm afraid he'll reach his limit if he can't break through to the monarch level in a few decades. Sword Spirit softly said in Chu Yang's mind, the mysterious jade ice crystal is a treasure that he can use to break through the bottleneck. No wonder you were willing to take out the mysterious jade ice crystal. So, you were targeting this old man, Yang said in his heart. He finally understood why Sword Spirit had calmly reminded him not to be anxious. So, I was fishing for this big fish, of course. Sword Spirit mischievously smiled. Xianxia ignored Xiedan Qiong and the other two people. His eyes were firmly fixed on Yang. This movement immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Xia clan. The higher-ups who had been paying attention to this place appeared one after another in an instant. I naturally have the core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. However, I naturally want a suitable price for it. Yang faintly smiled and said, otherwise, young clan Lord O Du Shao had invited me to take a look at his clan's treasure house. You take it out first. This old man can assure you that I can give you a price beyond your expectations as long as you have it. Xie Zhiqiu ignored the salutes of the Xia clan's people. He only stared at Yang and said, all right. Yang knew that it would be counterproductive to keep such people in suspense for a long time. He flipped his palm, and a fist-sized core of the mysterious jade ice crystal appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a cool and refreshing feeling appeared in the treasure house. It was a kind of cool and refreshing feeling that could calm one's soul. It seemed that no matter how agitated one's mood was, it would restore absolute tranquility under this cool and refreshing feeling. Dozens of gazes were fixed on Yang's hand at the same time. It was a piece of jade that was as clear as water. It was exuding a gentle radiance. Xie Zhiqiu's eyes were fixed on it. His entire body was somewhat trembling. This is it. This is it. I can't be wrong. This is it. I can break through to the monarch level as long as I have this. Moreover, the entire Xia clan's martial arts will take a big step forward because of this. Can I take a look at it? Xie Zhiqiu rubbed his hands. Yang faintly smiled, and handed over the core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. He sighed with emotion in his heart. The Xia clan was a famous clan in the Three Heavens. It could be considered a super clan in the Three Heavens whether it was in terms of financial resources or military strength. However, there was one thing that was worthy of praise, the upbringing of the Xia clan. The upbringing of the Xia clan was the strictest in the Three Heavens. The reaction of the Xia clan's people was beyond Yang's expectations when they saw this peerless treasure that could directly affect the life and death of the entire Xia clan. Yang had already made a plan. In fact, he had even compressed his consciousness. His divine sense was also ready to move into the tribulation space at any time. So, the sword spirit would immediately take over Yang's body as long as there was any abnormal movement. Then, the sword spirit would unleash the full power of the tribulation sword, and annihilate the Xia clan. Yang wasn't a kind person. He wasn't stupid either. How could he take out such a precious treasure without any precautions? However, 17 people of the Xia clan had come in. Their eyes were flickering with greed and possessiveness. Moreover, only 5 of them had a murderous intention in their eyes. Most of them were shocked and pleasantly surprised. They were obviously greedy, but they weren't disgusted. It would have been abnormal if they hadn't been greedy after seeing such a precious treasure. This made Yang praise them in his heart. The sword spirit had clearly seen the reactions of the Xia clan's people. He had analyzed them thoroughly. Xie Zhiqiu held the core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. He felt that his somewhat withered meridians had regained their vitality. He took a deep breath, and regained his composure. Little brother, you hastily took out such a precious treasure. Aren't you afraid that this old man will take it for himself, or kill you for money? There are always risks in life. Yang smiled warmly. You must pay your sincere heart if you want to make friends. It can only be said that you took a gamble and lost if you get injured because of it. But, you'll have a lifetime of trust and reliability if you don't get injured. Gain and loss are equal in fact. I'm afraid. But, I can't not gamble. Good. 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 Xie Zhiqiu looked at him with rapt attention for a long while. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. He turned his head, and said, you should know the importance of this thing to our Xia clan. The other people of the Xia clan repeatedly nodded as they listened to their old ancestors' lecture. Little brother, our Xia clan can't disappoint you since you've taken it out. Xie Zhiqiu said, this old man might as well tell you that this thing is a precious treasure in your hands. But, it's an opportunity for a meteoric rise in our Xia clan. He looked at the hidden treasure house and said, this hidden treasure house is yours. Everything inside will be used to exchange for your core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. Everything will be used to exchange for your sincerity. You can take whatever you want from my Xia clan in the future. There's no harm in taking it. We won't charge you even the slightest bit of reward. He turned around in a dignified manner and said, Dan Qiong, did you hear that? Yes, old ancestor. Xia Dan Qiong respectfully nodded. This is too hasty, right? Senior, you might as well consider it carefully. Chu Yang was startled. He hadn't expected that he would receive such an important promise in exchange. This promise and this exchange had made Chu Yang feel restless in his heart. You may not know what you've taken out. But, this old man can tell you that you've taken out the future of our Xia clan. Xie Zhiqiu solemnly said, our Xia clan has always respected people 10 times as much as they respect us. If someone cripples us with a finger, we take their life. We clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Moreover, you've taken out such a precious thing. We can't repay you. Xie Zhiqiu solemnly said, to be honest, this old man still feels that it's not worthy of the value of this core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. It's priceless. So that's how it is, Chu Yang solemnly said, this junior needs these things since Elder Xia has said so. It would be impolite to refuse. But, I'll certainly repay you generously in the future. This was the first time that Chu Yang had said the words I'll certainly repay you generously in the future. Perhaps, it would have been nothing more than empty words if someone else had said it. However, Chu Yang's words were tantamount to making a promise. Moreover, the value of this promise was something that the current Xia clan couldn't even dream of. Perhaps, the Xia clan felt that they had gained a big advantage. However, Chu Yang knew that he was the one who had gained a big advantage. He wouldn't have been touched if the Xia clan had schemed against him. In fact, he wouldn't have felt the slightest bit of psychological pressure. However, the opposite. Party's Jun Jifeng had touched Chu Yang's heart. And, he obviously hadn't made such a promise out of hot-headedness. Both sides felt cordial since they had spoken to this point. The Xia clan's people became enthusiastic, and helped Chu Yang to move the things out of the tent one by one. Gu Duxing's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Crap. Did Big Brother move the entire Xia clan? He saw that Chu Yang's tent had been piled up like a mountain. So, he had no choice but to tidy up the other 2 tents as well. Brother Chu, how are you going to move so many things? Xie Danqiong accompanied Chu Yang out and said, I will prepare a few carriages for you. No need. I have my own way, Chu Yang smiled and replied. Xie Danqiong handed over a thick stack of gold notes while speaking, Brother Chu, take this and use it. What are you doing? Chu Yang asked in astonishment. Brother Chu has given our Xia clan a great fortune. The old ancestor has said that he will use the entire treasury in exchange for your mysterious jade ice crystal core. So, this money is naturally yours. We can't take it, Xie Danqiong was very firm. Chu Yang was really helpless this time. I can take advantage of others, but I can't take advantage of others like this, right? Xie Danqiong couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Chu Yang was in a difficult position. He said, Brother Chu, I know that you feel somewhat apologetic in your heart. But, you want these things to forge weapons. Haha, to be honest, I'm very curious whether you can forge them or not. Wouldn't it be better if you give me one if you can forge them? He patted Chu Yang's shoulder and said, besides, we still have a long way to go in the future. You want to go to the Oak clan. The Oak clan's treasury isn't any worse than ours. So, you will need to bring the banknotes with you. Huh? Chu Yang's mind turned at lightning speed. He took the banknotes and said in a free and easy manner, I won't be polite since Brother Xia has said so. However, he had made up his mind. I won't let the Xia clan pay this money in vain. Brother Xia, can I take a look at your famous concealed weapon, the viburnum flower? Chu Yang asked with interest. Xie Danqiong was startled. He smiled and said, why not? He took out his weapon as he spoke. He sighed and said, unfortunately, my viburnum flower hasn't reached the great level yet. Oh? Chu Yang looked at these 2 petal-like things and pondered with rapt attention. There was a mechanism on the petals that seemed to cause the sharp petals to spin rapidly, forming an indestructible storm that would destroy all enemies in front of it. Xianxia demonstrated for a while and said, "That's it. But, the secret book I've obtained is somewhat incomplete. Its might isn't small at present. But, I still feel that my strength isn't sufficient. So, I can't display its full potential." What viburnum flower? It turns out to be the soul-seizing flower blade, the sword spirit said disdainfully. You know about this thing? Xianxia asked in surprise. This is the famous weapon of the soul-seizing flower fairy 20,000 years ago. Once the soul-seizing blade is used, all the flowers in the world will lose their color. In a field of colorful rain of flowers, the enemy will be beheaded. It was the #1 hidden weapon at that time. But this Xie guy's training is completely wrong. The sword spirit snorted, "Why would I know? I personally developed this thing when I was following the 7th master of Calamity Sword. And, I gave it to that guy as a gift to please his concubine. That soul-seizing flower fairy was that guy's concubine. So, do you think I don't know about it?" Xianxia was shocked. "Ah. So, do you still have this thing?" The sword spirit rolled his eyes. "Do you want it?" "Nonsense. I can make it in a moment. But, this soul-seizing flower blade is a woman's weapon. But, this little guy is clearly a man's weapon. I'm afraid it won't be easy to master it." The sword spirit looked at Xianxia and said. "That's his business," Xianxia said slowly. "As long as he has the heart, the feminine can also transform into the masculine." The sword spirit's eyes lit up and he said, "The feminine can also transform into the masculine. So, you and I will help him. Whether he succeeds or not depends on his good fortune." Xianxia saw that Xianxia was holding his viburnum flower and pondering. So, he couldn't help but feel strange. He asked, "Brother Chu, is there something wrong?" Xianxia woke up from his contemplation and said, "It's not wrong. But, when I saw Brother Xia's viburnum flower, I suddenly found it somewhat familiar. I had obtained these two things some time ago. And, they were somewhat similar to Brother Xia's viburnum flower. But, they weren't exactly the same, really?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. "Brother Xia, please wait for a moment. I will go in and take them out," Xianxia said apologetically. Then, he slipped out of the room and went into his tent. He wasn't going to take them out. Instead, he was going to use some time to let the sword spirit make them. Xianxia returned after a short while. Xianxia looked at him in astonishment. Xianxia took out two bud-like things from his bosom and said, "Brother Xia, please take a look." "These are the things." Xianxia couldn't wait to take them. He turned them over and looked at them. Then, he pressed the mechanism below with his hand. The petals suddenly scattered. They looked dreamy and illusory. However, the edges of each petal was shining with a sharp edge. It seemed as if a demon from hell had suddenly drilled out, and was blinking its eyes. Xianxia's expression became more and more excited as he looked at them. In the end, his hands started to tremble. "Viburnum flower. This is the real viburnum flower." Xianxiang grabbed Xianxia's hand and said, "Brother Chu, where did you get this thing?" "This? I got it from an ancient tomb." Xianxiang said with difficulty, "I remember that there was also a piece of gold leaf with the cultivation method engraved on it. But, I thought that this thing was too feminine. So, I didn't practice it." "Gold leaf? Cultivation method engraved on it?" Xianxiang almost fainted. This shocking news had made him so excited that he had forgotten how to make an excited expression. "Brother Xia, do you like it?" Xianxiang pretended to be pretentious. He had made up his mind to give it to Xianxiang. However, he still needed to go through the process. After all, he still needed to justify himself. This was a lie. "Like it?" "I like it very much." Xianxiang's eyes contained a pleading look. "Brother Chu, this may be the biggest opportunity in my life." "Yes, this is it." The sword spirit had finished engraving the gold leaf at this time. This urgent work was indeed very tiring. Then, the sword spirit passed the message in his mind, "I can only give him the first part of the cultivation method. His current cultivation is not enough. If he practices the second and third parts, I'm afraid that he will die under this soul-seizing flower blade in a few days. Chu Yang nodded silently. He took out the gold leaf and said, Brother Xia, take a look and see if this is useful. He hadn't finished speaking when Xia Danqiong had already snatched it away. He looked at it eagerly. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang with a look that made Chu Yang's hair stand on end. Then, he suddenly shouted and rushed forward to hug Chu Yang tightly. He used so much strength that even Chu Yang felt suffocated. Brother Chu. Brother Chu, you are my biggest benefactor. Xia Danqiong's eyes were brimming with tears. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. This is the most complete viburnum flower and the most complete cultivation. Method of viburnum flower, Chu Yang struggled, it's good that it's complete. Let me go first. I won't let you go. Xia Danqiong was almost jumping with joy as he hugged Chu Yang. He held King of Hell Chu so tightly that his eyes rolled back. He suddenly realized that this was inconsistent with his usual elegant image. He embarrassedly released Chu Yang, and turned his head to look around. He saw that everyone in the Xia clan was looking at him as if they were looking at a monster. Xia Danqiong scratched his head. He was somewhat embarrassed. His handsome face turned red. Brother Chu. I'm sorry. I was too excited. I couldn't control myself. It's okay. I understand. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. He secretly rubbed his shoulder with his right hand. He thought in his heart, you are too excited. But, you are always hugging me. My shoulder is almost dislocated. Brother Chu, this is mine. Xia Danqiong tightly grasped the viburnum flower and the gold leaf. He looked at Chu Yang cautiously and somewhat apprehensively. Yes. Chu Yang nodded. Xia Danqiong almost cheered. He wanted to rush forward and hug Chu Yang again. However, he tried hard to control himself. He didn't lose his self-control. But, his handsome face had already turned red. Chu Yang took 2 steps back. He looked at Xia Danqiong vigilantly. Don't hug me. I won't be able to bear it if you hug me again. Xia Danqiong danced with joy as he went home. He repeatedly said, I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. I must be drunk. He also said, Brother Chu, I didn't treat you well if you don't get drunk. I won't treat you well. But, getting you drunk is my greatest sincerity. Is this guy crazy? GMO looked at Xia Danqiong's appearance. He was confused. Could it be that Big Brother Chu emptied his house? And, that's why he went crazy? I think so too. Luo Kudi's complexion was profound. His eyes were deep. There are some signs of that. I remember that there is a kind of disease called epilepsy. Xia Danqiong may be this kind of patient. He's so pitiful. GMO nodded. I also think so. Luo Kudi nodded. He's like second brother Gu. He's a little dumb. I feel the same. GMO felt that Luo Kudi had spoken his mind. Both of you, get lost. Gu Duxing flew into a rage. With a kick, both of them flew into the air. The Xia clan held a big banquet that evening. All the high-level members of the Xia clan attended. Even Xie Zhiqiu, who had been living in seclusion for more than 100 years, attended this event for the first time. Xie Zhiqiu announced the alliance between the Xia clan and Minister Chu before the banquet began. He clearly stated that Chu Yang would be an irreplaceable ally of the Xia clan from now on. The Xia clan didn't need to care about any theory or right or wrong as long as it was related to Chu Yang. They would clearly stand on Chu Yang's side. This decision was obviously somewhat crazy. However, Xie Zhiqiu knew that Chu Yang was worth it after he saw the viburnum flower and the mysterious jade ice crystal core. This friendship was worth it. It was worth the Xia clan's effort. Gu Duxing and the others knew that the Xia clan of the Three Heavens would advance and retreat with them from now on. This was tantamount to saying that Chu Yang's goal had taken a big step forward. They didn't know how Chu Yang had done it. But, they felt that their future was getting brighter and brighter. It was a night of revelry. Xia Danqiong had almost gone crazy on this night. He had pulled Chu Yang to a drinking contest. One cup after another, and one jar after another, Xia Danqiong's goal was very obvious, to get Chu Yang drunk. Only by getting Chu Yang drunk could he show his sincerity, his gratitude, and his sincerity, God knows how this thought came to be. Chu Yang had just dealt with a round of people urging him to drink when he saw Xie Danqiong walking drunkenly. Xie Danqiong's eyes were slanted as he staggered over. His handsome face was full of drunkenness that could make a girl jealous. Come, 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 brother Chu, let's drink. He was burping nonstop. But his heroic spirit hadn't diminished. It won't do if you don't drink. Xie Danqiong was somewhat tongue-tied. This is my secret wine. It's mixed with immortal intoxication. You can't force it out with spiritual power. Come, 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 drink this cup, drink this bowl, drink this jar, drink this jar. I didn't treat you well if you don't get drunk. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Is there such a thing? You didn't treat me well if I don't get drunk? Well, who's afraid of you if you want to drink? Chu Yang was full of heroic spirit. He suddenly stood up and shouted, Good. Let's drink. Let's see how much I can drink today. I'm going to single-handedly challenge the Xia clan. I didn't drink if you don't get drunk. These words had thoroughly ignited the conflict. Everyone from the Xia clan was stunned. Then, they flew into a rage. What did I just hear? This fellow actually wants to compete with our entire family in drinking? Drink him to death. Kill him. Drink him to death. Everyone, let's go together. Line up. The banquet will be over when we get him drunk. Let's go. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, and Luo Kudi had also suffered since Chu Yang had said these words. A few old emperor-level experts had drunk faces as they caught these youngsters. Drink. You don't want to drink? Why don't you try? It didn't take long. Jimo's head heavily fell on the table with a bang sound. Then, he slid down the table like mud. His entire body slid down the table like a snake, and lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. After a while, Luo Kudi had foolishly started to hum. Then, he shouted 3 times in a row, Awoo! Awoo! Ow ow! He fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. After a while, Dong Wushang laughed heartily. He downed 3 jars in a row and collapsed on his back. At the same time, Gu Duxing snuck under the table without a word and started snoring. Mo Qingwu's little loli jumped left and right, exclaiming, Wow! Brother GMO has fallen. Wow! Brother Little Wolf is also down. Wow! Brother Wushang is drunk. Wow! Brother Duxing is snoring. Wow! Brother Chu Yang is still drinking. The spirit of the Xia clan's people was roused when they saw that Chu Yang was the only one left. Although the Mo clan had sacrificed many experts of the Wine Kingdom in order to indoctrinate Gu Duxing and a few others, they still had the advantage in numbers. However, there was one thing that everyone couldn't understand. This king of Hell Chu is like an extra-large wine vat. No matter how much he drank, he wouldn't get drunk. King of Hell Chu started to get drunk not long after the banquet had started. His eyes were slanted, and he was on the verge of collapsing. But, he was still on the verge of collapsing. Even after drinking for so long, he was still on the verge of collapsing. How much did he drink? Bring more wine. Minister Chu shouted. Bring more wine. Minister Chu shouted again. He's the watermark of setting sail. Damn it. Bring all the wine, the Xia clan's people shouted in unison. One at a time, don't mess around. Minister Chu maintained order. Come, 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 Xia Danqiong. I will start with you. I will drink you down one by one. Come, everyone who is drunk, move them over there and lie down in an orderly manner. Xie Danqiong's nose and mouth were full of wine. He murmured, I will drink you to death. Then, he fell down with a thud. Then, another person came up. Chu Yang downed 3 jars in a row with a bang 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 sound. Then, people came up one after another. Minister Chu didn't refuse anyone. He drank all the wine. Everyone in the Xia clan felt a chill in their hearts. Drinking like this, is he still a human? Crap, he drank 30 or 40 pounds. Minister Chu's alcohol tolerance wasn't good. This wasn't a secret in Butian Pavilion of Iron Cloud. He would get angry if he drank a little more than 2 or 3 pounds, but, the problem was, the sword spirit had made a big wine jar in the tribulation space. He was helplessly looking at the cups and jars of wine. It was like the Milky Way. It was unceasingly pouring into the big wine jar. It was almost full, therefore, he made an extra large one. The sword spirit forced a smile. How can he get drunk like this? He can't get drunk even if he drinks all the wine in the world. This is bullying. However, the people of the Xia clan were drinking the wine one after another. Midnight, Minister Chu roared, "Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else?" All around them, there was a mess of bodies. The only one who wasn't drunk was the ancestor of the Xia clan, Xianxia. Xianxia forced a smile, and slipped away on tiptoe. "I'm so old. I won't go crazy with this bunch of youngsters. Look at this. I'll be in vain if I go up against them." The servants of the Xia clan kept quiet out of fear. They looked at King of Hell Chu as if they were looking at an immortal. Crap. There's no justice in this world. Dozens of people were at the level of a wine immortal. But, they were all knocked out by him. And, they were still clamoring, "I've never heard of such a pervert since ancient times. This isn't ordinary wine. It's mixed with immortal intoxication. It's a wine that can intoxicate a soul." They looked at Chu Yang. "This guy can't be judged by common sense," Chu Yang shouted a few times. Then, he finally swayed twice, and fell down with a bang sound. He then whispered, "Bring the wine." The minister was drunk. In fact, he was drunk after drinking 1.5 liters of wine. He was just trying his best not to fall down. Now that his mind was relaxed, the effect of the immortal intoxication took effect. And, he couldn't stand. The sword spirit looked at the 4 jars full of wine in the tribulation space. He couldn't help but force a smile. Each jar has 50 liters of wine, right? This guy drank so much, but his belly didn't bulge. How could the Xia clan's people not see it? It was a mess at that time. Who had the time to look at Chu Yang's belly? They just drank. The sword spirit sighed, and made a cup. Then, he drank a cup out of curiosity. He suddenly felt dizzy. He swayed twice, and cursed, "Fu*k, the soul is intoxicated." His grandmother. The sword spirit also fell down. The immortal intoxication targeted the soul. The sword spirit was a wisp of a remnant soul. So, he bore the brunt of it. Therefore, the sword spirit gloriously fell down. With 1 cup, he started to snore. The next day, Chu Yang sleepily opened his eyes. He shook his head twice, and felt a little dizzy. Why is it so fragrant? A small head came over from the side. "Brother Chu Yang, you're awake." It was Mo Qingwu. She was wearing thin pajamas. She popped her head out of the quilt like a kitten, and looked at him with concern. "Qingwu? Why are you here?" Chu Yang shook his head. He was still confused. "Why are you in my quilt?" "You're drunk. I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable last night. So, I slept with you." The little girl actually knew how to be shy. "Brother Chu Yang, you're so bad. You've scratched my butt until it's swollen. And, this is my quilt, not yours, ah?" Chu Yang was shocked. He suddenly sat up, and saw that his upper body was naked. He couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly turned to ask Mo Qingwu, "I didn't do anything, right?" He kept praying in his heart. "Please don't do anything outrageous. Qingwu is still so young." "Do what?" Mo Qingwu opened her eyes and looked at him in confusion. "Do what?" "Eh." Chu Yang blinked, and black lines appeared on his forehead. How to explain? "You didn't do anything?" Mo Qingwu curiously blinked her big eyes. I didn't drink too much." Chu Yang opened his eyes awkwardly. Then, he suddenly had an idea, and said, "I'm so thirsty." "You didn't drink too much?" "Humph, you stunk all night." Mo Qingwu wrinkled her little nose. "Wait, I'll get you some water." She walked barefooted, and nimbly ran to get the water bag. Chu Yang looked and let out a sigh of relief. "Looks like I didn't do anything last night. I'm finally relieved." After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, Chu Yang was about to get up and put on his clothes. Little Wu, you go out first. Big brother Chu Yang needs to put on his clothes." "Go ahead." Little Luo rested her chin on her hands. "You're here." It's inconvenient." Chu Yang was speechless. "What's inconvenient about it?" Mo Qingwu was very disdainful. She wrinkled her little nose, just where yours. Chu Yang was helpless. Suddenly, he thought of a very important question. Last night, who took off my clothes for me? Of course it was me. Little Luo felt a sense of accomplishment, and with pride, she said, other than me, who else could it be? Minister Chu's face instantly turned red. Looks like I'm naked. No clothes? There's even a pair of shorts. Mo Qingwu looked at Chu Yang, and suddenly giggled. Big brother Chu Yang, are you shy? Looking at Mo Qingwu's pure eyes, Chu Yang suddenly felt ashamed. Yes, this little girl doesn't know anything. She's serving me sincerely, what's there to be shy about? I'm still thinking too dirty. Lifting the blanket, he got out of bed graciously and smiled. Where are my clothes? Mo Qingwu covered her nose and scurried out. Big brother Chu Yang. I have to say, your feet, last night, I almost died from the smell. Now that you've lifted the blanket, why are your feet so smelly? Minister Chu, who was wearing shorts, was stunned like a wooden chicken. After a while, he let out a strange cry. I was drunk last night and didn't wash my feet. When Xu Yang finished packing and came out of the door, Mo Qingwu immediately darted into the tent nimbly, carried the blanket out, and put it under the sun to dry. Mo Qingwu tied a rope between the two trees. Then, she skillfully draped the quilt over the rope. She looked left and right to make sure that no one was around. Then, she sneakily moved her small nose towards the quilt and sniffed it. She wrinkled her brows and covered her nose. Oh, it stinks. Looking at this petite figure busying herself, Chu Yang couldn't help but fall into a trance. It was as if he had returned to his previous life. When the two of them were together, the first thing Mo Qingwu did every morning when she woke up was to dry the quilt. If it was a cloudy day with no sun, it would definitely be the most troublesome time for Mo Qingwu. And every time she dried the quilt, she would definitely lean over and smell it. Then, she would gently scold him with a smile. Oh, so smelly. Looking at Mo Qingwu doing the same thing under the sun as in his previous life, Chu Yang suddenly felt warm in his heart. Qingwu, so nice. Life with you, so nice. Facing the bright sunlight, he smiled brightly. His eyes were filled with happiness. When Gu Duxing and the others groaned and crawled out of the tent, they saw this warmth. They couldn't help but stand quietly at the side, afraid to disturb them. He was afraid that he would disturb this tranquility. As he watched, GMO suddenly had a brainwave. Then, he turned pale with fright. He suddenly let out a strange cry and widened his eyes in disbelief. He hurriedly reached out to cover his mouth. Luo Kadi asked, what's wrong? No, nothing? Second Master Ji shook his head dizzily. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself twice in a row. He scolded in annoyance, you unhealthy GMO. GMO, your head is filled with dirty thoughts. What's wrong? Gu Duxing and Dong Wusheng also came over curiously. The foreheads immediately squeezed together. I was thinking too much. GMO was a little embarrassed. The three of them were even more curious. What are you thinking about? I was thinking. GMO lowered his voice. Boss has always been straightforward with women. Could it be that he has long taken a liking to little Wu? This is a little unreliable. Boss shouldn't be such a beast, right? Don't you think so? After GMO finished speaking, he was ready to be beaten. In his mind, he would definitely be scolded for being ridiculous and then attacked by the group. But what he didn't expect was that Gu Duxing and Dong Wusheng actually touched their chins and pondered for a long time. The two of them looked at each other and said in a low voice at the same time, a little beastly huh? Then, at the same time, they looked at Chu Yang, who was standing there with a silly grin on his face, and then at the petite and adorable Mo Qingwu. Once again, they said at the same time, what a beast. GMO was also startled. He stuttered, could it be that you also think so? The two nodded. It's not impossible. Luo Kadi was stunned. After a while, he stuttered, don't tell me that in the future, we have to call this little girl sister-in-law? This, still needs to be observed, Gu Duxing said deeply. It needs to be verified. Dong Wusheng pondered. I think it's about time. GMO opened his eyes wide. Luo Kadi let out a miserable shriek. Stop talking about this topic for the time being. Gu Duxing said sternly, no one is allowed to talk about it in the future. Do you understand? Yes. Luo Kudi said excitedly, we only need to watch. At the same time, I can also learn how the boss seduced the little girl, how to seduce the little girl, how to. Xie Danqiong walked over with a pale complexion. His mouth was still reeking of alcohol. He said, Brother Chu. Brother Chu, you're not a human. I still have a headache. How could it be that the boss last night? GMO and the other three opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Xie Danqiong wanted to cry. He drank us to the point of collapse. The four of them turned their heads in amazement and looked at Chu Yang. Suddenly, Luo Kudi exclaimed emotionally, this is a god, the Xia clan was completely wiped out in the battle last night. The old guys shrank in their rooms and didn't come out. How shameful. The entire clan was drinking with one person, and they were all drunk to the point of collapse. Where can I put my old face? It can't be helped. Xie Danqiong is the young clan lord. Moreover, everyone unanimously believes that you're the one who benefits the most. If you don't go out to entertain them, who will entertain them? Therefore, Xie Danqiong shamelessly came out, Brother Xia, you're up so early? Chu Yang's face was full of sunshine. He looked refreshed and calm as he stood in front of Xie Danqiong. You're really beyond my expectations. Xie Danqiong's face turned red. He smelled the alcohol in his mouth, and then looked at Chu Yang's clean and neat clothes. There was no need to mention the shame and awkwardness. Why is the gap between people so big? They finally set out again in the afternoon. Xie Danqiong still needed to prepare. He needed to familiarize himself with the soul-seizing flower blade. Therefore, he didn't travel with the others, and reluctantly said goodbye. The old guys of the Xia clan also shyly came out to see them off. They were embarrassed when they saw Chu Yang. Everyone made a decision in their hearts, I won't drink with this guy in the future even if I'm beaten to death. I'll run away as long as I see him drinking. It's too sad. The experts of the Xia clan looked at Chu Yang and his brothers as they carried 500 kilograms of star iron on their backs, and hurried on with their journey. Their faces were heavy and thoughtful. It could be said that the Xia clan had entered a period of rapid development with the core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. However, there was always a limit. Treasure, it's obviously a treasure. But, a man can't become an expert if he doesn't have perseverance and perseverance. Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, and the others have taught us a lesson with their actions. Who would have been so desperate to practice martial arts at such a young age if they had been an ordinary young expert? This is just hurrying on with the journey, Dan Xiong, you must work hard. Xie Zhiging softly sighed. He looked at the silhouettes of those people who had already disappeared. He then said in a heavy voice, this is called practicing martial arts. Compared to them, your training in the past can be said to be just a game. Xie Danqiong's face was full of shame as he replied, yes. At the same time, he steeled his heart, I won't fall behind you. Suddenly, the experts of the Xia clan exclaimed in shock, huh? Why are they traveling empty-handed? What happened to those things that they took yesterday? Everyone woke up at the same time. They looked towards the place where the Gu clan had set up camp. They saw that it was completely empty. There was nothing there, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. How did they do it? Chu Yang and the others rushed for 500 kilometers in one breath. The sky was already full of stars. So, they stopped to set up camp. That night, Chu Yang began to circulate his martial power. The forging materials were piled up like a mountain inside the tribulation space. The sword point shook its head and wagged its tail as it entered the space. Chu Yang checked the medicinal herbs. They were also sent by the Xia clan. There was a big pile of them. They weren't particularly precious. But, there were still a lot of heavenly treasures. Then, he instructed Scratching Spirit to watch the sword point's absorption. Then, he went to meditate. Scratching Spirit obviously didn't dare to relax. The sword point was like a little thief that couldn't be guarded against. The sword point would absorb all his good things if he didn't take good care of it. Chu Yang felt that his bottleneck had loosened that night. So, he seized the time to make a breakthrough. He wasn't the only one. Gu Duxing and the others also had the same feeling. The main reason was that they had been hurrying on the road with heavy weights for 8 consecutive days. They had gotten used to it. But they had thoroughly relaxed in the Xia clan for a day. And this day was very important. The results of their training were reflected after they had thoroughly relaxed. The suppressed spirit qi was like 100 rivers converging into the sea, converging into a stream of spirit qi and rushing into his meridians. The 10 king-level experts of the Gu clan simultaneously felt a burst of dense spirit energy hovering over their encampment. It became more and more violent, and formed a whirlwind of spirit energy. The spirit energy from all directions converged in this silent night. It was like 100 rivers converging into the sea. It was whistling and gathering in this place. The spirit energy in this area slowly became so dense that it was almost viscous. In fact, those with low cultivation couldn't even breathe in this place. The spirit energy gathered like dense clouds without rain. It gathered, and gathered again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hiss. A king-level expert of the Gu clan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He couldn't believe it. His mouth and eyes were crooked. 5 people are about to make a breakthrough at the same time. And each of them is a king-level expert. This is simply a dream. There was no need for him to say anything. The other king-level experts had also discovered this situation. One of the senior king-level experts shouted in a low voice, "Quiet. Everyone, scatter and protect with all your strength. You can't make the slightest noise at this time." With a whoosh sound, the 10 people scattered in all directions. They vigilantly looked at the surrounding night. But they felt that the excitement in their hearts was getting more and more intense. In fact, it felt as if they were overturning rivers and seas. 5 youngsters. Breakthrough at the same time. Such brothers, such age, such strength. Finally, the vortex in the middle suddenly issued a slight sound of exploding spirit energy. Then, it fiercely scattered with a whoosh sound. Then, it fiercely gathered again, and rapidly spiraled downwards. It issued a hissing sound. The density of the spirit energy was so dense that it even emitted a clear light green color. Gu Duxing slowly stood up with a long exhalation. He opened his eyes, and 2 sharp sword-like rays of light shot out of them. The king-level expert of the Gu clan who was opposite him happened to see this. He only felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed as if 2 blades had suddenly reached his throat. He was injured upon contact. So, he didn't dare to move. 3rd-grade sword king, Gu Duxing couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. I finally made a breakthrough. Then, he looked at the other 4 people with a gaze full of concern. The second person to make a breakthrough was Dong Wushang. When Dong Wushang broke through, the spirit energy in the air poured into his meridians. Then, the crisscrossing saber energy fiercely dispersed from his entire body. It cut through the air, and issued a sound of tearing silk. It seemed as if it was real. 3rd-grade saber king, Dong Wushang stood up next. He and Gu Duxing stood on the left and right to protect their brothers. The king-level experts of the Gu clan felt as if they were dreaming. They saw a sword king and a saber king breaking through at the same time. There was actually such a thing in the world. After a while, Luo Kudi and GMO stood up at the same time. They had broken through. Only the largest vortex was left in the sky. It was still spiraling endlessly. The spirit energy from all directions was still rushing in like moths to a flame. All the plants within a radius of several thousand feet were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Yang's breakthrough required a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, it required such a huge amount of spiritual energy. Gu Duxing and the others looked at each other in dismay. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Slowly, a terrifying vortex of spirit energy formed in the sky. It was visible to the naked eye, and was slowly churning. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They slowly retreated, and stopped 200 feet away from the vortex. The spirit energy from all directions madly rushed over, and joined the vortex. In the end, it had already formed a tangible flow of spiritual energy. It was like green smoke that suddenly floated in the air. Strands and wisps of spiritual energy flew in like moths to a flame. The rotation of the vortex gradually accelerated. It was like a huge machine that was slowly starting up. Then, it gradually accelerated, and became faster and faster. the tip of the vortex slowly turned downwards, and formed a huge funnel shape. Its tip was pointing downwards, and its target was Chu Yang's Baihui acupoint. The spirit energy from all directions is gathering like smoke. It suffocates for 100 miles. It doesn't dare to speak to the monarch. A king-level expert of the Gu clan looked at Chu Yang in shock. He couldn't believe it, and softly exclaimed, "This is a phenomenon that can only occur when a monarch-level expert breaks through." A monarch-level expert's vortex has appeared when a king-level expert breaks through. Am I dreaming? The 10 king-level experts suddenly turned pale. The momentum of Gu Duxing and the others' breakthroughs had already far surpassed that of an ordinary king-level expert. Especially Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's breakthroughs, one saber and one sword king. Their momentum was even more frightening. And now, the last one was even more abnormal. Moreover, these people were sworn brothers, with such aptitude. How terrifying would it be if all of them grew up and became fully fledged? Gu Duxing and the others also looked at each other in amazement. The momentum of a monarch-level expert's breakthrough, the speed of the vortex of spirit energy in the sky finally accelerated under everyone's gaze. An ear-piercing whooshing sound resounded, and the entire vortex turned green. Then, it suddenly shrank, and started to rotate in the opposite direction. Finally, it shrank downwards. From the tip of the funnel downwards, it disappeared into Chu Yang's Baihui acupoint at an unparalleled speed. Chu Yang's body suddenly issued a violent explosion. His robe fluttered in the air, and Mo Qingwu was standing the furthest away. She felt a sudden rush of air. She couldn't help but feel suffocated. She stretched out her hand in a panic, and felt as if she had caught something. She then opened her eyes, and looked at her hand. She saw that it was a fragment of a black robe. There was a strand of long black hair fluttering in this fragment of black robe. Just like a person's yearning. How could there be a woman's long hair on Chu Yang's clothes? Furthermore, from the looks of it, it was clearly sewn into the black robe, as if he didn't want anyone to know about it. What was going on? The aura of a breakthrough spread out. Thousands of strands of sharp sword chi flew in all directions and disappeared without a trace with a green glow. Third-grade sword king. Another sword king had broken through. The 10 king-level experts of the Gu clan looked at each other in amazement. It's rare to see a king of saber and sword in a few decades. But 3 of them have appeared in one go today. Breakthrough! GMO shouted excitedly. He was about to rush forward to celebrate when Dong Wushang grabbed him. "Don't move." Everyone had also discovered the abnormality. Chu Yang had broken through. But he was still sitting there without moving. Moreover, the dense aura of his whole body hadn't been withdrawn. The huge aura of his surroundings was still revolving around him. The spirit energy was slowly rotating in midair. It seemed as if it's forming a new cyclone. Everyone looked at it blankly. What's going on? They had never seen such a strange phenomenon since ancient times. The cyclone was getting bigger and bigger, and its scope was getting wider and wider. This time, the spirit energy from high up in the sky had come down. And the spirit energy from a distant place had rushed over in succession. It was like a moth flying into a flame as it joined the newly formed cyclone. The vegetation in the surroundings had already begun to wither. But it suddenly lost all its vitality with a whoosh sound. The cyclone slowly increased in size. And that light green spirit energy mist once again appeared in a dense manner. The scope of this cyclone was twice as large as the previous one. Is it going to break through again? This thing is still continuous? The oldest king-level expert of the Gu clan cried out in alarm as if he had seen a ghost. His fingers trembled, and a wisp of his beard fell off. Everyone was left dumbstruck. This is too unimaginable, right? Breaking through, it's already a blessing to be successful once. But this brother is doing it continuously? Aren't you tired? Even if you aren't tired, can your meridians bear it? Then, he felt that the spirit energy in his body was reacting. It seemed as if it was about to leave his body and fly out. It seemed as if it was being pulled into that cyclone of spirit energy. Quickly retreat. Gu Duxing shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly retreated. Dong Wushang supported Mo Qingwu, and retreated another 500 feet. The spirit energy in the sky followed the cyclone's rotation, and formed an even bigger funnel shape. Then, it went down with a Whoosh, another explosion of spirit energy was heard. This time, it was much more intense than the previous one. The few king-level experts felt as if they were about to be shaken to the ground. Countless sword energies seemed to be celebrating the birth of a sword king. They actually revolved around Chu Yang's body. They shuttled up and down, and cut the air into pieces. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He moved his neck, and made a cracking sound. Then, he slowly stood up. He finally stopped breaking through. Several king-level experts were speechless as they looked at this evildoer. They finally felt relieved. This is really a blow to our confidence. The old king-level expert of the Gu clan wanted to cry, but had no tears. He stretched out one hand towards his old companion. Then, he stretched out the other hand, and bent down 3 fingers. He shook them with a tangled look on his face. What? The other person was puzzled. 7 years. King-level expert Gu's face was tangled. He was speechless as he shook his 7 fingers. It took me 7 years to advance from 3rd grade king level to 4th grade. 7 years. And, I'm still an ordinary king-level expert. Look at him. Look at him. He went from 3rd grade king level to 4th grade, 7 breaths. I really feel that my life is somewhat meaningless. Mother ****. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Tears streamed down his face. This gap has made me work diligently and earnestly for my whole life. How can I endure this? The king-level expert next to him was speechless. Chu Yang stood up naked. He opened his hands, and a black robe appeared out of nowhere. It fluttered like a black cloud, and draped itself over his body. Then, he pulled it up, and tied it with a belt. He looked as elegant as jade in an instant. He took a step forward, and walked towards Gu Duxing, GMO, and the others. He smiled, and extended a finger. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang looked at each other and smiled bitterly. GMO and Luo Kudi looked as if they had lost their parents. 100 pounds, the meaning of this finger was very clear. I'm 1 level higher than you. So, you'll have to add 100 pounds on top of the 1,000 pounds. Well, you'll have to run with 1,100 pounds on your back from tomorrow onwards. Big brother, this is too much of a blow to our confidence. GMO groaned, you can't do this. When you broke through from martial warrior to martial master, you crossed several levels at once. When you broke through from martial great master to revered martial artist, you crossed several levels at once. Now that you're a king-level expert, how can you still do this? How can we live with this? Chu Yang spread out his hands and helplessly said, what can I do? Can this thing suppress me? Dong Wushang's black face twitched. He snorted and said, isn't it just 100 pounds? GMO, what are you blabbering about? Old Tian is carrying 100 pounds more than you, and you haven't said anything yet. How can we compare? Luo Kudi jumped up. He felt extremely wronged. That saber of yours is only 270 pounds, okay, a bunch of evildoers. That king-level expert of the Gu clan was speechless as he looked at these 5 freaks. He sadly turned his head, I'm going back to practice. From tomorrow onwards. I'll also carry 1,000 pounds. The 10 king-level experts sighed and left. Their backs were bent, and their footsteps were unsteady. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well practice our skills. Chu Yang said, Duxing, you educate GMO Wushang, you and Wolf Cub join forces to attack me. GMO burst into tears, why am I the only one being educated? Gu Duxing revealed an evil grin. Then, he suddenly pulled out his sword and attacked. On this side, Luo Kudi was in high spirits. He rubbed his palms, big brother. Awoo. Let me teach you a lesson. He signaled with his eyes. Then, he and Dong Wushang pounced on Chu Yang from the left and right. Saber light flashed everywhere, and sword energy crisscrossed. Chu Yang laughed loudly, come on. He pulled out his sword and attacked. His black robe fluttered in the wind. The 3 of them fought together. Luo Kudi immediately regretted it. That was because Chu Yang didn't show any mercy in his attacks. He suppressed 2 people with 1 sword. Dong Wushang was a little better because his saber was heavy. Chu Yang dodged as much as he could. However, Luo Kudi was unlucky. He was chopped by a flurry of swords, and was kicked up from time to time. He flew in the air like a rubber ball. The 5 of them had just broken through. Everyone had new insights. It was rare for them to be evenly matched. This fight was really satisfying. Later, the 2 battles converged and launched into a chaotic battle. Sometimes, they were fighting alone. Sometimes, it was 2 against 3. Sometimes, it was even 1 against 4. Each of them became more and more familiar with their battle techniques in the battle. New ideas and insights were constantly forced out. Later, Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, and Dong Wushang, the 3 strongest links, joined forces and attacked GMO and Luo Kudi with all their might. The 2 of them were beaten until they screamed and were in an extremely sorry state. The 3 of them had the same idea. GMO and Luo Kudi were the weakest links among the 5 brothers. Therefore, they must be pressured to catch up as soon as possible. Of course, GMO and Luo Kudi were also aware of this point. The 2 of them gritted their teeth and struggled to hold on. Although they were beaten until they screamed again and again, the fierceness in their hearts was completely stimulated. This battle was fought until the east was a little bright. GMO and Luo Kudi were beaten to the point that they broke through their limits in the fierce battle. This surprised Chu Yang and the others. It seemed that these 2 fellows were really pushed to the limit. One must know that being able to withstand the attacks and break through the limit in a fierce battle was equivalent to increasing one's endless power. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. GMO and Luo Kudi being able to do this would play a crucial role in their future expeditions. Early in the morning, everyone continued their journey. Chu Yang was surprised to find that his team had a total of 10 people. Except for Mo Qingwu, everyone else was carrying something on their backs. Gu Duxing and the others were carrying star iron on their backs. But, the king-level experts of the Gu clan were carrying a large piece of flat bluestone on their backs. Think about it, 10 old men, and a few of them were in their 40s. But, all of them were carrying mountain-sized boulders on their backs. This discovery made Chu Yang speechless. The king-level experts couldn't bear it even before the morning had arrived. Their backs were aching, and their legs were cramping. They had no choice but to put down the boulders. They finally understood, the road of a genius breakthrough isn't easy to walk. It's not that you can't do it. It's just that you've already passed this age. Chu Yang said during lunch, most of you have already passed the time of tempering your bones and internal organs at martial great or revered martial artists. Therefore, you can't keep up. As for these people, they have been tempering their bones since they were martial great masters. So, it's the same for tempering their bones when they were martial great masters. And, it's the same for tempering their internal organs when they were revered martial artists. Chu Yang casually said, we're all king-level experts now. But, the foundation that we laid when we were martial great masters and revered martial artists is dozens of times stronger than yours. Therefore, what we can do, you can't do. This is the reason. The king-level experts suddenly became lost. After lunch, Mo Qingwu mysteriously pulled Chu Yang to one side. Brother Chu Yang, I found out a secret of yours. Secret? Chu Yang scratched his head. He was very surprised. What secret? Humph. There's hair on your clothes. Long hair. Mo Qingwu pouted her small mouth. She rolled her eyes and looked at Chu Yang. Oh, it's this. He took out the piece of cloth. On it, a strand of black hair fluttered. It seemed to be a strand of tenderness, but there was nothing he could do. Long hair. Chu Yang's mind was palpitating with fear as he received it. His fingers gently stroked the long hair. The long hair softly curled up in the palm of his hand. It was as if there was a woman who had placed all of her heart and all of her feelings in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in his mind. She stood there alone, her long hair fluttering in the wind, her beautiful face, her dreamy eyes, and her stubborn yet proud lips. A black robe covered her slim and delicate body. When she turned around, her face was covered with a ferocious mask. She looked at Chu Yang with tenderness in her eyes. From now on, I am king of Hell Chu. Isn't this what you want? Isn't this what you planned from the start? Chu Yang couldn't help but feel pain in his heart when he heard these words. The shinobi cult was devastatingly beautiful. He transformed into a black robe. A heart of ice and bones of jade. To be the masked man for the monarch, Wu Qianqian, if there was anyone in the lower three heavens that Chu Yang felt indebted to, then this person was none other than Wu Qianqian. His daughter's infatuation with him had turned into flowing water, never to return. That young and beautiful girl was such a pitiful person, Chu Yang sighed softly. No wonder after returning from Great Zhao, Wu Qianqian's hair seemed to have become shorter and thinner. It was just that he didn't ask at that time. It turned out that this woman had actually given her head of fine black hair full of deep affection, and turned it into the black robe on his body. He recalled that he still had 30 or 40 such black robes in his tribulation space. Sewing them one by one. Wu Qianqian must have spent a lot of effort. Presumably, every time she finished sewing a black robe, her heart would be shattered into pieces, right? Chu Yang sighed in disappointment. Mo Qingwu looked at him and said softly, "Brother Chu Yang, I'm going over there to look for Brother Lone to play." She tactfully walked to the side, seeming to be very light. Chu Yang grunted and nodded slowly, somewhat absent-mindedly. Then he took out another black robe and slowly rubbed it, looking over it bit by bit. Finally, he found a protrusion at the hem of the robe, the most inconspicuous place. Wu Qianqian had sewed her hair here. If Mo Qingwu hadn't found it by chance, perhaps he wouldn't have realized that there was such a girl's heart hidden at the hem of his black robe. This protrusion was very dense, as if it was one or several complete shapes. Chu Yang's hands trembled. He wanted to know, but he also didn't want to know. Finally, he took a deep breath and found a flat blue stone. He circulated his martial power and slapped it down. With a bang, the black robe fluttered and the fabric scattered, leaving only the long black hair. The long hair softly fell on the blue stone, showing the pattern inside the robe. It was a few fine and graceful words. "Chu Yang, Qianqian likes you." These words were woven with black hair, quietly appearing in front of Chu Yang. There was no doubt that all the other black robes would have the same 7 words on them. She had used a strand of her black hair to wrap around the black robe. How could her black hair be discovered under the black robe? Moreover, it was at the hem of the robe, the most inconspicuous place. It wouldn't cause any skin contact. Wu Qianqian obviously didn't want Chu Yang to find out. She just silently put her feelings into this robe. She only hoped that when Chu Yang wore these black robes, her hair would be by his side. This was her only request. This woman, she loved so lowly, yet she loved so proudly. "If you don't accept me, I won't force you. I won't even say that I have my pride, I have my self-esteem. It doesn't matter if you don't love me, but you can't stop me from loving you. I love you secretly." Is that not enough? Chu Yang's heart suddenly felt heavy. He suddenly remembered that Wu Qianqian had stubbornly wanted to wear a mask during the last confrontation between him and the Golden Horse Riders Department. She wanted to fight for him, but he had stopped her at that time. Moreover, he had said, "I already owe another woman a lifetime. I don't want to owe you a lifetime." These words were extremely hurtful to Wu Qianqian. It actually caused her to immediately agree to Taibu Tian's proposal after that battle. To become the Empress of Iron Cloud Nation. He remembered the sadness and despair in Wu Qianqian's eyes when he resolutely left the lower 3 heavens that morning. That kind of desperate hysteria. Chu Yang's heart ached. He only felt bitterness in his heart. He silently said, "Qianqian, I'm sorry. Now, she and Taibu Tian are married, right? Taibu Tian is also a good man. I can only wish her happiness." How could Chu Yang know that Wu Qianqian's so-called marriage with Taibu Tian was fake? If he knew, Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. He only felt that his heart was full of twists and turns. It was as if he was in a dream. He wanted to destroy the black robe. But, he thought for a long time and decided to keep it. It would be very cruel to that pitiful and infatuated girl if I destroyed it. This is her only hope for me. Chu Yang stood up. The sun shone on the black robe. He suddenly felt that the black robe on his body was burning hot. It seemed as if his skin was burning with pain. It was the burning heart of a young girl. The black robe was as heavy as a mountain. It seemed as if he couldn't breathe under the pressure. His brothers were far away. They were talking about something. They deliberately didn't look at him. They were talking and laughing. But, Chu Yang knew that they were doing it on purpose. They deliberately didn't disturb his thoughts at this moment. Alas! Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Is Brother Chu here? A cheerful voice came from afar, I'm O Dushao of the O clan. I've come to visit Brother Chu. O Dushao of the O clan, the future poison spirit, had finally arrived. Qi Yang sorted out his state of mind. He stood up, and went forward to greet him. Lower three heavens, Ironcloud Imperial Palace. Taibu Tian was lazily sitting on the bed. She had already removed the jade pendant, and had revealed her true appearance. Lan Mei Xian was sitting on one side. She was looking at her younger brother with satisfaction. The more she looked, the more she was beaming with joy. Lan Mei Xian had been taking care of her pregnant daughter like a diligent and responsible mother these days. In fact, she was so meticulous that even the Emperor of Iron Cloud, who had always served her like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars, felt that she was being very considerate. Taibu Tian's lower abdomen had already bulged a little. It was a sign that a young life was growing healthily. It's already been 4 months. Lan Mei Xian was counting the days with her fingers every day. There are still 5.5 months left. It's almost there. She should give birth in 5 months and a few days. Master, you've calculated so clearly. Taibu Tian was somewhat embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's normal for a woman to give birth. Lan Mei Xian was beaming with joy as she looked at her. Don't worry, my good disciple. You don't have to worry about anything with your master here. Taibu Tian blushed and smiled. While Lan Mei Xian was here, Taibu Tian had found the same feeling she had when her mother was still here. It seemed that she didn't have to worry about anything. Where's your empress? Why haven't I seen her during this time? Lan Mei Xian was somewhat amused as she looked at her younger brother. You little girl. Oh, you even got an empress. Aren't you harming her? She's busy these days. Taibu Tian naturally didn't dare to say that her empress was king of Helchu. She said, I asked her to come over. Now that I'm a little pregnant, I want to discuss the follow-up with her. As she said this, she put on the jade pendant. The light and shadow changed, and she turned into that emperor again. She took a few steps forward and said indifferently, Someone, invite the empress over. Tell her that I have something to discuss with her. Yes, the attendant complied and left. Not long after, the pendant jingled. A sharp voice reported from outside, the empress has arrived. Second update for today. I don't know why, but I'm especially tired today. The plot kept surging in my mind, but my fingers didn't want to move. They felt as if they were rusty. Maybe I've been too tired during this time. The palace maid lifted the curtain. Wu Qianqian was wearing a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe. She walked over in a graceful manner. Moreover, her walking posture was a little strange. The palace already knew that the empress was pregnant. So, Wu Qianqian naturally didn't dare to neglect her. How could she expose a flaw, Your Majesty? Wu Qianqian bowed. Her posture and movements were impeccable. Empress, you don't need to be so polite. Taibu Tian hastily helped her up. Then, she waved her hand, you can all withdraw. Pass down my order. No one is allowed to come within 100 steps of this place. The palace maids and eunuchs retreated without a trace as soon as the order was issued. Xianxian, sit. Taibu Tian stood up and said with a smile, there are no outsiders here. You don't need to pretend anymore. Haha. Wu Qianqian naturally recognized Lan Mei Xian. After all, she had seen how powerful she was. On the contrary, Lan Mei Xian didn't know that this delicate empress was the black-robed and gloomy king of Helchu. Hearing this, he smiled and sat down in a relaxed manner. This is the empress? She's a stunning beauty. Lan Mei Xian looked at Wu Qianqian with satisfaction. Then, she praised, her eyebrows are curved but unyielding. Her eyes are clear but not evil. Her face is as straight as a hibiscus. Her nose is tall but gentle, stubborn and proud. She's a stunning beauty. Senior, you flatter me. Wu Qianqian bowed slightly. We're currently fighting in the south and north. However, the lower 3 heavens are already invincible. There aren't any decisive battles. Ironcloud's unification of the world is inevitable. Taibu Tian said, therefore, the matter of the emperor will be celebrated by the world at that time. Qianqian, you must be prepared. Wu Qianqian smiled and said, that's my duty. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Tai Butian laughed out loud. Then, she began to instruct Wu Qianqian on some daily life matters. Wu Qianqian memorized them one by one. Lan Meixian added a few words from time to time. However, Lan Meixian suddenly became startled. She didn't speak anymore. She only looked at Wu Qianqian. The more she looked, the more she frowned. Finally, Lan Meixian suddenly stood up with a bang while Tai Butian was speaking. She looked at Wu Qianqian and exclaimed in surprise, "Mysterious female body?" Wu Qianqian suddenly raised her head, "Ah?" Lan Meixian quickly walked to her side. She grabbed her wrist and carefully examined it. The expression on her face became increasingly excited. "Mysterious female body. It is indeed the Xianyin female body that is rarely seen in 10,000 years." She sucked in a breath of cold air with a hiss. Then, she turned her head and looked at Tai Butian. She smiled bitterly and speechlessly. "This iron-clad imperial palace really makes me speechless. I found an icy heart jade bone the moment I arrived here. And now, I found a fake phoenix, virtual phoenix. She actually has the mysterious female body, moreover, it's the mysterious female body." Lan Meixian's cultivation was already at the peak of the present age. But, she still couldn't recover from the shock of this fact for a long time. Even though he had already confirmed this fact, he still felt like he was dreaming. If that was the case, then Ironclad Imperial Palace was a place that martial arts masters would be most happy to visit. Why? He had casually picked up a younger brother with the most satisfactory aptitude. It was very difficult for a disciple to become a disciple of a great master. But, it was even more difficult for a great master to find a younger brother who could inherit his legacy and surpass his master. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian's exceptional aptitude couldn't be found even in the upper three heavens. But, two of them had appeared here at once. Wu Qianqian was somewhat alarmed because Chu Yang had told her that it was best not to let others see her aptitude. This was very dangerous. There were many people in the world who loved talents rather than being jealous of talents. "What's your current cultivation level?" Lan Meixian stared at Wu Qianqian. Then, she nodded, "Revered martial artist. You're only one step away from becoming a king." What are you practicing?" She looked at the girl in front of her in puzzlement. "You're in the lower three heavens, and you're already a revered martial artist at such a young age?" I. Wu Qianqian nervously looked at Tai Butian. Tai Butian nodded and comforted her. "This is my master. Don't worry. It's Ice Jade God," Wu Qianqian said weakly. "Ice Jade God?" Lan Meixian tightly knitted her brows. "What is this? Why don't I have the slightest impression of it? How would she know that Chu Yang had changed the name of this technique?" Even Wu Qianqian was confused. She didn't know anything about it. "Let me see if you can exchange a few moves with me." Lan Meixian stretched out her hand, and a gentle force swept away all the messy things in the room to one side. A large area of the floor was left empty. But, there was no sound of movement. Tian, you go to one side. You just watch." Lan Meixian said. Tai Butian complied and sat in the corner. "Master, you have to be lenient." "Don't worry. I'm only testing her limits. It's not a life and death battle. Besides, how would she have the opportunity to fight if I wanted to deal with this little girl?" Lan Meixian confidently smiled. "I'll suppress my strength to the level of revered martial artist. Then, I'll give her a try. It would be a pity if such aptitude isn't cultivated properly. Come. Little girl." Lan Meixian's eyes flashed with excitement. She had only shown this kind of excitement 3 times in the past 100 years. The first time was when she had seen Yang Ruolan. The second time was when she had seen Tai Butian. And, the third time was this very moment. "Good." Wu Qianqian took out a small pillow from her clothes. Then, she tidied up her clothes. She looked at Lan Meixian, and shook her arms. Suddenly, a burst of cold aura was emitted. Her eyes had also turned into the color of the dark night at this moment. "Eh?" Lan Meixian exclaimed in surprise. Then, she saw Wu Qianqian's body sway. She turned into a series of afterimages, and rushed towards her. She put her fingers together, and used a sword move. Then, a chi sound was heard from where her fingers were pointing. And, the sound of sword energy breaking through the air was heard. Lan Meixian was gobsmacked. I didn't expect this little girl to be so special. Her movements are also so strange. She tilted her head, and dodged. Then, her hands attacked like orchids. She was a great master of martial arts. So, she would have been disgraced if she had been attacked by a junior. How could Wu Qianqian know the level of her opponent? I'll fight to my heart's content. I'll fight to my heart's content. I'll fight first, and then talk later. She won't hurt me anyway. So, I'll practice. Wu Qianqian's body became even more unrestrained under the influence of this thought. And, her sword became even sharper. Lan Meixian relied on the strength of a revered martial artist for a while. But, she was at a disadvantage. She had lived for many years, and had reached the peak of self-cultivation. But, she still couldn't keep her face intact. She snorted, and spread her hands. It seemed as if thousands of orchids had bloomed at the same time. Wu Qianqian's feet staggered. Her body moved like a strange fish, and escaped from Lan Meixian's attack range. She had retreated unscathed under this attack. Lan Meixian shouted, "Good!" Then, she rushed forward, and attacked like a violent storm. Wu Qianqian clumsily moved left and right. She gradually couldn't keep up. After all, this was her first time using this kind of fighting technique. So, she wasn't proficient in many areas. Lan Meixian sensed her unfamiliarity. So, she slowed down her pace to give her time to catch her breath and familiarize herself. Lan Meixian floated out after a long while, and sat on a chair. Enough. She sized up Wu Qianqian with her eyes. It seemed as if she was looking at a peerless treasure. That was because she had clearly felt that Wu Qianqian was making progress in this short period of fighting. In fact, her spiritual power was also increasing unceasingly. She had never seen such a cultivation speed before. This woman is perfect in terms of aptitude, perception, and character. She's like a piece of unpolished jade. But, she's already emitting an unparalleled brilliance. She'll inevitably emit a world-shocking brilliance if she encounters a skilled craftsman. Then, she'll transform into an indisputable treasure. It's a pity that you two have to stay in the lower three heavens with your aptitudes. Lan Meixian muttered, Tian, how about I take away your empress after you give birth? Take away? Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian asked in surprise. Yes, Lan Meixian took a deep breath and said, her aptitude is simply a treasure in the lower three heavens. She'll be able to make a breakthrough in the shortest time if she goes to the upper three heavens. Moreover, I'll recommend a great teacher to her. Her achievements will be limitless. Taibu Tian muttered to herself. Then, she turned her head and said, Qianqian, what do you think? Wu Qianqian pondered for a long time. Then, she said, I want to go. But I'll go after I'm done here. Won't I be able to hear news about Chu Yang from time to time if I go to the upper three heavens? We won't be together. But, I'll be able to help him if my strength increases. Even if I have to sacrifice my life without him knowing. I, Wu Qianqian, am willing to do it. Taibu Tian nodded and said, in that case, you'll be sick for a while after giving birth. Then I'll announce that the Empress has passed away after giving birth. Alas, you'll go to the upper three heavens. Wu Qianqian's eyes revealed a grateful look. She said, yes. Not just her. You too. Lan Meixian looked at Taibu Tian. Did I accept you as my younger brother so that you can become the emperor of the lower three heavens? Me? Taibu Tian stared blankly for a long time. Then, she smiled bitterly and said, how can I leave? How can I leave? Of course, you can't leave for the time being. But, you'll still be unable to leave as long as the child in your belly grows up a little. Lan Meixian smiled. If it's a princess, it'll naturally take a little longer for you to make arrangements. But, if it's an empress, Taibu Tian's breathing became rapid. She hadn't thought about this matter all this time. Or, it could be said that she had deliberately avoided it. Because she didn't want to have any ulterior motives mixed in with saving the person she loved. But now, she realized that the birth of her child had solved the big problem of the Iron Cloud Empire being childless. Chu Yang felt the difference between the O clan and the Xia clan when he entered the O clan this time. The entire O clan's matter was dark in color. One could feel a gloomy aura from afar. Gray walls, gray roof tiles, gray buildings were everywhere. High quality update fastest ***, even the surrounding trees seemed to have turned gray. Sure enough, it's the Thousand Poison clan. Chu Yang nodded silently. The O clan was famous for their poison techniques. And poison was an extremely difficult thing to control. Its formidable power was terrifying. But it could injure oneself if it wasn't used properly. Gray was the color of most poisons. It was also the color of death. Half of the people would feel gloomy when they enter this place. But the people who refined and used poisons would feel safe and at ease here. Chu Yang suddenly stopped halfway and said, Du Xing, you don't need to accompany me. You should accompany Wu Shang and GMO to look for the Dong clan and the Ji clan. You should take the things they need. Or, you should greet them. It would be disadvantageous to delay this matter for too long. Du Xing's complexion was cold and gloomy. He remained motionless as he said, yes. This matter shouldn't be delayed. I will take them there. Then, he turned his head towards Du Xiao, Brother O, I'll have to trouble you to receive Big Brother Chu. We still have some matters to attend to. We will come to visit Brother O another day. Du Xiao was stunned. He said, what matters do you have to attend to now? My clan has already prepared a banquet, this. Du Xing exposed a deep smile on his face and said, Brother O, we have plenty of time in the future. So, you don't need to be anxious. Besides, I'm only going to your clan to drink and have fun. But, I'm accompanying Wu Shang and GMO to attend to an urgent matter. Brother O, please forgive me. He cupped his fists and bowed. Then, he turned around and left with a whistling sound. The 14 people left with a whooshing sound. GMO impatiently asked after they had walked for some time, what important matter do I have? What does Big Brother want us to do? Big Brother doesn't want us to do anything. Dong Wushang's complexion was as iron as he said, he just doesn't want us to be caught in the enemy's net. So, Big Brother is in danger? GMO's complexion suddenly changed. He stopped his footsteps. Big Brother would have been in danger if we had gone in together. But, we are outside now. So, Big Brother is safe, Du Xing coldly said, the dead tell no tales. So, the O clan will certainly dare to make a move if we all die together. However, we're not together. We clearly know that Big Brother has entered the O clan. And, the O clan will inevitably face the wrath of our 4 great clans if he doesn't come out. They don't dare to hurt boss. Dong Wushang nodded. They don't have the guts. Mo Qingwu followed him silently for a while. Then, she suddenly raised her head and said, but, elder brother Chu Yang, how do you know that there will be danger this time? Du Xing and Dong Wushang looked at each other. This little girl's question had hit the nail on the head. That's because Du Xiao was too enthusiastic today. Du Xing indifferently said, so enthusiastic that we felt that it was somewhat fake. Dong Wushang coldly smiled and said, that's because we don't have such a deep friendship with Du Xiao. Why did Du Xiao come? Alone? Why did he say that he would arrange a banquet? Moreover, he said that he would satisfy all of Big Brother's needs. This is too much. At the end of the day, this is just a transaction, nothing more. Mo Qingwu nodded as if she understood something. She then said, so, excessive enthusiasm is also a flaw. Du Xing nodded, the so-called feelings are accumulated over a long period of time. Only then can they gain mutual recognition. And, they can further deepen their relationship with each other on the basis of mutual recognition. They have reached a certain level. And, they have transcended the level of fair-weather friends. They have become true friends. But, this level is also the most dangerous level for a friend. Why? Mo Qingwu wasn't the only one who was asking this question. Even GMO and Luo Kudi were somewhat puzzled. Because they have reached such a level. And, they consider each other as friends who are worth relying on and trusting. But, friends can't be said to be friends. They want to do something together at such a time. And it will inevitably involve benefits if they want to do something together. Of course, it's benefits for the average person. But it's life and death for the people of Jianghu. Therefore, true friends will encounter trials. They will encounter some things as a touchstone. It may be an arrangement of the underworld. Or, it may be a person's greedy heart that causes mischief. But, many friends often turn against each other and become enemies over these matters. And, they part ways. In fact, they may even fight to the death. Gu Duxing sighed and said, "And, Big Brother has done very well in this matter. Therefore, we brothers have come to be." Dong Wushang sighed deeply. He suddenly recalled that Chu Yang's hands had been pierced by a dagger. And, he couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. So, he heavily said, "Yes. Let's go a bit further away. That way, the O clan will have some misgivings. This will make it more convenient for Big Brother to make a smooth transaction inside." Gu Duxing said, "Everyone, let's speed up." Everyone complied. And, they flew all the way. "How come only one person has come?" a person on the O clan's gatehouse muttered doubtfully. "Could it be that things have changed?" Another person was also somewhat puzzled. "It can't be. Our informants in the Xia clan have sent back information that Chu Yang and his brothers had entered the Xia clan together. Moreover, they had stayed inside for a few days. And, they had gotten drunk in the end. So, how could such a change have occurred in our place?" "That's right. This bastard has a lot of money. I have heard that he has tens of billions of gold notes and materials. It seems that we can only obtain tens of billions of gold notes at most this time." "Nonsense. He has come alone. Do you think that we can kill him?" another person said in an irritated manner, "but, we will have to face the 4 big clans." Oh, Du Xiao had already entered the O clan's manor along with Chu Yang while these two people were still in doubt. "Ha ha ha. Du Xiao, this is King of Hell Chu, right? He is indeed young and promising. A young hero." A man in a brocade robe came forward in large strides. 5 gray-clothed people were following him. Everyone's eyes looked at Chu Yang. "Brother Chu, this is my father." Oh, Du Xiao smiled. "So, it's the O clan's lord. I'm Chu Yang." Chu Yang smiled. He was neither servile nor overbearing. "Minister Chu is too polite." The O clan's clan lord O Qingwu straightforwardly smiled, "We are indebted to Minister Chu for his grace. We have already prepared the materials for Minister Chu. Minister Chu, please come and take a look." "All right." Chu Yang smiled. "May I know what else Minister Chu needs?" "However, our O clan will certainly do everything for the minister." O Qingwu laughed out loud. Then, he accompanied Chu Yang as they walked forward. He said, "I heard that Minister Chu had purchased the materials at a price 20% higher than the market price. This is a big favor." "It doesn't matter. Anything that catches my eye and enters my heart is priceless." Chu Yang said, "Everyone has their own preferences. This Chu won't hold back as long as the O clan's lord has suitable materials or medicinal herbs. I won't hold back until I spend my last penny. Minister Chu is very straightforward." O Qingwu burst into loud laughter. Then, he winked and said, "Let Du Xiao accompany Minister Chu to select the materials since this is the case. We will arrange a banquet in the hall and wait for Minister Chu to get drunk." "O clan's lord, please." Chu Yang smiled. His expression was modest. O Qingwu burst into laughter again. Then, he turned around and left with everyone. "Clan lord, this person has come alone. This is a bit difficult to handle," someone said in a low voice after they had walked for some distance. "What's so difficult to handle?" O Qingwu coldly snorted and said, "He is obviously guarding against us. So, he has deliberately dispersed. But, he is still a little inexperienced after all. We can't make a move in our own home. But, wouldn't they have joined forces? What's so difficult about making a move after they meet up? Clan Lord is wise." The sword spirit awoke from his meditative state in Chu Yang's mind. "Sword Lord, what kind of wolf's den are you in? Why is there a murderous aura all around?" "I'm in the O clan now. So, I should be fine," Chu Yang chuckled. The aura all around you is unfavorable to you. Everyone's divine sense is like that of a hungry wolf. The sword spirit was somewhat worried. You'd better withdraw from here if you can. I know, Qiang calmly replied. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He had exposed his financial resources in the Xia clan. And he had befriended the Xia clan because of this. However, the O clan couldn't hide their movements from them. He had strong financial resources. Moreover, he had the entire inventory of the Xia clan in his hands. So, the O clan would obviously covet it. It seems that the O clan has made up their mind to deal with me and the others this time. Let's see who will deal with whom. Qiang coldly snorted in his heart. O Duzhao's face was full of smiles. He led Qiang forward. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed in the air. He said, Brother Chu, there's a secret door switch in that row of rooms in front of us. You'll find a tunnel after you open it. All the hidden treasures of my O clan are in that underground secret room. Qiang kindly smiled and said, Your clan is very cautious. This place was the central location of the O clan's watermark of setting sail. It was surrounded in all directions. Moreover, hidden sentries had been set up at the highest points. The security was tight. It was indeed extremely tight. O Duxiao laughed out loud and said, A man without foresight is bound to have immediate worries. They had arrived in front of the door while they were talking. O Duxiao stretched out his hand and opened the switch. A creaking sound echoed, and two secret passageways were revealed. O Duxiao asked, Brother Chu, there are some rare materials on this side. And there's our medicinal storehouse on this side. There are also many heavenly treasures on this side. Haha. Brother Chu, which side do you want to take a look at first? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He said, Heavenly treasures? Brother O's words have made my heart itch. So, how about we take a look at these heavenly treasures first? O Duxiao laughed out loud and said, This isn't difficult. Brother Chu, come with me. Then, he walked towards the secret passageway on the left. The dark golden door on the top of the secret passageway slowly closed after the two of them had entered. Then, it was tightly shut. The torches in the secret passageway seemed to have received some kind of order as the entrance was closed. They spontaneously ignited with a bang sound. However, no smoke came out. Instead, bursts of sweet fragrance filled the air. I was dumbstruck after I got up today. My monthly votes have been surpassed. Moreover, they've been surpassed by so much. I sigh. Brothers and sisters, I need your strength. I beg for your monthly votes. I've fought to this extent. I can only advance without retreat. I'll fight with my last breath. I'll press forward courageously. What an exquisite design, Chu Yang praised from the bottom of his heart. This is just a small trick. Brother Chu must be joking. O Duxiao smiled and took the lead to leave. A trace of complex emotions flashed through his eyes. O Duxiao was obviously aware of the clan's arrangement. To be honest, O Duxiao didn't approve of the clan's arrangement and means. After all, Chu Yang had given him face at that time. He was willing to extend the time limit, and was even willing to propose this alternative method. So, he had already prepared a way out for himself. This was a big favor. It didn't matter whether Chu Yang had any ulterior motives or not. But, he had prevented the O clan from losing face in front of the heroes of the world. O Duxiao was very grateful at first. And, he really wanted to repay Chu Yang. So, he wanted to give him the materials that were worth 525 million at the very least. After all, Chu Yang had the support of 4 big clans. So, his strength couldn't be underestimated. It would naturally be a good thing for the O clan if they could have such an ally. However, this situation suddenly changed after they heard about the Xia clan's matter. In the blink of an eye, everyone's thoughts changed. 10 billion in wealth. Moreover, the Xia clan had tens of billions in reserves. What kind of huge assets was this? It couldn't be denied that the total financial resources of the O clan and the Xia clan would be greater if the O clan could have these assets. The O clan's strength would rise to a new level if this wealth was used to recruit experts. The O clan was already one of the top clans of the upper 3 heavens. What would it be if it could go one step further? It would replace the AO clan, and become the number one clan of the upper three heavens. And what did it mean to be the number one clan? This wasn't just a matter of ranking. It was more of a matter of appeal. More and more people would come to seek refuge with the title of the number one clan. And the strength of the clan would also become more stable. It wouldn't be strange even if the clan were to kill its way to the upper three heavens after a period of time. Why is the AO clan the number one clan? Didn't they suddenly discover a treasure more than 200 years ago? The AO clan used to be similar to our O clan. But their strength soared after they got that treasure. What did they rely on to achieve all this? Their financial resources. The words of an elder of the O clan had thoroughly aroused the ambitions of everyone. Everyone doesn't know the true value of the treasures that the AO clan has discovered. But the AO clan wouldn't be at its current scale if the value of the treasures had exceeded a certain limit. Instead, it was even bigger. Stronger. Therefore, I estimate that the treasure is only worth tens of billions, that's all. Now, we can say with certainty that we will obtain at least the same amount of wealth as AO clan as long as we obtain all of King of Helchu's wealth. In fact, we may even obtain more than that. After all, it contains the treasuries of Xia clan that have been accumulated for hundreds of years. What's the difference between this and a treasure? The future of the O clan will rise at this moment. So what are we waiting for? Even if it's risky, we still have to do it once. The elder's eloquent words made everyone's blood boil. That's right. Moreover, these four big clans are only supporting King of Helchu on the surface. They are relying on personal friendship, and not on the benefits of their clans. This is somewhat thought-provoking. The young clan lord of the Gu clan is in charge of the entire clan. But the Gu clan isn't a top-notch clan. The clan lord of the O clan, O Qingwu, continued to analyze, and the other clans, Dong clan, Luo clan, and Ji clan, are all second dukes. Hehe, we may kill them. But we will be removing future troubles for the great dukes of these clans to some extent. So, the backlash won't be too big even if the news leaks out, but who will know that we did it if we do it secretly? The entire O clan had made up their minds under such an atmosphere. And O Duzhao's thoughts had also quietly changed at that moment. For the supreme glory of the number one clan, so what if he killed a few people whom he had never met before? Which clan doesn't have a mountain of corpses when it rises in the three heavens? How can a real man do things if they are trapped by mere sentiments? Everyone had decided to carry out this operation under the unity of their hearts. The situation had changed. Gu Duxing and the others hadn't followed them. However, this didn't hinder O Duzhao's thoughts. On the contrary, this had aroused his killing intent even more. Do you think this is enough? Do you think that I won't deal with you like this? This is ridiculous. O Duzhao's face was cordial. However, Chu Yang could clearly feel the coldness in his heart. However, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, his face had become even more cordial and warm. In fact, he had become even more intimate with O Duzhao. The two of them held each other's arms. It seemed as if they were old friends who had fallen in love with each other for decades. In fact, they were confiding in each other. It seemed as if they were speaking the words that were in their hearts. They were so cordial that they could become sworn brothers with just a few words. A big stone room appeared in front of Chu Yang after they had turned a few corners. A sparkling and translucent white light was flickering inside. It turned out to be a jade shelf and a jade box. It was a dazzling lineup. Warm jade shelf, heavenly fragrant jade box. Brother Oh, you've left me dumbstruck. Chu Yang was genuinely startled. The rare warm jade was regarded as a treasure in the lower three heavens. However, it was made into a shelf in this place. The heavenly fragrant jade was second only to the purple crystal in terms of preserving medicinal herbs. The purple crystal could preserve medicinal herbs for 1,000 years. The heavenly fragrant jade couldn't preserve medicinal herbs for 1,000 years. However, it could still preserve medicinal herbs for 500 years. In fact, the heavenly fragrant jade surpassed the white crystal and the blue crystal in terms of preservation. The heavenly fragrant jade didn't have the strange power and spiritual energy of the white crystal and the blue crystal. However, it was still top-notch in terms of preserving medicinal herbs. The preservation of heavenly treasures is far different from that of other medicinal herbs. Oh, Du Xiao somewhat sighed and said, we had spent endless financial resources to get these things in the beginning. So, how can we let outsiders know about the bitter process that led to the present scale? Brother Chu, you should understand the joys and sorrows of this process. That's indeed the case. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. The rise of a clan is bound to be accompanied by countless bitterness, blood, and tears. Countless heroes have stepped forward one after another for hundreds or thousands of years. Alas, the decline of a clan is very easy. Oh, Du Xiao sighed and said, yes, there are countless powerful enemies in the heavens. In fact, one doesn't even know when one offends someone. And that person can lead to the extermination of a clan. Countless painstaking efforts of the predecessors have been wasted. That's right. Chu Yang sighed and said, but there are two common causes of disaster. First, it's a debauchee. Second, it's a big disaster because of greed. Oh, Du Xiao's eyes flashed. He felt that Chu Yang's words seemed to have a profound meaning. Why did he mention greed at this time? He smiled and said, but riches and honor come from danger. There are many things that one can't help about. Especially when one reaches the top of the pole. One can't take any risks if they don't move forward in an awkward situation. In fact, they will also decline. The helplessness of a big clan is just like the exploration of a hero. Brother Chu, we must learn from this. Chu Yang smiled calmly and said, Brother O is very wise. However, he didn't speak again. He only waited for O Du Xiao to introduce the medicinal herbs. He had wanted to see how O Du Xiao would react a moment ago. However, O Du Xiao's words had made Chu Yang's heart burn with killing intent. It seems that you have decided to seek riches and honor? Very good. Very good. Since that's the case, I can only seek riches and honor. Oh, Du Xiao probed to see if Chu Yang was aware of it. However, he couldn't help but feel ashamed when he saw that Chu Yang was looking at him warmly. Chu Yang's eyes were shining with kindness and magnanimity. He quickly took 2 steps forward and said, Brother Chu, please take a look. This is the 5-colored jade petal orchid in the first jade box. This kind of medicine only grows at the bottom of a deep and secluded valley. It doesn't see the slightest bit of sunlight all year round. So, it can only grow 1 color every 100 years. It takes 500 years for it to have 5 colors. This 5-colored jade petal orchid is already brightly colored. Moreover, it already has a jade-like sparkling and translucent divine light. It is at least 1,500 years old. It has a miraculous effect in treating internal injuries. It can also dispel poison. It can be regarded as a divine medicine. Brother Chu, do you like it? Chu Yang carefully looked at it and said, unfortunately, it would have been a first-grade medicine if it could have completely turned into jade. This plant is precious, but it still lacks maturity. It won't be of much use to me. Oh, Du Xiao's face stiffened as he said, Brother Chu is joking. It would have taken at least 5,000 years of maturity if it had completely turned into jade. He closed the lid of the jade box while he was speaking, and pushed it back. Then, he nimbly opened the second jade box and said, Brother Chu, what about this one? This is the Millennium Grass Restoration Pill. The pill's body has already turned bright red. This one. I'll take it if it's translucent and white. Chu Yang continued to belittle it. Oh, Du Xiao's eyes flashed. He thought, this guy's vision is very high. It seems that I need some high-grade things. So, he opened the third jade box and said, Brother Chu, please take a look. Oh, Du Xiao opened 3 heavenly fragrance jade boxes in succession. But, Chu Yang only shook his head. He made a lot of comments, and picked out a bunch of problems. But, he didn't take out any money to buy it. It was obvious that he didn't like these things. He was already 3 or 4 steps away from the first jade box at this moment. Oh, Du Xiao gradually became impatient in his heart. He opened the 7th jade box. But, he didn't get enough time to open his mouth when he saw Chu Yang's eyes brighten up. He said, this thing is pretty good. He took a step forward, and lowered his head to sniff it. He then said, not bad, not bad. Oh, Du Xiao was delighted in his heart, you finally took a fancy to it. You kept shaking your head. You almost made me lose confidence in these hidden treasures of my clan. He hastily moved closer to Chu Yang, and said, Brother Chu, this one wasn't easy to come by. It was picked from the raging volcano mountain. My O clan had dispatched 3 king-level experts at that time. The 2 men gathered in front of the jade box and started to make comments. Xianxia finally said, "Brother O, you take a look at this, the market price is about 2 million. I'll offer 2,500,000. How about it?" A wisp of a colorless and transparent thing quietly fell on the ground from the hem of Xianxia's black robe when he had raised the price. It meandered on the ground as if it had a life of its own. Then, it drilled into the first jade box with a schwa sound. "I don't have anything else. I only have thousands of brothers as my backing. I only have to fight," he proudly said. "Feng Ling has never been afraid of anyone in the past few years when it comes to fighting spirit. I only have one life. I only have to see if I dare to fight. That's all. I won't take a step back this month. I beg for monthly votes. I beg for monthly votes." This jade box was originally tightly covered. But, this strange thing was like an all-pervasive ghost. It had only drifted, and had penetrated into the box. There was no obstruction at all. High quality update Oh Du Xiao didn't realize that his heart was brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Moreover, the price that Xianxia had offered was very fair. So, he straightforwardly said, "Since Brother Chu wants it, then 5 million. He thought in his heart, "Anyway, you're just warming up your hands. These things will come back in a while." Xianxia laughed out loud. He personally moved the jade box down, and placed it at the door. He then said, "Brother O, you can put everything I want at the door. You can prepare a big package for me when you move out later. It'll be convenient that way." Oh Du Xiao smiled and said, "What's the problem? It's as Brother Chu wishes. But, don't you want this jade box? I'm afraid it won't be easy to preserve it if you don't have this. I have my ways." Xianxia forced a smile and said, "I can't buy much if I include the value of this jade box." Oh Du Xiao laughed. The 2 of them continued to move forward, and opened the 8th jade box. What made Oh Du Xiao depressed was that Xianxia looked at every jade box. But, he didn't want any of them. There were many priceless divine medicines in Oh Du Xiao's eyes. But, Xianxia only glanced at them and evaluated them. Then, he walked past them. Xianxia looked at 10 jade boxes in a row. Then, he looked at a dream heart grass, and paid 5 million silver taels. After that, he looked at 5 more jade boxes. Then, he looked at a snow lotus heart. But, the amount he paid this time was somewhat big. It was 20 million silver taels. Slowly, Xianxia finished looking at 150 jade boxes on this side. But, he only selected 1 jade box. This was very different from what Oh Du Xiao had imagined. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he would snatch it back no matter how many he chose. He walked to the other side. But, Xianxia was still very picky. He looked at half of the jade boxes, and only selected 2, and a whole morning had passed by. Fortunately, Xianxia's speed was very fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have finished looking at them in one day. Eventually, he finished looking at 300 jade boxes. Oh Du Xiao was speechless. But, Xianxia had spent less than 100 million silver taels in this treasure trove. There were exactly 10 jade boxes, no more and no less. Xianxia looked a little disappointed and said, "Brother O, there's something I don't know if I should say." Oh Du Xiao hastily said, "Brother Chu, there's no harm in speaking your mind. The 1,000-year heritage of the O clan has indeed broadened my horizons. But, there are many kinds of treasures here. But, it seems that there are only a few of them that are truly good. It seems that in the future, your family will have to put in more effort in terms of quality and not quantity." He shook his head and sighed. "Take me for example. When I saw such a large treasury, I thought that I would be able to return with a full load. But after looking through it all, I was greatly disappointed. Look at the world-defying stage, come to the world-defying stage. This is different from your family's 1,000 years of reputation." Oh Du Xiao was so angry that his nose became crooked. He thought in his heart, "There are so many heavenly treasures here, but you don't want them. Many of these divine medicines are almost on par with the great wonder medicines. But, you can't tell whether they are good or bad. you have eyes but fail to see. And, you're accusing our O clan of lacking in resources? He forced a smile and said, yes, Brother Chu is right. In his heart, he thought, the clan has decided to get rid of this little guy. Motherfew asterisk cur, he can make me depressed to death. Well, let's go over there and take a look if that's the case. Chu Yang said in a considerate manner, Brother O, let people move these 10 medicinal herbs out. Then, find a package and put them inside. You don't have to worry about the medicinal efficacy of these herbs being lost. It's just right. Oh, Du Xiao gnashed his teeth in anger. He thought in his heart, you can only recognize these common goods. I used to think too highly of you. It's no wonder that a bumpkin from the lower 3 heavens would know something. Well, let's go out quickly. This is a sealed stone room. The medicinal efficacy will be lost if it is opened once. I don't like these herbs. But, they are the painstaking efforts of your family after all, so, it's better to close the door as soon as possible. Chu Yang casually said. However, the meaning of his words made O Du Xiao so angry that he almost vomited blood. Brother Chu, you're absolutely right. I will close the door. O Du Xiao's complexion turned ugly. He personally stacked the 10 jade boxes together. Then, he lifted them with one hand, and walked out first. Chu Yang chuckled and followed behind him. A wisp of light jumped out of the last jade box in the stone room, and touched the hem of Chu Yang's black clothes. Then, it flashed, and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang felt a heat in his dantian. The sword point of the tribulation sword had returned with a belch. Then, he stepped out of the door. O Du Xiao immediately pressed the mechanism, and locked the storehouse. He thought in his heart, I've finally invited this god of pestilence out. I'm so angry. Then, he called people to move the 10 jade boxes out. Then, the two of them walked towards the storehouse of precious materials on the other side. Chu Yang thought. Sword Spirit fiercely jumped up, Fu *K, where did so much medicinal efficacy come from? This is too much. Sword Spirit suddenly became flustered, does this little bastard want to explode? This is too much. 10 times more medicinal efficacy than the last time I looted Diwu Qing Rose storehouse of medicinal ingredients. Oh no, it's dozens of times more. Sword Spirit didn't even have time to nag. He hastily used his hand to draw a circle, and drew a transparent area in the tribulation space. Then, he waved his other hand, and countless pure medicinal efficacies rushed in like a torrential flood. Sword Spirit had used 80% of his power to extract from Chu Yang's meridians. However, more and more medicinal efficacies were gushing out from the sword point of the tribulation sword. They were surging violently, too much. Sword Spirit clenched his teeth, and used all of his power to fiercely absorb, I'll absorb again, Fu *K, it's never over. Chu Yang's face suddenly turned red as soon as he walked into another hidden treasure house. Moreover, his body also became somewhat hot. The violent medicinal efficacies suddenly rushed out, and attacked Chu Yang's meridians. It felt as if they were about to break. Brother Chu, what's wrong with you? Oh, Du Xiao looked at Chu Yang in a strange manner. Why is your face so red all of a sudden? Ah. I'm so surprised. Chu Yang opened his eyes wide in pleasant surprise. His body was slightly trembling. It seemed as if he had discovered a new continent. It's so unexpected, so pleasantly surprised. Brother O, you have so many top-notch forging materials here. It's great. Brother O, I'm a little excited. I hope you don't mind. Haha, Brother Chu is a true lover. How can I take offense? Oh, Du Xiao felt very refreshed in his heart. Mother *Cur. I've finally made you dumbstruck. Look at how your eyes are shining in shock. Your face is flushed, and your whole body is trembling pitifully. Humph. How could my O clan not have any treasures? Chu Yang tried his best to control his body. But, he was still unable to endure the violent medicinal efficacies. So, he let out a strange cry, and rushed into the O clan storehouse. His eyes shone, and his hands and feet trembled. His entire body trembled as he stroked this item, and then stroked that item, Fu *K, Star Iron Ah. Nightmare Steel Ah. Wow. Red cloud steel. Ah. Gosh, there's mysterious golden sand here. Awesome. Is this heavenly silver? This is inconceivable. I'm extremely shocked. I'm so excited, oh my god. Xianxia was extremely excited while inspecting the items. He was also praying in his heart, Fu *K, Sword Spirit Great Master, please hurry up. I can't hold on much longer here. Sword Spirit was trying his best to extract the medicinal efficacies in Xianxia's mind. Soon. You have to hold on a little longer, but I can't hold on much longer. Xianxia screamed in his heart. Fu *K, the medicinal herbs here can't be compared with the ones collected by Diwu Qing Ro in the lower three heavens. How can any of these be ordinary goods if they can enter the treasure house of a colossus like the O clan? Every single one of them can lead to a fight. Xianxia had commanded the sword point to search and confiscate the O clan's property. So, it was very satisfying. However, the consequences were also incomparably fierce. There's a poison spirit behind me, this guy isn't stupid. It would have been bad if he had seen that Xianxia wasn't excited, and had instead been stimulated by the medicinal efficacies. Eventually, the heat in Xianxia's meridians began to subside just as he was about to lose control. The medicinal efficacies of the sword point of the tribulation sword had begun to diminish. Sword Spirit also heaved a sigh of relief. He continued to extract the medicinal efficacies and said, it's okay. You've finally returned to normal. The medicinal efficacies were like a tsunami earlier. Even an experienced and knowledgeable person like me was startled. Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief. His complexion also gradually returned to normal. Duxiao was behind Xianxia. He was secretly happy to see Xianxia so excited. However, he couldn't help but feel doubtful when he saw that Xianxia was overly excited. It's impossible to be this excited, right? He was about to speak when he saw that Xianxia had already turned around. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Brother O, I couldn't restrain myself when I saw so many rare materials. Cough cough. I'm too ashamed to show my face. I've made a joke out of myself in front of Brother O, it doesn't matter. This is human nature. Brother Chu is the embodiment of a real man's true nature. How can I make a joke out of you? Duxiao's doubts disappeared. He laughed heartily and said, it seems that Brother Chu is very satisfied with these things? Satisfied. I'm naturally very satisfied. Xianxia burst into loud laughter. His complexion had already returned to normal at this moment. The medicinal efficacies of the tribulation sword were still being output. However, the sword spirit had already absorbed them all. Xianxia had chosen some relatively precious materials after some bargaining. He hadn't been stingy, and had thrown out more than 8 billion. Duxiao opened the door, and let the servants of the O clan come in one after another. Then, they moved out all the materials that Xianxia had chosen. Then, they arranged 10 sturdy carriages according to Xianxia's request, and put them on the carriages. Come to world-defying heavens to see world-defying heavens. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Xianxia drank a few cups of tea and picked his teeth. Then, he calmly said his goodbyes. He declined Duxiao's insincere invitation to stay. Then, he jumped on his horse, and drove the 10 big carriages away. Boundless confidence. High-quality update fastest ***, send 2 Emperor-level experts to follow him. The rest of you, stand by. Qingwu looked at Xianxia's departing silhouette, and gave a gloomy order, don't get too close to them. Come back and report as soon as you discover that they have reunited. Then, the clan will dispatch experts to catch them all in one fell swoop. Yes. The 2 gray shadows flashed at the same time, and chased after him like birds. Qingwu's face was gloomy as he ordered, 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, 4th Elder. Yes. Please give your orders, Patriarch. Immediately prepare the family's strong men. The 3 of you will lead the forces of 30 king-level experts. There will be 2 elders and 5 emperor-level experts. Get ready to attack at any time. Yes. Once this matter is started, there is no turning back. He had to kill them all. 11 people from the Gu clan, 1 from the Ji clan, 1 from the Dong clan, 1 from the Luo clan, 1 from the Mo clan, and 1 from Xianxia. A total of 10 people. If one of them managed to escape, it would be a huge problem. Got it? Yes. This old man is confident that none of these juniors will escape. The second elder's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. The strength of 5 Emperor-level experts and 30 King-level experts was only enough to deal with 15 King-level experts. It was as easy as using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. If the other party still managed to slip through the net with such strength, then it would be the biggest joke in the world. Xianxia slowly drove the carriage under the moonlight. He looked relaxed and carefree. He didn't look vigilant at all. So, they continued to move forward after they had left the O clan. Xianxia slowly walked for 40 to 50 miles, and saw a large forest in front of him. Xianxia drove the carriage to the edge of the forest and then stopped. He quickly entered the carriage and put the items into the space of tribulation one by one as fast as he could. Then, he asked the sword spirit to make a big wine jar in the tribulation space and threw the 2 poisonous dragon mosquitoes' eyes into it. They were 2 bowl-sized pearls, the Yin-Yang poison dragon eyes. As long as the 2 of them were put together, there was no poison in the world that could not be cured. This thing was an indispensable treasure in the battle against the O clan. After finishing all this, Xianxia's body flashed, and he sat on the roof of the carriage. He took out a jug of wine from his bosom, and looked at the moon in the night sky. He poured himself a cup of wine, and drank by himself. However, the 2 Emperor-level experts who were tailing him were very anxious because of this guy's leisurely demeanor. F***CKU, hurry up. Hurry up and meet up with the other little bastards. This old man and the others can catch all of you in one fell swoop. What was the point of dragging it out like this? Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for them here? However, isn't this place too close to our O clan? Do you have the guts? Or do you trust us completely? After a long time, Xianxia stretched his body and muttered to himself, it's already so late. I'm so sleepy. He slid down and made a bed on the floor. It looked like he was going to sleep. The 2 Emperor-level experts were watching from afar. It seemed as if their eyes were about to spew fire. This bastard. However, Xianxia was about to lie down when he suddenly sat up and muttered to himself, Motherfu ***, I drank too much wine in the O clan. I'll urinate first. It would be very bad if I were to hold it in during the night. Then, he lifted his pants and rushed into the woods. The 2 Emperor-level experts were speechless for a while. They then sighed to each other, Motherfu ***, it's our misfortune to have been assigned to follow such a guy. Motherfu ***, it's night now, and there's no one around. Wouldn't you have solved this matter if you had lowered your head? You even went into the woods? You're a big man. Why are you so particular about this? They were speechless when they heard a rustling sound coming from the woods. Then, it seemed as if someone had farted twice. Xianxia's muttering voice was heard, Motherfu ***, it seems that the O clan is too enthusiastic. I ate a little too much. The rustling sound came from the trees. It seems that this guy is going to urinate all the way inside. The 2 Emperor-level experts had black lines on their foreheads. Suddenly, a scream was heard, Motherfu ***. There's a black bear here. Then, they heard the sound of a struggle and the screams of a black bear. The 2 Emperor-level experts were dumbstruck. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Where can you find such a good thing? You can even touch a black bear when you're defecating. The sound finally disappeared after a while. Then, someone's relieved voice resounded, it's finally done. Motherfu ***, a bear came out when I was about to take off my pants. Then, there was no sound for a long time. The 2 Emperor-level experts felt that something was wrong. They were about to go and take a look. But, they suddenly heard a burst of crackling sounds. This bastard has diarrhea. The 2 Emperor-level experts were very far away. But, they still felt somewhat nauseous when they heard this sound. Their complexions turned pale, and they felt like vomiting. Then, another burst of crackling sounds echoed after a while. Then, another burst of crackling sounds was heard after a while. It seems that this guy's diarrhea is very serious. Motherfu ***, I remember that I didn't poison him in the O clan for fear of arousing his suspicion. Could it be that someone has given him diarrhea medicine? The 2 Emperor-level experts were somewhat puzzled. Half an hour passed. But, the crackling sounds were still echoing from time to time. The two emperor-level experts were speechless. You've eaten a lot, but, you must have had a lot of diarrhea, right? How come you still have some left after listening to this sound? Suddenly, the two emperor-level experts looked at each other, and saw the suspicion in each other's eyes. Something's wrong. Even an expert can't bear this continuous diarrhea, right? Moreover, he should be able to control it with his cultivation. The two emperor-level experts jumped up and flew into the woods. They felt that the stench was overwhelming as soon as they entered. They couldn't help but cover their noses. They followed the smell all the way, and finally saw the scene. The two old men covered their noses. And they flew into a rage at the same time. They saw a huge black bear in front of him. It was tied to a tree. It had a very helpless and aggrieved look on its face. Its mouth was stuffed with a piece of star steel. So, it couldn't make even the slightest sound. Moreover, there was a mountain of feces and urine under its buttocks. This was a black bear. Moreover, it was a black bear that had diarrhea. It seems that this black bear's diarrhea has reached the point of dehydration. Xianxia had caught this big guy, tied it to a tree, and fed it laxatives. Then, he had stuffed its mouth. It was no wonder that the two emperor-level experts had been constantly hearing the sound of diarrhea for the past 2 hours. As for Minister Chu himself, it was unknown where he had run off to in these 2 hours. There was a piece of paper on top of the black bear's head. And there seemed to be some writing on it. The eighth elder was about to go crazy with anger. He grabbed the paper, and saw that it said, "It's late at night. Your Excellency has worked hard. In particular, Your Excellency has patiently waited for the black bear to have diarrhea. Such moral integrity and action are rare in the world. I have just received your clan's generous hospitality. And, I have nothing to repay you with. I have specially asked Brother Bear to prepare some gold in order to properly entertain Your Excellency. Your Excellency can eat it according to your taste. Please feel free to enjoy it. It's absolutely not poisonous. Please, please, please. Please don't be polite." Then, he had drawn a big smiley face at the end of the paper. It was brimming with happiness. "Damned son of a bitch. This old man will dismember your body into 10,000 pieces." The eighth elder roared loudly. He put his hands together, and smashed that piece of paper into pieces. His face turned purple like a tomato. Crackle. The black bear started again. The eighth elder was so angry that it seemed as if he was about to go crazy. He raised his hand, and smashed the black bear's huge body with a thunderous sound. The bear's feces and urine splashed everywhere. The two emperor-level experts rushed back in a distressed state. They saw the 10 carriages outside. They thought, "Motherfew *cur. You can leave, but can the carriages also leave?" They stepped forward to take a look. And they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The carriages were empty. They had been full of materials. But, there wasn't even a bit of them left now. Only the 4 horses on each carriage were left. They were staring innocently at the 2 furious elders. "I'm so angry." The 8th elder and the 9th elder felt extremely angry in their chests. But, they couldn't release it. In fact, they felt as if their chests were about to explode. "Continue to chase. I don't believe that this little thing can fly to the sky." The 2 of them made a decision without any hesitation. Then, they suddenly flew out of the forest. They passed through the forest like 2 big birds. Xianxia entered the forest. Then, he used the inner core of a bear to lure a black bear. Then, he did the same thing. Then, he left silently. Xianxia's escape was very smooth since the black bear was there to cover him. He crossed the forest in less than a quarter of an hour. Then, he made a few false directions in order to mislead the enemy. Then, he started to go to the agreed place. He went at full speed all the way. In fact, he looked like a fleeting shadow. Then, he flashed in the sky, and disappeared without a trace. He went all the way. Then, he saw Gudu Xing and the others moving forward at a leisurely pace. Xianxia caught up with them at flying speed, and said, "Go at full speed. Find an advantageous place, and get ready to meet the enemy." Gudu Xing knew that the situation was urgent. So, he didn't ask any questions. So, he ordered everyone to rush at full speed. Chu Yang held Mo Qingwu in his arms. Then, he put her on his shoulder. The brothers took off the star iron from their bodies. Everyone felt as light as a swallow. It's like a gust of wind passing through the earth. Mo Qingwu obediently lowered her body. Then, she hugged Chu Yang tightly to reduce the wind resistance. However, she felt a little sad in her heart. I'm too weak. I can't help brother Chu Yang. Instead, I'll drag him down. How good would it be if my strength could be of the greatest help to brother Chu Yang? The gust of wind blew Mo Qingwu's fine black hair. And Mo Qingwu's heart was filled with a desire for strength for the first time. Such a thought, it's not for anything else. I don't want to be a burden to brother Chu Yang. I want to help him. I don't want to be a burden. This thought rose in Mo Qingwu's heart for the first time. I want to become a powerhouse. I want to protect brother Chu Yang. The wind whistled. Mo Qingwu's heart was rolling like a tide. Chu Yang took out a water bag and threw it to Gu Duxing as they flew. Duxing, give everyone a sip. The enemy might catch up with us at any time. All right. Gu Duxing didn't know what this was. But, he knew that Chu Yang must have done this for some reason. So, he raised it and drank a mouthful. Then, he threw it to Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang drank a mouthful and threw it to Luo Kudi. Everyone drank a mouthful of water after this cycle had been repeated for a week. Gu Duxing asked at this moment, Big brother, what's the use of this water? Drinking a mouthful can make you immune to poison for a period of time. Chu Yang softly replied. So, it's the O clan. Gu Duxing got angry. His eyes turned cold. Anti-poison, there's no one else apart from the O clan. Presumably, the O clan wants to snatch the resources in your hands? Dong Wushang asked in a heavy voice. He was usually taciturn. But, he was very good at looking at problems. Yes, Chu Yang nodded. The O clan is ungrateful. GMO spat angrily and said, Oh, Du Xiao would have disgraced the O clan in MT Dingjun if it weren't for you, big brother. Now, the O clan is biting the hand that feeds them. They're simply inhumane. Gu Duxing smiled and said, But, the O clan is trying to be clever and end up with a blunder. They would have had a chance to succeed if they had intercepted us and fought us. But, they're too smart for their own good. They sent O Du Xiao to lure us into the mountain villa. They wanted to catch us in one fell swoop. They wanted to wait for us to be exhausted. They wanted to take advantage of the terrain. It's a pity that man proposes but God disposes. Big brother found out ahead of time. So, he made us scatter and leave. Then, Big brother went in to trade. But, they were so anxious that they flew into a rage. But, they didn't dare to make a move, ha ha ha. Dong Wushang instantly understood. So, he couldn't help but happily laugh. Big brother, you must have made some gains after entering the O clan? Luo Kudi curiously asked. It's nothing. I spent 8 billion in the O clan. I bought more than half of the rare and precious materials of the O clan, Chu Yang smiled. I also stole some things from their storehouse while I was at it. Brilliant. Boss, you're really brilliant. The 4 brothers gave him a thumbs up and prostrated themselves in admiration. Going to someone else's house, going into someone else's treasure vault, and actually stealing something from someone else. This kind of ability could be considered rare. Of course, the few of them didn't know how much Chu Yang had stolen. They only thought that he had stolen a little bit. They simply didn't think that this greedy big brother would actually rob someone's medicinal storehouse in one pot. When he said that he stole some things, he didn't really mean that he stole some things. There was nothing left in the O clan's storehouse at present, except for the heavenly fragrance jade box. There should be some ashes in each jade box. We should reach the chill wind forest if we walk forward for another 300 kilometers. The chill wind forest should be a good place to go. Gu Duxing said, the terrain there is complicated. It is suitable for guerrilla warfare. He paused for a moment, and then said, but, we need to pay attention to one thing. The O clan must know that an ordinary king-level expert is nothing more than a free meal for us since they want to attack us. Therefore, they would certainly dispatch an emperor-level expert. Moreover, there would be more than one emperor-level expert. Therefore, this battle will be extremely dangerous. It is very likely that the entire army will be wiped out. But, there will certainly be casualties even if we are lucky. Everyone must be aware of this. Gu Duxing said, "Now, if any of you wants to withdraw, you can do so now. You can go in another direction. We won't stop you. We won't force you either." These words were clearly spoken to the 10 king-level experts of his clan. He knew that none of his brothers would back out. There was no response for a long time after these words were spoken. Gu Duxing's heart sank. He then said, "Everyone, you don't need to force yourself. After all, there may be a lack of care between life and death. Moreover, I'll have to trouble you to inform the clan in case something bad happens to us. I'll be eternally grateful." This was a reason. Moreover, it was the only reason that could allow them to leave the battle in an honorable manner. Many people would forget righteousness for the sake of profit. Many people would be greedy for life and afraid of death. Many people would escape in the face of danger. So, they would need such a reason. And, Gu Duxing had taken the initiative to throw it out at this moment. There was an uproar as soon as this reason came out. The three men exchanged meaningful glances with each other. Then, they suddenly stopped and said, "Young clan lord is right. The three of us will go in another direction. We can also attract some enemies for the young clan lord." A cold light flashed in Gu Duxing's eyes as he said, "Be careful on the way." He didn't look back. Then, he sped away with the others. Only these three men remained. The three men looked at each other. Then, they chose another direction and left. "Big brother, do we really want to attract the enemies for them? Are you stupid? The O clan's headquarters will be besieged by the O clan. They will die for sure. What's the use of the three of us? Let's quickly run for our lives." "Big brother, you're right. We can't escape from the Gu clan if we abandon our masters in the face of danger. So, we'll only end up dead if we return to the Gu clan." The three men's silhouettes disappeared in the dim light of the night. "Young clan lord, we shouldn't let our fighting strength slip away at this time." The old king-level expert of the Gu clan flew into a rage when he saw that his subordinates were fleeing in the face of danger. He wanted to chase after them and kill them. But, he was stopped by Gu Duxing. "Third uncle is overthinking. The more dangerous the situation is, the more we must ensure the purity of the team." Gu Duxing smiled deeply and said, "These people can abandon their friends and run away. So, it's hard to guarantee that they won't chop off our heads at the most dangerous time of the battle. And, we can't afford to take this risk now. So, we might as well let them leave on their own." Duxing is right. Chu Yang continued, "Moreover, they are fleeing for their lives. But, how can the O clan not know that there are 10 of us in total? And, there's a possibility that the news will leak out if they leave. Therefore, the O clan won't let them off no matter what. So, it's inevitable that they will die in the end. Moreover, they will inadvertently implicate the enemy's pursuing force for us." "You're right. It's really like this." The old king-level expert was called Gu Qingfeng. He couldn't help but be shocked when he heard these words. He saw that Chu Yang and his brothers weren't surprised at all. So, he knew that these youngsters had already thought of this point. So, he couldn't help but sigh and say, "The younger generation will surpass us in time." The two elders of the O clan had been wandering around Chu Yang's area for a long time. Then, they finally found the right direction. But, they had already covered 400 miles by the time they had caught up with them. "Quickly send a message to the clan. Tell them that they are rushing towards the Chill Wind Forest. There were originally 10 of them. But, 3 of them are missing now. They must have gone to ask for help. We must intercept and kill those 3 people. We mustn't let them escape in any case. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble in the future," the 8th elder anxiously said as he flew forward. The elder took out a small golden eagle from his bosom. He wrote a few words on it, and hung it on his leg. Then, he loosened his hand, and the small eagle soared into the sky. It circled once, and disappeared without a trace. The 2 elders looked at each other. Then, Jiadu caught up with them. The chill wind forest is in front of us. Gu Duxing stretched out his hand and pointed. He saw a dusky area in front of him. It seemed as if the clouds and gloomy fog had gathered here. The chilly wind was angrily howling, and a cold and gloomy aura was assaulting their faces from a few miles away. This chill wind forest is a strange place. And it has resulted in the peculiar topography of this place. You can't see the sun even if you go there in broad daylight. In fact, you can't even see people on the other side if it's serious. Dong Wushang was afraid that Chu Yang didn't understand these things since he had just come up from the lower three heavens. What a good place. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. 2 people are chasing after us from behind. It seems that one of them is a first-grade Emperor-level expert, and the other one is a second-grade Emperor-level expert. The sword spirit hurriedly reminded Chu Yang in his mind, they are the 2 people who were chasing after you a moment ago. So fast. Chu Yang muttered to himself irresolutely. These 2 people should be the vanguard. The main troops shouldn't have had enough time to arrive here, the sword spirit reminded him. So to say, these 2 people are alone? Chu Yang rolled his eyes, and a cruel murderous intention suddenly appeared on his face. Du Xing, return immediately after we enter the chill wind forest. Prepare for an ambush. Chu Yang quickly said in a low voice on one side, there are 2 Emperor-level experts of the O clan behind us. This is our only chance to break through them one by one. Good. A sharp light flashed in Gu Duxing's eyes. He waved his hand, and shouted, increase the speed. Everyone crossed the distance of 5 miles with a few whooshing sounds like a black cloud, and entered the chill wind forest. The dreadful chilly wind and gloomy fog engulfed everyone's figures. Gu Duxing issued an order as soon as they entered the forest. Everyone stopped. Then, he started to make arrangements without any explanation. The remaining 7 sovereigns were arranged together in a relatively safe location. Mo Qingwu was placed on a distant tree by Chu Yang. Mo Qingwu felt even more uncomfortable as she watched Chu Yang turn around and leave. I want strength. I want strength. I want strength, ah. I should have been by elder brother Chu Yang's side when he was fighting. I shouldn't have been watching him from afar with anxiety. Mo Qingwu's heart was getting more and more urgent. The remaining 5 brothers were naturally arranged by their big brother, Chu Yang. Du Xing and GMO are on the left. Wushang and Kudi are on the right. I'll take the lead. Chu Yang looked at the 4 brothers in an indisputable manner. I'll use a thunderbolt method to make them fall into a passive situation in one fell swoop. Then, you guys look for the right opportunity to attack. You must inflict heavy damage on the enemy in the first strike. They are 2 Emperor-level experts. You mustn't give them a chance to recover their energy and react. Yes. The 4 agreed at the same time. They unsheathed their sabers and swords, and held them in their hands. They would inevitably make a sound if they pulled out their sabers and swords at that time. Therefore, they held their sabers and swords in their hands in advance. They want our wealth. So, we'll take their lives. Chu Yang coldly said, this is only the beginning. Everyone held their breaths as Chu Yang made a gesture. It was very late at night. It was almost dawn. The chill wind forest had become even darker. The whistling chilly wind was blowing softly, and was issuing a ghost-like wailing sound. 2 shadows flashed, and appeared at the entrance of the chill wind forest. They were the 8th elder and the elder of the O clan. The 2 of them hid behind a large boulder in a flash. They carefully examined the surroundings, and finally confirmed that the other party had entered the chill wind forest. Let's go in and take a look. The 8th elder and the elder looked at each other. They could see each other's thoughts. The chill wind forest is certainly dark. But, this also has its advantages. We can't see the other party, and the other party can't see us either. However, the divine sense of an emperor-level expert is much stronger than that of a king-level expert. The higher one's cultivation is, the more advantage one has in this forest. We can kill them as long as we figure out the other party's position. And, we can stall them even if we can't kill them. This will make it easier for the team to act after daybreak. The 2 of them had made up their minds. They floated up, and went inside the chill wind forest. They were emperor-level experts. Moreover, they were tracking in the dark. So, it was impossible for the other party to discover their tracks. Therefore, they weren't very concerned even though they were on guard in their hearts. Their self-confidence was completely reasonable. After all, Chu Yang and the others couldn't discover them if they were alone. However, Chu Yang had a sword spirit that had cultivated for more than 10,000 years inside his body. Suddenly, they heard a ghost-like wailing and wolf-like howling sound. The two of them couldn't help but force a smile. This chill wind forest deserves its reputation. They spread out their divine sense to explore, and cautiously moved forward. They couldn't even see their own fingers after they had taken 3 or 4 steps. Chu Yang didn't hesitate in the fog when they had entered the chill wind forest. He immediately launched an operation. His black clothes fluttered, and he appeared in the dense fog like a demon god. His long sword flashed, and he silently launched a move. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? The two elders felt darkness before their eyes as soon as they entered. So, they couldn't help but subconsciously close their eyes. Suddenly, the dense fog in front of them fluctuated. Then, an extremely swift and fierce sword light suddenly appeared. It went straight for thousands of miles, and swept away everything in its path. The sword light was so sudden that neither of them had anticipated it. In fact, there wasn't even the slightest sign before the sword light had appeared. With a flash of sword light, it was already in front of his eyes. This sword strike was so terrifying that even the 2 emperor-level experts had never seen it in their 100 years of experience. The two of them simultaneously felt a boundless murderous aura enveloping them. His entire body felt cold. With a fierce roar, he hastily fought back. With 2 clanging sounds, 2 swords were unsheathed at the same time to meet the sword light. However, the strength that he hurriedly used was far from the strength that he should have. Moreover, this sword was the Double Heaven sword technique that had been extinct in the Double Heaven continent for 10,000 years, the world's #1 sword art, the sword with the greatest killing intent. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? The sword light was like a thunderbolt in the sky, striking down, like a bolt of lightning. It came into contact with the 2 men's hastily raised swords. With a crackling sound, the long swords that had been in their hands for a long time turned into fragments in an instant. The sword chi surged wildly, and the 2 of them simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the sword power of the newcomer didn't stop. It continued to rush forward aggressively. Under the counterattack of the 2 emperor-level experts, Chu Yang's chest became stuffy, and his throat became sweet. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he forcibly endured it. The sword light flashed again, and the sharp will buried deep will not change. Gathering the wind and clouds to become the emperor. 2 moves with murderous aura continued to appear. Chu Yang wanted to use all the moves of the calamity sword technique in one go. However, he felt a piercing pain in his chest as soon as he used these 2 moves. The counterattack of the emperor-level experts wasn't the full strength of the counterattack, but it still wasn't something that Chu Yang could easily withstand with his current cultivation. Chu Yang had no choice but to give up his original plan. However, these 2 moves had already filled the sky with dazzling sword light. It suddenly covered down like an inescapable net. The sword light was like rain, and the sword energy was everywhere. With a few schwa 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 sounds, several crisscrossing bloody wounds appeared on the 2 men's bodies. They were so deep that their bones could be seen. Blood spurted out. The 2 men were shocked. They were scared out of their wits. They frantically attacked a few times with their palms. Then, they recklessly retreated to the left and right. Chu Yang would have been like an arrow at the end of its flight if they hadn't retreated. Then, he wouldn't have posed any threat to them. Moreover, their previous arrangement wouldn't have had any effect on them. However, they had no choice but to retreat. The first sword move had already scared them out of their wits. They immediately confirmed that the opposite party was an emperor-level expert. Moreover, it was a sword emperor, otherwise, how could he issue such a swift and fierce sword move? And, such a mighty sword power, they would have been courting death if they hadn't retreated in the face of a hidden sword emperor. They could have turned defeat into victory and saved their lives only by retreating first and stabilizing their footing. Therefore, they had no choice but to retreat first. However, they had delivered themselves to the edge of the sword by retreating and dodging. A biting cold sword intention was issued from the left. Gu Du Xing, the Sword King, had made his move. However, his long sword had already pierced out like a viper before the sword intention had arrived. His target was the heart of the eighth elder. At the same time, a cylindrical sword light flew out. Jimo's body and sword had merged into one. He silently flew high in the sky, and recklessly attacked the eighth elder on the left. The elder staggered back on the right. He screamed out in pain. But, a tall and sturdy figure suddenly jumped high in the sky before he could react. Then, a dark and heavy saber fiercely chopped down with a might that could chop off a mountain. This saber strike didn't have any follow-up moves. It didn't have any ingenuity. However, he had concentrated his entire body's essence, energy, and spirit on this saber strike. This saber strike was sure to kill, even if the sky is in front of this saber strike. I will separate him. Then, a sword light pierced out from behind him like a viper. Second young master Luo Kudi had sinisterly blocked all the escape routes of this emperor-level expert. The elder let out a desperate scream. He had suffered 3 consecutive attacks of a peerless sword technique in a hurry. So, he had sustained serious injuries. He was still in a state of shock. But, he hadn't expected that a wild tyrant saber king had been arranged to block his escape route. He hastily raised his left hand, and circulated his martial power to block the attack. Then, he quickly took out a small and exquisite dagger with his right hand, and went forward to meet the attack. He flew back at the same time. He would be able to save his life if he could block the attack even if his arm would be crippled because of it. Snap, the saber fiercely chopped down, and his left hand was cut off. The dagger in his right hand went forward to meet the attack. Then, the saber chopped down indifferently like a sovereign descending to the world. Dong Wushang was a sovereign with a saber in his hand. No one would dare to disobey a sovereign descending to the world. This was an innate imposing manner. No one could imitate it. Clang, the dagger broke, the saber carried a wild and violent force, and suddenly chopped down on the forehead of this emperor-level expert who was retreating. Blood appeared. Luo Kudi's long sword pierced into the back of this emperor-level expert's heart without any reservation at this moment. This emperor-level expert had been thoroughly cut off from the front and the back. The saber continued to fall. Then, it accurately chopped this emperor-level expert into 2 halves from the top of his head to his crotch with a schwa sound. The elder had attacked with his palm before his death. But, it was already powerless. Dong Wushang had kicked him out. And, half of his body had turned into a rain of blood in the sky. Dong Wushang's figure coldly appeared at this time. His stature was tall and sturdy. He looked like the legendary god of war. His blade-like vision was looking at Gu Duxing's battle situation. Gu Duxing's sword was like a thunderbolt on the other side. It was faster than the speed of light. In fact, the black dragon sword was sprinting at such a short distance. But, the friction between the sword and the air had become hot. Puff, the sword pierced through the heart. The eighth elder had the cultivation of a second-grade emperor-level expert. But, he didn't have enough time to react. The sword pierced through his heart. However, his staggering footsteps didn't stop as he retreated. Gu Duxing had already begun to withdraw his sword and retreat when he felt a pain in his chest. The eighth elder exposed a cruel and desperate smile on his face. He suddenly pounced forward, and let the sword pierce through his heart once again. He then pounced forward. Duxing, withdraw your sword. Chu Yang roared. Gu Duxing loosened his palm, and fiercely dashed away from the side. The eighth elder's palm hit empty air with a bang sound. Only a small part of his strength brushed past the side of Gu Duxing's body. Gu Duxing spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. His body repeatedly rolled. The eighth elder ferociously roared, and was about to step forward to pursue and attack. However, a brilliant light flashed in midair at this moment. Jimo's body and sword merged into one. Then, a gorgeous and resplendent beam of light rushed over, and engulfed the eighth elder's entire body in the sword light. This second-grade emperor-level expert didn't even have time to issue a final cry. He turned into minced meat under the gorgeous sword light. The sword light converged. GMO picked up the boiling black dragon sword, and rushed over. Second brother. Second brother, are you alright? I'm fine. Gu Duxing felt as if half of his body had been torn apart. But, he resisted the pain, and stood up straight. Then, he received the black dragon sword. This fight had ended as soon as it had started. It was so fast that there was no time to react. Everything had already been settled. 2 Emperor-level experts had died in such an unjust ambush. Everyone looked at each other and felt somewhat horrified. GMO and Luo Kudi were still in a state of shock after the fight had ended. They had been focused on killing the enemy a moment ago. So, they hadn't felt anything. But, they couldn't help but feel weak in the knees as they recalled the fight. Even Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing were somewhat worried. Emperor-level expert. He was such a high and aloof existence before this. And, the target that we're working so hard for has died in our own hands? It turns out that a king-level expert can also kill an emperor-level expert. Dong Wushang let out a long sigh. That indescribable melancholy in his voice gradually subsided. Instead, a strong killing intention gradually rose in his body. The saber energy on his body also became more and more berserk. Something called self-confidence violently gushed out from his body. It seemed as if this short fight had released the demon of slaughter from his heart. Not only him, but the temperament of Gu Duxing, GMO, and Luo Kudi had also changed after this fight. After all, they had successfully killed Emperor-level experts with the cultivation of King-level experts. It had been a siege and an ambush. However, the invincible image of Emperor-level experts in their hearts had collapsed with a loud rumble. One must know that Emperor-level experts were at the peak of the 3 heavens. The big clans had monarch-level experts of higher levels. However, they were old monsters who had lived for God knows how many years. In fact, they wouldn't appear even once in a few decades. Some of them wouldn't appear even once in 100 or 200 years. Even his own family didn't know and didn't dare to confirm if these people were still alive. The impression that the 3 heavenly emperors were invincible had been deeply engraved in everyone's heart for a long time. In fact, it had even developed to the point where there was a rumor: the big clans of the 3 heavens can't have a foothold in the 3 heavens if they don't have an emperor-level expert. Becoming an emperor-level expert had become the lifelong goal of the 3 heavens youngsters. Therefore, the Gu clan had imprisoned Shua Miaoling because of the promotion of an emperor-level expert. This was admittedly a kind of motivation. However, it was also an invisible shackle. That was because emperor-level experts were so supreme that they could become Leduo. However, what would happen if they realized their lifelong Leduo? Therefore, many experts of the 3 heavens would have a feeling of arriving at the dock after they had cultivated to the emperor level. Mentality was extremely important for martial arts. This feeling was basically announcing that they had reached the end of their life. Gu Duxing and the others had grown up in such clans. So, it was inevitable that they would have this mentality. Therefore, Chu Yang wanted to break this mentality. Chu Yang wanted to lead his brothers to take the initiative to kill emperor-level experts even though the O clan hadn't dealt with them yet. He wanted to break this mentality. This kind of illusory myth would be broken only if an emperor-level expert would die in front of him and by his own hands. The real purpose of Chu Yang's arrangement for this robbery and killing was to walk through this mental path. And this was a very important part of it. Not just emperor-level experts. We can even kill monarch-level experts as long as we make proper arrangements. Chu Yang smiled faintly. His voice was filled with a kind of fanatical self-confidence. This kind of self-confidence quickly spread to the brothers. The 5 of them didn't speak. But, their eyes were shining. It was a kind of light that had broken through the shackles of their hearts. They felt their fighting spirit boiling at this moment. In fact, they had even forgotten about their injuries. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts: king-level experts can kill emperor-level experts. They can even exterminate monarch-level experts. But, what if we reach monarch-level experts? Wouldn't we be able to exterminate saint-level experts? If this continued, what was a supreme martial artist? Chu Yang let out a sigh of relief. He knew that these people had completely passed through this mental journey. So, he finally felt relieved. Only then did he feel the pain in his body. In the battle just now, Chu Yang's early attacks were the most important. Therefore, the injuries he suffered this time were also extremely serious. Right now, he had limitless medicinal energy in his body. He had all the incomplete heavy pills he needed, so he didn't have to worry at all. Xi and Gu Duxing each ate one, and it didn't take long for them to recover. Gu Duxing let out a sigh of relief. He opened his eyes and said, "So this is what it feels like to kill a strong enemy. Hee, to think that I even had the other 7 people lying in ambush at the back, prepared for them to come out and make the final strike if we couldn't do it. I didn't expect that it would be completely useless." Everyone laughed. In this battle, we have formed a few initial formations that are worthy of being proud of. Qu Yang concluded, Wu Shang's aggressiveness, Du Xing's acute spirit, and Ji Mo's courage in defeating the enemy. These are the most precious things. And they will be our biggest reliance in the future. You must firmly remember the characteristics of your brothers. The future battles will be ever-changing. So, you must maximize your strengths on the basis of possibilities. Only then will you be able to reach the end. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others deeply nodded. Moreover, killing an expert isn't that easy. You can kill an expert, but it depends on how you kill him. You can have self-confidence. But, you can be blindly conceited, and drag us down to hell. We must be careful about this. Qu Yang said in a profound manner. Yes. The people of the Oak clan will probably arrive soon. Everyone, get ready. Qu Yang issued an order. The bodies of the brothers floated up, and flashed into the chill wind forest. Qu Yang picked up Mo Qingwu, and also stepped inside. He felt that something was wrong after walking for some distance. Mo Qingwu seemed to be somewhat silent compared to usual. "Qingwu, what's wrong with you?" Qu Yang asked, "Did you get scared a moment ago?" "No." Mo Qingwu pursed her lips, and shook her head. She pouted her small mouth, and didn't speak. "Then, do you miss home?" Qu Yang continued to probe. "No." Mo Qingwu shook her head again. Qu Yang continued to make several guesses. But, Mo Qingwu kept shaking her head. Finally, Mo Qingwu pouted her lips in an aggrieved manner. She then timidly said, "Elder brother Qu Yang, little Wu is very useless, right?" "Useless?" Qu Yang was startled. "Why do you say this?" "Yes, but, I always feel that I've become a burden to elder brother Qu Yang." Mo Qingwu's small mouth flattened. She then said while weeping, "I can only hide on one side and watch every time elder brother Qu Yang goes to fight. I can only watch whether you win or lose. I want to help you, elder brother Qu Yang. But, I don't have the strength." "Boo-hoo," Mo Qingwu sobbed as she spoke. She then sadly wiped her tears with the back of her small hand. "I'm so useless, how can Qingwu be useless?" Qu Yang said anxiously, "With Qingwu by my side, it's so useful." Elder brother Qu Yang's mood improved when he saw Qingwu after the fight. "No matter when, as long as Qingwu is by my side, I'll be happy. Qingwu's usefulness is something that no one can compare to. But, my strength is so low." Mo Qingwu's mood improved a lot. Her voice lowered, but she was no longer flattening her lips. "She's weak, but she can still practice. Moreover, Qingwu is still injured. After 10 or 20 days, I'll find Dukyu and get the materials from him. Then, I'll be able to heal Xiao Wu's 3 Yin meridians. Once little Wu's 3 Yin meridian is healed, she can cultivate. Then, she'll surpass elder brother Qu Yang in a few days." Qu Yang smiled and said, "In the future, elder brother Qu Yang still hopes that Qingwu will protect me." "Really?" Little Lua widened her big teary eyes and looked at him. "You're not lying to me, right?" "Of course not." Qu Yang bowed. Mo Qingwu believed him. She was in a good mood. She sat on Qu Yang's neck and twisted. She said happily, "Humph, wait until my martial arts are good. I'll always protect elder brother Qu Yang. I won't let anyone bully me." She lowered her face and looked into Qu Yang's eyes. Her black hair fell on Qu Yang's neck. She blinked her eyes and said as if she was swearing, "Elder brother Qu Yang, don't worry. I'll protect you for a lifetime." Protect me for a lifetime." Qu Yang was stunned. His imagination ran wild. "For a lifetime, yes. For a lifetime." Mo Qingwu nodded vigorously and said firmly, "That's great." Qu Yang laughed and said, "I'll remember that Qingwu will protect me for a lifetime." Hee. Mo Qingwu happily laughed twice. Her 2 calves swung in front of his chest a few times. Then, she tilted her head and imagined the scene of Chu Yang being protected by her. She couldn't help but giggle foolishly. Then, she stopped talking. After a long time, she asked anxiously, "Elder brother Chu Yang, then, can I ask you a question?" "What question?" Mo Qingwu smiled pitifully and said somewhat pleadingly, "Inside your clothes, whose hair is that?" She looked at Chu Yang's face a little guiltily and said softly, "That day, elder brother Chu Yang's face was really ugly." Chu Yang was speechless. He didn't expect this little girl to see it that day and hold it in for so long before asking now. Compared to this little girl, it was also very difficult for her to hold it in. But this question was really difficult to answer. "It's..." Chu Yang hesitated. Mo Qingwu asked sadly in a low voice, "Is it sister-in-law Chu Yang's?" No, no. No, no, no." Chu Yang's whole body trembled and he immediately denied it. F***K, this little lass is imagining a sister-in-law out of thin air. Things are getting out of hand. So it's not. Mo Qingwu heaved a sigh of relief. She suddenly felt a little better. She also didn't know why, but she was happy to hear Chu Yang deny it. She actually hummed 2 lines of a song before asking again, "Then, what about sister-in-law? Where did the sister-in-law come from?" "I don't have a sister-in-law." Chu Yang's breathing became heavy. Why did this little girl keep on using the word sister-in-law? "No sister-in-law, that's great." The little girl rolled her eyes and suddenly said coquettishly, "Elder brother Chu Yang. I remember, back in the lower 3 heavens, you said that you wanted me to be your fiancé." The little girl started to dig up old scores. And she actually pressed on very rhythmically. Chu Yang's eyes rolled back and he was weak. On the other side, Gu Duxing and the rest were afraid that Chu Yang would hear them. They all held their breaths and covered their mouths with all their might. Their whole bodies were twitching. "What are you saying?" The little girl pouted unhappily and asked anxiously, "Do you remember? Do you remember?" I remember. Chu Yang said vaguely. He was sweating profusely. He had a feeling that Gu Duxing and the others were not far from here. They could hear everything that was going on here. But now, he was being interrogated by this little girl. Just think about it. Being interrogated by an 11-year-old girl about sensitive topics like fiancé and sister-in-law. And he had no choice but to brace himself. And there were many people eavesdropping around. "Then, do you admit it?" Chu Yang did not give any details. The little girl was about to get angry. She grabbed elder brother Chu Yang's ear. "Yes. Of course." Chu Yang nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking rice. "Humph, that means you don't have a sister-in-law." Mo Qingwu pouted triumphantly. The little girl had a habit. She liked to pout when she felt wronged. She would also pout when she was happy. But one of them had her head down, while the other had her head up. The expression on her face was very different. "Of course not." Chu Yang hurriedly said and wiped off his cold sweat. "Then let me be the sister-in-law." Little Luo's face was red. She was so young, but her eyes were like water. When she saw Chu Yang looking at her in shock, she actually let out a shy and feminine snort. "Ha ha ha ha." Jimo's body twisted as he rolled out, laughing. "You're going to be the sister-in-law. Great, we're still waiting to call you sister-in-law." Dong Wushang also couldn't help laughing. Mo Qingwu looked at the 4 people who came out from the left and right, stunned. Suddenly, her face and ears turned red. She was extremely shy as she stammered, You. Luo Kudi pinched his nose and twisted his waist. "I remember you said that you want me to be your future wife." Then I'll be the sister-in-law." "Okay. You guys. Annoying. Mo Qingwu was instantly embarrassed. She suddenly lowered her head and pressed it against Chu Yang's back. Her little face was burning. Her 2 legs hung in front of Chu Yang's chest, kicking with all her strength. She wouldn't raise her head no matter what. It's okay." Chu Yang smiled as he comforted her. "Humph." Mo Qingwu snorted. She was even more embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Gu Duxing and the others were laughing wantonly. They were laughing so hard that they were spitting out rice. Humph. You guys are still laughing. Eavesdropping on others, you guys are still laughing. Mo Qingwu kicked her legs angrily. Her muffled voice came from Chu Yang's back. Cough cough, stop laughing. Chu Yang had no choice but to use his authority as the boss. What's so funny? But such a little girl actually wants to be our sister-in-law. GMO cried out. His whole body was twitching, almost cramping. After a long time under Chu Yang's suppression, they finally stopped laughing one by one. It was just that they were all suppressing it, but their bodies were still trembling. It's okay, stop laughing. Chu Yang held back his laughter and patted Mo Qingwu's hand. Mo Qingwu carefully peeked out from Chu Yang's back. She saw a few twisted faces trying to hold back their laughter. She couldn't help but pout and say angrily, still say you're not laughing. She shrank back again. Chu Yang coaxed her for a long time before she finally calmed down. Her face was red as she lowered her head, looking helpless. Okay, they dare to laugh at you. When you really become my sister-in-law, you'll teach them a lesson. Chu Yang gave an empty promise. Yes. Mo Qingwu nodded vigorously. Then, she pouted and said angrily, you guys, just wait and see. GMO grinned. He wanted to laugh again, but he was stopped by Gu Duxing. You're still laughing. You idiot. The enemy is coming. The people of the O clan had indeed arrived soon. The 3 Emperor-level experts and 30 King-level experts started to hasten on their journey as soon as they received the news. Moreover, a King-level expert was sent to chase after the 3 people of the Gu clan who had escaped. However, it wasn't easy to reach the chill wind forest for hundreds of kilometers. The experts of the O clan finally arrived at the chill wind forest when the sun shone brightly in the morning. They saw the region in front of them that was filled with evil spirits and monsters. So, everyone wrinkled their brows. What about Old 8 and Old 9? Where did he go? The second elder frowned. Along the way, there was no news from the 8th elder and the 1st elder, which made everyone puzzled. The 3rd elder said, it's possible that the 2 of them have already entered the chill wind forest. Something can't have happened, right? The 4th elder said in an uncertain manner. Haha. The 2nd elder calmly smiled and said, Old 4th, do you think that 20 king-level experts can kill an emperor-level expert? It's possible if 20 king-level experts go all out, and the emperor-level experts fight to the death. The 4th elder was startled and said. What about those 2? One of them is a 2nd-grade emperor-level expert. A trace of disapproval flashed through the 2nd elder's eyes. That's absolutely impossible, the 4th elder replied. Then, what are you still doubting? The 2nd elder snorted. He then waved his hand and said, go in. There's a vast expanse of open ground outside the Chillwind Forest. There's nowhere to hide. Our people are monitoring that place. But, they haven't sent any news. This means that those little bastards are still in the Chillwind Forest. There's no time to lose since this is the case. We'll kill our way in. I believe that Old 8th and Old 4th are also waiting anxiously. He smiled cruelly and said, kill them as soon as you see them. Don't leave them alive. We're only responsible for bringing those things back. Yes. Divide into 3 teams. You and I will lead 8 people each. We'll search in 3 directions. Let out a long whistle if you find anything. The 2nd elder made a prompt decision and said, advance in a fan-shaped manner. Then, the distance between each team must not exceed 1,000 feet. And, the distance between people must not exceed 100 feet. Yes. There's no time to lose. Let's move out immediately. The 2nd elder waved his hand. 27 people quietly entered the Chillwind Forest. There are traces of a fight here. They had just entered the forest when they had discovered something. Look at this. The fight must have been very fierce. There's a lot of bloodstains. This shows that the fight was extremely fast. The fight must have been settled in a very short time. The 2nd elder lowered his head and looked carefully. There's a sword fragment here. It's been cleaned up. But, it can still be seen. He pinched his hand in the air, and a fragment was sucked into his hand. He carefully looked at it and said, "This fragment has cloud patterns. Moreover, it's sparkling with light. This shows that this sword was mixed with star steel. Such a sword is of divine quality. So, how could it be broken?" He was startled by his own words. Wasn't eighth brother's sword mixed with star steel? The third elder and the fourth elder's complexion changed as they thought of this. The three of them started to look around. And they slowly found a few small fragments. Their complexions became increasingly unsightly. These fragments are faintly exuding black smoke. This can only happen if they're mixed with nightmare steel. This is old brother's sword. The second elder's complexion became more and more dignified. Both of their swords were broken here. So, it shows that they were the ones who fought here. Then, whose blood is this? The third elder's face was full of fear. Second brother had said that the fight should have been very short. But, their swords were broken. So. The fourth elder spoke until here. He looked at the second elder and the third elder, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. There was only one possibility: someone had launched a surprise attack here. And, the swords of the eighth elder and the fourth elder had been broken, and they had died. "There's a trace here," someone shouted. "There's also a trace here." The three of them looked left and right. And, their complexions sank like water. There were traces of a person who had stepped on the ground and borrowed the force to fly. And, that was the kind of trace that could be left behind. This should have been a premeditated sneak attack judging from the location of the battlefield. It's not enough to attack these two sides. The strongest person on the opposite side must have attacked them head-on, and forced them to come back. Then, the people on both sides would have had the opportunity to attack. And, the person on the opposite side must have had a cultivation that wasn't weaker than those two. The second elder clenched his teeth and bitterly said, "In other words, there's an emperor-level expert on the opposite side in this chill wind forest, and he's lying in ambush. And, eighth elder should have suffered a big loss. In fact, he might have already died." Everyone's complexion changed. "Let's go in first. Immediately warn us if you find the existence of this expert. The three of us must kill this bastard in one go. Otherwise, it's inevitable that we'll suffer heavy casualties today," the second elder said. "Why should we split up since the opposite side has such a person?" the fourth elder asked. "Why don't we go in together?" "Idiot. Why would the opposite side launch a sneak attack if they had the strength to kill us in one fell swoop? This shows that they can only deal with one or two people even if they launch a sneak attack. So, their assurance isn't big either. Do you think that they'll dare to come out if the three of us are together?" The second elder said in a resentful tone, "We must lure them out first." "So, that's how it is," the fourth elder nodded. Then, the three teams entered the chill wind forest in accordance with their prior agreement, and slowly moved forward. Everyone was very cautious now. They had completely lost the confidence they had had when they had first arrived. Even a team composed of such experts felt somewhat jittery at the slightest sound. "They've come in," the sword spirit said in Qi Yang's mind. "How many people?" Qi Yang asked in his mind. 27 people. 1 3rd-grade Emperor-level expert, 2 2nd-grade Emperor-level experts, 7 King-level experts, and the rest are between 4th and 5th-grade King-level experts. They're divided into 3 teams. Each team is led by an Emperor-level expert. The leftmost team is a bit stronger, the sword spirit cautiously calculated. The sword spirit suddenly felt somewhat aggrieved as he said this, Emperor-level expert? Motherfew *Cur, when did I start calling this bunch of trash emperor? The O clan is really willing to spend a lot of money, ah. Qi Yang sneered in his heart. It can be said that they've dispatched such a big force to deal with us. The misleading formation at the entrance should have aroused their vigilance. They should have thought that there's an expert inside. Therefore, they won't dare to come in so arrogantly. They're being very cautious, the sword spirit said in a somewhat amused manner. Well, our odds of success are very big as long as they don't swarm us without any scruples. Qi Yang nodded, and exposed a sinister smile on his face. How's the preparation? Qi Yang turned his head, and asked. Almost done. Gu Duxing seemed to have asked something. Then, he replied, only Luo Kudi's trap isn't ready yet. But, it'll be ready soon. Good, Xianxia said in a low voice, they've already come in. Gu Duxing nodded, and silently retreated. On the other side, Dong Wushang and GMO looked at each other from afar. They could only see each other's flickering eyes in this dense and gloomy place. The murderous intention in their hearts was blazing. The Oak clan is purely using the method of encirclement to deal with us this time. But, they won't be able to imagine that the prey in their eyes has turned into the hunter, and they themselves have become the real prey. And, they're moving towards the carefully arranged trap of the hunter. This is a dusky forest. The reason why it is called the Chillwind Forest is because there are two big mountains on the left and the right. These mountains block the flow of wind from the east and the west. And, there is a mountain pass in front of us. The mountain pass is very narrow. So, even a very small wind will make a very loud sound when it blows through this mountain pass. And, the most amazing thing about this forest is that there is a towering ironwood forest from the mountain pass to here. The sound of the wind passing through this ironwood forest changes into the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves as the sharp branches of the ironwood forest rustled in the wind. And, someone must have taken advantage of this natural condition to draw underground water from the ground of this forest. Moreover, it's a hot spring. And, the water vapor evaporates. But, it can't disperse. So, it can only be digested in this forest. And, this dense forest has been formed over the years. And, the formation is playing a decisive role in this. Xianxia had said this when he had been arranging the strategy. His words were even more detailed than those of the original residents of the 3 days. Baidu Search Network High Quality Update This had made Gu Duxing and the others somewhat embarrassed. They also found it somewhat unimaginable. Big Brother has just arrived. So, how can he be more clear about these places than I am? And, these are our advantageous conditions. Even if these conditions are disadvantageous to us, they can be advantageous as long as we make good use of them. Because, what's disadvantageous to us is also disadvantageous to the enemy. We must remember these words under any circumstances. Xianxia insipidly said. He was using all the time he had to instill all the theories he knew into his brothers. Many of these theories were commonplace. But, Xianxia still had to say them. And, Gu Duxing and the others were also listening very seriously, because some words spoken by family members and teachers were far less useful than those spoken by trusted people. This was a common psychological state of people. For example, one would have regretted not having enough knowledge when they were very young. But, it would have been decades later. And, they would have experienced setbacks. Then, they would have heard these words from other people's mouths. And, their hearts would have been touched at that moment. Then, they would have realized the true meaning of these words, but, it would have been decades too late by that time. The most effective way to deal with the people of the Oak clan in such an environment is to ambush and use poison. Xianxia calmly said, at present, the traps we've arranged are. Wait. GMO raised his hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he asked, use poison? Using poison against the Oak clan? Boss, what do you think? They are experts in using poisons. Well, the Oak clan wouldn't have thought of it since even you couldn't think of it. Xianxia sneered, they've been famous for their poison for a long time. They've always been conceited. Therefore, if others use poison to deal with them, they'll be more defenseless than ordinary people. It's just that, what kind of poison can prevent them from discovering it? That's something worth pondering over. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. He increasingly felt that Xianxia's every step wasn't too brilliant, but he was walking in a blind spot that no one would have thought of. Just this point alone was enough to put him in an invincible position. Perhaps, no one had thought of using poison to deal with the Oak clan in the past 3 days. However, he was constantly pondering in his heart. What poison should I use to deal with the Oak clan? Using ordinary poisons would only be a joke. It had to be a poison that they couldn't detect. Furthermore, it had to be done in an ingenious manner. There's still 700 to 800 pounds of the poisonous flood dragon's meat left. Sword Spirit said in his mind, I can refine the poison, but this poison is too overbearing. I'm afraid that the poisoned part of this place will become a poisonous area for a long time once it's used. It's hard to avoid harming innocent people. Qi Yang's eyes lit up as he said, this isn't a problem. I can smear it on my sword and saber. It's only limited to these two parts. I just need to clean them up after killing the enemy. However, some of the original traps will be wasted in this way. It's a pity. Let's do it this way. We'll still use the traps. But, we'll set up a warning sign in the poisonous area after we use it. This will warn the future people that this place is poisonous. Sword Spirit remained silent for a moment. Then, he said, this decision is up to you. The three heavens are a big Jianghu. How many people are innocent in Jianghu? Anyone who can enter the chill wind forest isn't a good person. There's nothing wrong with killing them. Qi Yang nodded and said, since that's the case, it's settled then. Qi Yang didn't feel anything about this. It was just as Sword Spirit had said, how many people were innocent in Jianghu? The weak were prey to the strong in the three heavens. Which of the people who could come here didn't have a blood debt? Qi Yang had always been decisive when it came to killing. So, he promptly made a decision. At this time a message came that Luo Kudi was ready. Sword Spirit promptly reminded him that the Oak Clan's people weren't far away. Qi Yang immediately arranged, GMO. Let's start. GMO let out a strange cry, don't worry. A wood dog ant. Everyone laughed. The Oak Clan's people spread out in a big circle. The three elders were in the middle of their respective teams. They formed a big arc, and slowly advanced inside. The more they went inside, the more gloomy and damp they felt. It was broad daylight. But, the clouds and mist were curling up. So, their line of sight was extremely unclear. Their eyes were useless even if they were 20 or 30 feet away from them. Therefore, everyone was on high alert. They didn't dare to be careless. They had been going inside for half an hour. Suddenly, a faint sound of fighting was heard from afar. Are there people fighting here? The second elder and the others were startled. They quickly went towards the place where the sound was coming from. The more they went forward, the more they felt that the fight was intense. The second elder raised his white eyebrows and said in a deep and low voice, many people are besieging one person. The others looked at each other. Then, they went forward even more cautiously. Who's fighting? Is it the person we're chasing to kill? It would be great if that's the case. A faint sound of cursing was heard. Kill this monster. Quickly. The Oak Clan's people will soon catch up with us. Everyone, let's attack together. Shoulder to shoulder. The second elder smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His eyes exposed a cruel murderous intention, juniors. We've finally caught up with you. But, who's fighting with them? Suddenly, a burst of angry and anxious mumbling sound was heard. It seemed that the speaker was extremely angry. However, he was also extremely sullen. What's he talking about? An expert of the Oak Clan tilted his ears in puzzlement. But, he couldn't hear anything clearly. He wasn't the only one. All the people of the Oak Clan were also confused. They couldn't hear what was being said. Well, they couldn't understand what was being said. After taking a few more steps, he suddenly heard the sound of metal clashing. A strange voice filled with extreme anger could be faintly heard. Dog of dog. Pitter-patter. Sister-in-law's hometown. Wah, dog ant. The second elder looked around in confusion, and found that everyone had a confused look on their faces. Could it be that he's cursing someone? An expert of the Oak Clan cautiously guessed. Listening to his tone, it's definitely not something good. Another person frowned and said, but what is he talking about? How come I've never heard anyone talk like that before? At this moment, there was another explosion, and the voice was filled with rage. Sister-in-law, you're from the same hometown. Waste oil and rice, woolly woolly woola woola hell? Whip gula mommy oiny big wind monkey. Wah, dog ant. Wah. Dog ant. His words are very strange. An expert of the Oak Clan scratched his head. I can't understand a word of it. The other expert also had a depressed look on his face. His eyes were wide open like a duck listening to thunder. The second elder, the third elder, and the fourth elder were experienced and knowledgeable. But they also couldn't understand a word of it. However, they heard the voice of this person become more and more hurried. And the fight also became more and more intense. Suddenly, a scream was heard, "Sister-in-law, you're from the same hometown." Dog aunt. Then, a mumbling sound of cursing was heard. Then, another scream was heard. The situation of the fight seemed to have shifted to the left. It seemed that the person was trying to break out of the encirclement. But, it then shifted to the right. "This person is injured," the second elder said with certainty. The second elder is very wise. He's able to accurately judge the situation of the fight by relying on such a small clue. He's truly a godlike person. An expert on the side said with a face full of admiration. The second elder stroked his beard and nodded cheerfully. Everyone looked at that guy with contempt. Motherfew ****. This guy is screaming so miserably. He must have been injured. Anyone with a bit of brain would know that. How is this wise? If you were in his place, would you scream so miserably in your normal state? Even if you want to flatter someone, you can't do it like this. It's truly disdainful. Surround him. Don't make any noise. The second elder made a prompt decision, and waved his hand to order. His voice hadn't faded away when the fourth elder's people had already started to surround him. They had just flown over, and hadn't had time to attack when they saw the thick fog in front of them shake. Then, a person's figure fell out in a sorry state. He flew hundreds of feet high in the air, and fell to the ground. Then, he stood up like a carp, but fell down again. He was cursing loudly, "Wei, sister-in-law, you're from the same hometown." Wah. Dog aunt. Dog aunt. Everyone saw this, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They saw that this person's body was thin, and his stature wasn't tall. But, he had a strange appearance. His hair had 5 colors, and there was a strange horn in the middle of his hair. His nose was rolled up, and one of his eyes was red, and the other was blue. The flesh on his body was overturned, and it was too horrible to look at. Blood was flowing out from countless places. The strangest and most surprising thing was that the blood flowing out of this guy's body was sparkling like stars. Moreover, there was a golden star mark on his forehead. It was very eye-catching. He's from the Stark clan of the 3 Stars Divine clan. The second elder was worthy of being called experienced and knowledgeable. He had recognized him from afar. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. The second elder is erudite and knowledgeable. However, the second elder couldn't help but be full of doubts. No wonder we couldn't understand what he was saying. He's from the Stark clan of the 3 Stars Divine clan. But, why are the people of the 3 Stars Divine clan here? That strange man was lying on the ground. He raised his head, and saw that so many people had surrounded him. His eyes emitted a panic-stricken light, and he kept crawling backwards. He said in a sorry state, "Dog aunt. Sister-in-law, you're from the same hometown. Sister-in-law, you're from the same hometown. Sister-in-law, you're from the same hometown. Damn, I'm sick of it. Dog aunt." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This is the dialect of the 3 Stars Divine clan. Who can understand it? They were about to speak when they saw the miserable appearance of this guy. But, they heard a burst of movement in the dense fog. "Everyone, run. The people of the O clan have arrived." Swish. 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 The second elder and the third elder angrily rebuked and chased after them. But, there was nothing left. They only saw a big bloodstain on the ground. Baidu Search Network High Quality Update ***. Who are you? Are you from the 3 Stars Divine clan? Are you? The fourth elder frowned as he looked at this strange guy who had fallen on the ground. He wanted to go forward and touch him. How can this guy grow into such a strange shape? Even if he's from the 3 Stars Divine clan, he looks a bit shabby. Wow. Are you tired of it? Wow. Are you tired of it? Dog aunt. Dog aunt. This guy screamed in horror. It was obvious that the elders couldn't understand what he was saying. But, he couldn't understand what the elders were saying either. The duck listens to thunder and the fog is evil, The fourth elder and the few people beside him looked at each other in dismay. There's a language barrier. What should we do? They listened to this guy screaming himself hoarse in fright. But they couldn't get anything out of him. Then, a king-level expert of the O clan volunteered to come forward. This guy had a younger brother who was mute. It was said that he was very good at making gestures. Everyone felt relieved. How could we forget about this? Now, the interpreter has arrived. This king-level expert walked in front of this monster, and made a posture of beating him up. Then, he made an injured appearance. He then pointed in the direction where Xianxia and the others had fled, and asked, "Huh?" The eyes of this monster of the 3 Stars Divine Clan suddenly lit up. He stood up, and made a posture of beating someone up. Then, he made a posture of sneak attack. He then said with infinite indignation, "Ah. Wow. Are you tired of it? Hell? Dog ant." That expert nodded in affirmation. He made a sympathetic and understanding expression. Then, he made an angry gesture, and made a posture of chasing and attacking. He patted his chest, and asked with a posture of courage, "Huh? You mean I'll help you take revenge? Is that okay?" This 3 Stars Divine Clan monster spirit was immediately roused. He drew a circle with his hand, encircling all the people in front of him. He drew a large area, and then, with one foot in front and the other behind, he hopped 2 steps on the spot in a chasing posture. He then asked in high spirits, "Wow, are you tired of it?" That expert of the O clan nodded in affirmation. He thought to himself, "This is great. With this guy leading the way, we can immediately find Xianxia's group." Awu dog ant. This monster of the 3 Stars Divine Clan immediately jumped up in excitement. But then, he groaned and looked at the wounds on his body with a distressed expression. He raised his head to look at the fourth elder and the others. Then, he spread out his hands. His facial features squeezed together in pain. Wow. Dog ant? What he means is that he's in a lot of pain and has no strength left. This expert of the O clan looked at the fourth elder in a very clear manner. He then confidently translated, "This well means pain in the 3 Stars Divine Clan's language." The fourth elder looked at this guy's tattered body, and wrinkled his brows. "I didn't bring much medicine with me. And, I reckon that this guy will use up more than half of it. Do I have to waste it on him?" That monster of the 3 Stars Divine Clan started to tremble while he was hesitating. He then cried out in despair, "Wow. Wah. Wah. Wah." Then, he slowly fell to the ground, and his hands and feet began to twitch. "Treat his injuries," the fourth elder looked at him in disgust and shouted. Therefore, everyone stepped forward, and applied medicine to the wounds on this guy's body. This guy was crying wow and wow. His face was wrinkled, and his hands were restless. He politely shook hands with everyone who came to apply medicine to him. He would cry wow and wow if one didn't shake hands with him. The 4 king-level experts had no choice but to pinch their noses and shake hands with him. Then, the king-level expert who acted as a translator mobilized his spirit power, and treated his internal injuries. Only then did he stand up. With a bitter expression on his face, he wailed twice and rummaged around in his armpit. It seemed that he had fished out a black pill. Then, he tossed it into his mouth and chewed it twice with a smacking sound. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but feel disgusted. How did this guy rub the dirt from his body? Or did he take medicine? K. I've never seen such a disgusting thing. The 3 Stars Divine Clan is indeed the 3 Stars Divine Clan. I've seen this king thing. Everyone cursed in their hearts. They tried their best not to vomit. However, the next scene left everyone gobsmacked. They saw that the terrifying wounds on this monster's body suddenly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds closed and formed scars in a short while. Then, they saw that this guy stretched out his hand, and stroked them. And, the scars fell off. He moved his arms and legs, and could move freely. Everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground. Is there such a miraculous medicine in this world? They suddenly felt that they had been fooled. Why would you use our medicine if you have such a good medicine? Wow, dog auntie. You're a beautiful coquettish dog. This strange man looked at his own body, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at everyone with a disdainful look in his eyes. The meaning behind his words was, your medicine is too inferior. Everyone almost fainted. Fu *k. We've been despised by a monster of the 3 stars divine clan, the 4th elder's eyes lit up. If we can get the formula of this miraculous medicine after this matter is over, eh? Then, wouldn't the O clan's world-defying heavens soar to meteoric success? This is an opportunity given to our O clan by the heavens. The strange man turned around impatiently and made a gesture with his hands, indicating that he was going to chase after them. Then, he made a gesture with his hands, indicating that he was going to put them into his pocket. Then, he made a gesture with his hands, indicating that he was going to put them into his pocket. He had an anxious look on his face. It seemed as if he would get caught if he was late. Well, he said that there's a treasure over there. He's fighting with them for that treasure. It's a very important treasure. So, he'll be taken away if he's late. The king-level expert who had been acting as a translator was very smart. He clearly explained the movements of this monster's limbs, a good thing that this monster is so anxious about. Everyone's eyes lit up. So, they urged him to move forward. This monster was very familiar with the way. He passed through the dense fog as if it were his own home. He then hurriedly rushed in a direction. The people of the 4th elder followed closely behind him. The people of the 3rd elder outflanked him from another direction. The people of the 2nd elder were slightly behind him. They were taking the aerial route. They were jumping over trees one by one. Everyone held their breaths tightly. A 3-pronged attack from 3 directions. We must not give these guys the opportunity to escape again. The 4th elder and the others suddenly felt their legs go soft as they walked. Looking down, all he could see was a patch of land that was half swampy, the soles of their shoes were wet. That strange man was still leading the way. His feet were splashing mud everywhere as he stepped on them. The 4th elder waved his hand, speed up. Everyone obeyed the order, and chased after him. Their feet slowly became softer. And more water stains appeared. Eventually, the mud covered their feet. Many water stains had splashed on their calves. After walking for a while, everyone's legs were dripping with mud. Even their skin was stained with it. Only the boots of the 4th elder were not stained on his body. But, the other 8 people were not spared. The last king-level expert felt a little itchy on his calf. He couldn't help but bend down and scratch it a few times. But, he didn't expect that he would scratch a big piece of flesh off his calf. And, his pale bones were exposed. He didn't feel any pain at all. Moreover, the 5 fingers on his right hand had also turned into white bones after he scratched his hand. His flesh and blood fell down neatly. This king-level expert had just shaken hands with this monster of the 3 stars divine clan. He looked at his hands and feet in extreme fear. He suddenly felt extremely frightened. In fact, he didn't even dare to breathe. Water has such a terrible poison? What's going on? Boo-hoo. The king-level expert was stunned for a while. He then asked while crying. But, the 3 stars divine clan's monster who was leading the way suddenly looked in a certain direction. Then, he let out a loud cry of extreme alarm the moment he asked this question. This voice was mournful. In fact, it seemed as if a ghost had appeared in front of him. The 4th elder rushed forward to take a look. He saw that there was a newly dug big hole under a big tree in front of him. And, that monster was pointing at this big hole. He was crazily screaming. His face was mournful, and his voice was miserable. Boo-hoo! 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 The monster turned his head and shouted at the 4th elder. The 4th elder was confused. He asked, "Is it here?" He pointed at the big hole. The monster nodded repeatedly. He pointed at the 4th elder and shouted, "Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! 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 Boo-hoo!" The 4th elder wrinkled his brows. The last king-level expert finally came back to his senses. He loudly shouted, "Fourth elder." Then, he flew up, and pounced over. The fourth elder instinctively turned his head. Suddenly, that monster crazily raised a big pile of muddy water from under his feet. It was like a screen that connected the sky. It splashed on everyone's body. The fourth elder's face and neck were also stained with a lot of mud. He couldn't open his eyes. The fourth elder was caught off guard. He angrily turned his head and shouted, "Bastard! You want to do?" However, his soul suddenly flew out of his body. He saw a bright beam of light suddenly appear in front of him. This monster of the 3 Stars divine clan had fiercely brandished his sword, and was rushing towards him. The fourth elder's eyes were still covered by the muddy water. He hastily retreated with all his might. The long sword in his hand also burst out with a brilliant sword flower. He then counterattacked and blocked the attack. He was confident that he would be able to block any kind of attack. The figure of this strange man shook as he laughed out loud. He fell down from the big tree, and disappeared in the fog with a schwa sound. This 3 Stars divine clan was the second master GMO in disguise. Sure enough, the attack was successful. **** Baidu Search Network's high-quality update****. The fourth elder was furious. He was about to chase and attack when he suddenly saw his subordinates looking at their feet in horror. The fourth elder looked down, and couldn't help but shout loudly. He then spouted out a mouthful of blood. He saw that his subordinates were standing there like wooden chickens. Their faces were full of despair. The few people who had held hands with that monster were in an even more miserable state. Their hands had turned into bones. The few people who had lifted up their pants to look screamed even more miserably. Only the bones of their calves were left to support them, not a single trace of blood or flesh could be seen. Furthermore, there was a black color that was silently spreading upwards. Wherever it reached, the flesh there would start to rot silently. Moreover, they couldn't feel anything from this rot. What kind of poison is this? The fourth elder took out a handful of detoxification pills in a flurry, and stuffed them all into his mouth. It could be said that the O clan's detoxification pills were the best in the world. But, he couldn't feel anything even after taking so many pills. The fourth elder lowered his head to look at his legs. But, he discovered that his eyes couldn't see anything after he lowered his head. He stretched out his hand in horror, and touched his face. But, a large piece of flesh fell off, and he couldn't even feel the bones. Fourth elder! Fourth elder! The anxious voices of the second elder and the third elder came from afar. They had clearly discovered the situation here, and were rushing over with all their might. "Don't come over!" The fourth elder exhausted the last of his strength, and loudly shouted. His voice was sobbing, "The water here is poisoned. We'll lose our lives if we touch it. We're done for, don't come over. Don't come over." He had become hoarse by the time he had spoken the last sentence. Then, he spat out his tongue with a puff sound. His throat issued an extremely sullen muffled groan, and he fell to the ground while facing upwards. The surrounding 8 people scattered in all directions in fear, as if they would be saved if they left this place. However, each of them only managed to run 4 or 5 steps before their legs were so rotten that they could no longer support their bodies. With a splash, they fell into the water. When the second elder heard the commotion, he had already flown over. When the fourth elder shouted, he had already begun to fall down. But when he heard the warning, he immediately grabbed a branch and hung his entire body in the air. With a cracking sound, the tree branch broke. He had already used his weak strength to climb up the tree. The third elder also led his people to join the second elder's people. The 18 people were dumbfounded as they watched the fourth elder and the others rolling in the muddy water. Then, they slowly rotted. They couldn't even make a sound. They slowly wriggled and twisted into white skeletons. In the end, even the white skeletons gradually melted and rotted, returning to the original swamp. A few bubbles appeared on the surface of the swamp, and after a moment of turbulence, a cloud of mist rose up and merged with the dense fog above, restoring the swamp to its original state. It seemed as if nothing had happened here. Even a godly scout wouldn't be able to see that a human life had been swallowed in this tranquil swamp. Moreover, it was the life of an expert. 1 emperor-level expert and 8 king-level experts, the second elder, the third elder, and the others were in a daze as they watched their brothers die. They had turned into corpses, and had turned into swamp water. However, they were dumbstruck and at a loss of what to do, their hearts were in extreme pain. However, they couldn't do anything about it. The third elder looked at this swamp in a daze. His lips squirmed as he nervously said, "Old man, what kind of poison is this?" Fourth brother. "What is this?" The second elder looked up to the sky, and let out a long and loud howl. Then, he let out a heart-wrenching and blood-sobbing roar, "Chuyang! Gudu Xing! You little dogs, this old man swears to the heaven and earth, I swear that I won't be a man if I don't tear you to pieces." Several sneers seemed to be heard from the distant dense fog. "Chase after them." The second elder's face was filled with murderous aura. He was mad with anger. "You can use poison. But, can't our Obing clan use poison?" Everyone became even more cautious as they chased after them. Everyone was carrying a few small animals in their hands. They would throw one animal over to check if there were water stains or swamps. Then, they would hurry on with their journey depending on the situation. The big trees in the surroundings were out of luck. Their branches were broken off one by one. They were thrown on the water's surface, and stepped on to fly away. They were extremely cautious. But, nothing had happened. However, nothing unexpected had happened along the way. They searched for a while. They felt that the ground under their feet was getting softer and softer. It had turned out to be half swamp-like ground. They lowered their heads, and saw that there was a faint flow of water. The second elder took a deep breath. He threw out a snake first. Everyone felt relieved when they saw that snake swimming in this swamp in a panic. The second elder wrinkled his brows. He suddenly thought of a wonderful idea. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, his whole body emitted black smoke. He slowly stretched out his hands as if he was holding a baby. The black smoke rose from his palms. Then, it suddenly disappeared. He then pressed his palms on his dantian. A layer of snow-white area was visible to the naked eye. It started to extend from the feet of the second elder. It started to spread rapidly as it came in contact with the water stains on the ground. In fact, it looked like a snow-white layer of salt frost had spread on the ground at a very fast speed. Every place that it came in contact with had turned into a frosty white color. The frosty white quickly spread up the tree even if it came in contact with it. And, the entire tree had turned snow-white in an instant. And this strange white color was still rapidly extending inwards. A few water snakes rushed out of the swamp. But, they twisted twice as they fell into the range of this white frost. Then, their bodies stiffened, and became motionless. The ants and insects along the way were poisoned to death. Even some birds on the trees fell down with a bang sound. The entire chill wind forest had suddenly turned into a death zone. Poison evil divine technique. This was the O clan's secret technique. Every member of the O clan had this technique. However, the second elder was already an expert if he had practiced to such a level. Chuyang and the others would undoubtedly die if they came in contact with this white fog. The second elder had absolute confidence in himself. "I haven't heard of anyone who has been able to break this poison evil divine technique of the O clan in the past 3 days. Using poison to counter poison. You've poisoned my brothers. So, I'll poison you to death." The range of the poison evil divine technique was getting bigger and bigger as the second elder strode forward. It was getting denser and more extensive. More and more small creatures were dying. In fact, they were even floating on the water's surface. Layer. The eyes of the other experts of the O clan lit up as they saw this. This method is good. It saves us the time to be on guard. Moreover, it can kill the enemy directly. Therefore, they all followed suit. Therefore, the range of the white frost continued to spread. 18 people launched the poison evil divine technique in a short time. And, the range of the poison evil divine technique had expanded to several thousand feet in a short time. They slowly moved forward in this manner. They would be safe as long as they saw earthworms and the like coming out of the ground after the poison evil divine technique had passed. Therefore, the speed of everyone on the ground had increased a lot. "Big brother, what should we do?" Luo Kudi nervously asked from afar. Many of the traps that Chu Yang had set up had lost their effectiveness due to this kind of advance. Chu Yang frowned as he pondered bitterly. However, he realized that he didn't have any good method to deal with the enemy's battle formation after a long time. All the traps would be detected as long as the enemy's poison evil divine technique passed through them. So, how could he take advantage of this situation? Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the poisonous fog that was advancing like a forest of salt frost. He turned his head and said, "Let's have a decisive battle since this is the case. But, we must do this and this." GMO, Luo Kudi, and Dong Wusheng came over with a wave of his hand. They listened to Chu Yang's words in a low voice. So and so, but the four of you must go all out when the time comes. You must entangle one of the two emperor-level experts, do you understand? Chu Yang's voice was very cold and gloomy. He clenched his teeth, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, and the other three slowly nodded with heavy expressions on their faces. Dong Wusheng asked after a long time, "Big brother, can you do it alone?" Chu Yang clenched his teeth and said, "I have a 40% chance of success as long as I operate well." 40% chance of success. Dong Wusheng and Gu Duxing looked at each other. Their expressions slowly turned. They said, "Good. King-level experts have a 10% chance of dealing with Emperor-level experts. Let alone 40%. The two of them didn't hesitate. Gu Duxing immediately turned around and gave instructions to the experts of the Gu clan. Suddenly, the atmosphere became unprecedentedly tense. The second elder and the others spared no effort in urging their poison techniques. They slowly searched the entire chill wind forest. But, they didn't find anything. They had already arrived at the heart of the chill wind forest. "I don't believe that you can grow wings and fly away." The second elder clenched his teeth in anger. "Continue." He hadn't finished speaking when they suddenly heard the sound of a heavy object falling down in front of them. It fell into the swamp with a bang sound. This caused a burst of dense moisture. Listening to this sound, one could tell that a human body had fallen to the ground. The second elder's eyes lit up. He hastily said in a low voice, "Let's go over and take a look. Be careful." The third elder agreed, and walked over to the side. More than a dozen people surrounded him from behind. "Big brother, first launch your domain to protect your whole body. Everyone else, don't stop releasing your poison techniques," the second elder hastily reminded him. Then, he launched his own domain as he spoke. A layer of completely transparent spirit energy violently gushed out of his body, and formed a transparent spirit energy shield around his body. Even the dense fog inside the spirit energy shield obeyed his command, and gathered to one side. Yes. The third elder also launched his domain. But, his complexion was sad. He sighed and said, "Big Brother 8 hasn't comprehended the power of the domain since the beginning. Big Brother 4 has comprehended it. But, he hasn't had the opportunity to use it until now." The second elder's face twitched in pain. He then said, "Let's go." He took the lead and walked out. Some people were already flying as the poison technique spread. But, they fell down halfway, and heavily fell into the swamp. They should be Chu Yang and the others judging from their clothes. They walked for more than 100 feet, and saw a particularly dense forest in front of them. However, the poisonous fog had already corroded the forest. And, all the trees had turned white. More than a dozen people were lying down under the trees. Some of them were constantly struggling. Some of them were barely standing up. But, their complexions had turned blue, and they were drooling from the corners of their mouths. "You bastards! Give me back my fourth brother's life." The third elder was somewhat agitated. He roared and was about to pounce forward. "Wait! Be careful of a trap." The second elder reached out and grabbed him. His eyes were bright as he looked at the scene. He waved his hand and a flash of lightning whizzed out. It was a dagger. It was aimed at Gu Duxing, who was at the front. The target was Gu Duxing's chest. Obviously, he wanted to kill someone first to confirm it. After all, they were faced with a life-and-death crisis. Even if they had a trap, they would still take action. At that time, they would be able to see if they had set a trap again. Gu Duxing's eyes turned cold as he showed a determined look. This dagger was not fast. He could have caught it with his hand. As for dodging, it would have been even easier. But as long as he dodged it, it would prove that these people were pretending. At that time, they would have been completely wiped out. He looked at his brothers with reluctance. His body twisted with difficulty. It seemed that he could not dodge it anymore. Gu Duxing had decided to sacrifice himself for this mission and the lives of his brothers. The dagger light whizzed over. "Young lord!" A mournful cry was heard. Suddenly, a person beside Gu Duxing fiercely jumped up. He staggered and pushed Gu Duxing to one side. His movements were so slow that it seemed that he could not dodge it anymore. He used his chest to meet the dagger. Boom, blood splattered everywhere. The dagger was deeply inserted into the chest of this king-level expert. His face twitched in pain. Then, his body stiffened, and he slowly fell down. Blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. He had stopped breathing. "Uncle Wang!" Gu Duxing shouted. His eyes suddenly opened wide. He was indescribably sorrowful. However, when the second elder and the others saw this scene, they laughed heartily. Clearly, these people had really been poisoned, otherwise, they would have been able to dodge such a slow dagger. Not to mention, they would have lost the life of a king-level master. "Catch them and bring them here. I want all of them alive," the second elder said ferociously. "I want to torture them to death one by one. I want to take revenge for Old 4 and Old 8. With a command, the 10 experts behind him took a step forward at the same time. Like wolves and tigers, they rushed towards the people in front of the field who no longer had the power to resist. The third elder had rushed to the front. His movements were the fastest. He grabbed Xianxia and tied him up. He then said with an evil grin, "King of Hell Chu, you've also fallen into this old man's hands." Xianxia looked at him weakly and said with a bitter smile, "Using poison to plot against me, what kind of ability is that?" Bullsh*T. "Just now, you used poison to plot against my fourth brother. Is that honorable?" The third elder angrily cursed and shouted, "Take them all away." The 10 king-level experts received the order, and grabbed one person each. Some of them even fiercely shoved them. After retrieving the weapons, Xianxia felt more at ease. He grabbed it and walked back. Why is there one person missing?" The second elder looked from afar and frowned, "Including the dead one, we are still missing a little girl." "Where is that little girl?" An unforeseen event suddenly happened while he was in doubt. The captives that the 10 king-level experts were holding in their hands were half dead. But, they suddenly moved one after another. Their fists and palms shot out at the nearest distance, and fiercely struck the vital points of the king-level experts who were holding them in high spirits. They attacked their chests, heads, lower body, and dantians. Moreover, they kept attacking. Countless punches and kicks fell on the bodies of these people. Suddenly, a burst of intense swordlight erupted from the bosom of the third elder. The swordlight was so sharp and overbearing that it caught the third elder off guard even though he had already activated his domain. The swordlight shot out like thousands of cold rays of sunlight. Then, it unceasingly pierced the domain with a puff sound. Then, it gathered into a bunch and crazily rammed into the domain. It broke a hole in the domain's spirit energy shield with a bang sound. Then, it crazily released a violent storm of attacks. Blood-curdling screams were heard from that side. The 10 king-level experts of the O clan had been beaten into a pile of mud in the blink of an eye. Gu Duxing and the others didn't utter a word after they had launched their attacks. They snatched their weapons without any hesitation. Then, the 4 brothers merged their bodies with their swords, and rushed towards the second elder with thunderous roars. Another king-level expert of the Gu clan shouted loudly, and snatched his weapon. Then, he faced the remaining king-level experts of the O clan. It was a one-on-one fight. The killing began in an instant. The bodies of the 10 king-level experts softly fell to the ground at this time. Some of them were already dead. Some of them weren't dead. But, they were on their last breath. They had been attacked by experts of the same level in their bosom. And, they had been laughing all the time. So, they hadn't been able to guard against it. The second elder didn't get enough time to warn them. But, an unforeseen event had already happened. he couldn't help but stare in anger. He furiously roared, and saw 3 sword lights and a tyrannical saber light cover his body. He furiously roared, and his face was filled with murderous intention. Good juniors. This old man will tear you apart alive. He flicked his wrist, and the sword light flashed. Then, he angrily rushed forward. The 5 people crazily fought in a group in an instant. Xianxia had already become ruthless on that side. The first 12 sword moves of the Calamity Sword were launched at the same time. Then, the 4 sword moves that he had created were launched at the same time. He didn't even look at the state of the third elder in front of him. He just kept his head down and unleashed the strongest attack he could muster. The third elder's screams shook the clouds. He was also caught off guard. The only thing that made him stronger than the others was that he had activated his protective domain. However, such a domain couldn't withstand a single blow from the Calamity Sword. It had been broken by the second move. But, it had also won him some time to retreat at a fast speed. However, Xianxia's attacks followed closely behind. They were getting faster and fiercer. The third elder suddenly had a feeling, I'm standing in front of the sea. And, I'm facing the rising tide of the sea. Or, I'm standing at the bottom of a cliff. But, a landslide has suddenly occurred. Moreover, the landslide is accompanied by a flash flood. The third elder was in for a tragedy. He desperately pulled out his sword to block, but after blocking twice, he found that his sword had already been shattered into pieces by the opponent's sword. Then, he felt pain in his palm, chest, back, and eyes. He roared. His heart beat wildly. He cursed. He trembled and twisted under the sword light. Then, with a boom, he turned into minced meat under the dazzling sword light. At this time, Xianxia had only launched the 7th move of the Calamity Sword. However, he could no longer stop. He actually continuously attacked the air that was filled with flesh and blood, and madly attacked with another 7 moves. In the blink of an eye, sword energy soared into the sky in this narrow area. Moving unhindered, he finally finished and withdrew his sword. However, there was only a bloody mist in front of him. He couldn't even see a strand of the third elder's hair. The attacks were too concentrated. Xianxia didn't hesitate. He immediately took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. He circulated it to restore his strength. Then, he launched an attack on his sword without stopping. He went straight to Gudu Xing and the others. On the other side, the 4 king-level experts were crazily attacking their opponents. They all had the same thought in their hearts, even if I die, I won't let them rescue the second elder. Gudu Xing and the others were in imminent danger. The second elder was a 3rd-grade emperor-level expert. So, how could Gudu Xing and the other 3rd-grade king-level experts deal with him? The 4 of them had already gone all out. But, they were retreating step by step. They were firmly suppressed by the second elder alone. However, the 4 of them didn't retreat. Blood had already seeped out of the mouths and noses of the 4 people in this short period of time. Dong Wuxian gave the second elder the most pressure. However, his counterattack was also particularly fierce. His face was covered with blood at this moment. The web between his thumb and index finger had been shattered. He had no choice but to hold his saber with both hands, and attack crazily. The second elder had suppressed the 4 people in a disadvantageous position. However, the 4 of them were sticking to his body like sticky candy. So, he couldn't get away. He was even more impatient and furious than the 4 of them. That was because he still had time to look around and listen in all directions. He had seen with his own eyes that his third brother's vital energy shield had been broken by the enemy's attacks. Then, his sword had been broken. Then, his palm had been injured. Then, he had been stabbed in the chest. Then, his eyes had been pierced. Then, he had spurted out blood from his entire body. The second elder's heart was bleeding. However, he couldn't rush over no matter what. He would have been able to pull the third elder out of that sword light in the blink of an eye if he had rushed over earlier. Then, he would have saved him. He would have been seriously injured and crippled. But, he would have been able to save his life. However, he was so anxious that his heart was bleeding. But, he couldn't move even a step. Someone would have knocked him back with a weapon as long as he wanted to move. He would have knocked him back even if he had to sacrifice his own life. He could have reversed the situation of this battle. However, he was powerless to do so. This made the second elder extremely sullen. He was about to go crazy with rage. It had only been a moment, but the other side was already done. His third brother had turned into a pile of blood foam in the air. And the murderer who had killed his third brother with his own hands was rushing towards him on his sword. "Damned Sword King," the second elder yelled furiously. His eyes had turned red. "Come, come. All of you, come," he roared crazily. Xianxia came from the sky. His sword flashed in the air. It was a move of what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world. This move came from 100 feet away. The moment it arrived was the moment when its power was at its greatest. "Du Xing!" Xianxia roared. His voice resounded through the clouds. Du Xing responded. He attacked crazily and immediately took a step back. Xianxia had already passed through this gap with the momentum of a thunderbolt. He rushed towards the second elder, who was busy dealing with Dong Wushang, Luo Kedi, and Ji Mo's attacks. The second elder's beard flared. He shouted angrily, "Come!" He didn't dodge. Instead, he used his energy shield to block the attacks of Dong Wushang and the other two. He also flew up on his sword and met Xianxia in midair. With a loud boom, the two sword lights crazily collided in midair. The attack of the Tribulation Sword was mixed with the unparalleled sharpness of the Tribulation Sword in the world. So, its might was extremely formidable. Especially since the Tribulation Sword had swallowed so many exotic metals and medicinal herbs during this period of time. So, its might had become even more formidable than before. However, the second elder was a third-grade emperor-level expert. So, he was a grade higher than Xianxia. The quality of his sword was far inferior to Xianxia's. However, his profound spiritual power wasn't to be trifled with either. The two sword lights collided with each other like two meteors. There was a loud bang, and the brilliant sword lights exploded all over the sky. The entire chill wind forest fiercely trembled at this moment. The cement of the swamp fiercely jumped up with a loud bang, and splashed up to a height of more than 100 feet. Dong Wushang, Luo Kedi, and GMO, who were the closest to the impact, let out a miserable groan at the same time. They were sent flying by the huge impact, and fell to the ground with a bang. Xianxia and the second elder screamed at the same time. Their bodies were sent flying backwards at the same time. Blood arrows had been spurted out from different parts of their bodies. Both of them had been seriously injured by this blow. Xianxia's chest and shoulders had been hit by the setting sail watermark, his lower abdomen, and his shoulders. The second elder's chest and shoulders had also been hit by the setting sail watermark, and his legs and arms had also been hit by the setting sail watermark. Xianxia's body was still in midair. He had already prepared an incomplete version of the heavy pill, and had stuffed it into his mouth. Xianxia had consumed 2 incomplete versions of the heavy pill in this insignificant battle that had lasted less than a breath's time. This clearly showed how tragic this battle was. One could imagine that Xianxia would have died at least once if he didn't have the heavy pill. Xianxia had the heavy pill, but the second elder didn't have such a godly item. The intensity of this attack had completely dispersed the power of the domain on the second elder's body. And the spiritual energy cover had disappeared without a trace. Even an emperor-level expert would consume a lot of his true elemental energy every time he used such a life-saving method. So, how could he dare to use the domain again in such a fierce battle? The body of the second elder hadn't even landed on the ground when Du Xing, who had just retreated to make preparations, had already fused with his sword. The sword light soared high into the sky, and shot towards the body of the second elder. The second elder felt a sense of crisis. So, he roared, and fiercely circulated the spirit energy in his entire body. Suddenly, several wounds on his body started to spurt out blood. But, he managed to hang on to his last breath. He circulated his spirit energy, and once again collided with Du Xing in midair. This was a desperate attack from a third-grade sword king. The second elder did his best to counterattack, and the two of them fiercely collided. At the same time, they screamed and screamed. Du Xing clenched his teeth, and flew backwards in the air without feeling anything. Blood spurted out from 3 places on his body, and filled the air. He had been injured by the second elder's fists and fingers. 7 of his ribs had been broken. His entire chest had almost caved in, but the front half of the black dragon longsword in his hand was dripping with blood. His sword had already pierced deeply into Second Elder's right chest, and he was forced back by the other party's counterattack. Second Elder drifted backwards again. He was already heavily injured. At this moment, Dong Wushang roared like a hungry wolf. He became one with his saber, and rushed over. GMO and Luo Kudi also became one with their swords. They followed behind Dong Wushang, and attacked the Second Elder with all their might. The attacking style of these three people was the same as Gu Duxing's a moment ago. They were all risking their lives. They were putting their entire strength, heart, soul, and life into this attack. The Second Elder won't die. We will die. This is a clear thought. Therefore, we must take advantage of his illness to take his life. Chu Yang shouted from afar. He turned over and jumped up. His calamity sword flashed, and he once again used what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world. He flew high up in the air with his sword. The Second Elder's heart was filled with intense regret. I should have retreated and escaped when I discovered the ambush. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't have thought that these 5 youngsters would be so abnormal. I'm a 3rd grade Emperor level expert. A 3rd grade Emperor level expert. I'm facing the danger of losing my life. However, he didn't have time to regret. Dong Wushang had already become one with his saber. The Second Elder roared in despair. He once again gathered the remaining strength of his body, and crazily collided with Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang shouted. The heavy black saber flew out of his hand, and spun in the air. However, this 3rd grade saber king had risked his life to attack. But, this had made the Second Elder's situation even worse. He fiercely spouted out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't suppress the injuries in his body as he spouted out this mouthful of blood. He spouted out several mouthfuls of blood in succession. His eyes had already turned somewhat dim, his left hand drooped down softly. It had been smashed to pieces by the heavy black saber. At this moment, GMO and Luo Kudi combined their swords, and rushed over with a loud roar. The Second Elder screamed. He suddenly attacked with his remaining right hand. Countless poisonous fog and black gas suddenly emerged from his body. This was his last life-saving trick, igniting the starting voyage water seal to burn his own poison, and fight for a chance to escape. The poison that had been cultivated in the starting voyage water seal for over 100 years would be completely destroyed after it was burned. It wouldn't be able to be used again. This was something that could only be used at the last moment. The Second Elder wouldn't have done this if he hadn't been forced to the point where he was at the end of his rope. However, GMO and Luo Kudi weren't afraid at all. They forcibly broke through the poisonous fog and rushed in. You aren't afraid of poison? The Second Elder screamed in despair. To bang. Bang, sounds were heard as the 2 men and their swords collided with his body. The Second Elder screamed. Blood splashed out from his body like a bloody gourd. There were at least 100 wounds on his body, and his flesh was torn apart at the same time. Crack. Crack, sounds were heard from his chest. It was unknown how many bones had been broken. However, he was still able to escape. There was a big tree behind him. He stamped his feet, and used the last of his strength to rush up. He would have been able to fly out as long as he had stamped on the tree trunk. However, it was too late. A brilliant sword light rushed over like a meteor, and cut off all the Second Elder's hopes. Chu Yang, calamity sword, what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Chu Yang burst open a big bloody hole in the Second Elder's chest with a bang sound. Then, he rushed out of his body. The light in the Second Elder's eyes dimmed. He stood powerlessly on the top of the tree. Then, he suddenly let out a long sigh. His head lowered, and rolled down from his neck with a rumbling sound. Then, his fragmented body fell down from the tree. It fell halfway, and scattered into a pile of minced meat. Chu Yang and the others had smeared the poison on their swords when they fell on the ground. This pile of minced meat instantly turned into black water, and completely decayed. Chu Yang whistled as he came back on his flying sword. He arrived beside the unconscious Gu Duxing, and fed him an incomplete version of the heavy pill. Then, he jumped up without looking. He whistled, and rushed towards the other king-level experts with GMO and Luo Kudi. The outcome had been decided. All the experts of the O clan had been annihilated. Not a single one of them had escaped. everyone had been thinking about this battle for a long time. That was because this was a battle of life and death in the truest sense of the word, even if they had been a little bit negligent, or even a little bit uncooperative. Then, they would have been the ones lying here at this moment. This fight had lasted for less than a quarter of an hour. No, it wasn't even 1/3 of a quarter of an hour. However, this was the most dangerous fight that Chu Yang and his brothers had faced since their debut. In fact, each of them had exhausted all of their strength in this fight. Everyone had been circling around the door of death countless times. But, fortunately, we won. We won. Shua Duxing sat up from the ground. His blood-stained face exposed a brilliant smile. 1. Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, and the others felt as if they were dreaming. They still couldn't believe these words. This fight had been a sneak attack and a plot. But, they had been outnumbered after all. Moreover, the two leaders of the opposite party were genuine Emperor-level experts. They felt a dull pain in their chests. They had been injured by the Emperor-level experts. They still had a lingering fear in their hearts. But, the enemy had already been annihilated. It was a dreamlike and unreal scene. Dong Wushang's heavy black saber was inserted straight into the ground. It was emitting a cold and majestic radiance. The people of the O clan had slowly turned into a puddle of blood. They were rotting in this gloomy chill wind forest. Shua Duxing and the others slowly stood up. They looked at the human tragedy that they had created with their own hands. They were collectively silent. Only their throats were gasping for breath. This is only the beginning. More and more powerhouses will fall because they have offended us in the future. Chu Yang insipidly said after they had calmed down a little. We killed 5 Emperor-level experts today. But, we also died. We brothers would have died 10 times if we hadn't plotted against them. Chu Yang stood up. His sharp vision swept over the faces of his brothers. He slowly extended his hand, and slowly clenched it into a fist. His eyes were fixed on his fist. He slowly said in a low and deep voice, but, we will make such Emperor-level experts fall under our hands one day, and we can destroy them with a flip of our hand. He had spoken the last few words very slowly. But, they were brimming with strong self-confidence. The brothers looked at Chu Yang's clenched fist, and slowly stretched it. Then, he fiercely flipped it over, and pressed it down. They couldn't help but feel their hearts throbbing violently. It seemed as if this palm had crushed an Emperor-level expert into fine powder. It's that easy. Chu Yang turned around and smiled. His snow-white teeth sparkled in the dense fog. Everyone looked at him quietly. Their eyes were shining, but they did not say a word. After a long time, Shua Duxing slowly turned his head. He looked at the king-level expert of the Shua clan and said, I wish to follow Big Brother Chu and join the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Everyone, are you willing to come along? The two men looked at each other. Then, the leader of the king-level experts, Shua Qingfeng, took a step forward, and solemnly said, we brothers are not proficient in our studies. So, it will be difficult for us to make even an inch of progress in our lives. It's rare for the young master to have such great ambitions. We brothers are willing to help the young master at all costs to fulfill his wish. At your beck and call, at your beck and call. He smiled bleakly as he looked at his brother's corpse lying in a pool of blood. He said in a low voice, the pot never breaks when it leaves the well. A general can't avoid dying in battle. We, the people of Jianghu, know that every step we take will lead to death. The only thing we can't let go of is the precarious situation of our Shua clan. If the young master can reach the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, then, even if you don't represent the Shua clan, there will still be one person surnamed Shua in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. We brothers will have no regrets even if we die. Shua Duxing took a deep breath. He felt that the rims of his eyes were somewhat hot as he said, I'm the Shua clan's young master. So, I'm naturally a member of the Shua clan. If there is such a person, then the Heavenly Armament Pavilion will have the name of my Shua clan. Everyone knelt down in an orderly manner. Their old tears streamed down their faces. We're willing to follow the young master and join the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. We'll have no regrets even if we have to die 10,000 times. Shua Duxing nodded and said, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion is still weak at the moment. It's inappropriate to reveal our secrets and identities. this, Shua Qingfeng solemnly said, this is natural. Everything has its own rules and regulations. It's not the first day that we've come to Jianghu. So, we naturally understand, no matter what, we've been mingling in the three heavens for more than half of our lives. So, we're confident that we know more than the young clan lords. We can pay attention to many things in the future. Shua Duxing nodded with gratification. A trace of a smile appeared on his cold face. He had used some means to drive away those three people who had an unstable position. So, he had left behind some loyal and reliable people to form the first team of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. He would have a great chance of success if he had this group of Jianghu veterans with him in the future. Everyone discussed for a while. Then, they buried the dead king-level expert. Then, they continued to move forward without stopping. We'll come back to settle this account with the O clan sooner or later. Chu Yang gazed in the direction of the O clan before he left. He slowly said after a long time, the O clan won't exist in the next three heavens. He turned around, and left. He didn't even look back on the way. He was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The O clan had schemed against him, and had caused the tragic death of one of his men. His brothers had also been seriously injured. So, how could Chu Yang not remember this account in his heart? Shua Duxing remained silent in front of the new grave for a long time. His complexion was like iron, and his eyes were expressionless. He suddenly grabbed a handful of soil from the grave before he left. Then, he stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it. He knelt down, and heavily kowtowed 3 times. Then, he got up, and strode away. He didn't look back. This enmity is mine. I'll settle this debt for you. I won't say anything. But, you'll know my intentions if your spirit is still there. I'll return to the chill wind forest after I've killed the O clan's people. And, I'll tell you, so that you can rest in peace. Shua Duxing didn't say these words out loud. In fact, he didn't say a single word. However, he had made an ironclad vow in his heart. He left in large strides. His black cloak fluttered in the wind. And, he left behind a straight and sword-like silhouette in the chill wind forest. Enmity is in the heart, but kindness is in the heart. Enmity must be repaid with one's own hands, kindness must be repaid 10,000 times over. This was Shua Duxing's principle. The chill wind forest was once again shrouded in a dense fog after everyone had left. It seemed as if the remnant souls of the new arrivals were howling and crying. But, it also seemed as if the heroic souls of the Shua clan were smiling and waving their hands to bid farewell. 3 days later, at the O clan, the teacup in the hand of the clan lord, O Qingwu, fell to the ground with a bang, and shattered into pieces. The complexions of the great elder and the others were gloomy, as if they wanted to eat someone alive. O Dujiao's complexion was deathly pale. He opened his mouth, but his lips were trembling. But, he couldn't utter a single word. This king-level expert had come to report the completion of his mission while carrying 3 heads. However, the others had chased them into the chill wind forest, and hadn't returned. The informants in the chill wind forest had reported back, King of Hell Chu and his group of 12 people had passed through the forest safe and sound. Everyone was in high spirits. And, a few of them were injured. The informants who had gone to the chill wind forest had reported back, looking at the traces left behind in the chill wind forest. It seemed that there had been a battle between experts. Judging from the traces left behind at the scene, the experts who had fought with each other were at the emperor level. The battlefield had been extremely tragic. The trees in the vicinity of several thousand feet had been destroyed, the battle had been fought, and the situation had been so tragic. King of Hell Chu and his group were safe and sound. Moreover, the second elder and his group hadn't returned. So, even a fool could guess what had happened. The second elder and his group had been annihilated. Moreover, their corpses had been destroyed without leaving any trace behind. They had lost 5 emperor-level experts and 24 king-level experts. This was a huge blow to the O clan. It was as if the sky had collapsed. There were only 5 emperor-level experts, in total. There were more than 50 king-level experts. But, the remaining 20 or so were experts who had been hired for external aid. As for the true hardcore experts of the clan, there were only 30 of them. These people were the most reliable. So, the O clan wasn't afraid that the information would leak out. Therefore, they had been dispatched to carry out this mission. But, they hadn't expected, 24 of them had died. That king-level expert had luckily returned because he hadn't gone with them. Moreover, he had come out of the chill wind forest uninjured if he had gone with them. Perhaps, he would have died in vain. The O clan was in a gloomy and miserable state. O Qingwu was regretting his decision to the bone. Had I known that King of Hellchu's group was so powerful? How could I have thought of plotting against them? The clan had clearly decided to take advantage of this opportunity to mend relations with the 4 big clans before King of Hellchu's arrival. This was a powerful opportunity that had delivered itself to our doorstep. But, this opportunity has been ruined because of everyone's greed. Moreover, we have lost the lives of 5 Emperor-level experts and 24 King-level experts. Moreover, we have made powerful enemies. Why do we have to do this? It seems that King of Hellchu's group is hiding some super experts. The Great Elder's chest was heaving up and down violently. His voice was trembling. But, he forced himself to remain calm as he analyzed. Moreover, these guys haven't suffered any casualties under our siege. This shows that these little guys have boundless prospects in the future. Moreover, they have the support of the 4 big clans behind them. They haven't received the mission yet. It seems that they are taking revenge on us because they don't have enough strength. It seems that this enmity has been sown. They will come sooner or later. The Great Elder said in a heavy voice, therefore, we can't sit still and wait for death. Everything will be over in case we are suppressed by the army of the 4 big clans. I will look for them to take revenge even if they don't come. How can I let them off so easily? Oh, Du Xiao clenched his teeth. The blue veins on his temples were throbbing. No matter what, a clan must first consider the strategy of self-preservation. Then, we must think about the strategy of destroying the enemy. Du Xiao, you still need to temper yourself. You must take revenge. But, there are many more things that are more important than revenge. There is no other way out of a moment of hot-bloodedness, except for destruction. The Great Elder coldly glanced at Du Xiao and said, the most important thing for us at present isn't revenge. It's self-preservation. What's the use of killing all of them if the O clan is gone? Du Xiao's face turned red as he replied, yes. Great Elder's teachings are correct. He drew back 2 steps, and said in his heart, these people are your brothers. Wouldn't you scold me for being heartless if I didn't show some anger? At present, we can only form an alliance. The Great Elder said in a heavy voice, our current enemies are King of Hellchu, Shua clan, Ji clan, Luo clan, and Dong clan because of this matter. In addition, there are 2 of their staunch allies, Mo clan and Xia clan. The Great Elder raised his fingers and coldly said, but, Gu clan is the weakest. Mo clan has just suffered a great change. So, its strength can't be considered as strong. Ji clan is the same. We can't rely on them. But, we can't pull them down. Only Luo clan, Dong clan, and Xia clan are comparable in strength to our O clan. He heaved a long sigh and sadly said, our clan has just lost so many experts. So, we can't be compared with these 3 clans. This old man made a mistake in his calculation. He paused, and didn't speak for a long time. Then, he continued with a sorrowful look on his face, let's analyze the situation of the enemy and our own clans. Ji clan and Gao clan already have irreconcilable enmity. Mo clan and Black Devil clan are also irreconcilable. Dong clan and Tian clan are also constantly fighting. Shua clan and Tu clan have deep enmity. There's also the Zhao clan. They've been suppressed by the Luo clan for a long time. Meng Su, who's in a difficult situation now, is also a force to be reckoned with. As for the Xia clan, they've been at odds with the Li clan ever since Xie Danqiong rejected their marriage proposal. The Great Elder said in a profound manner, the enemy of our enemy is our friend. If we can get in touch with them, we will be able to. The power of the 8 great clans is not weak. The Great Elder was worthy of being called an experienced and astute Jianghu veteran. His calculations were very clear and orderly. Although they had suffered a great change, they hadn't lost their minds. Qingwu's eyes lit up, Great Elder is wise. Well, the enemy has faintly joined forces. And, we need to start our operation now. We are a step behind in terms of time. But, they have to deal with the spirit beasts this time. This is our time. The Great Elder frowned, but, we need to be especially vigilant against the dark bamboo. I heard that Dukyu of the dark bamboo has a good personal relationship with King of Helchu. I don't know how good this relationship is. Will it affect the dark bamboo's attack? If the dark bamboo attacks, we have no chance of winning. Oh Qingwu's complexion turned gloomy as he said, even if we contact the Ao clan and the Li clan to stand on our side, we can only be evenly matched. In fact, we might even be at a disadvantage. You're wrong. If bamboo were to interfere, the situation would become even more chaotic. This is because bamboo has conflicts with all of the other clans. There have been conflicts. The Great Elder snorted and said, as for the Ao clan, don't even think about it. The Ao clan won't get involved in this mess, unless we kill Ao Xieyun now and shift the blame to these clans. Speaking up to this point, he suddenly stopped talking. His eyes were deep as he pondered. Oh Qingwu's eyes also lit up. In an instant, the hall fell silent. After a long while, Oh Qingwu stood up and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll immediately arrange for the people of the great families. Bring some natural treasures," the Great Elder said gloomily. Now that we have a favor to ask of others, we have no choice but to spend money. Even if we keep those things, we'll just keep them. At the critical moment, we'll need to use them. Oh Qingwu replied, "All right." Then, he immediately arranged for Oh Dushao to bring some people to get them. Then, he began to arrange the people on this side in a rush to prepare for the diplomatic mission. However, it didn't take long for Oh Dushao to rush over. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. His face was distorted beyond recognition. It seemed as if he had lost his mind. "It's not good." "What's the matter?" Oh Qingwu was startled. "Have they already come knocking on our door?" The Great Elder became even more dissatisfied. "You need to be calm in the face of trouble. How can you be in such a panic?" Oh Dujiao's face was covered in soybean-sized beads of sweat. He almost wanted to cry. "Our hidden treasure house has been robbed. Our natural treasures are gone." "What?" The Great Elder fiercely stood up. His chair fell to the ground with a bang sound. However, he didn't care about it. His old eyes that were always hidden in his wrinkles suddenly opened wide like copper bells. "Say that again?" "It's been robbed, it's really been robbed." Oh Dujiao's voice carried a sobbing tone. "Not even a little bit." Oh Qingwu fiercely drew back 3 steps. His complexion had turned as white as snow. "Let's go and take a look." The Great Elder stood in the empty hidden treasure house not long after. He looked at the empty heavenly fragrance jade boxes. His eyes were lifeless. He didn't speak for a long time. He seemed as if he had lost his soul. Then, he suddenly spouted out a mouthful of blood after a long time. He then looked up to the sky. "Oh God, is it possible that the heaven wants my O clan to perish?" Oh Qingwu's entire body trembled. His vision was in a mess. He muttered, "How can this be?" The O clan had collected these natural treasures in the past for the purpose of promoting their cultivation. However, many of them had become useless once they had reached a certain amount. Therefore, they had sealed them up. The clan had become more and more powerful. And, they had resorted to all sorts of tricks and robberies. Therefore, they had collected more and more of these things. In the past, Oh Qingwu had only thought that he could slowly cultivate and accumulate these good things since he had so many of them. After all, these natural treasures could be used to make poisons when the clan's poison level had reached a new level. And, these natural treasures could be used to supplement and stimulate the poison. This was the highest level of poison. Therefore, he had always managed them with great care. However, he hadn't expected that these natural treasures would be stolen at this critical juncture when the O clan needed them the most. There are still some residual things inside. A lot of them are just powders. And, a lot of them are dried up elixirs, Oh Dushao said in a daze. Oh Qingwu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He said, "Could it be that King of Helchu did it?" Oh Dushao shook his head. "It shouldn't be. I've been inseparable from King of Helchu ever since he came here. He doesn't have any opportunity to do such a thing. It must be someone else. Investigate." Oh Qingwu roared. The elixirs were gone. Moreover, the precious materials had been taken away by King of Hell Chu. The O clan was a big clan. But, it had fallen into an awkward situation where it didn't have any gifts to give. Upper 3. Heavens, Chu Fei Ling's return to the Chu clan had caused a huge uproar. No one had expected that Chu Fei Ling would find the mysterious Yang Jade so quickly. Mr. Yu was greatly surprised when he received the mysterious Yang Jade. His white beard was blown straight, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Mysterious Yang Jade core? Where did you get this treasure? I got it by chance. It's pure luck. Chu Fei Ling smiled gently and elegantly. He didn't want to expose the existence of his little brother. Chu Fei Long would have dealt with him to vent his anger if he had known about it. Your luck is very good. Mr. Yu looked at him with envy. This old man has been looking for it for more than 100 years. But, I haven't even seen a single hair of this thing. Chu Fei Ling said, Mr. Yu, my father's injury won't be a problem now that I have this thing, right? There's absolutely no problem. Mr. Yu patted his chest and said, I brought the mysterious Yang Jade core here. So, I might as well smash my own reputation and become a beggar if I still can't heal Clan Lord Chu. Chu Fei Ling heaved a sigh of relief. He gratefully said, Thank you, Mr. Yu. I've troubled you. Mr. Yu chuckled. Big brother, I heard that you've returned? Have you found the mysterious Yang Jade? A voice was heard. It was full of concern. A man walked in with large strides as this voice sounded. He had a handsome face and a tall stature. He was dressed in a brocade robe. His hair wasn't messy. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's even when he was looking at people in a gentle manner. But, this person's eyes were as deep as the sea. Moreover, his bearing was extraordinary. He stood like a deep pool and a high mountain. His every move was full of natural authority. He was the second son of the Chu clan. Chu Fei Long. I've found it. Father's injury shouldn't be a problem. Chu Fei Ling looked at his second brother with a complicated look in his eyes. He then insipidly said, That's great. Chu Fei Long's spirit was suddenly lifted. He grabbed Chu Fei Ling's hand, and said in a pleasantly surprised manner, Big brother, we have to thank you for this trip. Third brother and I haven't been able to eat for the past few days. Alas, it's fortunate that big brother came back early. Otherwise, third brother would have been blaming himself even if I could have held on. I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to hold on. As he spoke, he sighed, third brother is like this. He's very thoughtful. I've told him a few times. This guy really gives me a headache. Chu Fei Ling swallowed his saliva, and his Adam's apple moved. He smiled and said, Thanks to the two of you for taking care of us during my absence. Second brother, it's been hard on you. Chu Fei Long was displeased. He said earnestly, Big brother, what are you saying? We're blood-related brothers. We share the same mother. Besides, it's only right that Zhao Shua is our father. How can it be hard on me? Big brother, you've been running around, and this has made me feel uneasy. You must rest well for a few days and recuperate. Big brother, you're the pillar of our clan. If you collapse from exhaustion, we really don't know what to do. He spoke affectionately, and laughed heartily. He held his big brother's hand affectionately. His eyes were full of sincerity. He stared at his big brother frankly. The rims of his eyes were a little red. It was evident that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Chu Fei Ling sighed sadly in his heart. He thought of the Saber Emperor who chased after him in the lower three heavens. Second brother, is it really you? I'm really willing to believe that the person in front of me is the real you. Mr. Yu looked at this scene, and couldn't help but say enviously, you brothers have such a good relationship. It's rare to see such brothers in other clans. Chu Fei Long laughed and said sincerely, Mr. Yu, you're praising me so much that I'm blushing. We share the same mother. If we don't have a good relationship, can we still be brothers? Big brother has always taken care of us since we were young. He's always shouldered everything for us. He's willing to work hard without complaint. If such a big brother isn't worthy of respect, then there's no big brother in the world who's worthy of respect. Mr. Yu nodded with gratification and said, I'm going to treat Clan Master Chu's injuries. You brothers haven't seen each other for a long time. You should have a good chat. He walked in while sighing. A figure flashed, and Chu Feiyan rushed in. Big brother, you're back. I heard that you found the mysterious young jade? His hands trembled nervously as he stared at Chu Feiling. Chu Feiling nodded and smiled. I found it. That's great, that's great. Chu Feiyan jumped up and realized that his second brother was also here. He hurriedly greeted him. Second brother, you're here too. His voice was somewhat nervous. His second brother had always been very kind to him, and had taken care of him meticulously. But he didn't know why, but he felt afraid every time he saw his second brother. He was far less affectionate than his big brother. Chu Feiyan didn't know what was going on. Third brother, you can't change your impatient temper. Chu Feilong frowned. You're a man with a family and a business, but you're still like a child. What has disappointed you with big brother's work? You're still asking. Chu Feilong reprimanded him, but pulled his younger brother over, and carefully blew away the dust on his collar. He patted his younger brother's messy hair, and was full of love. But, he still rebuked him with a sullen face. Be more careful in the future. Look at you, what have you become? Chu Feiyan scratched his head and smiled mischievously. He was somewhat embarrassed. Big brother is better, but second brother always treats me like a child. This is really annoying. But, second brother's love for me is really indescribable. Chu Feiling looked on from one side, and smiled. But, he sighed painfully in his heart. Chu Feilong's performance was impeccable, and he had deceived everyone except for himself. But, how could Chu Feiling's personal experience be deceived? He and his wife had been chased repeatedly, and their son had been missing for 18 years. 3 heavenly saber emperors had besieged them. Could it be that all of this is fake? Second brother, what do you want? The 3 brothers sat for a while. Then, footsteps were heard from inside. Mr. Yu walked out quickly, and smiled. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Chu Feiling and Chu Feiyan stood up together, and were overjoyed. A cold light flashed in Chu Feilong's eyes. Then, he also stood up in ecstasy, and grabbed Mr. Yu's hand. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Mr.'s great kindness to the Chu clan makes me shed tears of gratitude. I can't thank you enough. Please accept my bow. As he spoke, he actually fell to his knees with a plop and kowtowed repeatedly. His face was filled with tears of gratitude. His true feelings were revealed. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do this. Second Master Chu, you've really wronged me. Mr. Yu was very relieved. He hurriedly helped Chu Feilong up. An old man with a leopard head and round eyes walked out with a satisfied smile. He was the head of the Chu clan, Chu Xianxia. The dark aura on his face had already been swept away, and his face was glowing red. It was obvious that his injuries had healed quite well. You're all here. Not bad. Felice, it's all thanks to you this time. Chu Xianxia laughed. Father, it's good that you've recovered. It's only right for me to work hard, Chu Feiling said respectfully. Big brother, has sister-in-law returned? Chu Feiyan asked. She went to the lower 3 heavens, but I've already sent her a message. I think she'll be back in a few days, Chu Feiling said with a smile. Sister-in-law is alone. Don't let anything happen to her. Chu Feiyan said worriedly. Your sister-in-law went down with her master. She'll definitely be fine, Chu Feiling said meaningfully. Big brother, you're really thoughtful. Chu Feilong laughed. If Lord Lan is willing to take action, then, there are only a few people in the entire heavens who can hurt sister-in-law. Big brother and sister-in-law are deeply in love with each other. You really love your wife very much. Ha ha ha. Except for Chu Feiling, everyone laughed together. Chu Feiling only felt depressed, but he had to accompany them and laugh a few times. After a few days, young Ruolan finally returned to the Chu clan, but she came back alone. After she greeted the master, she was pulled back by Chu Feiling. Why did you come back so late? Chu Feiling was a little anxious. I went to do some things on the way, young Ruolan said. What's the matter? Something big. Chu Feiling's face was serious. I encountered Yiran Mo leading 8 saber emperors in the lower 3 heavens. They attacked me with a formation on the 5th day of the lower 3 heavens. He started to take action again? Yang Ruolan's complexion changed. He's really seizing every opportunity to deal with us. Are you okay? Yang Ruolan heard this, and realized that there was something fishy about this matter. I'm fine. Fortunately, I had my sworn younger brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back this time, Chu Feiling sighed. He couldn't help but reveal a warm smile on his face when he thought of Chu Yang. It wasn't because Chu Yang had given him so many gifts. It was because Chu Feiling felt a genuine affection for his sworn younger brother. Your sworn younger brother? Yang Ruolan asked in amusement. When did you have another sworn younger brother? You can't rely on your own brothers. So, you have another sworn younger brother? Haha, my sworn younger brother is very resourceful, Chu Feiling said mysteriously. Chu Feiling said mysteriously. Then, he focused on observing the movements around him. I'll tell you this, but you mustn't tell anyone else. This mysterious young jade core was given to me by my sworn younger brother. Ah? Your sworn younger brother is so generous? Yang Ruolan asked in astonishment. This mysterious young jade core is the most precious treasure in the world. But, he's willing to give it to someone else? This is nothing. My sworn younger brother has given me a lot of good things. Chu Feiling smiled and said, it's a pity that second brother is very popular at home. He's very close to everyone. So, I can't tell him about this matter. Otherwise, it would have reached his ears, alas. How's your sworn younger brother's cultivation? Yang Ruolan tightly knitted her brows and said, you can't tell him if his strength is low. He has ruined Chu Feilong's plan. So, Chu Feilong won't let him off. Yes, I have this concern, Chu Feiling nodded and said, my sworn younger brother's cultivation is only at the 2nd grade of Sword King. That's troublesome. But, won't Yiran Mo tell you even if you don't tell him? Yang Ruolan worriedly said, he's still as dangerous as before. There's no harm in bringing your sworn younger brother here. We owe him a great debt of gratitude. Wouldn't our conscience be uneasy if we don't care about him? It's all right. Chu Feiling slightly smiled. Yiran Mo has already died at the hands of my sworn younger brother. The Yi clan saber emperors have also died with my sworn younger brother's help. None of them survived. That's good. Yang Ruolan heaved a sigh of relief. But then, she suddenly became startled. She realized that something was extremely wrong. She suddenly raised her head, and opened her eyes wide. Wait, what did you say? Yiran Mo has already died at the hands of your sworn younger brother? Your second younger brother's cultivation is only at the 2nd grade of Sword King? He helped you to annihilate the Saber Emperors in one fell swoop. None of them survived? Yes, what's wrong? Chu Feiling was somewhat proud as he said, my sworn younger brother is very powerful. Yang Ruolan was dumbstruck. Even if one were to break their heads thinking, they wouldn't be able to imagine how a 2nd grade Sword King could help a 3rd grade Saber Emperor kill the other 2 Saber Emperors. It's like this. My sworn younger brother is very crafty. He didn't use his real ability to kill Yiran Mo. Chu Feiling had no choice but to narrate the situation in detail. He then said with a smile, I was shocked at that time, that's true. Yang Ruolan's gaze was lifeless. Take a guess. What's my cultivation level now? Chu Feiling asked mysteriously. Aren't you a hidden Saber Emperor? What else is there to guess? Yang Ruolan rolled her eyes at him and said, let's talk seriously, how did you and your sworn younger brother meet? Take a look. Chu Feiling stretched out his hand, and made a grabbing motion. Suddenly, the spirit energy of the entire space was grabbed by his hand. Then, his hand emitted a bright white light. For small pure white circles of light were clearly flashing on his hand. Ah! Yang Ruolan fiercely stood up. She looked at her husband in disbelief. Her eyes were full of shock. You, 4th grade Saber Monarch? You're really, 4th grade Saber Monarch. But, why are the Sovereign King's rings pure white? Yes, my cultivation is at 4th grade Saber Monarch. But, my mental state cultivation is at the peak of Saber Monarch level. Chu Feiling's eyes flashed as he said, that's why the Sovereign King's rings are white. How is this possible? Yang Ruolan covered her small mouth in shock. How can it be so fast? But, What's going on with this mental state? This, Yang Ruolan was an emperor-level expert. So, how could she not know what this meant? A 4th-grade saber monarch had the mental state of a saber monarch. This meant that there was no bottleneck on the road to becoming a saber monarch. One would naturally become a saber monarch as long as one's cultivation reached a certain level. So, how could it not be easy to increase one's martial power and cultivation? One just had to cultivate. But, the most important thing was the mental state. It was possible to seal one's cultivation for a lifetime if one couldn't make a breakthrough in the mental state. For example, if someone had a cultivation of level 3 and a cultivation of level 4, both of them would cultivate together. However, after reaching a certain level, the level 3 cultivator would only be able to consolidate his cultivation, and the excess spiritual energy he absorbed would dissipate soon after. However, the level 4 cultivator would be able to absorb spiritual energy into his body and turn it into cultivation. This was the importance of making a breakthrough in the mental state. This was also the so-called bottleneck. But, Chu Feiling's journey was a smooth one. I didn't believe it either. I had been stuck at the Saber Emperor grade for a long time. But, my sworn brother gave me a pill. Not only did it increase my cultivation by 5 grades, but it also helped me break through the bottleneck. Moreover, it also promoted my mental cultivation to the Saber Monarch grade. Chu Feiling's eyes flashed. He spoke slowly with a grateful look on his face. What kind of pill? Yang Ruolan felt that her breathing had become rapid. I don't know the name of this pill. Chu Feiling smiled mysteriously and said, but, my sworn brother gave me 2 pills. I ate one of them, and my cultivation increased to this level. The other one is for you. Your angina will disappear after you eat it. Moreover, your mental state will also increase to the monarch level. As for how much your martial power and cultivation will increase, that will depend on you. There's such an elixir in the world. Yang Ruolan was so shocked that she was at a loss for words. Didn't I tell you? My sworn brother is very powerful. Chu Feiling smiled proudly. Chu Feiling took out a purple jade bottle from his bosom as he spoke. He gave it to Yang Ruolan as if it was a treasure. Take it. This is a token of my appreciation for you. Yang Ruolan held the jade bottle in her hand, and felt a comfortable feeling all over her body. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, it's really a good thing. Your sworn brother is very good to you. My sworn younger brother is indeed a great benefactor to me. Chu Feiling sighed with emotion and said, my sworn brother also gave us 2 medicinal pills in addition to this. According to him, these 2 pills can bring someone back to life as long as they aren't beheaded on the spot. Moreover, he also gave us a bottle of medicine. After we take it, we'll be able to completely conceal our aura fluctuations. No one will be able to see through us. Yang Ruolan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. These were things that she had never seen or heard of. My sworn brother has given us so many things? Well, my sworn brother also gave you a sword and me a saber. Chu Feiling carefully took out the sword and saber and said, I've tested it. It can cut through iron as if it were mud. It's more than 10 times stronger than my original saber. It can be said that this is the sharpest divine weapon I've ever seen apart from the treasured swords and sabers of the big clans. He took a deep breath and said, even the big clans only have a few treasured swords and sabers. And these swords are passed down from their ancestors. They have already become the sacred objects of their respective clans. So, who can see them? Yang Ruolan had already picked up the sword. She took it out and looked at it. She felt a cold light shining on it. It was like a pool of autumn water that reflected all kinds of things in the world. The weight, the length, the size, and the style were all to her liking. She couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement and said, your sworn brother is really a talent. It's rare for him to give me this sword, but it's to my liking. My sworn brother is a heaven-sent genius. I don't know what he doesn't know, Chu Feiling said proudly. Yang Ruolan said, your sworn brother has such deep feelings for you. Feiling, you mustn't let him down. Even if it's just one of these things, it's still a huge favor. Of course. Chu Feiling said with certainty, you should quickly take this medicine. According to my sworn younger brother, this medicine can only be effective for emperor-level experts and above. It won't have any effect on anyone below the Emperor realm. Yang Ruolan nodded. She gently and carefully opened the purple jade bottle. Then, she poured out a 7-colored pill from it. A burst of rich and strange fragrance pervaded the air. She didn't dare to neglect it. So, she hastily put it in her mouth. As soon as he put it in, he felt an endless amount of spiritual energy turn into pure energy and rush towards his limbs and bones. He couldn't help but let out a soft end sound. Then, he was brought into a mysterious state by the violent medicinal effects. By the time Yang Ruolan woke up, it was already night time. Chu Feiling had been standing guard at the side, not daring to move. Yang Ruolan opened her eyes, and operated her primordial energy. She felt that several bottlenecks in her body that she hadn't been able to break through had suddenly been cleared up. Her spirit was clear and transparent. Many of the meanings of the great Tao that she hadn't understood before had also been cleared up. Her entire body, from her soul to her physical body, felt incomparably relaxed, and his own cultivation had actually increased by a large margin. Awesome! Yang Ruolan was somewhat dumbstruck as she checked her own cultivation. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty and said, "I'm now a 7th grade Emperor level expert." She stretched out her hand and condensed her primordial energy. Suddenly, 7 oval pure white circles appeared in her hand. She couldn't help but stare blankly. Then, she said, "My mental state has also reached the monarch level." She stood up as if she was dreaming. Then, she pinched her arm with all her might. She said in a daze, "Is this true? Is it really true?" "It's absolutely true." Chu Feiling held his beloved wife in his arms. However, he found that his wife had already shed tears of surprise. He had never seen his wife so happy since his son had gone missing. So, he couldn't help but feel gratified. Yang Ruolan leaned in her husband's arms in a daze. But, she couldn't help but shed tears. She said, my child wouldn't have gone missing if we had this kind of cultivation back then." Chu Feiling heaved a deep sigh, and hugged her even tighter. "I must thank that sworn brother of yours properly." Yang Ruolan wiped her tears and said, "Feiling, there are very few people nowadays who value relationships and treat treasures like dirt. We mustn't fail to live up to his kind intentions." Chu Feiling nodded deeply. He said in order to ease his wife's emotions, "It's strange to say that my sworn brother is only 18 years old. He's very handsome. I feel that he's very familiar when I see him. Moreover, his face is somewhat similar to mine. You tell me, isn't this fate bestowed upon us by heaven?" He spoke in high spirits. But, he suddenly realized that Yang Ruolan's delicate body had stiffened in his arms. Then, Yang Ruolan turned around like a whirlwind. Her eyes flashed with tears and hope. She said in a trembling voice, "He's only 18 years old, and looks very similar to you, your sworn brother?" Could he be?" Chu Feiling was startled. "Could he be our son?" Yang Ruolan's eyes burst with an intense ray of hope. She stared at Chu Feiling's face. "It can't be." Chu Feiling jumped in fright. He was so frightened by these words that he started to sweat. He wiped his sweat twice and said, "It's absolutely impossible. My sworn brother is brave and resourceful. He's domineering and awe-inspiring. He kills decisively and is full of tricks. He's a top-notch talent in the world. Our son, if he's as capable as my sworn brother, then I'll have no regrets even if I die now." He thought in his heart, Motherfew *cur, if that little boy is really my son, then I'll die of shame. I'll become sworn brothers with my own son. I'm afraid this matter will become the most legendary story in the heavens. I can't say this casually. What's the name of your sworn brother?" Yang Ruolan didn't pay attention to his joke. She continued to ask. "It's very strange. His surname is also Chu, and his name is Chu Yang." Chu Feiling coughed twice and said, "Chu Yang? King of Hell, Chu of the lower 3 heavens?" Yang Ruolan took a step back. Her eyes emitted an unbelievable light. "How can it be him? Is it him? It should be. I haven't seen King of Hell Chu. But, my sworn brother has indeed come from the lower 3 heavens." Chu Feiling nodded. "That's right." Yang Ruolan muttered. Suddenly, her face turned red. She recalled that she had just taught that king of Hell Chu a lesson. But, she hadn't expected that he was her husband's sworn brother. He was a great benefactor of the entire Chu clan. Am I being ungrateful? She couldn't help but feel ashamed as she thought of this. However, she recalled that king of Hell Chu was a frivolous and hooligan. Then, she recalled her husband's evaluation of him, brave and resourceful, awe-inspiring and awe-inspiring. He kills decisively and is full of tricks. So, she felt that it wasn't quite the same. Moreover, her husband had said, my sworn brother's appearance is somewhat similar to mine, but, the king of Hell Chu I saw didn't resemble me at all. Could it be that there are two people? Yang Ruolan became suspicious. I came back late this time because I had to do something, and the target's name is Chu Yang. Yang Ruolan thought for a while. Then, she told the whole story. Chu Failing was startled. He listened carefully. Then, his expression changed as he listened. He said, you abandoned him? My sworn brother isn't that kind of person. You must have made a mistake. Your master does things arbitrarily. He only cares about his own preferences. He doesn't care about other people's feelings. Moreover, did your junior sister ask you to help her vent her anger? She was willing to do so. What does it have to do with you? Who asked you to deal with her lover? You're simply unreasonable. Yang Ruolan's face turned red. She said, this matter is indeed somewhat lacking in consideration. What do you mean by somewhat lacking in consideration? It's ridiculous. Chu Failing said angrily, I don't know whether you're dealing with my sworn brother or not, but, how can you and I face him in the future if you're dealing with him? Yang Ruolan's face turned red. She said, but, this Chu Yang is somewhat glib-tongued. Moreover, he's a king-level expert at the age of 18. But, he's like a hooligan. His appearance doesn't resemble yours at all. Moreover, he doesn't have a calm aura. Perhaps, they're two different people. Chu Failing wrinkled his brows and said, that's possible. He muttered to himself for a while. Then, he said, I'm still somewhat worried. I'll go and take a look after we've dealt with the spirit beast Tide and the 3 Stars Divine Clan. Yang Ruolan said, that's good. I'll go with you when the time comes. I'll thank him in person. And, I'll personally apologize to him and ask for his forgiveness if I've wronged him that time. Chu Failing nodded. He said in his heart, how could my sworn brother be so easily plotted against by you? That's impossible. He may not be alone. His wisdom and cultivation can go unimpeded for 3 days. 3 days, Chu Yang and the others finally arrived at the northern wilderness after a long and arduous journey. The closer they got, the colder they felt. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air when they finally arrived at the northern wilderness. What a huge glacier and snowfield. They saw that the peaks were wrapped in jade. And, it was a world of ice and snow for thousands of miles. It was majestic and boundless. Chu Yang had never been here in his previous life. So, he had thought that there would be shadows of people flying everywhere since so many people from the big clans had arrived in the 3 heavens. However, he realized that this wasn't the case when he arrived here. He couldn't see a single human figure as far as his eyes could see. He also didn't know where those people had gone. However, they were so insignificant that they could be ignored even if they were standing on the glacier. We've finally arrived. Chu Yang's black robe was fluttering in the cold wind. He slowly stepped onto the ice field. He felt the bone-chilling cold coming from the front. The sky was filled with boundless white snow. He suddenly felt a surge of heroic spirit in his heart. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind suddenly flipped violently. His face was full of excitement, causing the entire space to vibrate as if it was dancing. Have we arrived at the northern ice field of the 3 heavens? The sword spirit asked excitedly. Yes, Chu Yang replied. Great! You're finally here. The sword spirit somersaulted excitedly in the space and said, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Chu Yang was confused. My sword spirit is sealed here, the sword spirit laughed. It's under the northern ice fields. As long as you can find it, my strength will increase exponentially. The other functions of the space will also be activated. Your cultivation base will also increase greatly. The more help I can't give you, the more. He smiled happily and said, "The most important thing is that the quality of the tribulation sword has finally increased by another level." I see. Xianxia's heart was burning with excitement. The cold air spread from the soles of his feet all the way up. The tribulation sword tip in his dantian suddenly shook violently. An extremely excited emotion was clearly transmitted to Xianxia's heart. What's going on? Xianxia's heart was beating wildly. He felt that the sword edge and the sword blade were also vibrating intensely with the excitement of the sword tip. There are countless natural treasures growing on the northern ice fields. Because it's cold here, there are very few people, so it's preserved. The sword spirit said excitedly, and after the tribulation sword swallowed so many precious materials and herbs, it's finally going to advance again. To prepare for the fourth part of the tribulation sword. And this opportunity is here. In the northern ice fields, the sword spirit said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you. After the tribulation sword advances this time, it will give birth to a new ability. That is, it can create elixirs to increase anyone's cultivation. And there won't be any future worries." Xianxia was dumbfounded. He was pleasantly surprised. The sword spirit said, "Just like your brothers, you can promote them to the emperor level and then take the heavy elixir to raise their state of mind to the peak of the monarch level. All the previous masters of the tribulation sword have used this method to promote their brothers, so as to form an invincible power that can flatten the heavens. It's just that it will take a long time." I see. Xianxia's eyes lit up. But, you have to be careful. There are several extremely terrifying auras in this northern wilderness. These auras have already left for a long time. But, their remnant auras make me feel very formidable. If by any chance we meet such people, I can't come out to help you, because they will discover my existence. That would be even more dangerous for you. The sword spirit reminded. So powerful? Xianxia frowned. How can there be such a powerful existence in the lower three heavens? These people aren't from the lower three heavens. They have come to the northern wilderness to do something. The sword spirit comforted him, therefore, you don't have to worry. That's because the heavens law enforcers will take action as soon as 2 or more of these people appear. In this vast wilderness, there have been 4 such powerful auras. Then, one of them must be a law enforcer. What are the cultivation levels of these auras? Xianxia asked. It's hard to say. The sword spirit was silent for a while. Then, he said, in this world, there are many geniuses who live in seclusion. They are extremely talented, but they do things their own way. Their temperaments are indifferent. They often have powerful cultivation levels, but no one knows their names. Every single one of these existences is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Once they make a move, it will be earth-shattering. Sword Spirit Wei sighed and said, for generations, the Tribulation Sword Master has been the most powerful in the heaven. In fact, this is indeed the case. But, don't forget one thing, the most powerful thing about the past Tribulation Sword Masters is the Tribulation Sword, not the Tribulation Sword Master himself. And, the most powerful thing about these existences is their own bodies. The Sword Spirit said heavily, if the Tribulation Sword Master has all the Tribulation Swords, these people won't be his opponents. But, if the Tribulation Sword Master uses another sword to fight against these people, he will definitely lose. He warned heavily, he will definitely die. These people respect the Tribulation Sword Master. They don't come out to cause trouble. But, they don't respect the current Tribulation Sword Master, but the extraordinary person who created the heaven. The Sword Spirit said, before you get the Tribulation Sword completely, or before you get the 7th fragment of the Tribulation Sword, you don't have the ability to protect yourself. Once you meet such existences, you must be careful. You must be careful. So, there are such people in this world, Xianxia murmured. Suddenly, he felt that the world in front of him had become more colorful. Such people are rare, but they definitely exist. The Sword Spirit said, for example, Shen Feng and Lu Yun, the 2 supreme martial artists. Although they have been alive for 10,000 years, they may not be dead. Supreme martial artists can't live as long as the world, but they can delay aging indefinitely. If that's the case, those people who once followed the Tribulation Sword Master to conquer the world and the past Tribulation Sword Masters should be supreme martial artists themselves, right? They may not be dead? Xianxia asked, puzzled. The sword spirit suddenly became silent. He didn't answer this question at all. He fell into an absolute silence. Xianxia could even feel his thoughts. I won't say it. Even if you beat me to death. Xianxia helplessly shook his head, and smiled. After sorting out his thoughts, he quickly threw these strange stories to the side and thought, how can such a thing be so easy to encounter? The sword spirit's remnant soul had returned to its place, and the tribulation sword had been upgraded. This had greatly increased the strength of his brothers. Xianxia was already very satisfied with this. His brothers saw that Xianxia was so happy. So, they all asked for the reason. Xianxia laughed out loud. He was in a very happy mood. There are friends in the northern wilderness. There are also enemies. There are murderous and hot-blooded people. There are also brothers. There are feelings. Xianxia laughed boldly. Brothers, you must know that this northern wilderness is going to be the biggest transformation between us. The biggest transformation? What transformation? The brothers were somewhat puzzled. The northern wilderness is full of murderous vibes. The heavenly imperial court is built from here. Xianxia recalled the sword spirit's reminder, and the excitement of the tribulation sword in his dantian. He looked up to the sky, and shouted, countless opportunities are also here. It will be the time for a fish to transform into a dragon when we leave this place. This is an opportunity given by the heavens. How can we miss it? He laughed out loud. Then, he looked up to the sky, and shouted. His shout was so fierce that it pierced through the clouds. He then said fiercely, the world-defying heavens. From today onwards. Shuadu Xing's eyes emitted a sharp cold light. He muttered, the world-defying heavens, from today onwards. I suddenly feel a lofty feeling in my chest. A long shout was heard from afar. A clear and bright voice laughed, the world-defying heavens is indeed very bold. And, it's also very boastful. A blue silhouette came from the sky. He flashed in the sky like a meteor, and landed in front of Xianxia. He then said with a smile, King of Hell Chu, I have been waiting for you for a long time. It was Dukyu. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He said, my debtor has finally arrived. Dukyu, where are your white crystals? Dukyu exposed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. We haven't seen each other for a long time. And, you want to pay the debt as soon as we meet. Is my credit so bad? What kind of credit do you have if you don't pay the debt? Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, hurry up. I need it urgently. He couldn't help but be anxious. The little girl had been very quiet these days. Especially when she saw Xianxia and the others practicing martial arts. Her eyes became even more bitter. Xianxia was very distressed. The most direct way to untie the little girl's heart was to let the tribulation sword work with the heavy pill to cure her 3 meridian. Then, Mo Qingwu could continue to practice. She wouldn't feel pain in her chest every time she practiced like she was now. And, the key to the improvement of the tribulation sword was the white crystal or in Dukyu's hands. Dukyu snorted and said, fine. Come, I will first pay the debt to you. Then, he jumped up and said, follow me. Xianxia carried Mo Qingwu on his back and followed closely behind. Shuadu Xing and the others also jumped up. They were like a long line of dragons whistling in the wind and snow. They ran on the slippery ice field. In an instant, they had covered dozens of miles. The wind and snow were getting heavier and heavier. Suddenly, a strange cry came from afar in front of the wind and snow, a spirit beast of the same level has appeared. Dukyu, who was running like lightning, suddenly stopped. He stood on the slippery ice field like a nail. Without any hesitation, he changed his direction and said, let's go and take a look. His green robe fluttered and he went more than 500 feet away. Xianxia didn't have time to stop. He had already rushed more than 1,000 feet on the slippery ice field. Then, he turned around and followed him while cursing. This bastard, why did he change his direction halfway? Is he trying to renege on his debt? Everyone flew in that direction. Except for Xianxia, Everyone was very interested in the mysterious spirit beast of the same level. After all, it was the main goal of everyone's trip. Outside the ice plains, several hundred li away, two figures were walking over. Although the two of them had walked together, their movements, expressions, demeanor, and appearance, no matter which aspect it was, they were completely different. Looking at these two people, anyone would have a feeling, these are people from two different worlds. Absolutely so. This kind of feeling. One was walking leisurely, and the other was running fast. One looked calm and elegant, and the other was anxious and impatient. One's green robe fluttered as if he was taking a stroll. The other's black robe fluttered as if he was fighting for his life. The other's facial features were regular, and he looked like a gentleman. His beard fluttered in the wind. He looked like a celestial being. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything in this world. But the other's appearance was... Damn, this appearance is really indescribable. It's absolutely indescribable. There are many ugly people, but such an ugly person has never been seen in the history of the heavens. This person's appearance is definitely unprecedented in the history of the heavens. These two were Meng Xiaoran and Tan Tan. Meng Xiaoran helplessly frowned and said, Tan Tan, I have something to discuss with you. Tan Tan was shocked and said, Please say it, master. Meng Xiaoran's face was full of black lines. He said weakly, You don't have to be so shocked when we are together, right? You are beautiful. I have raised you for 18 years. Don't you know? Why are you so shocked in front of me? Tan Tan acted as if he didn't hear anything. He skillfully tidied his hair with his hands. He raised his head and shook his hair. Then, he skillfully took out a mirror from his bosom. He suddenly shouted in shock, Master, master, look. I haven't looked in the mirror for a few days. I have become more handsome. Meng Xiaoran's face was full of black lines. Just pretend I didn't say anything. He was extremely depressed as he walked forward. Tan Tan carefully looked at himself in the room. Then, he smugly said, Motherfu *cur. You've become even more handsome. If Xie Danfeng were to see this, she would definitely be charmed to death. In his bosom, a golden fish tail suddenly stretched out powerlessly and shook twice. Meng Xiaoran sighed, even the divine chi-gathering fish is disgusted. Tan Tan tidied up his appearance in front of the mirror. Then, he crooked his mouth and squinted his eyes to make a few expressions. Then, he looked very shocked in front of the mirror. Then, he said, Master, do you think Qi Yang will go this time? He will definitely go. Meng Xiaoran said with certainty. I heard that the bride-snatching battle was very lively. Unfortunately, I didn't make it. Tan Tan looked at Meng Xiaoran with hidden bitterness. It is all your fault, master. I had to break through the bottleneck at that time. Meng Xiaoran's face was like iron. He turned a deaf ear and sped up. He left this shameless disciple far behind. Too shameless. You reached the bottleneck and the opportunity to break through. That's why you were delayed. Now, you want to blame me for this? Do you know how difficult it is for a martial artist to encounter such an opportunity? You were a bastard just now. If Meng Xiaoran's self-cultivation was not so good, he would have grabbed this little guy and punched him. Senior brother, if you see me, you definitely won't recognize me. Tan Tan was so happy that he couldn't help but take out a mirror to look at himself. Then, he said in self-pity, Qi Yang looks so shabby. He's never seen such a handsome guy like me. Meng Xiaoran's silhouette flashed. He couldn't bear it any longer, and hurriedly rushed back. He grabbed Tan Tan's lapel, and fiercely shouted, Shut up. If you dare to say another word, then scram back to your training. You are not allowed to come out again. Meng Xiaoran's elegant face was somewhat distorted. That was 2F** king unbearable. Ever since this guy had discovered that shock could improve one's appearance, he had been living in an abyss of suffering and suffering. Being with this disciple every day, Meng Xiaoran felt his temples throbbing every day. I'm really worried that the next moment, I'll get a nervous headache and, Tan Tan was flabbergasted as he looked at his master. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to. However, his eyes were full of shock. This time, he didn't need to be shocked. He could be shocked. Meng Xiaoran felt powerless as he saw Tan Tan's expression. He slowly loosened his grip and let go of Tan Tan. He said, "Your master couldn't control his temper, but can you not be so narcissistic, master? You've wronged me too much." Tan Tan pursed his lips in grievance. He felt that he had suffered a great injustice. He even felt like crying. "I'm not narcissistic at all. I'm so handsome. How can I be narcissistic?" Meng Qiaoran's temples bulged. He heaved a deep sigh and weakly loosened his grip. Then, he said in a grief-stricken tone, "Let's go." Okay, the master and disciple had arrived at Mt Dingjun by the time that the place was empty. They had arrived 3 days late. Then, they had heard that a spirit beast had appeared in the northern wilderness. So, Meng Qiaoran had brought Tan Tan here to gain experience. Gaining experience was one thing. But, Meng Qiaoran's main purpose was to hand Tan Tan over to Anyang. Then, he would go to a faraway place and immerse himself in cultivation. Meng Qiaoran felt that he could live a few more years even if he couldn't see this guy for a lifetime. "I've had enough." People who hadn't stayed with Tan Tan for a long time wouldn't know what kind of torture this was. For example, if you saw Sister Feng flirting with infinite narcissism in front of you every day, I think a man would go crazy in a very short time. It was a miracle that Meng Qiaoran had persisted for so long. Both of them had been gaining experience in the Tsanglan battlefront for more than a year. Tan Tan's divine chi-gathering fish had grown to more than 2 feet long. It usually nestled in Tan Tan's bosom obediently. It didn't need to stay in the water anymore. It could gather spirit energy on its own. So, it didn't need to worry about food and drink. The spirit energy of the world had been absorbed by the divine chi-gathering fish. So, it didn't need to be converted into internal spirit energy. Moreover, it was enough for both of them to practice martial arts at the same time. The strength of both the master and disciple had increased at lightning speed during this period of time. Meng Qiaoran hadn't thought that he would be able to continuously break through bottlenecks by basking in the glory of his disciple. Tan Tan had broken through to the revered martial artist level in a short period of time. And Meng Qiaoran had also broken through to the 8th grade of king level. Meng Qiaoran had discovered a very strange thing along with the practice of martial arts. The divine chi-gathering fish had been absorbing more and more spirit energy as it grew. And its progress had been getting faster and faster. In particular, the higher the level of cultivation had been, the faster the breakthrough had been. This phenomenon was really mysterious to a certain extent. In particular, the water that the divine chi-gathering fish needed for its daily life was completely condensed from spirit energy. Meng Qiaoran and Tan Tan drank a mouthful of it every day. And their cultivation had been advancing at a tremendous pace. Meng Qiaoran had also discovered a problem. That was, Tan Tan could drink the spirit energy water condensed by the divine chi-gathering fish any way he wanted. Even if he drank 1,000 mouthfuls, this guy would quickly go and make more. But, the divine chi-gathering fish would fiercely glare at Meng Qiaoran every time he drank a mouthful of it. It was as if it had a spiritual wisdom. Moreover, this broken fish would only gather a large amount of spirit energy when it was beside Tan Tan during its daily practice. And its belly would turn upside down if Tan Tan wasn't around. In fact, it would simply defecate. Meng Qiaoran was puzzled by this discovery. Tan Tan had abused this strange fish a lot. He had thrown it into the cesspool on the first day he had obtained it. And he had become even more severe after that. He would often pull it out and study it whenever he had nothing to do. He wanted to know why this fish was able to gather the spirit energy of the world. Tan Tan had been very diligent in his research. He had once put the divine chi-gathering fish in water. Then, he had used a cloth to wrap its mouth, nose, and eyes. It had almost suffocated to death. Later, he had fished it out of the water and exposed it to the sun. And it had almost lost its skin. It would have died if it hadn't learned how to transform spirit energy into water. Then, Tan Tan had removed several scales from the divine chi-gathering fish's body, and had crushed them for research. The most outrageous thing was that he had used a small knife to cut a piece of the fish's flesh. And this strange fish had almost lost its life. It could be said that this divine chi-gathering fish wouldn't have been able to live for more than 3 days without Meng Qiaoran's help. Meng Qiaoran had constantly stopped Tan Tan's atrocities. And he had saved the divine chi-gathering fish's life at least 30 or 50 times. However, this strange fish didn't care about Meng Qiaoran at all. Instead, it seemed to be very close to Tan Tan. Meng Qiaoran was very knowledgeable. But, he sometimes felt depressed. What's so good about this little fish? Why is this fish so dead set on him? Meng Qiaoran sighed as he thought of this. He pointed to the front and said, "We will enter the northern wilderness in another 500 miles. Qi Yang should have arrived there by now." Tan Tan was overjoyed. He jumped up and said in a shocked manner, "That's great. That's great. I must give that unprepossessing Qi Yang a big surprise this time. A beautiful man like me who can cause the downfall of a nation will appear in front of him." Waha! Meng Qiaoran suddenly turned his head. His complexion turned ashen. He was speechless as he ran away with tears in his eyes. "I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Oh God!" Chu Yang and the others were approaching. They could only hear the strange cry getting closer and closer. It seemed that this spirit beast was being besieged. However, the cry of this spirit beast was loud and clear. But, it didn't sound like it was in pain. It seemed that this guy didn't care about the people who were besieging it. They passed through an almost transparent ice wall. And, they saw the scene in front of them. Everyone was shocked. They saw a monster that was hundreds of feet tall. It was brandishing its 2 huge claws. Its body was like a small mountain. But, it was as agile as a spirit monkey. It was jumping and leaping. Its movements were very agile. Many broken corpses were lying in the vicinity. Many people were seriously injured. They were moaning as they rested. There were still hundreds of people present. And, they were fiercely besieging this monster. However, their attacks were clearly not enough to threaten the 1-grade spirit beast. What kind of monster is this? Qi Yang asked in his mind. The sword spirit disdainfully glanced at it and said, "It's just an ancient ice bear. How can such a stupid thing be called a spirit beast?" "Ancient ice bear?" Qi Yang asked. "Yes." The sword spirit replied, "The ancient ice bear is also called the giant bear of the wilderness. It's an 8th-grade spirit beast. It's usually 30 feet tall, and weighs more than 3,000 kilograms. But, its body will suddenly expand by 10 times in an emergency. And, its strength will also increase by 10 times. Its most effective means of attack is its body. It can spit out icicles from its mouth. These icicles can be used as lethal weapons. But, it will consume a lot of its cultivation every time it spits them out. Well, its real function is its left front palm." Qi Yang was speechless. He looked at this majestic giant bear that was surrounded by dozens of king-level experts. But, the sword spirit said that it was useless. Dukyu was also disappointed. He muttered, "Motherfu ****, how did this thing come out? What kind of spirit beast is this?" He suddenly became angry. "This is a waste of my time." Then, he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, get out of my way. Are you all going to give food to this monster by squeezing in here?" Everyone who was fighting was furious. They turned around, and saw a figure rushing over at lightning speed. Dukyu's green robe fluttered in the wind. His body tore through the air, and tore apart the snowflakes. A thunderous sound echoed in the sky. His body brought about a strong airflow, and sent dozens of king-level experts flying. He arrived on top of the ancient ice bear's head. He didn't say anything, and ferociously kicked the shoulder of this big bear. The ice bear let out a loud roar, and its mountain-like body was kicked into the air. It flew 70 to 80 feet away, and landed on its butt on an ice peak with a loud bang. The ice peak shattered into pieces with a series of crashing sounds. Then, it jumped up, and looked at Dukyu in horror. Dukyu was about to fly over. Then, it suddenly screamed, turned around, and ran away. This arrogant monster had been swaggering around a moment ago. But, it was now running away with its tail between its legs after being kicked by Dukyu. This shocking scene made everyone open their mouths and eyes wide open. They looked at Dukyu as if they were looking at an immortal. Is he still human? Dukyu didn't give chase. Instead, he landed on the ground with his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked at the group of people with disdain, and said in a disdainful manner, "Trash like you actually dared to chase after a spirit beast. Do you know that a spirit beast's fart can kill you? You're so ignorant. Why aren't you getting out of my way? Do you want to die?" That group of people obviously came from several clans. Dukyu's words were unpleasant to hear. But they didn't dare to refute him. They didn't even dare to look at him with angry eyes. They just smiled and retreated. "I'm asking you to get out of my way. Don't you understand?" Dukyu was furious. He rushed forward and kicked a man's butt. With a paw sound, the man immediately rolled forward like a rubber ball. "That's how it should be. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, you'll die." Dukyu was clearly a little irritable. He kicked 7 or 8 times in succession, and kicked the 7 or 8 king-level experts like rubber balls. The group of people dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. They could only bow down and choose to scram in humiliation, quickly leaving. Even after these people had rolled away and disappeared from his sight, Dukyu's anger still hadn't subsided. "Brother Yu's temper is a bit big today," Xianxia gently smiled and asked. "This dupe came here for the spirit beasts. Only spirit beasts are of great use. Yet, I ran into a bastard bear that pretends to be a spirit beast." Dukyu snorted and said, "If the commotion this time was caused by this bear, then wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? This level of spirit beast. How could it be so easy to see?" Sigh. At the end of his speech, he actually sighed. "I see." Xianxia secretly nodded. He thought that this was the reason. No wonder he didn't even care about the inner core of this ice bear. It turned out that he only had one goal, and that was to find a spirit beast. We've seen many spirit beasts before. Most of them were 5th or 7th grade. They weren't very powerful either. Why is this ice bear so tyrannical when it's only 8th grade? Xianxia came forward and asked. "How can 7th grade and 8th grade be compared? This is the difference between heaven and earth." Dukyu said angrily, "Moreover, this ice bear is at the peak of 8th grade. It needs a strong opportunity and time to break through to the 8th grade. This is also the reason why I didn't kill it." Xianxia laughed. "So, Brother Yu is still waiting for this big guy to break through. In case we can't find a spirit beast, then this ice bear can barely be used after it breaks through," Dukyu said with a gloomy face. While talking, everyone used their movement techniques and set off towards the depths of the wilderness. By nightfall, they had already run for thousands of miles. A towering mountain stood in front of them. "That's my home." Dukyu stopped his footsteps and looked at the ice peak in a somewhat melancholy manner. His voice carried a trace of nostalgia as he said, "I grew up here. I've been here since I can remember. Haha, I don't have parents, relatives, masters, or friends. The only thing that has been accompanying me has always been here. This ice peak." Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "I didn't leave here until I reached the Emperor level. Then, I went to the upper 3 heavens." Dukyu sighed as he looked at the familiar scenery of this place. He said in a low voice, "I didn't know why other people have parents, but I don't. I always felt that it was unfair because of this. But, I later found out that other people don't have parents because they are dead, missing, or abandoned. But, I don't have any parents at all." Xianxia pondered over these words in his heart. Suddenly, he felt extremely shocked. "I don't have any parents at all. What does this mean?" Inside Xianxia's mind, the sword spirit also opened his eyes wide in shock. He muttered, "So, he is, what?" The sword spirit didn't continue to speak. "I wandered in the upper 3 heavens for several years. But, I finally felt that there was nothing fun to do there. So, I offended a big clan in order to save a person. And, the person I saved immediately betrayed me. So, I was chased down by 3 saint-level experts of that big clan. I was finally caught. Then, I was crippled, and my aptitude was destroyed. Ha ha ha. How can I be a good person?" Xianxia and the others were full of amazement. They hadn't expected that this handsome Dukyu of the upper 3 heavens was the minister of the dark bamboo. And, he had such a tragic past. Dukyu forced a smile. His face was full of bitterness. In the face of this icy mountain, his mentality seemed to have suddenly become somewhat weak. They thought that I would die for sure. Unfortunately, I didn't die. Moreover, I escaped. I went through many twists and turns in the upper three heavens. Then, I started from scratch. And, I arrived here step by step. Then, I wandered in the upper three heavens, and met Jun Shizhu. Dukyu faintly smiled. I lost the bet, so, I promised to do something for her. But, I must take revenge for what happened in the upper three heavens. Dukyu's green robe fluttered in the wind. He stood in front of the ice peak and insipidly said, "This is my experience. Isn't it monotonous?" "It's not monotonous." Yang took a deep breath and said, "It's very rocky. And, it's also very admirable. I can't guarantee that I wouldn't have reached your level if I had encountered your situation. Our physiques are different." Dukyu gently smiled and said, "We have fundamental differences." His green robe fluttered in the wind. Then, he insipidly said, "Come with me. I'll fulfill my promise to you and repay my gambling debt." Second update. I'm not in good spirits today. That's all. Aunt Guan gave me a fierce blow. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The real reason is, I went to learn how to drive this afternoon. I've been trying to get a driver's license for almost a year now. I failed the road test once. So, I'll fail 10 times if I don't pass. Now, the instructors of my driving school have started to give me gifts. They call me Grandpa when they see me. But, it's useless. I can't pass the test even if they call me Grandpa. Do you think I can pass the test just because I want to? Motherfew asterisk cur. Who doesn't want to pass the test? This afternoon, I drove my cousin's Mercedes-Benz to practice driving. And, I rushed into the flower bed of the development zone. I'm still sweating now. I'm scared. The car is fine. But, my cousin doesn't want me to come. Sigh, I'm going to sleep first. I'll sweat it out first. Dukyu floated forward and said indifferently, "Only Yang, you can come with me. The rest of you can wait here. After all, I only owe Yang, not you." Asterisk asterisk Baidu Search Network High Quality Update asterisk asterisk Yang gestured for Gudu Xing and the others to wait here for a while. Then, he followed Dukyu alone. Gudu Xing and Dong Wushang looked at each other and saw the understanding in each other's eyes. Luo Kudi and GMO were a little angry. However, Gudu Xing and Dong Wushang were cold and lonely people. They could understand Dukyu. Although they didn't have the same twists and turns as Dukyu, the two of them had this feeling before. Moreover, one's status and strength also determined one's habits and mood. Therefore, Gudu Xing looked at Dukyu's back with eyes full of understanding, envy, and pity. He envied his strength and pitied his loneliness. It was easy for a person at the lowest level to make friends. He could call his friends to play with him all day long. That was because there were too many people like him. But once he had a certain status, the number of true friends would start to decrease. That kind of defense would arise in his heart for no reason. He would subconsciously keep a distance from others. This made the word friend become a natural moat. And a person at the top would only have subordinates and allies left. The word ally also had the word friend in it. But, the unfamiliarity and vigilance could sometimes make people feel worse than facing an enemy. If he was a dictator, he could only be lonely. This was also the reason why the emperors of the past could only be called loners. Because their status determined that they would never, ever, have friends. Perhaps they also desired to have friends in their hearts. But, in reality, they could only be lonely. No one would dare to make friends with such people. Yang was lamenting about this matter in his heart. If one wanted to have both strength and friends, they would have to be like him. They would have to work hard and improve together with their brothers to reach the peak together. This kind of friendship that had become a habit and instinct since young could last forever. Yang decided that no matter what, he couldn't be as lonely as Dukyu. He could feel that Dukyu's emotions were obviously very intense and extreme at this moment. If someone provoked him at this moment, it would definitely be as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. As for Dukyu's emotional fluctuations, it should be because of the sudden appearance of the ancient ice bear, which had aroused his resentment towards the spirit beasts. So, What kind of use would a spirit beast have for Dukyu? No matter what the use was, it was definitely going to be huge, right? Otherwise, Dukyu would not have lost his composure like this. Dukyu had grown up in this place since he was a child. He could kick a peak 8th grade spirit beast more than 30 meters away with a single kick. Could it be that he had never seen a peak grade spirit beast before? Or perhaps, there was no other way. Then, how terrifying would a spirit beast be? Was there really such a huge difference in just one level? Chu Yang pondered over these things in his heart. He seemed to have thought of something. Theoretically speaking, there should be a difference of one level. The difference is like the difference between heaven and earth, right? But why wasn't the level difference that big before this? Could it be that spirit beasts had to cultivate the same way as humans? The higher the level, the stricter the hierarchy, and the distinctions between the two. He was silent the entire way as he followed Dukyu into the icy mountain. Dukyu's green robe fluttered in the wind as he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chu Yang suddenly discovered that this icy peak was very different from the other peaks. It was actually vertical. Moreover, it was one from top to bottom. Rather than saying that this was a cloud-piercing mountain, it would be better to say that this was an entire piece of ancient mysterious ice. This is my home. Dukyu clasped his hands behind his back as he stood at the foot of this icy peak. His back was facing Chu Yang. He seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life as he lightly said, "You are the first guest in my home after so many years." As he spoke, he shook his sleeves and revealed his clean hands. Then, he grabbed a ball of ice and snow from the air and carefully wiped his 10 fingers. With a thought, the whistling ice and snow covered his entire body. Then, it dissipated with a bang. Chu Yang had a feeling that the current Dukyu was much cleaner than before. He actually washed his entire body before entering his home. It could be seen how much he loved this home of his. My home needs to be clean when I enter it and leave it clean when I come out. When I come and go, it must not be tainted with dust. When I come and go, it must not be tainted with dust. Dukyu softly said, "Only I can enter this place. Even if I get married in the future, only I can enter. Even my wife and children can't enter this home of mine." He gently smiled as if he was filled with helplessness. Then, he said, "But now, there is one more you." As he spoke, he stretched out his hands and clasped them together in front of his chest. Then, he slowly separated them. Suddenly, a pure and holy white light appeared between his hands. The white light flashed and fiercely shone on the ice wall of the icy peak. Then, a wave of pure heaven and earth energy suddenly spread out from this ice wall. Chu Yang smelled it and felt comfortable all over. Then, a door silently appeared on the ice wall. The inside of the door was filled with gentle white light. This door appeared so naturally, just like this ice mountain. It existed so naturally. Dukyu's hands hung down as he looked at this door with infinite longing. He gently exhaled and said, "Please come in." Chu Yang. Chu Yang hesitated for a moment and said, "Since your wife can't enter, then wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to enter? Why don't I wait for you outside?" "No need. My wife can't enter, but it doesn't mean that you can't as well." Dukyu's eyes flashed. He said, "I don't want you to enter either, but I feel that you should." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "Okay." Following behind Dukyu, he walked into this magical icy peak. Before he walked in, he turned back to take a look. He was looking in the direction where Gu Duxing and the others were, but he only saw the wind and snow all over the sky. He didn't see anything else. It was as if Gu Duxing, Mo Qingguo, and the others had all suddenly disappeared at this moment. "They can't see this place, and you can't see them either," Dukyu said coldly, "if I don't want others to see my residence. Even supreme martial artists can't see it. This has nothing to do with cultivation, but is the principle of heaven and earth. The private nature of heaven and earth." Dukyu laughed mischievously. Chu Yang didn't know why, but he felt that Dukyu's laughter was full of ridicule and coldness. It was as if he didn't care about the principle of heaven and earth, the private nature of heaven and earth that Dukyu had just said. The moment the footsteps of the two people disappeared inside the door suddenly disappeared from the world. What appeared between the heaven and earth was still that icy peak that didn't seem to be any different from the other peaks. It stood there silently. After Chu Yang went in, he was startled. this mountain peak was indeed a hole. However, the space inside seemed to be formed by nature. The white light in the surroundings came from nowhere, but it shone softly, making the inside of this space very clear. Xianxia felt as if he was walking in his own dream. The air inside the space formed by the icy peak was fresh and clean, as warm as spring. In fact, there was even an extremely lush heavenly orchid growing on one side of the passage. It almost covered half of the stone wall. Looking at the appearance of this heavenly orchid, each piece was like the most exquisite jade, and there was only one flower left in the center. The color of the flower had already turned into a colorful color. Xianxia smacked his lips fiercely. This heavenly orchid has already grown for 10,000 years. The heavenly orchid changes every 10,000 years, and only one color appears every 10,000 years. The heavenly orchid only adds one color every 10,000 years. It was the supreme elixir of the world. However, this kind of supreme spiritual medicine was completely useless to ordinary people. In fact, it was a deadly poison. Even an emperor-level expert would explode and die after eating one piece of it. It was rumored that the heavenly orchid's petals could solidify one's divine soul forever once one reached the saint level or above. Moreover, one could reincarnate with a complete memory and 30% of one's cultivation if they died after eating the heavenly orchid. Think about it, a saint-level expert would become an infant with a saint-level memory and 30% of one's cultivation, and then cultivate again with this as the most basic foundation. How terrifying would that be? 30% of a saint-level expert's strength would be at least at the monarch level. A person who was bound to die would be able to solidify his divine soul forever if he ate the heavenly orchid, and reincarnate. Therefore, this heavenly orchid was the #1 panacea in the world, but it was useless to the living. It was only useful to the dead. In other words, it was only useful to the soul. However, for such a huge function, there were also extremely harsh conditions. And that was, the color of the heavenly orchid must reach 10 colors. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to save it if it had 10 colors, but 10 colors meant that it was 100,000 years old. Who could wait for such a long time? Therefore, it only existed in legends. However, Xianxia had never imagined that he would see a 10,000-year-old heavenly orchid as soon as he came in. The sword spirit's breathing became hurried like a bellows. He was so excited that his lips trembled. Xianxia, Sword Lord, this heavenly orchid, you must get your hands on it. This thing is simply too useful for you and me. Xianxia frowned. Huh? My divine soul will be solidified forever. The sword spirit's eyes stared straight. Saliva was dripping from the corners of his mouth. Wouldn't I be a divine soul? Moreover, I'm a remnant soul. I really need this thing. This? I'm afraid it won't be easy. Xianxia was very hesitant. Dukyu is very protective of his home. So, he obviously treasures it to the extreme. It would be very difficult for me to take away this 10,000-year-old heavenly orchid from here. Moreover, I can't steal it. People respect me, and I respect them tenfold. Dukyu invited me here. Could it be that he wants me, Xianxia, to be a thief? Xianxia wouldn't be able to get over this hurdle in his heart if he took it without asking. But, what do I have to move Dukyu? He smiled proudly and said, but after so many years, only these 5 items are qualified to be placed here by me. Dukyu walked forward slowly and said, come, let me introduce them to you. As he spoke, he walked to the front of the first shelf. Xianxia saw very clearly that these were 3 grains of black sand. They looked very ordinary. This is heavenly river sand. When Dukyu said these 3 words, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck in Xianxia's heart. Heavenly river sand, the legendary heavenly river sand that could turn something rotten into something magical. A grain of Milky Way sand could transform a trash that practiced chi reversal into an unparalleled genius. Whether it was his aptitude or his comprehension, it would increase by thousands of times. Heavenly river sand was originally not something that belonged to this world. Instead, it was a treasure left behind by the legendary person who created the heavens. Where it came from was no longer known. But the heavenly river sand's function was not limited to this. The Milky Way sand was something that could turn anything rotten into something magical. If ordinary iron was used to forge a weapon, if a grain of heavenly river sand was added, it could cut through iron like mud. If one was lucky enough to refine a grain of heavenly river sand in his meridians, then no matter how he cultivated, he would not encounter any bottlenecks. But, if one wanted to refine this thing, they would need a supreme opportunity and fate. Without fate, even a supreme martial artist would not be able to refine it, and Dukyu actually had 3 grains here. There were originally 4 grains of this thing, but I had refined one before. So it became 3 grains. That's why I was able to make a comeback in a very short time after being crippled. Dukyu looked at Xianxia and smiled. He said, when I refined this thing, I was only 3 years old. I understand. Xianxia suddenly realized. Yes, you understood half of it. Xianxia did not say what he understood, but Dukyu directly said that he only understood half of it, and his tone was very certain. Oh? But what is the other half? Xianxia asked. You only understood that refining this heavenly river sand requires a red heart without any distracting thoughts. But you did not know that it not only requires a red heart, but also an innate spirit. Dukyu said lightly, for example, someone like me. So, that's how it is. Xianxia suddenly realized. He lost interest in this plaything. Good stuff, this is a good stuff. No wonder Dukyu was able to refine it so quickly. However, this thing was useless to Xianxia. After all, not everyone had the same background as Dukyu. Xianxia was easy to find, but an innate spiritual body like Dukyu was even harder to find than the heavenly river sand. It seems like you're not interested. Dukyu smiled and walked to the second shelf. This is purple crystal jade essence. It's one of the lesser things I have here, but it's a treasure of this layer of heaven. It's very hard to find. Purple crystal jade essence. These words made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. Wasn't his identity jade token the purple crystal jade essence? Stepping forward to take a closer look, he held it in his hand. Regardless of whether it was the color or the feel of it, it was exactly the same as his own piece of purple crystal jade essence. Furthermore, when he recalled the shape of the jade token, it seemed to be able to merge with the one in front of him. It was as if they were originally a single entity. This seems to be missing a piece. It feels a little incomplete, Xianxia said tentatively. Your eyesight is really good. Speaking of which, there's a story behind this piece of purple crystal jade essence. Dukyu smiled. There was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. There was even a bit of warmth. Back then, when I was traveling in the upper 3 heavens, a family happened to buy a piece of heavenly crystal stone. They spent a huge sum of money. At that time, there were a few other people and I who were bidding for it. However, it was won by that guy. I didn't have enough money with me, and I wasn't willing to use treasures to exchange for it. Haha. Then, I had a chance to drink with that person at the same table. We got along very well. He then invited me to see the heavenly crystal stone with my own eyes. At that time, I was also very curious about that stone, so I went. You must know that once a heavenly crystal stone is cut open, it's either purple crystal, blue crystal, or white crystal inside. Before it's opened, no one can see it. Although I had some confidence that the heavenly crystal stone could contain something good, I didn't dare to be sure. So, I followed to verify my own eyesight. In the end, when it was cut open, it turned out to be a big piece of variegated purple crystal. That old man was very depressed. Dukyu recalled the events of that year, and smiled very happily, but when it reached that level, I sensed that there was a very restrained aura of treasure inside. So, I suggested that he use the crystal grinding hand to grind out the variegated purple crystal. He listened to my advice. After he finished grinding, he actually took out a piece of rare purple crystal jade essence from inside. It's this piece. Dukyu said. In order to thank me, he divided this piece of purple crystal jade essence into 2 pieces, and gave me half of it. At that time, his granddaughter was about to get married, and his great-grandson was about to be born. So, he made his half into 2 pieces of jade. 2 pieces of jade. Xianxia's heart beat like a drum. In that instant, he felt that his eyes were a little blurry. That old man then asked me to carve a name on those 2 pieces of jade. One piece was prepared for his great-grandson, and the other piece was prepared for his great-grandson. I still remember that I used my supreme martial arts and martial saint strength to carve a word on the inside of the jade essence without damaging the surface of these 2 pieces of jade. What word? Xianxia asked anxiously. I've carved the word yang on one of the pieces, and the word chu on the other piece. Dukyu smiled in a carefree manner. Chu Yang's whole body trembled. The secret of his identity Jade had finally been unintentionally solved today. It was a gift from his grandfather, and the word on it was actually carved by Dukyu himself? What's wrong with this world? What kind of topsy-turvy world is this? Chu Yang grumbled in his heart, but his eyes couldn't help but heat up a little. Of course, at that old man's request, I also spent some money to set up a restriction. At that time I once jokingly said, "Old man, I can carve this word today. In the future, when your child is born, you can drip the blood from the tip of the baby's tongue onto this piece of jade, and it can be combined with the surname of the child. After 5 years, the connection will slowly become stronger and stronger. With my restriction, you won't be able to lose your child even if you want to." Dukyu laughed heartily. Obviously, he remembered the strange expression on his old friend's face back then, and he quickly came to his senses. It's no wonder. That old man was wholeheartedly waiting for his great-grandson to come back, and this guy actually cursed him to lose his child. This was such a spoilsport. Chu Yang's lips twitched a few times, and he bitterly raised his head to look at this super crow mouth. Motherf asterisk cur. If you didn't say this back then, I might not have lost my child. Not long after that incident, I was besieged and attacked. That elder brother of mine was seriously injured in order to help me. Even his clan was almost destroyed. There was a nostalgic look on Dukyu's face as he said, "This piece of purple crystal jade essence isn't much of a treasure. However, the reason why I placed it here is because, in the entire heavens, only one person helped me back then." Baidu search network's high-quality updates the fastest I kept it here as a sign of friendship, Dukyu said slowly. So that's how it is. Chu Yang's throat was dry. He felt that he wouldn't say anything else today. He kept repeating this sentence over and over again, so that's how it is. Too unexpected, too amazing, it's a miracle. Looking at this guy's young face, he seemed to be less than 30 years old. I didn't expect him to have lived for so many years. Motherf asterisk cur, great-grandson, didn't that mean that this guy was actually from my great-grandfather's generation? Brother you. Chu Yang laughed dryly. Huh? Dukyu looked at him with a puzzled expression. You want this? No. Brother you, cough cough. Brother you. Chu Yang repeatedly called out brother you a few times. He thought in his heart, Motherf asterisk cur, I can even take advantage of this form of address. Calling him a few more times is better than being forced to call him grandpa you later, right? Motherf asterisk cur, what is this, what is it? Dukyu was puzzled. Cough cough. Brother you, what I mean is. Brother you, haven't you gone back to take a look for so many years? Chu Yang asked casually. I want to go back and take a look, but my current cultivation is not enough. Dukyu sighed. If I go back, I'm afraid that I'll implicate my elder brother's clan and cause its destruction. How would I dare to go back? I changed my appearance and hid for 3 days for so many years because I didn't want them to be implicated by me. One of the Zai clans of the upper 3 heavens, how could it be so easy to deal with them? Dukyu was somewhat disappointed. If they knew that I was crippled to such an extent, and was still able to recover, this would be a secret that those Zai clans would dream of knowing. If someone were to discover that I was that person from back then. Hee. Oh. I see. Chu Yang understood. He didn't expect that such a carefree person like Dukyu would be so meticulous when it came to thinking for others. It's a pity that I haven't been able to see my elder brother all these years. I do miss him a little. Dukyu's thoughts wandered. We should look at the third treasure now. Chu Yang felt a chill run down his spine when he heard him call him elder brother. So, he touched his nose and said. Damn it, you want to take advantage of me? No way. Even though the sword spirit was very depressed right now, he couldn't help but feel proud of it. This is the third treasure. Dukyu looked at the white snowflakes on the third lotus flower. His voice was heated as he said, but this thing. I can't give it to you even if you want it. I have a great use for it. I want to keep it. When I reach the bottleneck of the Supreme Being realm, I will use this thing to break through to the Supreme Being realm in one go. He took a deep look at the snow-white snowflakes and said, "This is a snowflake that reaches the heavens. It only has one use, and that is to break through." "All right then." Xianxia spread out his hands. "Since you don't want to give it to me, what's the point of talking about it?" Next one. Xianxia really wasn't interested in this snowflake. Because, this thing was used to break through to the Supreme Being realm. How long would it take for him to break through to the Supreme Being realm? Even though this thing could be kept in Dukyu's hands, it would probably fuse with his body before he could store it in the tribulation space. And this thing could help a saint-level cultivator break through to the Supreme Being realm. How much energy would it contain? Even the sword spirit wouldn't be able to extract the energy before he exploded and died. In that case, he would become the first tribulation sword master in history to die of greed. The fourth one is the real gift I prepared for you. Dukyu smiled and said, "This is a piece of sun and moon ointment." He smiled and said, "I promised you purple crystal core at first, but I really don't have that thing here. I wanted to replace it with purple crystal jade essence. Even though it's much more precious than purple crystal core, it's the least valuable thing in my treasury. But when it came to it, I realized that I still couldn't bear to give it to you, because it's a favor." Dukyu looked at that piece of purple crystal jade essence. His eyes were full of deep emotions. He slowly said, "So I can only give you this piece of sun and moon ointment. This? I've really taken advantage of you." Xianxia smiled bitterly. He felt dizzy and disoriented about this huge favor that had fallen from the sky. The tribulation sword was already rolling in excitement when the sun and moon ointment returned to his body. It can also be considered as repayment for the mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade that you gave me. Dukyu smiled and said, "You're really good at doing business. The mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade can't be compared to the sun and moon ointment in terms of value. But I have no use for the sun and moon ointment. And those two things are exactly what I need urgently but can't find." He laughed and said, "When a person is hungry, he can use 500 kilograms of gold to exchange for a steamed bun. It depends on the situation at that time. 500 kilograms of gold can't buy a life, but a steamed bun can save a life. This is the principle." He tilted his head and looked at Xianxia. "Tell me, is it worth it to exchange a steamed bun for gold?" "It's worth it." Xianxia smiled calmly and said, "No matter what, I've taken advantage of you today. Except for the purple crystal jade essence, the other four things in this treasury are all my family's property. They've existed since I was born." Dukyu laughed. "It can be considered as a gift from my ancestors. Now that I've given it to someone, I don't know if those dead people will crawl out of their graves to settle accounts with me." He took down the sun and moon ointment as he said this, and handed it to Xianxia. He was really free and easy. He didn't even look reluctant to part with it. It was as if he had thrown out a piece of trash. Xianxia also smiled and said, "Since that's the case, I really need it. I won't stand on ceremony." He kept the sun and moon ointment. The sun and moon ointment, as its name implied, was a kind of strange energy that was formed by the fusion of the essence of the sun and the moon in the sky. After countless years of condensation, the essence of the sun and the moon converged in one place. It was as soft as cotton, and as light as nothing. This kind of thing was especially useful for sabers and swords. Any saber or sword, as long as a little of it was smeared on it, it would be nourished by the blood and slowly develop spiritual intelligence. Although this was a long process, it was a peerless function that nothing else could replace. What was the difference between a weapon that had its own spiritual intelligence and an ordinary divine weapon? It couldn't even be compared. Moreover, the weapon that had been smeared with the sun and moon ointment would have the ability to remember. No matter how damaged the weapon was, it would automatically recover to its best state. And this was the function that the Calamity Sword lacked. As long as the sun and moon ointment was melted into the Calamity Sword, then the divine weapons that the Calamity Sword created in the future would also have this ability, indestructible. The returning Dantian sword spirit took a deep breath, and muttered, "It seems that the world has changed. The previous masters of the Calamity Sword didn't get such a good thing. But, all the good things in this generation have automatically returned to the Calamity Sword. I fulfilled my promise to you." And it seems that you're very satisfied with it. Dukyu smiled and said, now, it's time for the bet. Heavenly Orchid. Heavenly Orchid. Heavenly Orchid. Heavenly Orchid. Xiaoling crazily shouted in his mind. Well, there's one more thing. Yang took a deep breath, and felt the urging of the sword spirit in his mind. Then, he probed, your heavenly orchid is of great use to me. I don't know if brother you, can you use it? Yang thought for a long time, and several ideas spun in his mind. Then, he finally decided to go straight to the point, and directly state his purpose. After all, he would be the one to suffer losses if he played with Dukyu. Heavenly Orchid? Dukyu suddenly turned around, and looked at Yang's face with his sharp eyes. You want the Heavenly Orchid? Yes, Yang looked straight at him, and nodded without hesitation. Since you know about the Heavenly Orchid, then you should also know that this Heavenly Orchid is only 10,000 years old. Dukyu looked at him in a scrutinizing manner, and, a 10,000-year-old Heavenly Orchid is an extremely toxic poison. It doesn't have the least bit of use. So, what do you want it for? As for what I want it for, I can't tell you, Yang calmly said, but, I do want it. And, it's of great use. Dukyu sneered and said, I promised you the purple crystal core, but I gave you the sun and moon ointment. You gave me the yin and yang jades, but I gave you an entire white crystal mine. King of Hell Chu, I don't owe you anything. So, why should I give you the Heavenly Orchid? But, I don't know what you want. I can exchange it with you if I can. Yang said carefully. Haha. What do I want? Dukyu suddenly burst into mournful laughter. His laughter reverberated in this sealed space for a long time. Then, he looked at Yang with his cold eyes and said, I've told you so much. Do you know my origin? Do you know the origin of this icy peak? Do you know the origin of the Ni? Heavenly Orchid? I don't know. You don't know anything. But, you want the Heavenly Orchid from me? Dukyu laughed. The ignorant are fearless. I dare to ask for it because I don't know. Yang insipidly said, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even have the courage to open my mouth if I knew these things that you've said. Brother you, your laughter is too loud. It's making my ears feel uncomfortable. Dukyu's eyes flashed. He snorted. He naturally understood what Yang meant by your laughter is too loud. It's making my ears feel uncomfortable. 10,000 years ago, there was a peerless genius who integrated the heavenly layer. But, he exterminated 5 races of the clan. Dukyu's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. He said, this icy peak is the only heritage left behind by a certain race of the clan 10,000 years ago. In order to prevent the extinction of their bloodline, they exhausted the strength of the entire clan to preserve this heritage. The treasures inside this place are the remnants of the clan from 10,000 years ago. This heavenly orchid is a young plant from 10,000 years ago. He said heavily, and this duke, 10,000 years ago, was just an embryo in this space. I didn't have the help of any of my clansmen. I only relied on the strength of this heritage. And, it took me 10,000 years to become a reincarnated human. There are 2 things. The first is to ask for monthly votes. I will continue to write. The fourth is. Dukyu sneered, would you exchange this heavenly orchid for something if you were me? **** Baidu search network high quality update **** no. Yang sighed. Sword Spirit also sighed in his mind. How could there be any hope if Dukyu had said so? Dukyu took a few steps forward, and arrived at the passage. He looked at the heavenly orchid for a long time. His eyes were full of reluctance. Then, he slowly said, this thing is precious, and it's the only living witness I have. But, I can give it to you if you promise me one thing. What is it? Yang's heart trembled. What is your identity? Dukyu suddenly turned his head, and looked at Yang. Then, he asked without rhyme or reason. Huh? Are you? Dukyu approached him step by step. Brother you? Are you? Are you? Are you? Are you? Dukyu said are you a dozen times in a row. The look in his eyes became even more ferocious. But, he suddenly exposed a trace of contradiction and pain. Then, he finally stopped and said, "Do you have a strange storage space?" Xianxia turned pale with fright when he asked this question. But, Xianxia was even more surprised when he didn't ask this question. Dukyu didn't ask this question clearly. But, Xianxia knew what it was. "Don't worry. I will keep your secret." Dukyu's forehead was sweating. He lowered his head in disappointment and said, "I started to suspect you the first time I saw you. I started to be certain when I was outside the prefectural city. So, I deliberately left. And let you do your own thing. Diwu Qingro came to look for me 3 days before you arrived." Dukyu gently smiled. But, his smile was full of complexity. "So, I was half certain when I saw your cultivation when you came up. You plundered treasures and strange metals all the way here. So, I was basically certain." Dukyu clasped his hands behind his back and laughed mischievously. There was a hint of self-mockery in his laughter as he said, "Therefore, I originally wanted to find 2 purple crystal cores for you. However, I changed my mind and gave you the sun and moon ointment instead. Now, do you understand what I mean?" Dukyu tilted his head and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath. He felt that his thoughts were somewhat flustered. But, he forced himself to calm down. Then, he said in a low and deep voice, "Dukyu is indeed worthy of being called Dukyu. Don't worry. No one in this world can link you to these clues apart from me and the big ruling clans of the upper 3 heavens. As for the hegemon clans, you don't have to worry about them for now. Even Diwu Qingro, who was in direct contact with you, only had a little guess. In fact, his chances of success are no more than 10 to 20%. That's why Diwu Qingro placed such a huge bet on you. He didn't hesitate to overthrow himself in order to fulfill your wish." Dukyu snorted. 10 to 20%, and he dares to be so crazy? Xianxia was a little puzzled. "Haha, a 10 to 20% chance of success is already beyond our expectations. Diwu Qingro would risk everything to fight for this 1,000th chance even if it's only 1,000th chance." Dukyu chuckled. "Diwu Qingro wouldn't leak your information. On the contrary, you're a rare commodity to him. He wouldn't even have enough time to hide it, because he has placed the hope of the Diwu clan on you. You're finished, and so is the Diwu clan. There's such a thing." Xianxia was really at a loss. "Where did this come from?" Dukyu smiled coldly. "Take me for example. I really want to kill you. Because you're the master of that thing's inheritance after all. But, I can't kill you. Moreover, I have to protect you. In fact, I have to give you whatever you want. So, you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" Xianxia asked. Dukyu had already mentioned this condition twice in a row. "I only want you to promise me now. I'll mention it when the time is right." Dukyu said, "You don't know whether you can do it or not now. I also don't know whether you can do it or not. But, I have to remind you that you'll be in a very difficult position if that day comes." Dukyu sighed and said, "So, you need to consider it carefully now." Xianxia felt dizzy. "You don't say anything. You want me to promise you, and then you want me to consider it carefully. What kind of statement is this? How can I consider it if you don't tell me anything? Can I consider it with my ass? Promise him. Promise him. Promise him Sword Spirit madly bared his fangs and brandished his claws in Xianxia's mind. He was jumping up and down. His remnant soul was so excited that his face turned red. Xianxia lowered his head. He seriously and deeply considered it. It must be a very important thing for Dukyu to say this. Moreover, I'll be in a very difficult position. Why am I in a very difficult position? Even now, the friendship between us is very close. Dukyu had helped me in Great Zhao and the 3 heavens, and he had also promised to be my brother's sparring partner. I would have fulfilled any condition that Dukyu had put forward even if he hadn't given me the heavenly orchid. But, he would rather use a priceless heavenly orchid in exchange for an illusory promise. Why? This shows that this matter is related to the principles of the Tribulation Sword Master. Xianxia finally raised his head. He said with difficulty, "I'm sorry, brother you. I refuse." Sword Spirit screamed in Xianxia's mind. He fell to the ground. His face was covered in tears as he cursed, "Great sword master. You're a cheap pig. A cheap pig. Motherfu asterisk cur, you rushed to ask for it when he didn't want to give it to you. But, you pushed him away when he gave it to you with both hands. You're cheap. Why are you so cheap? My heavenly orchid. Boo-hoo. My divine soul is forever fixed. Boo-hoo. My cheap pig. Lord ah 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 ah." A disappointed look appeared on Dukyu's face. But, he nodded with gratification. "You didn't agree. In fact, I was sure that you wouldn't agree. I wasn't wrong about you." He looked up to the sky and heaved a long sigh. His expression was full of loneliness and pain. Chu Yang's body suddenly relaxed after he had refused. He didn't have any more thoughts or burdens. So, he said, "Brother Yu, I've disturbed you for a long time. Shouldn't we go out?" "Yes, and that white crystal ore." Sigh. Dukyu looked at Chu Yang with an unknown expression. Then, he forced a smile and said, "I want to kill you right now. But, I don't dare to do so. That's because I don't have much time left. I'll disappear as soon as I've lived for 100,000 years. I'll disappear from this world. I can only do this even if you don't agree." He sighed and said, "I don't expect you to agree to my conditions. I'll give you this heavenly orchid. It should grow better with you than with me. Remember, you owe me a favor." "Favor? How?" Chu Yang asked vigilantly. "A favor means that you'll help me if you feel that you can fulfill my wish. But, I don't need you to force yourself if you can't." Dukyu took a deep breath. His eyes emitted a dazzling cold light. "You mustn't refuse. I only have this little bit of hope left, and I'm still pinning it on your conscience. If you refuse, I really won't be able to stop myself from killing you. Don't forget that you've personally asked for this thing. So, if you don't want it now." Dukyu angrily said, "Even that man from 10,000 years ago wasn't as untrustworthy as you." Fu asterisk Kami. Chu Yang forced a smile. He suddenly regretted that he had been blinded by lard. And, he had listened to Sword Spirit's instigation to ask for this heavenly orchid. "This is great. Dukyu didn't give it to me when I asked for it. But, Dukyu forced it on me when I didn't want it. And, I can't refuse it." Chu Yang saw Dukyu's ashen complexion. It seemed that he would fly into a rage out of humiliation if he didn't give this heavenly orchid to Chu Yang today. "But, what will I do if he asks me for help in the future if I accept it? Can I go against my conscience and say no?" Chu Yang looked at this heavenly orchid as if he was looking at a hot potato. He didn't have the slightest hint of a peerless treasure anymore. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind seemed to have realized that he had stirred up trouble. So, he lowered his head even though he was still drooling greedily. In fact, he looked a little embarrassed. "Sir Sword Master has become like this because of me, cough cough, I feel guilty." Sword Spirit secretly shot a glance at the heavenly orchid from the corner of his eye. Then, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "It's a good thing. Do you want it or not? Do you want it or not?" Dukyu angrily said, "Give me a straight answer. You can take it if you want it. But, I will kill you if you don't want it. Isn't this a good choice? Isn't this a good choice?" Chu Yang wanted to cry. "Did you F** King, setting sail watermark, give me a choice? What kind of choice is this? Dukyu is forcing a good girl to become a prostitute in order to give away this wonderful treasure." An ominous glint flickered in his eyes. His entire body was seething with murderous aura. He was about to lose control. Minister Chu was dumbfounded. "I was the only honored guest a moment ago. But, I have become a lamb in the tiger's mouth at this moment. Even my wife won't let me enter this place." But, his face immediately changed after I entered this place and was warmly entertained. What can I do?" Minister Chu was helpless. He pinched his nose, and reluctantly said, "Well, I'll accept it." Young Master Chu wanted to cry as soon as he said this. How can I be so depressed after receiving someone else's treasure? What's going on here? It's obvious that I've been longing for that heavenly orchid. But, why does it seem like a virgin girl has been sold to a brothel, and has no choice but to accept a customer under the torture of the procuress? That's my good brother. Duke Yu's anger suddenly turned into joy. He heavily patted Xu Yang's shoulder. Then, he rubbed his hands, and said somewhat impatiently, "Do you want to pull it out yourself? Or, do you want me to pull it out for you? It's better to cut the Gordian knot with a quick knife. The sooner you take it in, the sooner I'll feel relieved." "You feel relieved. But, I'm starting to feel worried," Xu Yang said in a plaintive manner. He felt extremely wronged in his heart. "You're so boring. I've obviously given you a peerless treasure that can't be found anywhere in the world. But, you feel wronged like this. This is a very strange thing." Duke Yu had finally received a big favor from Xu Yang. So, he was very happy. In fact, he even started to joke around. King of Hell Chu furiously said to the sword spirit in his mind, "Look at the trouble you've caused. Why aren't you taking it?" The sword spirit hastily replied in high spirits. He then eagerly started to take action. The heavenly orchid disappeared from the passage with a schwa sound under Duke Yu's dumbstruck gaze. "You must be more spirited and obedient when I call you to do something in the future. I will tear the heavenly orchid apart if you give me trouble again." Xu Yang fiercely threatened him in his mind. The sword spirit fondly fiddled with the heavenly orchid while nodding repeatedly. This was the first time he had been so obedient since he had entered Xu Yang's mind. "Let's go. I will take you to the white crystal mine." Duke Yu looked at Xu Yang with envy. He then started to walk outside. He suddenly stopped after walking for a while. He muttered to himself for a long time. Then, he turned around. "Xu Yang, you owe me a favor today. This is equivalent to the biggest favor I will owe you in the future." Duke Yu frowned. He didn't know where to start. So, he said with difficulty, "I want to remind you of something." "Brother Yu, please speak." Xu Yang inexplicably felt his heart become heavy. He realized that the matter Duke Yu was talking about was no trivial matter. "You have the Calamity Sword in your body. As the master of the Calamity Sword, you have the Calamity Space in your body. This is a supreme magic weapon. It is also the #1 weapon in the heavenly layer. Once you master the Calamity Sword, you will be able to command the entire world. No one will dare to disobey you." Duke Yu finally said the words Calamity Sword. But, he still seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Xu Yang's entire body shook. He knew that Duke Yu knew his identity. But, he had said it out loud. And, it had come from someone else's mouth. Xu Yang still felt shocked. "But, this thing is also..." Duke Yu's lips squirmed. Then, he finally said. "It's not a good thing. There should be a corresponding thing. I can't say for sure. It is only mentioned in vague records." "Vague records?" Xu Yang frowned and asked. "When the calamity comes, the wind and clouds dance. When the calamity is destroyed, the stars cry. When the world changes, the destiny." Duke Yu recited in a deep voice. "This is the Calamity Sword's Calamity Sword." This was a song about the Calamity Sword in the continent. There were a total of 10 lines, and there was only one line here. The last few lines are, "The body is the calamity, the soul is the road, save the fall of the heavens, there is eternity, venerate as a god, don't be the master, bones and flesh are destroyed." Duke Yu read until here and stopped abruptly. "I also only know the last 7 sentences. After that, it's broken." Xu Yang muttered to himself. The first sentence was about the Calamity Sword's function, but the second sentence was clearly about the Calamity Sword's master. The body is a calamity, the soul is the path, the heavens are overturned, the ages are eternal. Venerate as a god, don't be the master. Destroy flesh and bone. These words were a little creepy. Anyway, be careful. Duke Yu smiled faintly. Since I've given you such supreme authority as Calamity Sword and Master, it would be abnormal if you didn't pay the corresponding price. Xu Yang laughed and said, "That's right." Then, he put this matter aside, and the two walked out side by side. Outside, Mo Qingwu's entire body was wrapped in a thick marten fur coat. She would stretch her neck from time to time to look at the snow-filled area in front of her. She had an anxious look on her face. She only saw Xu Yang and Duke Yu walking to that place, and then they disappeared in a flash. Why hasn't brother Xu Yang come out yet? Mo Qingwu muttered to herself anxiously. Today, the little girl was wearing a snow-white raccoon hat, a thick white raccoon fur scarf, and a snow-white raccoon fur coat. But on her feet, she wore a pair of exquisite red fox leather boots. Little Wu's face was snow-white, her eyebrows were delicate, and her eyes were dark. In this vast expanse of white snow, she looked extremely cute. The only thing that was lacking in beauty was that she was wearing too much. Xianxia wrapped this little girl from the inside out with a few layers of cotton-padded jacket, cotton-padded trousers, cotton-padded waistcoat, and leather waistcoat. This directly caused the originally slender and even thin little girl to look like a penguin in the snow, or a little bear in the snow. She looked extremely bloated. She swayed from side to side as she walked, like a little bear carefully moving in the snow, but she looked even more adorable and cute. Brother Xianxia has something to do inside. GMO coaxed his little cousin. Come, little Wu, kiss Brother Gmo's face, and I'll tell you what he has to do. Humph. Mo Qingwu rolled her eyes and said, you and Brother Jiju are the same, both of your faces are stinky. GMO was instantly anxious. Don't compare that guy to me. I'm fragrant, if you don't believe me, kiss me. I don't kiss other men. Mo Qingwu pouted. I haven't even kissed second brother. As she said that, she rolled her eyes at GMO, implying, let alone you. GMO retreated in defeat. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang pushed him aside and scolded, what's the point of bullying a little girl? Move aside. GMO retreated unhappily, and walked to the front of the group with Luo Kadi, blocking the wind. The two of them winked at each other for a while, and GMO suddenly asked, has it grown? Luo Kadi's face turned red, and he shouted, get lost. It hasn't grown? GMO exclaimed. Then, he shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. He said, mine is very luxuriant. Luo Kadi was speechless, and his eyes widened as if he wanted to eat someone. This topic started when these two lazy guys unintentionally took a bath together again, and young Master GMO discovered Luo Kadi's abnormality. Therefore, Luo Kadi suffered a tragedy, because second young Master G would mention this matter whenever he was with him, and second young Master Luo also felt extremely inferior. GMO didn't let him off, and his eyes widened as he exclaimed, I heard that Azure Dragon is gifted. This matter, tsk, little wolf, looks like you'll be very powerful. Luo Kadi's face immediately turned red, and he shouted angrily as he grabbed GMO's collar, gnashing his teeth. Do you want to be beaten? GMO hurriedly raised his hand. Spare me, spare me. I heard that hairless ones are the scariest. Ow, dog ant. Wahahaha. Luo Kadi couldn't bear it anymore, and he clenched his fist and smashed it down. The two of them immediately rolled on the snowy ground and started to fight. GMO was beating him while laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. He was being beaten by Luo Kadi, but he still couldn't help but laugh. Luo Kadi was crazily beating this guy when he suddenly raised his head and exclaimed in surprise. Then, he stopped moving. GMO also got up and followed Luo Kadi's gaze. He also exclaimed in surprise and stopped moving. He saw a graceful white figure leisurely coming from the wind and snow in front of him. It was a woman. She was wearing a snow-white dress, and her hair was tied up high. She floated over, and it was a pleasure to see such a scene in the wind and snow. Especially this woman's gentle face, and her eyes were looking left and right as she came, as if she was looking for something. Luo Kadi was dumbstruck, and he nudged GMO, look, a beauty. GMO's eyes lit up, and he repeatedly nodded. She's Fu * King beautiful, she's very charming, and her steps are like lotuses. Luo Kadi shook his head. It's as if she's wearing magnificent clothes to patrol the sky, and wearing silk clothes to walk in the night. GMO turned his head in a circle. The two of them were somewhat lustful at this moment, and then they did something that they would regret for the rest of their lives. Awoo! Awoo! Luo Kadi loudly howled, and put his fingers in his mouth, and whistled. It was sharp and loud. Awoo! Dog ant! GMO jumped up and down, and put his fingers in his mouth at the same time. Then, a whistle that was even sharper than Luo Kadi's whistle sounded. The woman in white heard the whistle from afar, and was about to walk towards the icy peak. However, she changed her direction, and walked towards the two of them. Her feet didn't touch the ground, and she gracefully walked over like a lotus in the wind. GMO and Luo Kadi didn't wait for her to approach, and jumped out with a puff sound. The two of them exposed lecherous smiles as they went forward to greet her. Awoo! Elder sister, you're very beautiful. Luo Kadi turned his head in a circle, and was entranced by her beauty. Yes, you're very beautiful. GMO hurriedly went forward, and was afraid that Luo Kadi would steal the limelight. Really? The woman indifferently looked at the two of them, and her eyes were dull. Really? Really? Luo Kadi laughed out loud. When I saw you, I wanted to write a poem. Ah, let's praise you, you're too beautiful. Elder sister, what's your surname? Yes. GMO used his shoulder to carry Luo Kadi to one side, and rushed to flatter her. Elder sister, you're very beautiful. May I ask what's your name? When I saw you, I wanted to write a poem. You wrote a poem? You wrote a poem? The woman in white pointed at GMO, and then pointed at Luo Kadi, and looked somewhat curious. Of course. Luo Kadi proudly said, my talent isn't just for show. Back then, I wrote a poem for my confinement nanny. GMO repeatedly nodded, yes, my poetic talent is matchless. This is known to all. This beautiful elder sister, which family are you from? How come I've never seen you before? What's your name? Humph. The woman in white suddenly laughed strangely, and said with a murderous aura, my name is Junshi Zhu. Have you heard of me? Second young master Luo Kadi? Second young master GMO? GMO and Luo Kadi let out a strange cry at the same time. Their scalps felt numb, and their bodies felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Luo Kadi's eyes turned red, and he was about to cry. My God, how did I tease this god of death by teasing a beauty? This is really, an old man is hanging himself. He has lived too long. Junshiju was the overlord of the dark bamboo. She usually wore a black robe, and a black veil over her face. Basically, no one had seen her true appearance for 3 days. Even some old monsters knew about it, but no one dared to say it. How many days had it been since GMO and Luo Kadi had wandered the Jianghu? They had only seen Junshiju once or twice. They had seen her from afar, and had quickly turned their gazes away. They had only seen her black robe, and had felt cold all over. So, how could they know Junshiju's true appearance? Moreover, these two were used to being casual. So, they wanted to flirt with this beauty whenever they saw her. They would only tease her every time, and then provoke her to get angry. Then, they would scream, and turn around to run away. They would then laugh heartily, and be incomparably happy. However, these two evil young men had flirted with a lot of young ladies of the 3 heavens. I didn't expect that I would run into a ghost this time around. They had flirted with the biggest and most terrifying underworld overlord of the 3 heavens. Junshiju was also extremely depressed about encountering such a matter. She had changed out of her black clothes since she had arrived in the northern wilderness. She had gotten tired of wearing them. She had changed into new clothes, and had dressed up in her favorite plain clothes. She had then appeared in front of her few trusted subordinates. Dukyu had gone out today, and hadn't returned yet. Junshiju was somewhat worried. Moreover, she had just received the news that the clan that had a grudge against Dukyu had also sent people to hunt for spirit beasts in the northern wilderness. Junshiju was afraid that Dukyu might be in trouble. And, the other subordinates under her obviously weren't of any use. Therefore, she had to personally come out to look for him. She was the only one in the entire Dark Bamboo organization who could help in case something happened to Dukyu. She had come out to look for Dukyu. So, her first stop was naturally Dukyu's lair. She knew that Dukyu's main purpose for coming back this time was this place. Moreover, she was also very curious about Dukyu's secret lair. No one had ever set foot in it, therefore, Junshiju had come all the way here for many reasons. Who would have thought that she would run into 2 little hoodlums teasing her as soon as she arrived at Dukyu's lair? This had made Junshiju angry and amused at the same time. Especially that whistle, it sounded one after another as if it was urging them to die, and it did not stop. Junshiju became angry in her heart. She wanted to teach them a lesson. But, she came over to take a look, and found that they were acquaintances. They were the husbands of the two big clans of the three heavens. Jun Shiju had wanted to scare them off with a glare. But, she hadn't even gotten the time to open her mouth when these two well-known mischievous guys had begun to blow their own trumpet. They had even started to flirt with each other. They are writing chapters and poems? Jun Shiju gloomily looked at the two of them. Luo Kodi, do you know how to write chapters? GMO, do you know how to write poems? Luo Kodi and GMO trembled in an instant. Luo Kodi wiped his sweat. His head was steaming hot in such a cold weather. He cut a sorry figure. June. 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 June, forgive me. Cough cough cough. We were also, hee, just joking, joking. Luo Kodi wiped his sweat under Jun Shiju's increasingly cold gaze. The more he spoke, the more powerless he became. In the end, he couldn't continue. Don't be angry, monarch. He. Don't be angry, monarch. Don't be angry. This. GMO rolled his eyes, he. Everyone loves beauty. This, what are you talking about? Jun Shiju got angry in an instant. She flew over and lifted Luo Kodi up. Then, she punched second young master Luo's lower abdomen with a puff sound. She then kicked second young master Luo to the ground. Then, she stepped on his chest and asked with a ferocious look on her face, have you seen Dukyu? Luo Kodi and GMO looked at each other. They immediately felt relieved. Yes. Where? He's inside. He hasn't come out yet. We're waiting for him here. The two of them rushed to answer. This woman was too scary, is it here? Jun Shiju heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that nothing had happened. When he turned around and saw the two fellows, he was instantly enraged. Jun Shiju wasn't in a hurry since Dukyu was fine. So, she simply waited here for him to come out. She also wanted to teach these two fellows a lesson for taking liberties with women. She kicked second young master Luo's body with a bang sound. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Luo Kodi. Write a chapter for me. Hurry up. Don't you know how to write? You can even write a chapter for Aunt Guan. You're quite capable, you. Luo Kodi's face looked bitter. Minister Jun, this, quickly write. Jun Shiju angrily said, someone else will write a chapter for second young master Luo if I don't see a complete chapter today. Moreover, it will be a sacrifice. Luo Kodi was complaining in his heart. His chest had been stepped on, and it felt as if an entire mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't even move his fingers. He helplessly rolled his eyes, and called out for help. Third brother, help me write an article. GMO slowly turned around. He was preparing to run away. But, he was fixed in place by Luo Kodi's words. He lifted his foot, and got stuck in the air. This bastard. I'm about to escape. Aren't you pulling me down with you? I almost forgot. GMO, can you compose a poem? Jun Shiju squinted at GMO, you have 3 steps to compose a poem. I will ask Luo Kodi to write a sacrifice for you if you can't do it. GMO screamed, and jumped up. He then burst into tears and said, Luo Kodi, you bastard. I'm going to die because of you. Luo Kodi was lying on the ground. He rolled his eyes up and down. GMO, you go first. Jun Shiju was so angry that she couldn't take it out on Luo Kodi. So, the tip of her foot rubbed on Luo Kodi's chest. Luo Kodi's entire body trembled in an instant. Then, he shouted, Third brother, quickly compose a poem. GMO spread out his hands. He was so miserable that he wanted to cry. I wouldn't have written a poem if I could compose a poem, right? Quickly write. Jun Shiju's complexion changed. The coldness in her eyes became even denser. Are you taking liberties with me? Do you think I'm so easy to take liberties with? GMO burst into tears. We didn't know that it was you. Cut the crap. Jun Shiju's murderous aura burst out. I'll compose a poem. I'll compose a poem. GMO stood stiffly. He frowned, and racked his brains. It's snowing heavily, in the sky, and fluttering. He unconsciously took a step forward, and recited the second sentence. The moon's great mountain whitens my waist, PFFF. Luo Kudi's body trembled as he heard these two sentences. His face also turned red. It was rare for him to laugh even though he was being stepped on like this. You're still laughing? Jun Shizhu looked at him in astonishment. Second young master Luo, you're very courageous. You're not afraid of death. Luo Kudi's eyes turned white. I can't help it. How can this be called a Fu * king poem? Second master Ji finally stuttered and recited the third sentence at this time. To compose a poem in such a cold weather. He scratched his ears and cheeks and thought for a long time. Then, he said, it's not bad. He then jumped up and down. Wahaha, finished. It's snowing heavily in the sky, and the moon's great mountain whitens my waist. To compose a poem in such a cold weather, isn't it bad? Jun Shizhu twisted her slender eyebrows. What kind of bullshit is this? You only said that you want to compose a poem. You didn't say anything about the standard. GMO straightened his neck and argued with reason. He couldn't not argue. After all, he would die if Jun Shizhu insisted that he compose another poem. This poem is the most rhyming poem I've ever composed since I was born. Fine. Jun Shizhu waved her hand. Get lost. I'll make your G-clan prepare for a funeral if I see you taking liberties with a woman again. GMO nodded and bowed. Yes, yes. But, I'm already taken. Albua is very good. I won't do it again. The key point is that Luo Kudi is a rogue. He covered his head and fled like a rat. It was, panicked like a stray dog, and busy like a fish escaping the net. GMO. You pig. Luo Kudi miserably lay on the ground and cursed loudly. He pounded the ground with his hands. He was extremely indignant. It's your turn. Jun Shizhu looked at Luo Kudi and spoke in a cold voice. Let me see your talent. Luo Kudi was so distressed that he wanted to die. Minister Jun, why don't you beat me up? Cut the crap. A cold light flashed, and a long sword was inserted into Luo Kudi's crotch with a schwa sound. It penetrated his clothes, and plunged into the snow below him. The sword's body swayed, and emitted a cold light. Ice cold, Luo Kudi's entire body shivered, and his hair stood on end. He could feel that the sword was slowly swaying in contact with his crotch, and his soul had flown out of his body. He suddenly felt that the watermark of setting sail was rushing to the front and back of his body. Spare my life. Second young master Luo shivered. Your Luo clan will have to rely on your elder brother Luo Ku to carry on your ancestral line if you don't write a poem. Jun Shizhu insipidly said. All right. Luo Kudi readily agreed. Then, he frowned, and pondered. Title, Praise the Great Snow. Luo Kudi gasped for breath. Can you let me stand up? No. No. Praise the Great Snow. Praise the Great Snow. Luo Kudi's face was sullen. It seemed as if he had lost his parents. Luo Kudi obviously wanted to learn from Jimo's praise of the great snow. In the cold winter, heavy snow swirls in the air. Snowflakes fall fiercely, and the north wind blows fiercely. The weather is cold, and the ground is frozen. It's infinitely sad. Second young master Luo's talent was really good. Is the cold winter in your clan during the moon? Jun Shizhu snorted. It's the moon now. It's so cold here. Isn't it the cold winter? Luo Kudi rolled his eyes, and mumbled, I'm still naked in my clan at this time. Cut the crap. Continue. The weather is cold, and the ground is frozen. It's infinitely sad. The most miserable person is none other than me. GMO is gone. That bad embryo. One day, he'll pull out my tendons and smash my marrow. Second young master Luo's speech became more and more fluent. He rolled his eyes. Among all the women in the world, the most beautiful confinement matron. She's devastatingly beautiful. She's capable of causing the downfall of a nation. She's scared away at first sight. Unfortunately, she's married. She sighs. The white snow poured into her mouth along with the wind. Second young master Luo got emotional because of the scenery. So, he returned to the original topic. It's cold and piercing to the bone. It's not beautiful. I'm in the northern icefield. I'm in bad luck. I'll never go back if I can. Ha 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 ha. Pfft. Jun Shizhu was amused by him and laughed. She then kicked this guy, and scolded him with a smile, "Get lost. I'll kill you if I see you taking liberties with women again." "Hey, hey, hey." Luo Kudi crawled up. He didn't look back, and fled like a rat. His heart was thumping wildly. "I've finally escaped with my life. My mother, it was too close. Who would have thought that my setting sail mother would have experienced such a terrifying thing? That ice-cold sword was stuck to that part of my body. My brother would have run away from home if I hadn't been careful. How could I have ignored my second brother?" He thought about it, and thought about it. He was so scared that his lips had turned blue, and his face had turned white. But then, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ignored my second brother? Gulauer? I'm really talented." "Oh, well, what did you say?" Gu Duxing appeared in front of him with a murderous look on his face. He happened to hear Luo Kudi's muttering. Luo Kudi's legs went soft. His mind was still in chaos. So, he spoke without thinking. I was talking about my second brother. I can't ignore. Second brother Gu, I'll beat you to death, you bastard." Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had been called over by GMO as reinforcements. They had rushed here with anxious hearts. But, they had seen this guy jumping around and mocking them. They had gotten angry when they heard these words. So, they had started to rain punches and kicks on him in a crazy manner. Luo Kudi was lying on the ground like a dried salted fish in less than a quarter of an hour. He was only exhaling, and no longer breathing. A white light flashed at this time, and a big door suddenly appeared. Chu Yang and Dukyu had finally walked out. Second update. I'm going out to practice driving. I'll take the road test tomorrow morning. It's the 10th time. I'll lose face if I don't take it. Cough cough, I'll lose face already. I'll have nothing to do this month after tomorrow's test. Even if I have to take the makeup test, it'll be next month. Ugh, I'm such a jinx. What's the matter? Why is it so messy? Dukyu frowned. He was very displeased. This is a secluded place for cultivation. How did it turn into a slaughterhouse? Then, he turned his head to look at Jun Shizhu. Why are you here? Someone from that family has come down, Jun Shizhu coldly snorted. Chu Yang hastily asked Shua Duxing and the others while speaking, what's the matter? *** Baidu Search Network's high-quality update ***, it's your two sworn brothers. Jun Shizhu replied. She coldly snorted and said, one is Luo Kudi, and the other is GMO. They are taking liberties with women. And they are taking liberties with me. This has never happened in the three heavens. Even Dukyu's body swayed twice in an instant. As for Shua Duxing and Dong Wushang, they were even more dizzy. They almost sat down on the snow-covered ground. They had been scared by this sentence. No wonder GMO had patted his buttocks and shouted for help after he had returned. Then, he had said that something bad had happened, and that Luo Kudi was going to be slaughtered. But, he hadn't said anything. It's no wonder that they have taken liberties with women. They have become the overlords of the underworld of the three heavens. These two brothers are really, Shua Duxing sighed. I understand. I wouldn't have said anything if it had been me. This isn't shameful anymore. Luo Kudi and GMO lowered their heads. It seemed as if they had committed a great crime of deceiving the monarch. Their faces had turned into persimmons at this moment. One could see that Jun Shizhu hadn't wrongly accused them just by looking at their appearance. Really? Dukyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and sighed. Heroes come from the youth since ancient times. I admire you. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not being sarcastic. I truly admire you. At least, you've done something that I wouldn't have dared to do. Luo Kudi and GMO's noses became crooked. Idols. Chu Yang grabbed their hands with tears in his eyes. You two have created an unprecedented precedent in the three heavens, big brother. Please don't say it. I feel like dying. Luo Kudi's face was bitter as he repeatedly pleaded. One said that he could compose a poem, and the other said that he could write a chapter. You guys are really treating me like a little girl to coax. Jun Shizhu rolled her eyes. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. One after another, they asked second young master Luo and second young master Ji what kind of poem they had written. The two of them directly stuck their heads into the crotch of their trousers, refusing to raise their heads no matter what. Go ahead and mock us all you want. We don't believe that you won't embarrass us in the future. Jun Shizhu restrained herself from laughing. She then read out the poem, Everyone Has a Big Belly. Du Xing and Dong Wushang were taking joy in other people's misfortune. In fact, they were laughing so hard that tears were almost flowing out of their eyes. Next, Dukyu continued to bring Chu Yang to complete the bet. Jun Shizhu fished out a small booklet from her bosom and handed it over to Mo Qingwu. This was what she wrote during this period of time. It was also one of the reasons why she came out this time besides looking for Dukyu. Then, Jun Shizhu stood still. She stretched out her hand and pointed her finger at Luo Kudi. Then, she pointed at GMO. Then, she nodded again and exposed a meaningful smile. Then, she rose up and disappeared in the snowflakes that filled the sky. Luo Kudi and GMO sat down on the snow-covered ground as soon as she left. They couldn't help but wipe their sweat. Then, they kept muttering, "Hot, this weather is really hot." Everyone looked at the ice under their feet and the heavy snow in the sky. They were speechless. This is the White Crystal Mine, Dukyu pointed at the sparkling white light in front of him and said. The two of them had already passed through a deep and long tunnel at this moment. They were 1,000 feet below the ground. White crystals were everywhere as far as the eye could see. They were piled up in large chunks. Some of them were still on the mountain walls and hadn't been extracted yet. The more they went, the more they got. The Calamity Sword in his dantian trembled excitedly and buzzed. Chu Yang was thoroughly stunned. He had thought that the white crystal mine that Dukyu had mentioned wasn't very big. In fact, it was only on such a small scale. Who would have thought that he would see a super-large mineral vein at this moment? Moreover, all the white crystals could be seen at a glance. In fact, it wouldn't take much effort to extract them all. If it was calculated according to the size of a palm, the white crystals here would be tens of thousands of pieces? Hundreds of thousands of pieces? Millions of pieces? Or even, tens of millions? Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Dukyu smiled. His smile was still as carefree as before. He said, "You can stay here." "I understand." "Yes, I'll go out first. Tell them that you'll be in seclusion here. Then, we'll wait outside for you to come out." "Many thanks," Chu Yang said gratefully. Dukyu smiled faintly and said, "I'll also exchange pointers with them one by one. After all, I can't be a sparring partner for nothing." "Haha. Good." Dukyu smiled and turned to leave. "Brother Yu," Chu Yang called out. "Yes? Is there anything else?" Dukyu turned to look at him. "It's just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it, Brother Yu." Chu Yang held a piece of mysterious jade ice crystal core and a piece of mysterious young jade core in his hand. This was a world of difference compared to the two pieces that Dukyu had shamelessly taken away from him that day. "If you give me peaches and plums, I'll repay you with fine jade." Chu Yang was a person who never suffered losses. He clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. "As long as you treat me with sincerity, I'll treat you 100 times better. Even if I can't give you the same value, I'll do my best." Just like how he treated Xia Danqiong that day in the Xia clan. And like how he treated Dukyu today. In the Xia clan, it was because of benefits in the beginning. But, it was no longer for benefits when Chu Yang gave Xia Danqiong the real jade flowers. Xia Danqiong knew this better than anyone else. It was a matter of friendship. And, it was the same today. The reason why Chu Yang gave away the mysterious jade ice crystal core and the mysterious young jade core was because of Dukyu's friendship. Perhaps Dukyu had some ulterior motives in the end. But, his help to Chu Yang at this stage was incomparable. Dukyu's eyes moved. He looked at Chu Yang deeply. But, he didn't reach out his hand. Instead, he asked, "Why are you giving them to me?" He would rather go back on his word that day to take those two pieces. But, he took a step back today when these two pieces of jade core were 10,000 times better than the one in front of him. There's no reason. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. Chu Yang said seriously, "Brother Yu, I only treated you as a mysterious expert when I made the bet with you and argued with you before. As for the bet and promise, that's for strangers. He looked at Dukyu seriously and said, but, I'm giving these 2 pieces of jade to you now, because, of friends. Xianxia smiled gently, so, this has nothing to do with the future or the promise of friendship, or anything else. It's just a token of my sincerity. Dukyu didn't seem to hear what Xianxia had said. He only frowned and looked deeply into Xianxia's eyes. He said softly, friend? Something seemed to flash in the depths of his eyes. Then, he put the 2 pieces of jade away. Very cautiously, he placed them into his bosom. He smiled faintly and said, maybe, you'll regret the word friend one day. If brother you doesn't regret it, I won't regret it either. Xianxia smiled and said. I'm afraid that I'll regret it. Dukyu laughed. Even if you regret it, that's your business. Xianxia said quietly. Even if I regret it, that's my business. Dukyu murmured. He suddenly felt warm in his heart. Even if you regret it, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? But I won't regret it. Even if we become enemies because of you in the future, I still won't regret what I've done today. These were the words that Xianxia didn't finish speaking. Dukyu completely understood. Dukyu finally turned around and left without saying a word. His green robe fluttered and he disappeared in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Xianxia watched him leave and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he turned around and stretched out his right hand. The 3 pieces of the Calamity Sword suddenly appeared at his fingertips. In the next moment, the Calamity Sword pierced the white crystal wall in front of him. It was clean and tidy, without the slightest hesitation. Time was of the essence. Besides, Xianxia couldn't wait any longer. The silver crystal in front of him dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the Calamity Sword flew up with a clang and began to advance forward like a hot knife through butter. Wherever it passed, the white crystal dimmed and turned into powder. 3 days later, the entire white crystal mine completely dimmed. The space inside became even bigger, and there was dust everywhere. The 3 pieces of the Calamity Sword all emitted a bright light. A faintly discernible spiritual energy rippled at the tip of the sword and stopped in the air, motionless. Suddenly, a strong light burst out, and then it immediately returned to its original state. Not long after, another wave of strong ghosts appeared. This cycle repeated. In a short time, it had already flashed more than 10 times. Finally, the Calamity Sword returned to its original state, as if there were no changes at all. The sword spirit said thoughtfully, improve it in all aspects. With the sun and moon ointment, you don't have to hold anything back. Oh? Xianxia's spirit was immediately lifted. First, he threw the sun and moon ointment out. With a swoosh, the Calamity Sword pierced the sun and moon ointment. In an instant, the sun and moon ointment was absorbed into powder. Then, Xianxia took out the precious materials that he had originally collected one after another. In the end, he directly put the Calamity Sword into the Calamity space and let it absorb it by itself. The sword spirit immediately became very nervous. 3 days later, the Calamity Sword finished absorbing the existing resources. Except for the dozens of pieces of materials that Xianxia had left behind to forge weapons, and the mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade that the sword spirit was desperately protecting, the Calamity space was already empty. And, the sword spirit had also ripened a petal of the heavenly orchid. His aura had suddenly weakened a lot. But, a burst of black fog started to rise from his body after he took it. And, this black fog started to condense inside the sword spirit's body. His entire body had become very condensed by the time this black fog had completely condensed inside his body. This visual effect was more than 10 times stronger than before he took it. It's really worth it. The sword spirit sighed deeply. He looked at his arms and legs with satisfaction and proudly shook them a few times. What do we do now? The sword spirit asked. Immediately heal Qing Wu's 3-yin meridian, Xianxia said unquestionably. As he spoke, he hurriedly walked out. And then? And then immediately let the Calamity Sword refine elixirs to increase the strength of my brothers. Xianxia said without hesitation, their current strength is too weak. Why? Xianxia was stunned and stopped. Because your path is already different. The sword spirit became more serious than ever and said, if you just want a group of strong fighters, you can improve them quickly. But, if you want everlasting brothers, it's best not to. Why? Is it a good thing to improve their strength? Xianxia asked in confusion. Baidu search network's high-quality updates the fastest. In short, it's not good. The sword spirit replied, my memory is sealed, so I can't say what's not good about it. But I can feel that, it's best not to do it. The best way is to strengthen their foundation and improve their aptitude. Let them accumulate their strength step by step and reach the peak. That's the right way. The sword spirit replied, I'm risking my life by saying this, because, if you... I'll have to repeat the fate of the past 10,000 years. Xianxia suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He looked up at the sword spirit. The sword spirit was tongue-tied and covered his mouth. Obviously, he knew that he had said something he shouldn't have. Then I'll use the pills to strengthen their foundation. Xianxia stared at the sword spirit for a long time before he said slowly. The sword spirit's face was full of joy and he nodded repeatedly. His warning this time could be said to be a huge risk. But this was the only hope he could feel. The hope of breaking free from the cycle of reincarnation, so the sword spirit didn't want to let it go. If Xianxia really used pills to raise the strength of Gu Duxing and the others, it would be tantamount to letting the calamity sword unintentionally leave a mark in their hearts and divine senses. In that way, Xianxia would walk the same path as the previous masters of the sword. Xianxia's face was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. I also want to repeat the fate of the past 10,000 years. The sword spirit's words made Xianxia shudder. As soon as the calamity sword appeared, the world changed instantly. The masters of the heavens changed, and the great clans were annihilated and replaced by new great clans. Then, why was it a big clan and not the 5 big clans? And not the 10 big clans? Why was it a clan? Did this have anything to do with the sword? There was another point, every time the sword appeared, it would hide in a different place for 10,000 years. In other words, it had been buried for 10,000 years. Then, how long did it take for the previous master of Calamity Sword to unify the first heaven? This period of time was definitely not very long, at most a few hundred years. However, the Calamity Sword returned to the body and was buried for another 10,000 years. Then, where did the master of the Calamity Sword go? As he thought of all these, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine, and a chill spread throughout his body. It was as if there was a huge net coming down on him from all directions. There was nowhere to run. It was as if the heavens had returned to fate, and the heavens had returned to order. The path of the Calamity Sword Master was like the path of life. Baidu world-defying heavens, no one can stop the spear in front of you. Whether you move or not, you will grow old. Whether you move or not, you will walk the path of the Calamity Sword Master. You do things for yourself, for your own selfish interests. But all the things you do add up to unwittingly coincide with another path that God has already arranged for you. This was the will of heaven. When Xianxia obtained the Calamity Sword, he encountered Emo Qingwu's death. He didn't want Emo Qingwu to die, so he could only reverse fate. To reverse fate, he had to go to Iron Cloud. When he went to Iron Cloud, he had to face Diwu Qingru. A war between the two countries, and tens of millions of lives would be lost. This was already in line with the path of the Calamity Sword Master. In order to save Emo Qingwu, he needed to get the heavy pill. He needed to improve the Calamity Sword step by step. He had already reached this point. The upper 3 heavens was still waiting for him. Because Xianxia's background and his parents were there. In his previous life, he didn't care about anything. But in this life, how could he not care about anything? So Xianxia definitely had to go to the upper 3 heavens. Even if he had to turn back into powder, he still had to go. But as long as he went, he would be getting closer and closer to the path of the Calamity Sword. In other words, the path that God had set for Xianxia was the path of the Calamity Sword Master. It could be imagined that as life progressed step by step, what pushed Xianxia forward was definitely not just a little bit. Thinking of all this, Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat. He felt a chill run down his spine. Is it really irreversible? I thought that I had already reversed it, but it turns out that I had been following it for a long time. At this moment, a thought suddenly popped up in Xianxia's mind. After saving Emo Qingwu, I'll live in seclusion with Emo Qingwu. And not care about worldly affairs, is it inevitable? Chu Yang's heart was heavy as he walked back from the white crystal mine. When he saw Gu Duxing and the others, the heaviness on Chu Yang's face was still clearly visible. His thoughts still didn't stop. The sword spirit in his mind was also silent. He didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him. Boss. Luo Kadi wanted to cry but had no tears. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. These four brothers of his were no longer in human form. Even people with strong perseverance like Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were already exhausted from Dukyu's training. When they met again, Chu Yang almost couldn't recognize who was who. Dukyu's sparring was indeed very good and powerful. It was a complete and utter abuse. However, under such torture, Luo Kadi and Ji Mo's cultivation improved very quickly. They were already at the point of breaking through. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had already broken through. Gu Duxing was now a 4th-grade sword king. Dong Wushang was now a 4th-grade saber king. The little girl Mo Qingwu was holding the booklet that Jun Shizhu had given her. She was carefully studying it. When she saw Chu Yang return, she put the booklet in her bosom and jumped over. These guys are very malleable. Dukyu was full of praise. He had squeezed out all the potential of Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others in his own unique way. The more he squeezed them out, the more amazed Dukyu became. It was simply inconceivable that ordinary people could have such potential. Have you finished refining the pills? Chu Yang asked in his mind. Yes, a total of 10 spirit transformation pills. Sword Spirit replied, taking this pill won't have the special effect of increasing one's cultivation. But, it can enhance the potential of the person who takes it. It can make their martial arts foundation more outstanding. Moreover, it can make their meridians more bearable. Moreover, it contains the power of enlightenment of the heavenly way. It can increase the possibility of making a breakthrough as long as they have the opportunity. Sword Spirit replied, this pill is the mildest among all the similar pills. Chu Yang nodded and said, that's good. Then, he called Gu Duxing and the others to take 1 pill each. Then, he introduced the effects of the pill to the 4 people in detail. Gu Duxing and the others were dumbstruck. There's such a miraculous medicine in the world. Chu Yang then said to Dukyu, brother Yu, I'll have to trouble you for a few days. Train them well to spread the efficacy of the pill. You should have more experience than us in this aspect. So, you should pay attention to the fact that the medicinal efficacy must spread to every meridian, every muscle, and even the brain. So, we need an expert like brother Yu to personally check it. Dukyu laughed out loud, this is no problem. I'll make sure that they don't waste even a little bit of it. Ha 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 ha. I want to die. How many more days? Luo Kadi and GMO screamed at the same time. They looked at each other in dismay. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. They had been turned into mud by Dukyu in the past few days. How many more days would it take? That spirit beast hasn't made any movements during this time, right? Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang was still somewhat concerned about this matter. No. Well, someone had encountered a wind fox a few nights ago. But, that thing was too fast. So, it was as if it didn't appear. Later, a few corpses were found. The unstoppable spear of pride in the heavens died under the sharp claws of a fire lion. It seems that not only is there a spirit beast here, but there's more than one. Dukyu's spirit was very excited as he said, as long as we can confirm that this thing really exists, I'll be relieved. There's no need to rush. Besides, how can a spirit beast be so easy to deal with? Good. If possible, we'll take action. Chu Yang nodded affirmatively and said, then, I'll go take care of something first. As he said this, he picked up Mo Qingwu and went back in the direction of the white crystal or vein. To heal Mo Qingwu, he needed an absolutely quiet place. Only a place like the white crystal or vein would be warm enough, and he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed. Moreover, it was spacious enough. Seeing Chu Yang leave, Dukyu clasped his hands behind his back and turned his head. He bared his teeth at the youngsters who had just taken the pill. He smiled maliciously, brothers, come. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang sighed at the same time. Luo Kadi and GMO lay flat on the snowy ground. Brother Chu Yang, where are you taking me? Mo Qingwu asked curiously. I'm taking you to a very fun place. Yang smiled slightly. Really? Of course, really. What are we going to do there? To treat your illness. Ah. Mo Qingwu cried out in surprise. Then, she suddenly thought of something and became shy. She squeezed her little head into Yang's arms. What's wrong? Yang was surprised. I'm shy. Mo Qingwu whispered. She was so shy that she couldn't speak. What are you shy about? Yang scratched his head in confusion. Why was this little loli so shy? My wound is on my chest. Mo Qingwu pouted and said, Brother Yang, you're taking advantage of me. Yang staggered as he was running. He lost his footing on the glacier, and slid down. Then, he fell on his back. His 2 buttocks were caught off guard, and broke into 8 pieces as a result. Yang got up and looked at the little girl in his arms. He was speechless. How old is this little girl? She's already thinking of this. Brother Yang, don't worry. Don't be surprised. Mo Qingwu blushed. She moved closer to his ear and said, I don't mind. Really? If it was someone else, I would rather die than let him see me. The little girl said resolutely and decisively. She then added, It's just that I haven't grown up yet. It's just starting to grow. Brother Yang, please don't dislike it. Yang's face darkened. He picked her up and ran away. Heavens, please strike me with lightning and kill me, this beast. Mo Qingwu shyly nestled in his arms and whispered, It will grow up in the future. Yang stumbled again. Spare me. Boo-hoo-hoo. Not long after, the mentally exhausted Yang finally arrived at the White Crystal Mine with Mo Qingwu in his arms. His body flashed, and he entered the mine through the secret passage that Dukyu had dug. They went all the way to the underground. Baidu Search Network High Quality Update What a spacious underground cave. Mo Qingwu opened her big eyes wide as she exclaimed in surprise. Yang shook his hand, and 3 luminous pearls were embedded in the stone wall. Suddenly, the entire area was softly illuminated. Then, Yang casually waved his hand, and a large flat stone that he had already prepared was cleaned. Then, he took out some bedding from the tribulation space, and laid it on top of it. Come, Qingwu, take off your clothes, and lie on top of it. Yang waved his hand, and suddenly thought of something. He took out a few pieces of mysterious yang jade from the tribulation space, and spread them around. Suddenly, the entire space became warm and comfortable. I really have to take off my clothes. Mo Qingwu's small face turned red. Her 2 small hands tightly grasped the front of her clothes, and her eyes moved around. Brother Yang, you are so naughty. Yang sweated profusely. I am naughty? Little girl, it will take a few years for me to be naughty. Your current body, even if I want to be naughty, it will be quite difficult. Hurry up. Yang had no choice but to put on a serious face. Humph. The little girl came over slowly. She looked at Yang from the corner of her eyes as she walked. Then, her 2 small hands began to untie her belt. She took off her overcoat, and then the small leather jacket, and then the small leather waistcoat, and then the small cotton padded jacket, and then the small cotton waistcoat, and finally, the small belly band. There were more than 10 layers, only a small red belly band was left on her upper body. It wrapped around her snow-white skin, and the little girl covered her chest with her hands. Yang sighed, this small chest is just beginning to pop out, it can't even be considered as the tip of a lotus flower. A slightly chubby boy is probably bigger than this little girl here, and she is still so nervous that she doesn't want to let me see it. Are you done? Mo Qingwu asked timidly. Take it off. Yang said with black lines on his forehead. Ah, so shy. Mo Qingwu covered her face. Let me do it, let me do it. Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll do it myself. The little girl nimbly jumped up, kicked off her little leather boots, and jumped onto the bed. She even stretched out her petal-like little feet in front of Yang, and said triumphantly, Elder brother Yang, smell it. Mine doesn't stink. Yang couldn't help but look at his feet. In fact, he was also depressed. He already had an innate constitution, and all the Impurities in his body had already been expelled. Why did he still have the problem of foot odor? This shouldn't be happening. When he came back to his senses, he saw that the little girl had already taken off her doo-doo. Her upper body was bare and she was lying on the specially made bed. Her two small hands were nervously covering her small breasts which didn't have the slightest bit of size, alas. Xianxia sighed. He reached out and took her right hand away, then looked at the place where she had been injured. There was only a dark red mark left. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. This was only possible because the little girl had been constantly exhausting her physical strength during this period of time. Otherwise, there would be no such thing. Feeling Chu Yang's warm hand touching her body, Mo Qingwu tightly closed her eyes. Her small body also became perfectly straight. He looked like he was overly nervous. Chu Yang was both angry and amused. He really didn't know what this little girl was nervous about. At his command, the calamity sword moved instantly. A stream of pure medicinal power was instantly injected into Mo Qingwu's body from his palm. The sword spirit in his mind rubbed his hands together. A stream of mysterious spiritual power poured out from Chu Yang's consciousness and merged with the medicinal power of the calamity sword. Chu Yang reached out his left hand and there was an amethyst box. With a push of his thumb, the lid of the box opened with a snap. A fragrance immediately wafted out. It was the heavy pill, ready at any time. The tip of the calamity sword let out a long cry. Suddenly, it escaped from Chu Yang's fingertips and turned into a stream of light, drilling into Mo Qingwu's meridians. Mo Qingwu only felt that her body was getting hotter and hotter. In the end, her chest was already scorching hot. A kind of heart-wrenching pain suddenly rose. Instantly, she frowned in pain and groaned painfully from her throat. This kind of feeling was even more painful than when he was struck by the sword. And this kind of pain was gradually getting worse. Chu Yang stared intently, only to see a pink scar slowly bulging on Mei Qingwu's chest. Gradually, her entire chest seemed to be filled with a transparent red light, and even Mo Qingwu's internal organs could be vaguely seen. It hurts. Big brother Chu Yang. Mo Qingwu frowned in pain. Her eyes glistened with tears. She pursed her lips and looked at Chu Yang pitifully. It's okay. Bear with it. Little Wu is the strongest. Bear with it and you'll be fine. You can practice martial arts in the future. Chu Yang comforted her gently. Mo Qingwu perked up. Yes. I want to practice martial arts. I want to protect big brother Chu Yang. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt, she said it didn't hurt, but slowly, she clenched her teeth and didn't make a sound. Sweat the size of soybeans kept coming out of her face and body. Chu Yang's heart ached as he watched, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't dare to urge her to hurry up, right now. Mo Qingwu's scar finally appeared. It completely bulged out of her skin and floated on the surface. Chu Yang was about to feed the heavy pill to this little girl immediately. Wait, the sword spirit stopped him. The sword spirit's spiritual power had been constantly outputting. So, he seemed a little tired at this moment. Why? Chu Yang asked. How far do you want this little girl to go? The sword spirit asked in a heavy voice. If you want to repair her 3 meridians, now is the right time. If you want to improve her constitution, now is not the right time. Improve her constitution? Chu Yang frowned. Since ancient times, women have practiced martial arts faster than men. Especially for men and women with the same qualifications, women are faster than men. Therefore, women's constitution may be weak, but their endurance is better than men's. You can't not know this, the sword spirit said. Chu Yang slowly nodded. If you look at it from this point of view, this phenomenon is also true. But once a woman reaches a certain age, she will be shackled by the congenital shackles. And, she will slowly lose these advantages after marriage. The sword spirit slowly said, there are several kinds of peerless constitutions for women. With such constitutions, practicing any martial arts will yield twice the results with half the effort. If you have a suitable martial art, you can even advance 1,000 miles in a day. For example, your senior sister Wu Qianqian of the lower 3 heavens has the mysterious female body. But, Mo Qingwu is born with the 3 meridians. You must know that if the 3 meridians are improved, it will be recognized as the #1 constitution in the world. It will be stronger than the mysterious female body, the sword spirit said heavily. What kind of constitution? Xianxia asked nervously. Heavenly body, innate spirit meridians, the sword spirit said these words almost word by word. Heavenly body? Innate spirit meridians? Xianxia asked in puzzlement. This was the first time he had heard of such a constitution. Have you seen Dukyu's constitution? The sword spirit snorted. You mean? Xianxia asked in surprise. Yes, this heavenly body and innate spirit meridians are strange constitutions on par with Dukyu's innate spirit body. Even if you find a suitable martial art, it will be stronger than Dukyu's constitution. Because its original body is female. The sword spirit snorted and said, moreover, it was transformed by the heavenly law of the calamity sword. The transformation of the heavenly law of the universe is the power of the universe. Although Dukyu's aptitude is special, it's only the power of his race. How can it be compared with the power of the heavenly law? The sword spirit said with a smile full of temptation. Besides, now is an important time to repair the 3 meridians. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a second possibility. Even if you suffer the same injury again, after being healed by the calamity sword this time, there won't be any hope for you to form the heavenly body again. That's why I asked you to think about it. Let's do it. Xianxia made a prompt decision. Heavenly body, innate spirit meridians. This was Xianxia's great fortune. Since there was such an opportunity, how could Xianxia miss it? The stronger Xianxia was, the safer she would be. However, she will have to suffer more pain. The sword spirit said slowly. It's better to have a short pain than a long pain. Xianxia's eyes shone with heartache, but he didn't hesitate. Let's start immediately. Okay. The sword spirit agreed and immediately informed the calamity sword tip. The calamity sword tip suddenly flashed in Xianxia's body and instantly turned into thousands of fragments, penetrating Xianxia's entire body. Even the unique light of the calamity sword was flashing above Xianxia's head. Xianxia couldn't clench her teeth anymore. She groaned in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Xianxia helplessly. Her originally bright eyes were already dead gray. Xianxia. Brother, it's okay. It'll be okay soon. Xianxia held the small body in his arms with heartache. He pressed his face against her face and comforted her gently. Cough cough. Xianxia coughed lightly and fainted. Hurry. Xianxia couldn't help but roar. On Xianxia's chest, the wound of the 3 meridians was already clearly visible. Xianxia could even see with his naked eye how that sword had destroyed the innate meridians. The tiny meridians were quickly connected together under the star-like sword light. Like thousands of bent threads, they were easily cut by the calamity sword tip. Finally, that horrifying wound slowly disappeared, Xianxia's entire body, from the top of her head to the soles of her feet, suddenly shone with the luster of starlight. At first glance, it seemed that all the starlight in the entire universe had been transferred to this little girl's body, which was as white as a lotus flower. This is the moment. Take the heavy pill. Hurry. The sword spirit shouted in his mind. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly brought the purple crystal bottle close to Xianxia's mouth. But Xianxia had already fainted. She clenched her teeth tightly. The heavy pill couldn't enter. Baidu search network's high-quality updates the fastest Xianxia frowned. Without any hesitation, he circulated his energy. His energy formed a vacuum energy shield around his mouth. Then, he put the heavy pill into his mouth. He leaned forward and used the tip of his tongue to gently pull back Xianxia's teeth. The tip of his tongue moved back and forth agilely on Xianxia's soft lips. Then, he slowly opened them. Xianxia originally closed her mouth tightly and clenched her teeth. But she felt that there seemed to be something moving gently on her mouth. There was a comfortable itch. She couldn't help but gently open her mouth. Xianxia took the opportunity to fiercely push the tip of his tongue and finally pushed the heavy pill into her mouth. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, an accident happened. Although Mo Qinggu was unconscious, she instinctively realized that something had entered her mouth. She subconsciously closed her teeth. Ouch! Chu Yang cried out miserably. His voice was dull and unclear. His tongue was bitten by Mo Qinggu's sharp teeth. Minister Chu was in trouble. He was in front of the little girl. His tongue was stretched out, and was bitten. His whole body was sweating. He wanted to pull it out bit by bit. Oh my God, I'm bleeding. I can't circulate any energy in this place, but Mo Qinggu was biting very tightly. The little girl closed her mouth and clenched her teeth. She was very determined. Minister Chu sighed repeatedly in his heart. He could only slowly try to pull it out, but it didn't work. So, he endured the pain and moved the tip of his tongue back and forth in the little girl's mouth. Mo Qinggu indeed felt that her mouth was unbearably itchy. She unconsciously loosened her mouth. Ouch! Chu Yang finally rescued his tongue. He only felt pain. He stuck his tongue out and touched it with his hand. Blood, what's wrong with intercepting a drink from the proud melon-hand Ting Liu? This little girl is quite strong. Minister Chu stuck his tongue out and looked back with a bitter face. The sword spirit clearly knew that he shouldn't laugh at this critical juncture. However, he still couldn't help but convulse with laughter. The heavy pill entered her mouth, and immediately transformed into countless pure spiritual powers, which rushed towards Mo Qinggu's body in all directions. Then, the specks of starlight on Mo Qinggu's body suddenly flourished. The range of the starlight's illumination seemed to have shrunk the entire universe, and all of it was concentrated on Mo Qinggu. When a person returns to his body, he becomes a universe of his own. Can you tell? The sword spirit said lightly. This sentence is absolutely not said casually. Chu Yang looked at the starlight on Mo Qinggu's body, and imagined the starry sky in his memory. It's true that the reincarnation of the human body is a universe of its own, but without the power of the heavenly Tao, no one can activate its true use. The sword spirit replied, therefore, since ancient times, countless powerful people and wise people have been pursuing the heavenly Tao. A lot of people are pursuing the heavenly Echo Tao, but they don't know what it is for. There are even more people who think that the heavenly Echo Tao is just a form of power. The sword spirit said disdainfully, but the real pursuit of the heavenly Echo Tao is just to activate the universe of the heavenly Echo Tao. Let this person be self-sufficient, and from then on, transcend the heavenly Echo Tao and transcend the cycle of reincarnation. This is the real Nirvana realm. What's after the Nirvana realm? Chu Yang said deeply, who can guarantee that this so-called Nirvana realm is not another beginning? Or, it's just a beginning? The sword spirit was startled. He said, this makes sense. After a moment of silence, he pondered over Chu Yang's words. Suddenly, he said loudly, this sentence makes a lot of sense. Then, he continued to ponder. As the heavy pill entered her body, Mo Qinggu only felt that her whole body was light and floating. The originally indescribable pain seemed to have disappeared. She woke up with a moan. She only felt that her body was incomparably comfortable. The wound on her chest, which was originally hurting faintly, was now very comfortable. There was no pain at all. Her whole body was so light that it was as if she was about to fly. She was overjoyed. She turned over and was about to sit up. Chu Yang gently held her down and said vaguely, don't stare, brother. Chu Yang, reply to brother? The little girl stared with her big round eyes. What are you talking about? What's wrong with your tongue turning back? Bo, move. The sea is digging again, don't move, it's not over yet. Chu Yang turned his head with his tongue wide open. He hissed and sucked in cold air. He used a little strength to tell the little girl, don't move. Oh. The little girl blinked and lay back down obediently. She was full of concern. Brother Chu Yang, reply to brother, your tongue turning back? Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. My tongue turning back? Didn't you bite my tongue when it turned back? Do you think it's easy for me? I almost broke off and became a mute. The timid girl immediately changed her line of sight. Ah! Why are there so many stars on my body, so beautiful? So beautiful. Finally, the starlight on Mo Qinggu's body slowly receded. Her skin gradually returned to its original soft and tender state. The whiteness returned to its redness. It was extremely delicate and tender. Well, you can let go now. The sword spirit reminded, the little girl needs to eliminate some things now. What things? Xianxia was speaking in his mind. So, it naturally had nothing to do with the tongue turning back. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw the little girl's face suddenly turn red. Her eyebrows wrinkled. Her two legs were also forcefully pressed together. She looked at him with some shame and indignation in her eyes. Her voice seemed to have been squeezed out from her throat. I want. Xianxia was startled. He quickly let go. The little girl's movements were extremely fast. She jumped up from the bed like an arrow and rushed out naked. Xianxia touched his nose. Then, he heard a voice from afar. Cough cough, a long time passed. The little girl's low and delicate voice was heard. Brother Xianxia, reply to brother, what's the matter? I didn't bring that. Mo Qingwu was extremely embarrassed. I didn't bring any cleaning products to the toilet. But, there's no other way. That feeling is really too urgent. Xianxia laughed out loud. Baidu world-defying heaven's bar provided by unstoppable spear. The little girl suddenly became embarrassed. Quickly give me some. Boo-hoo, Xianxia hurriedly sent it over. After a long time, the little girl rushed over like a gust of wind. Xianxia only saw her fair and tender body turn around in a flash. The little girl had already grabbed her clothes and desperately put them on one by one. Her pretty face turned red. Xianxia laughed evilly. Let you wear it. You might as well not wear it. Sure enough, not long after, Mo Qingwu's stomach growled again. Her expression changed. In an instant, she ran out like a gust of wind again. After running 5 times in a row, she leaned into Xianxia's arms, exhausted. Her face was pale. She said weakly, Brother Xianxia, reply to brother. This diarrhea is really bad. Is this diarrhea? You're cleansing your meridians and marrow. Xianxia sighed. Sigh. Mo Qingwu sighed. She was very depressed. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. During this period, he had already applied medicine on the wound on the back of his tongue. It felt much cooler. He could also speak in a way that others could understand. I kept laughing at Brother Xianxia for having smelly feet. Now, I've made Brother Xianxia smelly to death. Mo Qingwu pouted and said very shamelessly. Ha ha ha. Xianxia couldn't help but kiss the little girl back and rub her hair. Finally, Mo Qingwu's injury was healed. Xianxia was in a very good mood now. But the little girl kept pouting. Even when she heard that her injury was healed, she didn't show much joy. This made Xianxia very puzzled. Qingwu, what's wrong with you? Woo-woo. The moment he asked that question, the little girl threw herself into his arms and started crying. Xianxia was shocked. Homesick? No. Mo Qingwu cried for a while. Then, she said, boo-hoo. Mother said that a girl's body should be as pure as ice and as pure as jade. She shouldn't let any man see it, but you, Brother Xianxia, you saw everything. Boo-hoo. Xianxia was petrified. What should I do? Boo-hoo. The little girl was very sad. She sobbed and said, Brother Xianxia, you'll take responsibility, right? Xianxia's eyebrows jumped twice. It seemed as if he had just woken up from a dream. I'll take responsibility. I'll take responsibility. He wiped his cold sweat. This Mo clan's upbringing is really valiant. Such a little girl has already started to force others to take responsibility for her. The little girl continued to sob. She proudly raised her eyebrows in a place where Xianxia couldn't see. She touched the small booklet that Jun Shizhu had given her in her pocket. It didn't only contain Jun Shizhu's Jianghu experience as the overlord of the underworld. It also contained many body techniques, sword techniques, and some reflections. Of course, the thing that attracted the little girl the most wasn't this aspect. Instead, it was Jun Lulu's introductory education. Jun Lulu liked this little girl very much. She also thought that Mo Qingwu had run away from home at such a young age. She would inevitably suffer if no one taught her some things about being a girl. Therefore, this Zither master, who had a maternal instinct, wrote several pages in great detail. It was densely packed, and taught Mo Qingwu the ways of being a girl. In particular, she wrote the most about being on guard against men. And so on and so forth. However, this zither master had never dreamt that this How to Guard Against Men that she had painstakingly written would become Mo Qingwu's guide to bathing in the sun, in particular, don't stay away, refuse but still welcome, keep your distance, and so on. Mo Qingwu had done the opposite with Chu Yang. Humph, brother Chu Yang is mine anyway. The little girl proudly thought in her heart. Chu Yang began to test the little girl in the next few days. Then, he explained some things to her. He also checked the condition of her body while he was at it. Moreover, the meridian and marrow cleansing was still going on. 8 days had passed by the time the two of them finally went out. Almost all the people of the aristocratic clans had rushed to the northern wilderness. And, a low-level green rainbow blood snake had been chased a few days ago. It was said that it had been seriously injured. Duke Yu had already brought Gudu Xing and the others to chase after it. Only a king-level expert of the Gu clan was left behind to wait for Chu Yang and inform him of the news. Chu Yang heard that there was no time to lose. He immediately pulled Mo Qingwu in the direction that the king-level expert had pointed out. 2 figures came back. One had a tall and handsome figure, and the other had a petite and exquisite figure. They were like 2 cool breezes that blew across the ice field. In the sky above the two of them, there was a figure coming from afar. This person was very impressive. In the sky full of snow, it was as if he didn't affect a single snowflake at all. He floated in the air and floated over. His speed was extremely fast. He saw Chu Yang on the snow-covered ground at a glance. This person's gaze froze. He smiled and said to himself, such a young age, but such a quick and nimble agility. But, he didn't take it seriously. He swept over the two of them. Chu Yang didn't feel anything. But, this person suddenly exclaimed after he flew over. He muttered, something is wrong with that little girl. He turned around, and turned around again. Chu Yang and Mo Qingwu moved forward as light as a feather. Mo Qingwu's injuries were healed. Both of them were in the happiest moment. Both of them felt as light as a feather along the way. Especially Mo Qingwu. After walking for a while and activating her blood meridians, she felt as light as a swallow. It seemed that her strength was increasing with every passing moment. Her body became more and more flexible. Her spiritual power was increasing constantly. Her whole body felt more and more comfortable. After walking at a high speed for a while, her whole body began to heat up. Steam came out of her body. Chu Yang wanted her to adapt to her body in the shortest time possible. So, he sped up and let her catch up on her own. Mo Qingwu's competitive spirit was aroused. She chuckled as she flew up and passed by. Above the two of them, the mysterious expert's eyes became more and more satisfied. He muttered to himself, the heat on the top of your head has a yin color. You actually have the 3 yin meridians. This kind of constitution is rare. Mo Qingwu chased after him. Her face was full of joy. After running for 50 miles, she actually caught up with him. Her face was full of pride. But at this moment, she suddenly staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was solid. It was purple-black and solidified. It fell on the snow, but didn't splash. Instead, it condensed together like a mass of paste. Chu Yang was shocked. In his mind, the sword spirit let out a long sigh of relief. He said, this is great. This heavenly yin body and innate spirit meridians are finally connected with this mouthful of blood. Chu Yang replied with an "oh" and opened his eyes to look. He saw Mo Qingwu looking at the mouthful of blood in panic. She was a little panic-stricken. But, her face was rosy and there was nothing unusual. Then, she walked 2 steps. She seemed to be lighter than before. Mo Qingwu was surprised. How could there be no hindrance after vomiting blood? She tried to jump and run for a distance. Then, she looked up in confusion. Brother Chu Yang, what's going on? Why don't I feel uncomfortable after vomiting blood? Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, there's a problem with your constitution. After vomiting this mouthful of blood, you don't feel uncomfortable anymore. I feel the same. Mo Qingwu smiled and tilted her head. She blinked and said happily, Brother Chu Yang, I feel very strange. Strange? Yes. The little lowly happily somersaulted on the ground and said, Elder Brother Chu Yang, I suddenly feel that this world is very intimate and warm. I feel as if you are hugging me while walking in this world. Eh? Xiang was also puzzled. There's such a feeling? Yes. The little loli happily spread out her hands and spun in a circle, saying, I can feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth automatically flowing into my body. Hee, this feeling is really good. Then, she extended her fair and tender little hands as if she was presenting a treasure. Her pretty eyes glanced at Yang, elder. Brother Yang, quickly come and see. Yang moved closer, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. As soon as Mo Qinggu started to circulate her martial arts, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have received an order, and rushed to gather towards Mo Qinggu's fair and tender little hands. In an instant, 2 pillars of spiritual energy were formed above her 2 fair and tender little hands, and almost became her second nature. Moreover, this pillar of spiritual energy was drilling into Mo Qinggu's meridians at a speed visible to the naked eye. Haha. What's going on? Yang wasn't laughing. Instead, it was an unconscious sound that came out of his throat. I don't know either. Mo Qinggu happily waved her hand, and the spirit energy pillar dispersed with a bang. Then, she beckoned with her hand, and the dispersed spirit energy above her palm suddenly gathered together again. Then, it turned into a hazy lotus flower. Waha! The little loli danced with joy. I know how to do tricks. Yang was dumbfounded. The old man in the sky almost fell down with a somersault. The old man's eyes widened as he watched the spirit energy lotus flower, little bird pillar, and other transformations taking place in the little girl's palm. Slowly, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his breathing also became hurried, and his eyes immediately turned red. What did I see? What did I see? The old man's hands trembled, and his face looked like he was about to cry. What exactly did I see? In this world, there is actually such a constitution. By the time the old man came back to his senses, the big and small below had already become 2 small dots in the snow, and walked far away. The old man stopped in midair. He stood there in a daze for a long time, and suddenly, he opened his mouth and sucked in a breath of cold air with a hiss. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions seemed to be sucked in by his mouth. Suddenly, a spiritual energy storm was formed. In the distance, Yang and Mo Qinggu suddenly felt a little suffocated, and for a moment, they actually had difficulty breathing. It was as if the spiritual energy in this area had suddenly disappeared. Both of them were greatly surprised, and endured this uncomfortable feeling until they ran for a while more before they felt that their breathing was smooth. What happened just now? Yang was puzzled. He looked back, and all he could see was the boundless world, and nothing could be seen. It was really strange just now. Mo Qinggu also asked. The 2 of them looked at each other, and then smiled. They didn't even know. Mo Qinggu jumped and hugged Yang's neck. Big brother Yang, I'm tired, carry me and run. Okay. Yang laughed, and picked up this weak and boneless body, and flew all the way. Both of them didn't know that all this was caused by someone who couldn't control his emotions and took a deep breath. This old man's unintentional breath actually sucked up all the spiritual energy within a radius of thousands of feet. It turned this vast area into a vacuum. What kind of cultivation was this? But this old man with such a terrifying cultivation was already scared out of his wits by what he saw. Even after a long time, he was still muttering to himself, my God. My earth. My God. What did I see? Heavenly body. Innate spirit meridians. My eyes are blurry. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. I'll catch up and take a look again. He did as he said, and with a kick of his feet in the air, he suddenly disappeared. Behind him, there was actually a long vacuum tunnel. The sound of a fierce fight was faintly heard from the front of the snowstorm. A clear whistling sound was heard, and it turned into a thunderclap in this snowstorm. It was Dukyu's voice. Then, a long whistle was heard. It was full of energy, and wasn't inferior to Dukyu's. But, the voice was clear and gentle. It was a woman's voice. It was Jun Shizhu. Then, a loud shout was heard. It shook the area within a radius of 100 miles. Yang took a deep breath. So, this big sister of the 3 heavens underworld is so awesome. It seems that she isn't inferior to Dukyu. He walked closer, and saw that many people had formed a big circle. Almost all of these people were king-level experts. Gudu Xing and the others were also here. In addition, the people of several big clans were also here. Everyone was nervously looking at the scene. The people of the Meng clan were in a remote corner. The people of the Meng clan couldn't take advantage of Dukyu after Chu Yang had sent a message to him. They could only fight recklessly in the open. However, their strength wasn't enough to fight recklessly. Therefore, they could only stay on one side and wait to get a share of the leftovers. Moreover, their original purpose was only to obtain a few drops of the spirit beast's blood. 3 figures were entangled in a whirlwind in the field. One of them was graceful and elegant. But, her attacks were ruthless. Her attacks were as heavy as a mountain. Her black clothes were fluttering, and her long hair was fluttering. She was Jun Shizhu. The other person's black clothes were fluttering in the wind. He seemed to be handling a butcher's cleaver with ease even though he was in such a fierce battle. In fact, it seemed as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Every move of his didn't carry the slightest bit of anger. It was Dukyu. It turned out that the 2 leaders of the dark bamboo were attacking the spirit beast. No wonder the others didn't dare to intervene. Who in the 3 heavens would dare to snatch something that the dark bamboo wanted? So many king-level experts of the aristocratic clans had gathered here in the 3 heavens. And, they only wanted the blood of the spirit beast that would drip from the body of Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. As for the core of the spirit beast, they didn't even dare to think about it. The target of Jun Shizhu and Dukyu's attack was a blood-red viper. This snake should be the green rainbow blood snake. Chu Yang muttered. Mo Qingwu looked at the field with her black eyes. She stuck out her tongue and said, "This snake is very ugly." This viper was only about 10 feet long. Its entire body was covered with blood-red scales. It had 3 heads, and looked ferocious and dreadful. It had 2 strange claws under its lower abdomen. And, its tail was a powerful weapon. It almost never landed on the ground. It was fighting in the air. Its eyes were full of impatience and malevolence. It was obvious that this snake was very helpless and angry at the fact that it had to face such an attack. One of the heads of this viper was constantly spurting out frost energy from its mouth. It was making a rustling sound. Even the air would briefly freeze wherever the frost energy passed. Then, it would shatter with a bang. The other head was constantly spewing out raging flames. Wherever the flames reached, the air would tremble and burn. The third head was stretching and shrinking. Every time it stretched and shrank, its neck would stretch for more than 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Its eerie white teeth were exposed, and a fishy smell filled the air. It would immediately retract if its attack didn't work. It would move like thunder, and as fast as lightning, its flexible tail was constantly swinging. It was controlling its body's balance. It would occasionally attack, but it would also retract its attack. However, its might was shocking. Chu Yang saw this, and realized that he would have had no other choice but to meet it head-on if he had been within its attack range. He couldn't have evaded it. Green fog was unceasingly emitting from the body of this blood snake along with the battle. The snowflakes in the air had also been dyed green along with the rise of this green fog. The ground where the battle had taken place had turned into a gloomy green color. Many places had already corroded and were riddled with holes. It was obvious that this fog was highly toxic. Jun Shizhu and Dukyu could only fight in the air. They didn't dare to land on the ground because of this. Chu Yang looked at this green poisonous gas, and thought, no wonder this guy is called the green rainbow blood snake. Its mouth and body are blood red, but it can spurt out green rainbow poisonous fog. The green fog gradually filled the air, and the people outside the encirclement also started to slowly retreat. They kept a distance of several hundred feet from that green fog. The subordinates of dark bamboo were clearly ahead of everyone in the 3 directions. Their swords and hands were flashing. They were glaring like tigers watching their prey. They were ready to attack at any time. Chu Yang watched with rapt attention. He was secretly startled. A spirit beast is worthy of being called a spirit beast. It can contend against the joint attack of Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. It has fallen into a disadvantageous position. It can't rush out no matter how hard it tries. However, it isn't injured. The terror of a spirit beast can be seen from this. Suddenly, a strange and hoarse hissing sound was heard while Chu Yang was pondering. He hastily looked up, and saw that the viper had suddenly soared into the sky with a hissing sound. Then, a red shadow soared into the sky. Everyone who heard the viper's hissing sound couldn't help but feel a burst of dizziness in their heads. And they started to hallucinate. Jun Shizhu and Elder Yu whistled, and launched a pincer attack from both sides. 3 shadows soared into the sky at the same time. Their speed was so fast that they had left behind countless afterimages. This had created a kind of extreme visual illusion. The people who didn't have time to raise their heads could clearly see that there were still 3 shadows fighting. The people who had just raised their heads could see that there were 3 shadows fighting in the sky. And the people who had raised their heads could also see that there were 3 shadows fighting in the sky. The green rainbow blood snake wanted to escape. This was something that everyone on the scene could see. Jun Shizhu and Dukyu also understood this. Therefore, they had simultaneously intensified their attacks. They would have killed the green rainbow blood snake if they hadn't wanted to capture it alive. However, both of them had already realized that it was impossible to capture the spirit beast alive. Dukyu let out a long and loud shout, "I'll smash you down. You quickly go and take a breath." His voice hadn't faded when a green shadow flashed. And the sky was suddenly filled with green-robed silhouettes. Jun Shizhu suddenly turned into a black line, and rushed outside. She went 1,000 feet away in a flash. Then, she finally opened her mouth and took a breath of the spiritual energy of the world. Her tiptoes touched the ground, and her body transformed into a rainbow as she rushed back. It turned out that these 2 experts had been holding their breaths while fighting the green rainbow blood snake. It seems that these 2 people don't dare to breathe the poisonous gas of the green rainbow blood snake even with their cultivation. Qi Yang thought to himself. Dukyu suddenly exhaled and roared when Jun Shizhu flew out, "Get down." The green figure suddenly flew up and arrived above the green rainbow blood snake. Then, he ruthlessly struck the green rainbow blood snake's head with his palm. Then, he followed up with more than 10 consecutive palm strikes, and smashed the green rainbow blood snake's 3 heads. The green light blood snake let out a blood-curdling screech as its body fell to the ground. In the process of falling, Dukyu followed closely from high up in the sky. His 2 legs flipped as he continuously kicked the green light blood snake's body hundreds of times. With a pu sound, the 3 heads of the green light blood snake simultaneously spat out blood arrows. 3 streaks of blood shot out in 3 different directions and landed on the snowy ground. A sea of crimson red, the eyes of the experts from the aristocratic families turned green as they stared at the 3 pools of blood. Yes, that's what we need. Even if we can only get half of it, it can still be considered as a rewarding journey. The green rainbow blood snake fiercely fell on the snowy ground with a bang sound. The ice fragments swirled in the air. The blood that had just landed on the ground also flew up. Suddenly, the shadows of people rushed towards the 3 pools of blood in the air. They were mixed with angry curses. "It's mine. Don't snatch it. Get lost. Why are you snatching it? Kill this bastard. I got a little, ha ha ha." A king-level expert of the main clan had just gotten his hands on it when he was dismembered by the world-defying stage heavens. Everyone's eyes turned red in front of such a strong temptation. "You bunch of bastards." Jun Shizhu angrily shouted, "Kill them all." These people had come to snatch the blood of spirit beasts. The scene was chaotic, and the green rainbow blood snake had a chance to escape. It let out a strange cry, and its 3 heads attacked at the same time. It used its tail to block Dukyu's heavy blow. Then, it jumped out like lightning. Dukyu roared angrily and flew over. The green rainbow blood snake was fleeing in the direction of Gu Du Xing and Dong Wu Shang. It seemed that this beast also knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The number of people in this direction was the smallest. Moreover, it didn't move. It had its back towards Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. It was rushing towards them with a reckless speed and posture. Gu Du Xing and Dong Wu Shang shouted loudly. 1 saber and 1 sword attacked at the same time. They met the attack head-on. The saber light was as vast as the heavenly river. The sword light was like a meteor in the sky. One was as sharp as a sword that could pierce the blue sky. The other was as vigorous and overbearing as if it could chop off the earth under its feet. The green rainbow blood snake exposed a startled look in its eyes. Fu*k. So, this old man was hiding in the direction where the attack was the strongest? The green rainbow blood snake would have certainly said these words in grief if it could speak. Those people who were flying around to snatch things were far inferior to these two men. Fu*K, the attacks of the saber and sword kings fiercely collided with the body of the green rainbow blood snake. A bang sound was heard, Gu Du Xing and Dong Wu Shang spat out blood and flew backwards. However, the irresistible speed of the green rainbow blood snake suddenly came to a halt. It stopped in midair. This little bit of time was enough to announce the death sentence of this green rainbow blood snake. Dukyu let out a long and loud shout as he rushed over. His foot stretched out at lightning speed, and stomped on the tail of the green rainbow blood snake. His saber light flashed at the same time, and a series of bang 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 sounds were heard. Dukyu's saber was unceasingly chopping at the necks of the three heads of the green rainbow blood snake. That layer of scales was extremely hard. Dukyu's saber couldn't cut it off. So, he simply continued to attack. The green rainbow blood snake screamed miserably. It struggled, and blood flew out little by little. Jun Shiju's shadow flew over. Her saber-like palm chopped at the body of the green rainbow blood snake. Then, she clenched her fist and fiercely pounded it. 3 bang-bang sounds were heard as the 3 heads of the green rainbow blood snake were smashed into the ground. She shouted loudly, "Little you idiot. You should have smashed its heads into the ground first. Why are you chopping its necks? Its neck is the hardest part of its body. There's almost no weapon in the world that can break its defense. You're simply wasting your strength." She punched the 3 heads of the green rainbow blood snake again as she spoke, and smashed them back into the ground. Dukyu smiled in ridicule. Mother Fu*Ker. I'm a dignified Dukyu, but I've been called an idiot. And, I don't dare to talk back. This is my aunt. I can't afford to offend her. Chu Yang was dumbstruck as he looked at this scene. His eyebrows were twitching. This woman is really violent. Then, Dukyu and Jun Shiju started to hit the snake with bang 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 sounds. The 2 leaders of the dark bamboo hammered the green rainbow blood snake as if they were hammering a sack. They didn't know how many times they had hammered it. The green rainbow blood snake was still struggling and twisting in the beginning. But, its head was once again smashed down like a thunderbolt as soon as it lifted up from the ground. This continued for 7 or 8 times. And, the green rainbow blood snake gradually stopped moving. It's almost done. Jun Shiju gasped for breath. Then, she straightened her body, and grabbed the tail of the green rainbow blood snake. She then dragged the snake out of the ground. Its entire body had turned soft, and vomited. Its joints had been dislocated from the beating. In fact, it couldn't be more dead. Jun Shiju looked at the dead green rainbow blood snake with some suspicion. She then wrinkled her brows. How did it die so easily? Dukyu came over, and stroked his chin. He was also puzzled after pondering for a long time. Something's wrong. How did it get killed so easily? Moreover, it had a weak appearance since the beginning of the fight. Chu Yang secretly smacked his lips as he walked over. Such a powerful spirit beast, but, it had a weak appearance? Jun Shiju wrinkled her brows. She turned her palm, and a small and exquisite dagger appeared in her hand. It flashed with a cold light, and slashed down with a schwa sound. The snake's skin was once extremely hard. Jun Shiju's complexion became even more unsightly. She cut open the bone with the dagger. Then, she dipped her finger into the blood, and put it into her mouth. She vomited twice. Then, she suddenly became furious. Bastard! Who took away half of this snake's blood essence? Dukyu was startled. What? He also dipped his finger into the blood, and tasted it. Then, a strange look appeared on his face. The blood essence has been taken away? Who has such great ability? They caught it alive, and took its blood essence. Moreover, they didn't even leave a single scar on its body. It's still alive and kicking after the blood essence has been taken away. This matter is extremely strange. Half of the blood essence of a lively spirit beast has been taken away? What kind of heaven-defying and earth-penetrating divine ability could accomplish this? Jun Shiju's face was already filled with murderous aura. Damn it! This overlord of the dark bamboo moved like lightning. She broke the 3 heads of the green rainbow blood snake with 3 pop sounds. Then, she took out 3 inner cores, 1 red, 1 white, and 1 green. She then kicked the corpse of the green rainbow blood snake, and sent it flying. This kick was very fierce. It was sent flying for more than 1,000 feet. Then, it exploded in the air, violent, valiant, powerful, overbearing. Awesome. Chu Yang and the few brothers who had gathered around suddenly became silent out of fear, even Dukyu was dumbstruck. His eyebrows were twitching crazily, and the muscles on his face were constantly twitching. He turned his head away with a look of lingering fear on his face after a long time. Fortunately, the wife I've found is her younger sister, and not her. This is really scary. Oh God, you're a good person. These 3 inner cores are far from meeting my requirements. Jun Shizhu sighed and said, the blood essence has been taken away. So, how can I? Suddenly, he turned around and shouted sternly, kill those bastards who only know how to take advantage of others and spoil the situation. Bastards. You dare to come and snatch the things that I, Jun Shizhu, want? You've got dog guts. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. She angrily said, kill them all. Kill them all. You want the blood of spirit beasts? I'll let you drink your own blood. A person who could catch a spirit beast with his bare hands, and extract its blood essence without injuring it in the slightest, was definitely a legendary existence. Jun Shizhu knew that she couldn't afford to provoke such a person. She had nowhere to vent her anger. So, she decided to vent it on these people. The subordinates of the dark bamboo rushed forward with a murderous look on their faces. A group of king-level experts wailed like ghosts, and fled in all directions. Dukyu angrily shouted, especially these people of the main clan. Kill them all. They were the first ones to attack. Do you think I didn't see it? The people of the main clan were suddenly in a tragic situation. They were so scared that they almost lost control of their bowels. They felt wronged, grieved, and indignant. So many people attacked together. Why did you only see us? I'm going to drink. Today's guests have arrived. I can't catch up with them. So, I'm going to drown my sorrows in alcohol. The others relaxed as soon as they heard this. They knew that Dukyu wanted to mess with the main clan. So, they ran away without looking back. Only the people of the main clan were surrounded. These 8 people were dumbfounded. God knows how our main clan offended Dukyu. Fu *K, we are done for. Not only did we fail to achieve our objective, but we will also lose our lives here. However, they didn't know that they had such bad luck because they hadn't offended Dukyu. Instead, they had offended King of Hell Chu. The crisis of the main clan had arisen from Meng Luo's desire to lay his hands on Mo Qingwu. They would have rushed home and crippled Meng Luo's evil technique if they knew about this. But, they had no chance. Master Yu. You can't do this. The leader of the main clan's elder shouted in a sobbing tone, when did our main clan offend a friend of the dark bamboo? We have always been. His voice hadn't faded when Dukyu's face turned as cold as frost. He waved his hand, kill them. Roar. Hundreds of dark bamboo experts roared and pounced forward. Suddenly, screams were heard. Let's take it all, that main clan's elder roared in despair. He knew that he had no more luck. However, his words didn't get any response. We are facing hundreds of experts of the dark bamboo. Moreover, there are hundreds of king-level experts among them. Stake it all? Stake it all with what? Jun Shizhu tilted her head slightly. She smiled and said, little you seem to hate the main clan to the core? Dukyu faintly smiled, I don't care. Everyone in the world is like a dog or a pig in my eyes. However, the king of hell wants them dead. Jun Shizhu said, oh. Since the king of hell wants them dead, then, we can't let them live. Dukyu smiled. Chu Yang came over with Gu Duxing and the others at this moment. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had been severely shaken a moment ago. But, they had already returned to normal. We need to discuss this matter at length. Dukyu tightly knitted his brows and said, Chu Yang, I need your help. What help? Chu Yang asked. I believe that you've seen that our purpose is the blood essence of spirit beasts. This is very useful to me and bamboo. Dukyu muttered to himself for a while. Then, he said, but, something unexpected has happened in the current situation. The blood essence of the spirit beast was taken away by someone. We definitely can't defeat this person. Dukyu heaved a sigh of relief as a gloomy and sullen look flashed across his eyes. If his cultivation hadn't been crippled once, he would have been on par with the person who extracted the blood of a spirit beast. But now, he was far inferior. How could he not be sullen? I can tell you this. Dooku weighed his words and said, I am the world-defying stage. I need a complete inner core of a spirit beast to heal my injuries. I had forcefully increased my strength since I was injured the last time. So, I ended up with a chronic illness. My strength drops to emperor level for a period of time every year. But, my strength recovers after this period of time. In this situation, we need the inner core of a spirit beast to make up for it. Bamboo needs the blood essence of spirit beasts to increase its cultivation and break through its current bottleneck. Dooku said in a heavy voice, therefore, our dark bamboo has come to the northern wilderness in such a big way. With our strength, we wouldn't have been able to escape as long as a spirit beast appeared. But, there's obviously a change now. Someone is extracting the blood essence of a spirit beast. We can't use the blood essence that he has extracted. For example, this green rainbow blood snake. Xianxia nodded. He finally understood the reason, so, that's how it is. So, we need you and your brothers to help us. Jun Shiju said, King of Hell Chu, I will divide the manpower into 8 teams in a moment. And, each team will need to be led by someone. But, no one can pose a threat to a spirit beast apart from me and little you if you want to do so. But, you guys can. Jun Shiju looked at Chu Yang and the others with a somewhat envious look in her eyes. That's because all of you have divine weapons in your hands. You want each of us to lead a team, right? Chu Yang said straightforwardly, that's not a problem. Chu Yang had seen that Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were already 5th grade king level experts when they had made their moves a moment ago. It was enough to see that the elixirs and Dooku's guidance had produced good results in the past few days. Chu Yang would have separated from his brothers even if Jun Shiju hadn't asked him to do so. He would have let them go out to gain experience on their own. They would have had to touch their own understanding of the great path between life and death. Good. I will give each of you a sensing purple crystal. You can inject your spiritual power into the sensing purple crystal as long as you find something. We will receive it immediately. Jun Shiju said, in addition, I will place the lotus core of the mysterious ice jade lotus in the ice field of the northern wilderness to lure the wind fox here. We will surround it from all directions as long as the wind fox appears. We can't let it escape in any case. She sighed deeply and said, the wind fox is the fastest spirit beast among all the spirit beasts. It's also the most difficult to catch one. But, we have no choice but to target it now. This person who has come to extract the blood essence of a spirit beast is truly hateful. Chu Yang understood in his heart, the wind fox is the fastest. So, Jun Shiju obviously isn't sure about this. But, it's possible to preserve the blood essence because of its fast speed. Good. Chu Yang agreed. Gu Duxing and the others were eager to give it a try. Moreover, you must pay attention to one thing. If you come across a person with a big sarcoma on his face, he's short and fat. Don't get involved with him. Avoid him if you can't. But, don't provoke him if you can't avoid him. Jun Shiju hesitated for a moment. Then, she finally said, he's a member of the Shao clan of the upper 3 heavens. Don't get into a conflict with him. Shao clan of the upper 3 heavens. Chu Yang silently muttered. Moreover, spirit beasts have never appeared in the upper 3 heavens. But, so many of them have appeared this time. They must be from ancient times. Moreover, some mysterious experts will also appear. You must be careful. Jun Shiju exhorted again. I'll remember, Chu Yang solemnly replied. Good. Let's start the operation immediately. We'll be in danger of being preemptively attacked if we're late. Jun Shiju made a prompt decision. She immediately issued a series of orders. She spoke in a clear and organized manner. She separated the troops in an instant, and said, please. Then, she led her team and left like the wind. Dooku laughed out loud. Then, he floated in the air, and said with a smile, King of Hell Chu, this is the first time we've cooperated. His voice hadn't faded when he disappeared in the boundless snow. Gu Duxing cupped his fists in greeting, take care of yourself, big brother. Chu Yang hastily shouted, you guys, wait a moment. What's the matter? Dong Wushang stopped his footsteps. Let me take a look at your sabers and swords. Have they been damaged in the recent battles? Qi Yang asked in a soft voice. There's certainly some damage, but it's not serious, Gu Duxing smiled. He took out the black dragon sword and handed it over. Luo Kudi and GMO also handed over their swords. Dong Wushang held his saber and stood on one side. Qi Yang used his hand to check them one by one. He said after a long time, there's no problem. I'm relieved. Haha, you guys go. Don't delay the important matters. The four of them each led a team and set off. Everyone was full of doubts. What's the matter with Big Brother? Does he want to pass our sabers and swords just to take a look? Just to touch them? The four of them felt that their weapons seemed to be a little different after Qi Yang touched them. But they couldn't tell what exactly was different. Everyone muttered in their hearts, seems like it's just my imagination. As they thought about it, they disappeared without a trace. Qi Yang watched them leave, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Just now, he had already used the Calamity Sword to transform these few sabers and swords. The touch of the sun and moon ointment and the injection of the true essence of the weapons had already made these few sabers and swords extraordinary. Instead, they had become divine weapons that could produce spirituality. This benefit could only be truly shown when Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others used it to a certain extent. Moreover, the sabers and swords drank more and more blood. Let's go too. Qi Yang held Mo Qingwu's small hand, and nodded to the 40 people following him. He said, follow me. Then, he chose a direction and sped away. Among the 40 people, there were 20 king-level experts, and the rest were all low-grade revered martial artists. They obviously didn't trust the young man assigned by the monarch, but they still resolutely carried out his order and sped away. The wind and snow were everywhere, and it was a vast expanse. When the old man who chased after them reached this place, there was already no one left. Only corpses were left on the ground. He sniffed and suddenly said angrily, "Who is this?" He actually used a deceptive tactic. There were more than 10 waves of people, and they all went in different directions. Isn't this torturing these old bones of mine? With a whoosh, he suddenly flew a little higher, and chased forward in the sky like dancing on the clouds. He muttered, I don't believe that I can't find you. However, he was endlessly blaming himself in his heart. Look at you. You should have just rushed down and done with it. Now, you actually have to look for a needle in a haystack. Why did you stare blankly for a while? You're really looking for trouble. If the other old man saw you, it would be over. Not long after Qi Yang ran, he felt that the sensing purple crystal in his hand was a little hot. He took it out and looked at it. There seemed to be a faint white line on it, pointing to the west. Qi Yang immediately changed his direction and followed the direction the purple crystal was pointing to. He suddenly became a little curious about this sensing purple crystal. This thing is really a good thing. With this thing, I really don't have to be afraid of losing contact with my brothers. In case any of them is in danger, I can rescue them in time. Qi Yang hadn't had time to open his mouth when a king-level expert stepped forward and shouted, I belong to the dark bamboo. I'll borrow your path for 3 days. What kind of friend is Feng Shui? His voice sounded like a bronze bell, and shattered the snowflakes in the sky. A white shadow flashed in front of him. He said in a gentle and refined manner, I'm Ao Clan Xiayun. I've come here to hunt spirit beasts. Since the dark bamboo is borrowing your path, brothers, make way. The flat snow-covered ground in front of them turned over as soon as the order was given. More than a dozen people stood up, and retreated to both sides. So, it's Ao Clan Xiayun, that king-level expert said in a deep voice, thank you. Qi Yang cupped his hands towards Ao Xiayun, and took the lead to rush out. He disappeared in the wind and snow in front of them in the blink of an eye. Isn't that King of Helchu? Why is he here? Ao Xiayun muttered to himself as he saw more than 40 people rolling away. His heart was full of doubts. Then, he waved his hand, continue to hide. Act according to the plan as soon as someone chases a spirit beast. Everyone complied. The snow-covered ground moved up and down. Then, everyone went back to hide. It was obvious that Xiaoyun didn't have any assurance that he could track a spirit beast. But, he had chosen the most stupid method, wait for an opportunity. This method was very stupid. But, it was very effective in this world. A spirit beast wouldn't pass through here unless it didn't pass through here. But, they would be able to attack it head-on as long as it passed through here. Even if they weren't lucky enough to obtain the blood essence of the spirit beast, they would still be able to leave a good impression on the person who was chasing the spirit beast. After all, they would be able to obtain a little bit of blood as long as that person obtained the whole body of the spirit beast. A white shadow was coming from the far west. It seemed as if it was carrying a hurricane with it. Its entire body was moving forward. It seemed as if it had taken the form of a solid eye of the hurricane. Moreover, the speed of this white shadow was twice as fast as the wind it was carrying. Sometimes, it would be in the east, and sometimes in the west. It would occasionally flee in the sky, and dazzle people's eyes. Most of the time, by the time you saw the white shadow, it would have already fled far away. This kind of speed was truly shocking. However, this white shadow was clearly panicking. In fact, it seemed as if it was running in a panic. As they ran, they would occasionally squeak in fear. Behind them, a nimble figure was chasing after them in the air. His movement technique was elegant, and he did not seem to be fast or slow. However, every time this figure flashed, he had already crossed a distance of several hundred feet. He reached out to grab the little white figure. The white shadow ran away in panic, and the human shadow also disappeared immediately. "Little darling, don't go. I only want half of your blood essence. I will definitely not harm your life. Be good, don't run." But how could that white shadow not run? He was almost out of breath. Helplessly, the white shadow turned around and dived into the snow, disappearing without a trace. The shadow in the sky let out a cold snort and suddenly stretched out a hand, grabbing at the void. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and 100 feet of the ground was grabbed by his hand. It was as if the entire ground had been lifted up. A huge black hole was revealed. The white shadow flashed and escaped from the big hole in a panic. Then, it flashed and turned into a stream of light, running far away. "Little darling. Don't run. Could it be that you still don't understand that you won't be able to escape from my hands?" The figure shook his head and smiled faintly with a somewhat helpless expression. His body flashed across the sky and he chased after her. At this moment, there was a loud roar in the direction where the white shadow was running away. A red shadow soared into the sky as if it was going to burn the sky. The white shadow was overjoyed and ran towards that direction. If it could speak, it would be crying tears of joy. "My dear mother, there is finally a scapegoat." The shadow behind him was startled and said, "Why is the fire lion here? I have no choice but to kill it with a spoon." He sped up and chased after the white shadow. Not long after, there was another earth-shaking roar. It came from another direction. "Eh? This is really strange. How many spirit beasts are there in the world-defying stage? How come there are 3 of them here? Even the single-horned dragon has appeared." The shadow muttered a few words, "But this is also good. It saves me a long journey." He chased for dozens of miles and suddenly realized, "I was wondering why it was so strange. It turns out that someone put a mysterious ice jade lotus in the heart of the wasteland." Thinking of this, he no longer held back his strength. He let out a long roar and increased his speed. "This is terrible. That bastard has also rushed here." The old man who was chasing after Imochingwu from behind changed his expression and rushed forward even more exasperatedly. "It was not easy for me to find one. Don't let him snatch it away." Then, he slapped himself 3 or 4 times in the face without delay. "Who asked you to be so muddle-headed at such a crucial time? Look, this is a little strange." He flew over with a whoosh. In another direction far away, a short and fat guy with a big sarcoma on his forehead sniffed in surprise. He raised his head and listened. Then, he pointed and said, "Over there. Let's go." The 3 of them immediately changed their direction and ran away. In the extreme north, a man in white shook his head helplessly and muttered, "These guys are really too free to come to the upper 3 heavens to hunt spirit beasts. Aren't there plenty of them in the upper 3 heavens? Could it be that they have other motives? No, I have to go and take a look." Just as he was about to move, he cursed and muttered, I don't know why those two old guys came down this time. I'm not their match. Is it the past? Or the past? Or the past? Motherf asterisk cur, let's go then. His thin body suddenly straightened up and spun in the air like a top. With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. In the middle of a wasteland, Dukyu's green robe was already fluttering in the wind. He was fighting with a spirit beast whose entire body was like a raging fire. This time, Dukyu did not show any mercy at all. Every move he made used all his strength. That raging fire spirit beast was smashed until it held in pain. Dukyu's complexion was getting redder and redder. His moves were getting heavier and heavier, and his agility was getting faster and faster. Two shadows, one green and one red, had already rolled into a ball. They were fighting against each other, and had violently shaken the surrounding snow. A long shadow was flying over from afar. It was a strange creature with a strange horn on its head. It didn't seem to care about the battlefield where Dukyu was fighting. It shook its head and wagged its tail, and pounced towards the central position. There was a dreamlike lotus in full bloom there. Mysterious ice jade lotus. Lotus heart. Evil creature. Jun Shiju's silhouette left thousands of afterimages in the air. She frantically rushed over, and snatched the mysterious ice jade lotus from under the teeth of this single-horned dragon. She turned her hand, and put it in her bosom. The good thing that was in her hands had flown away out of thin air. How could this single-horned dragon endure this? It suddenly became furious. It opened its big mouth, and roared angrily. Its four stump-like legs trampled on the ice field, and made it shake and sway. Jun Shiju's elegant eyebrows wrinkled. She had not expected such a situation to occur. She had only wanted to attract one of these beasts. She had wanted to join forces with Dukyu, and quickly capture it. However, two beasts had come at once. She saw that this single-horned dragon wasn't leaving. It was shaking its head and wagging its tail, and was roaring. It was asking for the mysterious ice jade lotus as if it was a creditor. Jun Shiju felt both angry and amused at the same time. This single-horned dragon is willing to give up its life for the mysterious ice jade lotus? The single-horned dragon flew into a rage when it saw that its demands were fruitless. It soared up, and rolled up its body in the air. Then, it suddenly stretched out, and a round body that was more than 100 feet long suddenly rushed down. It had taken the initiative to launch an attack. This evil creature doesn't know life from death. Jun Shiju became angry. She brandished her palms in the air, and ferociously attacked it. She didn't retreat even a step. That's because Dukyu would be behind her if she were to retreat. The single-horned dragon let out a muffled roar, and flipped over in the air with its four claws facing the sky. Jun Shiju roared loudly, and the accumulated snow in the surroundings was shaken up. She quickly retreated, and cut into Dukyu's battle circle like lightning. She didn't care that her palms were bleeding. She shook her hands, and crazily threw hundreds of palms towards the fire lion's head. Dukyu's attack also arrived at the same time. Both of them clearly felt that there were powerful auras approaching them from all four directions at a rapid speed. This matter couldn't be delayed. This thing wouldn't be theirs if they delayed even a moment. Therefore, both of them were going all out at this moment. It could be said that this fire lion was extremely unlucky. It had been lured here by the elixir, and had come to throw away its life. Its skin, which it had always been proud of, had been cracked open. It had been beaten from top to bottom, and had been turned into a pool of mud. Spirit beasts were indeed powerful. But, how could they withstand the siege of two saint-level experts? It didn't even have time to scream. The raging flames were still spurting out from its body. But, it had already lost its life. It was buried deep in the ground. Jun Shiju took out a big purple crystal jade bottle. Then, she drew a line with her hand, and extracted the blood essence from the broken spine of the fire lion. Her face exposed a happy expression. It hasn't been extracted. It's completely intact. She finished extracting the blood essence, and took out the inner core of the fire lion. Then, she saw that Dukyu and the single-horned dragon were already in a tumultuous fight. The single-horned dragon let out a strange cry when it saw that she had raised her head to look at it. It endured Dukyu's attack, and rolled backwards. Then, it turned around, and fled in a panic. It couldn't deal with one of them. So, how could it deal with two of them? These two human beings were too frightening for this dragon. it hadn't thought about the consequences when the elixir had been snatched away. But, it had fainted now. Spirit beasts certainly had their dignity. So, it was obviously very shameful to flee. But, it was better than that stupid lion being skinned alive, right? However, it didn't even notice that it had deviated from the direction it had come from. It wasn't heading towards the direction it had come from. Instead, it was heading towards the east. A small white shadow was crazily fleeing from the east, and was accompanied by a whistling tornado. Today, the second watch, the third watch, I'm working hard. Begging for monthly votes. With a whooshing sound, this small white shadow had already skimmed under the single-horned dragon's body. With the help of the single-horned dragon's huge body, it was about to run away. Suddenly, a strong aura similar to the aura of the person who had been chasing it appeared in front of it. And in the other two directions, there were also strong auras approaching at the same time. Was this an inescapable trap? This small white shadow suddenly panicked. Even with the strength of a spirit beast, its claws were actually numb at this moment. Its eyes rolled a few times, and suddenly felt a very familiar aura from another direction. Without hesitation, it rushed towards that direction. That direction, Xianxia was rushing over with Mo Qinggu. From afar, he heard the sound of heaven and earth shattering. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he still sped up. Suddenly, a white shadow that was hard to see with the naked eye came over. Before Xianxia could react, the white shadow had already disappeared. Then, a powerful tornado swept over. The wind blew so hard that they couldn't even open their eyes. Their legs felt weak, and it seemed as if they were about to be swept up into the sky. Xianxia shouted, and held Mo Qinggu tightly in his arms. Like 1,000 pounds falling, he fixed them on the ice field. With a whoosh, the tornado blew past, and formed a tornado behind the two of them. It went far away in a straight line. What's going on? Xianxia opened his eyes, and spat out a mouthful of snow that was poured into his mouth by the tornado. He shook his head, and shook off the snow and ice on his head. Mo Qinggu obviously didn't know either. She shook her head blankly. The two of them didn't notice that in the pocket of Mo Qinggu's extremely fat raccoon fur coat, a small snow-white head cautiously poked out. Its eyes rolled around, and a snow-white tail came out from behind its head, standing upright and swaying. Then, with a whoosh sound, its small head shrank back into Mo Qinggu's pocket. Only a section of its tail was left outside like a flagpole. Then, a small and delicate white claw stretched out, and quietly pulled the tail inside. Regarding this, Mo Qinggu and Xianxia were actually completely unaware. Mo Qinggu's raccoon fur blanket was specially prepared by Xianxia. It wrapped Mo Qinggu's petite body inside, and then made a big bag for snacks. The two of them had never dreamed that such a small place would become the hiding place of a formidable spirit beast. In the pocket, the small head moved slightly and changed into a more comfortable position. It lay down and covered its body with its tail. This way, it was the same color as the raccoon fur coat. As long as this tail was not removed, no one would think that there was a spirit beast hidden underneath. The little thing breathed a sigh of relief, and looked around with its rolling eyes. There was actually something very, very sweet, right next to it. She tried to open the candy and put it into her mouth. Wow, it was too delicious. It was too delicious. Could this be heaven? The pure aura on Mo Qinggu's body made it feel very comfortable. So, it couldn't help but close its eyes in satisfaction. Something was not right. How could this little girl gather spiritual energy on her body, and it was the purest kind? Waha, it was really too comfortable. This little spirit beast had recognized this place in such a short time, and wasn't willing to leave. It looked at the bag full of colorful candies. There would be so many good things to eat if I went back, not to mention that this little girl could gather spiritual energy. Wouldn't I have a tail if I could stay by her side and practice? Moreover, no one would be able to recognize my true value if I had a human as a cover. This was a good thing that could kill 80 birds with one stone. But, how could I stay by her side for a long time? The little thing's eyes were rolling around anxiously. This matter was somewhat difficult to handle. A thunderous sound came from midair. Everyone looked up, and was immediately dumbfounded, especially Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. They were even more dumbfounded. They saw that the single-horned dragon, which was still alive and powerful a moment ago, was now drooping down softly, and issuing a mournful cry from its mouth. its tail was easily tied up by a white-robed man's hand. This white-robed man was standing high in the air. However, it seemed as if he was standing on the summit of a group of mountains. The ground under his feet was very solid. He gently shook his hand, and that formidable spirit beast, the single-horned dragon, was swung back and forth like a horsewhip. It seemed as if he was playing down the matter in an indifferent manner. The single-horned dragon issued a mournful whining sound. The white-robed man scolded it with a smile. Isn't it just a little bit of your blood essence? Look at how useless you are. The single-horned dragon whined twice, and whined twice. Then, it listlessly hung its head down. It had accepted its fate. Xianxia's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This man is so powerful. Is he a supreme-level expert? The white-robed man seemed to have finished dealing with it. He casually tossed the single-horned dragon, and it immediately soared into the sky. This toss had covered a distance of several thousand feet. I'll spare your life, the white-robed man indifferently said. Then, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted, I'll speak. Spare its life. Could it be that you want to die, you bastard? His voice wasn't loud. In fact, the people present on the scene didn't feel anything. However, it flew towards the west like a cannonball. The short and stout man who was chasing after the single-horned dragon suddenly screamed. His body fell down from midair, and rolled on the ground again and again. It turned out that the white-robed man's words had turned into an extremely powerful spirit energy attack. It had flown for dozens of miles, and had suddenly exploded in the ears of this short and stout man. He had understood it, and had received an unprecedented shock. This kind of controlling ability was simply unimaginable. This short and stout man had been bleeding from his 7 orifices by the time he stood up. He looked very ferocious. Moreover, he looked even more ferocious with the big sarcoma on his head. The 2 people beside him were shocked. They hastily stepped forward. Master, what's wrong with you, master? The short and stout man exposed an extremely frightened look in his eyes. His eyes flickered as he looked in the direction where the sound had come from. However, he didn't have the slightest desire to get his hands on the single-horned dragon anymore. Come here, the white-robed man coldly said. This voice had also passed through dozens of miles of space, and had arrived in front of the short and stout man. Then, the air in front of the short and stout man vibrated, and 2 words suddenly appeared out of thin air, come here. At this time, the voice transmitted from the empty space. It was the same 2 words, come here. It was full of authority that couldn't be refused. This was a kind of power that could dominate the world. The short and stout man's legs went soft, and he almost knelt down. He forcibly restrained himself, and said, come with me. Be careful. Don't speak carelessly. He muttered in his heart, Mother Fu *Ker, it seems that I'm always encountering ghosts this time. Fu *K. I haven't even met one in the upper 3 heavens. But, I'm encountering one in the upper 3 heavens. What the Fu *K is this? Do I have any other choice than to admit my bad luck when encountering such a master? He hung his head dejectedly, and led his 2 subordinates in the direction of the voice. The white-robed man who was rushing over from the north smiled bitterly, I've really met a ghost. What should I do? He was thinking when he heard a voice, why are you still standing there in a daze? You come here as well. The white-robed man smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to hurry over. A burst of wind and clouds surged in the south. A violent silhouette suddenly arrived from the horizon. It seemed as if the entire sky had collapsed along with his arrival. Xianxia and Dukyu looked at each other. They felt shocked in their hearts. These 2 people were already at the top of the pyramid in the upper 3 heavens. It could be said that there was no third person in the upper 3 heavens whose cultivation was higher than that of Dukyu and Xianxia. However, the white-robed man who had appeared first was far superior to the 2 of them. The cultivation of the violent silhouette that was about to arrive was perhaps on par with that of this white-robed man. The 2 of them looked at each other again, and saw that their eyes had calmed down instead. The matter had already reached this point. It wasn't a disaster if it was a blessing. But, it couldn't be avoided if it was a disaster. Do whatever you want, the man who had been chasing Mo Qingwu from the south arrived here. He saw the white-robed man at first glance. One of them was standing high in the sky, and the other was standing a little lower. their four eyes met. All the spirit energies in the air suddenly issued a dense collision sound from the sky the moment their four eyes met. Then, a black hole-like crack in the air spread down from the sky, and reached the ground between the two people. It divided the world into two parts. A crack of unknown depth suddenly appeared on the ground with a bang. It was 3 feet wide, and couldn't be sideways. A burst of cold wind blew out from this crack. It seemed as if it was leading straight to the netherworld. The two of them had only stared at each other. But, it had produced such a powerful force, Chu Yang's heart jumped as he saw this. Monster, truly a monster. Chu Yang looked at the expressions on the faces of Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. And, he was even more certain that these two people were supreme-level experts. These were the people who had stood at the peak of the Double Heavens continent since ancient times. Apart from the supreme-level experts, there wasn't any other level that could be so powerful. What are you doing here? The white-robed man faintly asked with a warm smile on his face. He still had his head lowered, and was looking at the people on the ground. It seemed as if a supreme king was overlooking all living beings. He seemed to be talking to the people on the ground. But, he was actually asking that person high in the sky. The crack in the air had already disappeared. Following this sentence, a faint airflow slowly rose into the air. At the same time, a dense voice said, "What are you doing here?" Then, the voices suddenly staggered. It seemed as if countless people were speaking in an intricate and disorderly manner. What are you doing here? 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 The man in white spoke alone, but it was as if the whole world was repeating his words. Everything was going along with him. Even the mountains were responding and echoing. His voice rumbled and rushed to the sky. The snowflakes in the sky stopped falling after he spoke. They just floated in the sky. Above, the strange old man laughed strangely and said, "Then why are you here?" His voice was normal, but it was condescending. One spoke first, and the other spoke later. But the two voices collided in the sky. With a dull thud, the snowflakes in the sky suddenly fell down with a swoosh. With a thud, a wall of snow fell on the ground. In this short period of time, a layer of snow had formed in the sky because of the heavy snowfall. Its weight also increased a lot. After the wall of snow fell, the snowflakes in the sky began to fall at a normal speed. The two people's bodies didn't shake at all. They were calm and relaxed. Apparently, they were evenly matched. One was higher than the other, and they were facing each other from a distance. "I'm here to collect some essence blood of spirit beasts to make medicine." The man in white laughed softly and said, "It seems that after so many years, your cultivation didn't fall behind at all. It seems that we still have to fight for who is the best in the world for a few years." "Best in the world?" The old man in grey laughed and said, "If my meridians weren't damaged by that bastard tribulation sword master, I would have killed you with my palm. How would you have the chance to fight for the best in the world with me? What you're saying is simply bullshit." The man in white was not angry. With a humble and reasonable attitude, he scolded gently, "Back then, your meridians were damaged by him. Didn't I have my legs broken by him too? My meridians were cut off? There's only a difference of 1 year. Why do you have to bring out such old vinegar to talk about?" The two people didn't care about other people's feelings at all. They just chatted casually. Below, Chu Yang suddenly opened his eyes wide. He only felt that his ears were rumbling with thunder. The previous tribulation sword master, these two people were actually people who had fought with the previous master of Calamity Sword. Doesn't that mean these two old guys have lived for more than 10,000 years? What the F***ck, what kind of old monster was this? Chu Yang immediately became vigilant. No wonder the sword spirit warned me. It seems that if I reveal the Calamity Sword, these two people might be able to tell that I'm the Calamity Sword master. Thinking of this, Chu Yang strictly ordered the sword spirit not to move and not to contact him. He also warned the Calamity Sword not to move and fall into a deep sleep. It was better to be safe than sorry, and these two were actually fighting for the title of world's #1. Didn't that mean, in the current heavenly layer, the cultivation of these two people was the most powerful? No one else could surpass these two people? How valiant! However, he hadn't expected that he would encounter such a person in the northern wasteland today. It was an extremely unexpected surprise. It wasn't just Chu Yang. Mo Qingwu didn't know what Tribulation Sword Master was. Jun Shizhu, Duke Yu, Gu Du Xing, and the other king-level experts were so startled that they opened their mouths wide. A few of them groaned in pain. He was someone who had fought with the Master of Calamity Sword 10,000 years ago. Oh my god, the grey-robed old man snorted and said, it's all because that bastard suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, this old man would have looked for him to settle this account. The white-robed man chuckled. He shook his head and laughed in a low voice, Ning Xianxia, you're still boasting shamelessly. You're making this old man despise you. The grey-robed man angrily said, Bulu Qing, don't you want to take revenge for that sword attack? Why are you pretending to be magnanimous? Do you think that I don't know your sinister, despicable, shameless, lowly, and filthy true face? The white-robed man Bulu Qing elegantly shook his head, of course, I want to. But, he's gone missing. Or, I should say that he's dead. Why do you keep talking about him every day since you can't find him? You're just making yourself angry. You can't do anything except make yourself angry. Ning Tianya, it's not that I want to criticize you. But, you should learn from me. Your chest is too small. After saying that, he actually let out a sincere sigh. It seemed as if he felt pity for his old rival who had been entangled with him for more than 10,000 years. Bulu Qing had been entangled with him for more than 10,000 years. So, how could he not understand his old rival's temperament? He knew that his old rival would get angry if he said these words. So, he had to be prepared to find a place to fight with this old man. However, he hadn't expected that Ning Tianya would laugh mischievously and say, who cares if my chest is small or not? I'm not learning from you. Then, he sat down in the air. He raised his head and looked at the snowflakes in the sky. He said, you should hurry up and finish your work. Then, you should leave quickly. This old man wants to bask in the sun here. Bulu Qing was startled. How did this old bastard suddenly change his temperament? This isn't like him. Bulu Qing was confused in an instant. Bask in the sun. You've come to the northern wasteland for 3 days to bask in the sun. Only an old bastard like you can do this. This place is covered with dark clouds and heavy snow all year round. Where does the sun come from? This old bastard doesn't lie seriously. Bulu Qing was lost in his thoughts when he heard a snoring sound from afar. A big meatball was running over, panting for breath. He walked closer to take a look. Then, he realized that it was a short and fat man. His flat head was pressed against his neck. His big belly was trembling up and down. His 2 small and short legs were running in a crisscross pattern. He looked like a big watermelon with 2 chopsticks stuck under it. And, a small melon was placed on top of it. As he walked closer, he could see that this person had a round face, a round nose, round eyes, and round mouth. The most bizarre thing was that there was actually a round lump on his round forehead. Senior. Senior. The short and fat man was running all the way. He didn't dare to use his spirit power as he approached. He was sweating profusely as he ran towards the white-robed man. He then said while panting, I'm Xiao Feng of the Xiao clan. This short and fat man has such an artistic and unrestrained name. Everyone almost spat out their rice when they heard this. However, they didn't dare to. Xiao Feng of the Xiao clan. He is a member of the Xiao clan, one of the ruling clans of the upper 3 heavens. The people of the big clans of the upper 3 heavens came to the upper 3 heavens like imperial envoys. Who would dare to offend them? The white-robed man looked at this short and fat man in astonishment. He shook his head for a long time. Then, he gently scolded, Motherfew *cur, you've wasted such a beautiful name. Yes, yes. Xiao Chongfeng's short and fat body bowed. He wiped the sweat on his face and said, it's my fault. I shouldn't have wasted such a beautiful name. I'll report to the clan lord when I return to the clan. I'll change my name. Change it to Fat Pig Xiao, Bulu Qing insipidly said. Thank you for giving me this name, senior. I'll be called Fat Pig Xiao from today onwards. Xiao Chongfeng excitedly turned his head and shouted, did you hear that? Senior has changed my name. Call me Fat Pig Xiao from now on. Do you understand? This short and fat man had obviously heard the words of the white-robed man. He knew that this white-robed man was a supreme figure in the upper 3 heavens. How could he dare to be disrespectful? Let's not talk about being ridiculed by the opposite party. Even if the opposite party forced him to eat shit, he would still happily eat it. He wouldn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. Everyone was dumbstruck. Is this a member of the ruling clan of the upper three heavens? How can he be so spineless? Only Dukyu stared at this fat pig Xiao with a complicated look in his eyes. This fat pig Xiao can be big or small. He's sinister and vicious. He immediately changed his attitude once he discovered that there's a super expert here. He didn't hesitate to lower his voice in order to save his life. However, one thing was certain. Everyone here would suffer under Fat Pig Zhao's evil hands if Bulu Qing were to leave this place now. They would be silenced by him. He would never allow these people to live and spread the word of his shameless groveling at this moment. Bulu Qing looked at him with disgust and said, "You wait on one side." Then, Bulu Qing turned his head, looked at Jun Shizhu, and said with a good-natured smile, "Little girl, I know that you've just obtained a portion of Spirit Beast's blood essence. And this old man needs a large amount of Spirit Beast's blood essence to refine medicine. I wonder if you can part with it. Rest assured, this old man won't treat you unfairly." Jun Shizhu hesitated for a while. She felt conflicted in her heart. She tossed and turned for a long time. Then, she finally made up her mind. She raised her head, and said, "Senior is very resourceful. So, you must have seen that this junior has reached a bottleneck. And, I need the Spirit Beast's blood essence to break through. I'm drooling over the conditions that Senior has promised me, but, it's somewhat difficult for me to accept." Chu Yang couldn't help but smack his lips. This woman is very strong. Even a supreme-level expert wants something from her. But, she refuses without any hesitation. Bulu Qing hadn't expected that Jun Shizhu would refuse. He had thought that he would receive the Spirit Beast's blood essence the moment he had spoken those words. So, he had been waiting, and considering what to give to the other party as compensation. However, he hadn't expected that the other party would throw such a stiff sentence at him. "Do you mean, to refuse me?" Bulu Qing wrinkled his brows. His complexion slightly changed. He couldn't believe that he had asked this question. Jun Shizhu nodded and said, "Yes, this junior refuses." She smiled and said, "This junior doesn't know why so many spirit beasts have suddenly appeared in the northern wilderness. But, I presume that it must be related to you, Senior. Senior needs the blood essence of spirit beasts. And, these spirit beasts have appeared." Bulu Qing nodded slightly. His eyes were half closed as he said, "Yes. This junior also doesn't know what the consequences will be if I refuse Senior." Jun Shizhu raised her head, and resolutely said, "I also know that these spirit beasts have been lured out by Senior. But, I'm afraid that I won't be able to advance for the rest of my life if I miss this opportunity." She insipidly said, "Please understand, Senior." Dukyu faintly smiled. He took a step forward, and stood side by side with her. His sharp eyes looked at Bulu Qing in the sky. However, there wasn't even the slightest trace of fear on his face. There was a huge difference between their strengths. But, the imposing aura that Dukyu was displaying at this moment could faintly rival Bulu Qing's. "I'm inferior to you. You're a supreme-level expert. But, I won't hesitate to fight you if you want to fight." Jun Shizhu was startled. She shouted, "Little you, go back." Dukyu faintly smiled, but didn't speak anything. His blue robe fluttered as he stood in front of her. "Fat pig Xiao, no," Xiao Changfeng angrily said, "Bullshit. Senior wants your spirit beast's blood because he thinks highly of you. He's giving you face. Stinky woman, you don't know how to appreciate favors." He took a step forward, and was about to attack. Dukyu sneered. He took a step forward, and insipidly said, "You fat pig. I can guarantee that you'll die in front of us if you dare to take one more step forward." Xiao Changfeng was startled. He looked at Dukyu with a gloomy and cold gaze. He was just about to scold Dukyu when a strong energy suddenly descended from the sky. It grabbed Xiao Changfeng's neck and threw him out. Along the way, Xiao Changfeng continuously received hundreds of slaps. At that time, Xiao Changfeng's originally pig-like head became even more similar to a pig's head. He only heard Bulu Qing angrily say, "How can this old man's business be managed by a shameless, despicable, and shameless dwarf like you?" I'll pull out your tongue if you dare to say one more word. Xiao Changfeng immediately kept quiet out of fear. He stood there, and lowered his head. His eyes flashed with a vicious light, but he didn't dare to let anyone see it. A wild laughter came from the sky. Bulu Qing. You've grown up. There are so many spirit beasts here. You could have just grabbed a few of them. But, you're snatching the things of a little girl. Don't you know shame? Bulu Qing coldly snorted. He didn't reply. He only looked at Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. Both of them didn't have any fear on their faces. Their bodies were straight, and they didn't have the slightest bit of timidity. Fine. Bulu Qing coldly snorted and said, I won't force you if that's the case. But, I don't want others to say that I'm bullying the weak. It won't look good on my face. He turned around to leave after he had finished speaking. After all, it would have been a big loss of face if he'd been rejected despite his status. Bulu Qing didn't want to stay here any longer. Suddenly, a burst of energy vibrated in the air. Another white-clothed man floated over. His white shadow appeared. He had already arrived on the scene. He elegantly bowed with his hands clasped in front. I've been summoned by Senior. Greetings to Senior Bu. Greetings to Senior Ning. Bulu Qing snorted. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, Do you law enforcement officers also need spirit beasts? Why are you here? The man in white smiled and said, That's not it. It's just that this Brother Xiao violated the rules set by the enforcers and came to the upper three heavens for his own selfish reasons. I had no choice but to come and take a look. He paused for a while before he continued, As for the spirit beasts, I don't dare to touch them. Bulu Qing snorted. He glared at Xiao Changfeng and said, This fatty is quite charming. He actually attracted the law enforcers of the heaven to follow him. Xiao Changfeng had long been silent like a cicada in winter, cold sweat flowing down his back. Even he himself didn't know that a heaven layer enforcer had followed him down the stairs. At this time Mo Qingwu was hiding behind Xu Yang. She saw that Xiao Changfeng was angry, but didn't dare to say anything. Moreover, he had lowered his head. So, he looked even more like a rubber ball. She immediately felt that it was funny. So, she moved close to Chu Yang's ear and said, Elder brother Chu Yang, that short fatty is really fun to play with. Hee hee. Her voice was very soft. So, Chu Yang could only vaguely hear it, however, Xiao Changfeng had a high cultivation level. He heard it clearly. His face immediately turned angry. He looked at Mo Qingwu with a cold and sinister gaze. He thought to himself, wait until these two people leave. I'll teach you a lesson. The little thing in Mo Qingwu's pocket also heard it when she spoke. It couldn't help but be curious. So, it stuck out half of its head from the pocket. It wanted to sneak a look at that short fatty. Xiao Changfeng glanced over, and immediately saw the small spirit beast's head in Mo Qingwu's pocket. His eyes immediately lit up. Could it be Wind Fox? Wouldn't my purpose of coming down here be achieved if I get this thing? He rolled his eyes. Then, he lowered his head. You can go now. Bulu Qing looked at Xiao Changfeng and said coldly, Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Get lost. Xiao Changfeng's fat body trembled. He said, This junior will follow Senior's orders. I won't dare to act recklessly. He rolled his eyes and said, It's just that this little girl is a person that my clan has issued strict orders to arrest. This junior wants to take her away. I ask Senior to help me. He pointed at Mo Qingwu as he said this. Chu Yang was furious. He took a step forward. But, he didn't get enough time to speak. He saw Bulu Qing frown and look at Xiao Changfeng. Your clan ordered you to come down here and capture this little girl? Yes. Xiao Changfeng said respectfully, I ask Senior to help this junior this time on account of your friendship with my ancestor, Xiao Qinyu. The Xiao Qinyu he was talking about was the founder of one of the great clans, the Xiao clan. He had a friendship with Bulu Qing in those days. However, he disappeared not long after. Bulu Qing suddenly heard the name of his old friend from 10,000 years ago. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. It seemed as if the past 10,000 years were all in front of him. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, "Morning rain and evening sun don't regret the sword. Autumn and spring waves meet the wind. Haha, 10,000 years. Alright, this old man will help you." Xiao Chongfeng couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. He said, "Thank you very much, senior." Buluqing coldly snorted and said, "What you want is the wind fox in her pocket, right? Haha. But, I'll help you because you mentioned a name from 10,000 years ago. And, it touched my state of mind. But, I'll help you, but that doesn't mean that I won't punish you. If everyone in the world thinks that I, Buluqing, am a fool like you, wouldn't that make this old man lose face?" He angrily snorted as he said this. This snort was like a huge hammer that came down from the sky. Xiao Chongfeng's left shoulder suddenly got smashed into pieces. He screamed miserably. His complexion turned deathly pale. He trembled as he said, "Thank you very much for your lesson, senior." "Go," Buluqing coldly said. Xiao Chongfeng turned his head and straightened his body. His arm had just been crippled. But, he still didn't put these mere king-level experts in his eyes since he was a monarch-level expert. Clang clang clang, Gudu Xing, Luo Kudi, and GMO unsheathed their swords at the same time. The snow-filled sky suddenly became bleak and desolate. A heavy and vigorous aura suddenly erupted. Dong Wushang slowly pulled out his black saber. Gudu Xing raised his eyebrows. His eyebrows were like swords. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. His body was as straight as a sword. He and his sword seemed to have turned into an inseparable whole at this moment. He emitted a cold murderous aura as he locked onto Xiao Chongfeng. Dong Wushang raised his eyebrows. It was as if two treasured sabers had been unsheathed at the same time. His gaze was like two flying sabers that flew horizontally and horizontally. His entire body seemed to have turned into a big saber that wanted to cut through the world. His body slightly bent forward like a leopard that was about to hunt its prey. He locked onto Xiao Chongfeng. Chu Yang took a step forward and stood in front of Mo Qingwu. He put his hands behind his back and proudly looked at Xiao Chongfeng. The sword spirit had received Chu Yang's instructions. He was already fully concentrated. Take over Chu Yang's body. I must use all 10 moves of the Calamity Sword within one strike to eliminate this nauseating short and fat man. I won't hesitate even if I have to expose my identity in front of these two supreme-level experts. Buluqing exclaimed in surprise. Then, he muttered, 5 top-notch constitutions. They have guts and courage. What a pity. It was obvious that Chu Yang and the other 4 weren't a match for Xiao Chongfeng in his eyes. However, he had already made a promise. So, he wouldn't change his mind. Xiao Chongfeng ferociously roared, "Go." The 3 of them pounced forward at the same time. "Go F***ck your mother." A voice suddenly came down. Immediately after, a voice from high up in the sky shouted, "This fat pig. Do you dare to touch a finger of that little girl's? Why don't you try?" However, this voice was a little too late. Xiao Chongfeng's fat body had already pounced forward. He couldn't take it back even if he wanted to. Anyone in his place wouldn't have the slightest scruple. Because Buluqing had spoken. Moreover, he had agreed. So, who would dare to stop him? Therefore, Xiao Chongfeng hadn't thought that this matter could still cause problems. He obviously knew that Ning Tianya was also here. However, Buluqing had spoken. Could it be that Ning Tianya wouldn't give him face? This was something that had to be given. He would have given it if he were in Buluqing's place, therefore, he nimbly pounced forward. He carried the momentum of a thunderbolt, therefore, it was a tragedy for him. He hadn't thought that the current Ning Tianya wouldn't care about Buluqing's face. Ning Tianya had been waiting in the sky. He hadn't come down to reveal his true purpose. He clearly knew the preciousness of this heavenly body and innate spirit meridians. He was afraid that Buluqing would discover Mo Qingwu's aptitude if he exposed his purpose. Then, Buluqing would snatch her away from him. Both of them had lived for so long. However, they had always adhered to the principle of better to have nothing than to have something shoddy. So, neither of them had accepted any disciple. However, both of them had a knot in their hearts. Don't tell me that there's no inheritance for these supreme skills? Will these earth-shattering martial arts become a legend when I leave this world one day? Ning Tianya put himself in Buluqing's shoes. He knew that he would have snatched her away if he were Buluqing. Therefore, he hadn't acted blindly without thinking. As long as Buluqing left, everything would be fine. However, he hadn't expected that Buluqing would leave after losing a lot of face. This damn fatty had made such a move. He had set his sights on Mo Qingwu. Ning Tianya was so angry that his stomach was about to burst. If human flesh could be eaten, he would have already chewed and swallowed this fatty long ago. Fu*k. This wretched and short fatty is a damned sh*t stirrer. How could Ning Tianya remain calm when he saw this fatty pouncing towards his disciple? However, his shout didn't have any effect on him. Ning Tianya's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Then, he jumped down. Xiao Chongfeng was about to catch Mo Qingwu when Gudu Xing and the others arrived on their flying swords. Xiao Chongfeng's body suddenly disappeared. Looking over in the blink of an eye, he saw that Xiao Chongfeng was already lifted up in midair by an old man wearing a grey robe with one hand, while the other hand slapped him thrice. Is this old man's word so unreliable? Xiao Chongfeng felt dizzy and disoriented. His heart and guts had been torn apart. His entire body had turned ice cold. How did I manage to get rid of Buluqing with great difficulty? But, Ning Tianya is still thinking about me? I'm done for, senior, please spare my life. Xiao Chongfeng was about to beg for mercy. But, Ning Tianya had already thrown him up. He then grabbed Xiao Chongfeng's ankle with one hand, and smashed him on a big rock like a meteor hammer. He then angrily cursed, "Do you think that this old man won't dare to touch you because you have Buluqing's support?" Xiao Chongfeng only had time to say half a sentence. "Senior, please consider my Xiao clan." Before he was already swung onto the big rock. The second half of his sentence was smashed away along with the flesh and blood of his entire body. "Do I have to touch you? Surnamed Xiao? So what if his surname is Xiao? Even if you are a bastard from one of the ruling clans of the upper three heavens, this old man will still smash you." Memory's old man Ning Tianya cursed as he swung. By the third time, Xiao Chongfeng's fat body had already turned into a pile of minced meat. There was only a smelly foot left in Ning Tianya's hand. Ning Tianya threw out the smelly foot with a loud bang. His anger hadn't subsided yet. "You actually dare to threaten me with the big clans? This world is crazy." Then, Ning Tianya stretched out his hands and roared furiously, "Die!" Two sharp bursts of energy exploded. The remaining two experts of the Xiao clan did not make a sound. They did not even have the time to beg for mercy. With a bang, their bodies exploded like firecrackers. Buluqing's pupils shrank. This Ning Tianya often yells and screams. But, he has never been this angry. Why? Seeing that Ning Tianya's body had unexpectedly blocked in front of that little girl again, he couldn't help but think, could it be related to this little girl? Ning Tianya waved his hand, and said to that heavenly layer law enforcer, "Well, there's nothing for you to do. The short and fat man you were in charge of supervising is already dead. You can go back to the upper three heavens." He shouted arrogantly as if he was the law enforcer's superior. "Yes, Junior will take his leave." The man in white smiled bitterly, bowed to both of them, and turned to leave. He thought to himself that the Xiao clan had suffered a loss this time. Xiao Chongfeng had died in the hands of Ning Tianya, and the Xiao clan probably wouldn't even dare to mention it. They could only pinch their noses and admit it. If they were to deal with Ning Tianya. Cough cough, the white-robed man thought for a while. It seemed that the Xiao clan still did not possess such strength now. Unless they invited the few old ancestors to come out and beseech him. It seemed that the chances of victory were not great. Forget it, what does this have to do with me? I just have to bring the news back and be done with it. The man in white left. Ning Tianya stood upright in front of Mo Qingwu. He ignored the thanks of Gudu Xing and the others, and said, "You guys should also leave." He was talking to Jun Shizhu and Dukyu. Then, he added, "Little girl, your surname is Jun, right?" Jun Shizhu replied, "Yes." "I don't know who senior is?" "Yes, you are a descendant of the Jun family." "Yes, yes." Ning Tianya waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. If you have time to see that old but immortal ancestor of yours, tell him that Ning Tianya wants to have a drink with him. Jun Shizhu remained silent for a while. She wanted to say, I don't know where that legendary ancestor is now. Moreover, the Jun clan has long been gone. However, she swallowed this thought back to her mind. However, it would seem that she was asking for help if she had said so. Jun Shizhu didn't like this feeling. Therefore, she bowed respectfully and said, this junior will take her leave in that case. I will certainly pass on your message if I see the old ancestor. She nodded, and bid farewell to Chu Yang. Then, she and Dukyu led the dark bamboo and left with a whistling sound. You still haven't left? Ning Tianya had steeled his heart to remove all obstacles. So, he said to the empty Bulu Qing, go quickly, go quickly. I will come and find you for a fight in a few days. Bulu Qing snorted. He looked at Ning Tianya with great interest and said, why would I stay for a few days? If you want to fight, we can do it now. How about, we go to the Wind and Thunder platform and have a big fight now? I don't have time right now, Ning Tianya replied without any trace of politeness, you go quickly. He kept urging Bulu Qing to leave. However, the more he urged Bulu Qing, the more doubtful Bulu Qing became. So, Bulu Qing didn't leave and said, you don't have time? How come I don't see you busy? I have something to do. Ning Tianya roared. Bulu Qing stroked his smooth chin. There was a thought-provoking look in his eyes as he said, Old Ning, you haven't taken a fancy to these 5 youngsters, have you? To be honest, these 5 little guys have good constitution. Especially the one beside you who uses a saber, and the other one who uses a sword. They are all heaven-sent geniuses. You want to accept disciples? The hearts of Gudu Xing and the others tightened when they heard this. What if a supreme-level expert accepts them as disciples? Luo Kudi and Ji Mo's eyes lit up. They were eager to give it a try. However, Gudu Xing and Dong Wushang looked at each other, and saw the firmness in each other's eyes. Nonsense. Ning Tianya's heart skipped a beat as he said, I don't fancy these 5 little guys. Haha, these 2 little guys won't go with you even if you fancy them. Bulu Qing mischievously laughed, unless you want the other 2 who use swords. Ning Tianya was startled. He had heard the hidden meaning in Bulu Qing's words. He turned his head to look at Gudu Xing and Dong Wushang, and sized them up. Then, he let out a long sigh and said, yes, these 2 won't go with anyone. On the other side, Chu Yang was somewhat puzzled. He asked, why does Senior say so? Chu Yang was obviously reluctant to part with his brothers. But, he also knew that this was a great fortune. Gudu Xing and the others' future achievements would be limitless if they were accepted as disciples by the 2 supreme-level experts. Moreover, the time it would take would be shortened by a lot. Ning Tianya looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes and said, you obviously can't see it with your little eyesight. One of these 2 little guys has sword bones all over his body, and the other has saber blood all over his body. They aren't heaven-sent geniuses with special constitutions. But, they already have the embryonic form of a great master with a saber and a sword. They will only cripple themselves if they follow us and practice our martial arts. He insipidly said, people like them can only fight in the Jianghu with a saber and a sword. They can only walk on the path of a great master as long as they don't die in the end. Bulu Qing chuckled in the sky, there have been many such people since ancient times. But, there are very few who can truly become a great master without dying. That's because this is a path full of thorns. Every step is filled with murderous intent. It's really a path of death. Embryonic form of a great master. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He looked at his 2 brothers, and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. As for the other 2, they're indifferent. Ning Tianya looked at Luo Kudi and Jigua from the corner of his eyes, these 2 are glib-tongued and slippery. They're slippery and slippery. They're 2 big slippery fellows. They exude a sense of mischievousness from head to toe. Even a supreme-level expert would be angered to death by them sooner or later if they were accepted as disciples. Bulu Qing laughed out loud in the sky. He agreed and said, yes. Moreover, these 2 guys' aptitudes aren't very good. Their ruthlessness is somewhat fixed. They can't be changed if they don't work hard. They're indeed not good material to be disciples. Luo Kudi and Ji Mo's faces darkened. They felt indignant in their hearts, are the two of us so unbearable? Fu asterisk K, we can't be angered to death by us. We can't beat you too. If we could beat you, we would have beaten you two old bastards to death right here, and you're still talking about angering us to death? How slow would that be? Their roots are somewhat fixed. They can't be changed if they don't work hard. We must change it. The reverence in their hearts towards the supreme-level experts suddenly vanished like smoke in thin air as they thought of this. They straightened their backs, straightened their necks, and raised their heads. However, they tilted their heads and looked to one side. An untamed feeling rose in their hearts. You said that the two of us were unbearable. We'll show you what we can do. Fu asterisk K. We must let the world know that the supreme-level experts can also be wrong. Two old bastards. Fu asterisk K. Bah. Buluqing and Ming Tianya looked at each other. Chu Yang pondered for a moment. Then, he lowered his head. He didn't want Luo Kudi and GMO to see the gratitude in his eyes. He was grateful to Ning Tianya and Buluqing. Luo Kudi, GMO, and Miao Butong had always been Chu Yang's biggest worry. These three people's roots were in the upper echelons. However, they were definitely not top-notch. However, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing had indisputable top-notch aptitudes. The brothers seemed to be on par with each other now. However, the gap between them wasn't big. Once they reached a higher level, these three people would definitely be pulled further and further away from each other. This was something that no one could help with. Even if Chu Yang used elixirs to continuously improve, it would be impossible for him to catch up with the overall progress. If he used too many elixirs, it would be completely harmful to them. Moreover, Miao Butong was a little stronger. However, Luo Kudi and GMO were born lazy. Moreover, they belonged to the type of people who didn't have any goals in life. They were the type of people who would just muddle along and wait for death. Chu Yang had always wanted to change them. However, he didn't know where to start. Today, the two supreme-level experts had unintentionally shaped the direction of their life's efforts. They had changed them from the root. Although it was just two short sentences, the effect of these two sentences was unparalleled. The words were the same. However, the effect would be completely different if they were spoken by different people. If Xie Danxiong and Ao Xia Yun had said the words of Ning Tianya and Buluqing, GMO, and Luo Kudi would have fought them to the death. Because this was the contempt of jealousy. If Chu Yang had said it, the two of them would have had a grudge in their hearts. Are you saying that the two of us aren't compatible? Therefore, Chu Yang had never said it. However, when it came from Ning Tianya and Buluqing's mouths, it was a kind of final decision. This had instead aroused the fighting spirit of Luo Kudi and GMO. However, Ning Tianya and Buluqing were now looking at Chu Yang. Both of them shook their heads. There was some confusion in their eyes. This was because they couldn't see through this youngster's physique. It was obviously a very trashy root. However, there was too much uncertainty. What was going on? However, Buluqing looked away after a glance. He smiled and said, Ning Tianya, move aside. Let me look at the little girl behind you. Ning Tianya jumped up as if he had been stung by a scorpion. Why? He was angry and anxious. Mother asterisk Kerr, I knew that this bastard would stay here and not leave. It felt wrong. Today, I had a headache for the whole day. My temples have been throbbing in pain since the early hours of the morning. It's extremely uncomfortable. I got up early in the morning and went to the hospital for a checkup. They said that I was too tired and had a slight migraine. However, it doesn't matter. I'll be fine after some rest. They told me not to panic. The doctor asked me, did you stay up all night yesterday? I said, I didn't stay up all night yesterday. However, I've been staying up all night for more than 3 years. The doctor was startled and said, are you a god? You're still alive after staying up all night for 3 years? Your headache hasn't killed you yet. I was immediately speechless. This guy is too ignorant. Let's take a look. Let's not talk about me staying up all night for 3 years. There are also many people who have stayed up all night for more than 10 years. I'll go out and stroll. I'll find a high place. I'll go to the ends of the earth. There's no wind today. It's a rare good weather. Ning Tianya was very depressed. He had been hoping that Bulu Qing would leave quickly. But the opposite party was here to talk nonsense with him. After all, both sides had been friends for thousands of years. How could he ignore the opposite party's words? He said a few words, and also gave these little guys some pointers. It could be seen that these people were very concerned about his little disciple. Ning Tianya admired them very much. But Bulu Qing suddenly said that he wanted to see his little disciple? How could that be? Didn't he see that he had been blocking the little girl? Even when the little girl came out of curiosity, he had also blocked her without leaving a trace? Why? Wasn't it because he didn't want Bulu Qing to see her? You've worked so hard for so long, and you want to see her? Fu *k, you want to see her just by touching her lips? How could it be so easy? What if you can't take it out after seeing it? I firmly refuse. Bulu Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. He had deliberately led the topic to the matter of accepting a disciple. He wanted to see this old guy's reaction. Sure enough, this old guy immediately became nervous. Humph, what else could it be if he didn't fancy that little girl? But, what's so good about this little girl? She's worth this old guy's painstaking effort for? Why can't I see it? Bulu Qing was curious. I must see her. I won't snatch your disciple. What's there to be afraid of? Bulu Qing said unhappily. He sighed and said, only our disciples will continue the dispute between us after we leave this world. It's just like how the disciples of Chen Feng and Lu Yun compete for the reputation of their sections. How can I feel at ease accepting a disciple if I don't take a look at your disciple? This? Ning Tianya was in a dilemma. He was conflicted for a long time. Then, he said, you really won't snatch her from me? Bulu Qing was displeased. He said, you old thing, you are really narrow-minded. I, Bulu Qing, am a reputable person in this heavenly layer. How can I do such a tasteless thing like snatching a disciple from someone else? Chu Yang was worried and happy at the same time. So, this supreme martial artist has taken a fancy to Imo Qing Wu. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to see little Wu for a long time if he were to take her away. But, he was happy that Imo Qing Wu would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. At this time, Ning Tianya finally moved his body unwillingly, and revealed the small body that had been blocking behind him all along. He still didn't feel at ease as he said, didn't we agree that you won't snatch it from me? Bulu Qing nodded indifferently. Yes, I won't follow you. Eh? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and two beams of white light shot out from his eyes. He exclaimed softly, I skin jade bone? With a schwa sound, he descended from the sky. It turned out that Imo Qing Wu had heard these two people arguing over her. So, she couldn't help but tightly grab Chu Yang's lapel with her small hand. Because of this grab, a small part of her snow-white wrist was exposed. At this moment, Bulu Qing's gaze landed on this wrist. A tremor ran through the air. Ning Tianya's complexion changed. He took 2 steps forward, and warned, you said that you won't snatch it from me. Bulu Qing's eyes roamed around Imo Qing Wu's body. Then, he unconsciously said, are you kidding me? It's not only ice skin jade bone, but also heavenly yin body? Hiss. It's actually innate spirit meridians. Bulu Qing finally discovered something when he sensed the changes in the spirit energy around Imo Qing Wu's body. He gasped with a hiss sound, and was completely stunned. After a long time, Bulu Qing suddenly raised his head, and burst into loud laughter. No wonder that old bastard Ning Tianya hid it from me. It turns out that it's such a treasure. Hee, such a treasure. You, Ning Tianya, want to quietly take it for yourself? How can it be so cheap? You, what are you laughing at? Ning Tianya looked at him vigilantly. He clenched his teeth and said, old bastard, you said that you won't snatch it from me. I'll definitely take this disciple. Bulu Qing's eyes sparkled as he said in a resolute and decisive manner. Then, he said in a soft voice, little girl, can you worship me as your master? Your master is very powerful. He's #1 in the world. If you worship me as your master, the title of #1 in the world will be yours sooner or later. Ning Tianya almost vomited blood. He angrily said, Bulu Qing. Don't tell me that you're talking nonsense? He fiercely glared at him. His anger surged like a mountain. You said that you won't snatch it from me. Buluqing rolled his eyes and said, do you believe what I said? Ning Tianya staggered in anger. He said as if he wanted to vomit blood, you are shameless. Buluqing, how can you be so shameless? Buluqing rubbed his hands. He felt somewhat embarrassed and said, Old Ning, you can't blame me for this. How could I know that the person you're looking for has ice-skin jade bone? Moreover, she has heavenly body and is blessed by the heavens? Moreover, she has innate spirit meridians and immortal physique? I said that I won't snatch it from you. But, am I still human if I don't snatch it from you when I meet such a rare talent? Ning Tianya's entire body trembled with anger. You say it yourself, how shameless are your words. Buluqing gently and elegantly said, Old Ning, don't get angry. We're both over 10,000 years old. It's not good to get angry. It's harmful to the body. So, tell me what conditions you want to give me this disciple? I don't want any conditions. Ning Tianya roared. I'll give you the 10,000-year-old snow lotus. I'll also give you the heavenly weapon and the mysterious soul. I'll also give you the sky-green mushroom. How about it? Buluqing said with a smile. Those things, you can keep them and take them to your grave. Ning Tianya burst into anger. Can you snatch my disciple? I admit that you're number one in the world. Is that good enough? Buluqing said, I'll make an announcement in the upper three heavens tomorrow. I'll say that you're the number one expert in the world. And, I, Buluqing, was forced to flee in embarrassment by you. Is that good enough? Buluqing sincerely said, Old Ning, I'm sincere. I'm sincere. I don't even care about my reputation. I don't even care about my face. The sacrifice I'm making isn't small. Ning Tianya spat out a mouthful of saliva. His face and neck turned red. What reputation and face do you still have? You went back on your words a moment ago. And, you're still boasting about your reputation and face. He gasped for breath and loudly said, I used to think that you were a big shot. But, it seems that I was gravely mistaken. I was blind. Buluqing's reputation and face added together can't even compare to a single hair on my feet. Buluqing's complexion gradually changed. He coldly said, Old Ning, give me a straightforward answer. Will you give me this disciple or not? What will it take for you to give her up? Ning Tianya resolutely said, I won't give her up even if you twist my head off. You won't give her up? Buluqing's eyes became more and more dangerous. I won't give her up no matter what. Ning Tianya panted. You and I will be irreconcilable if you don't give her up today. Buluqing was somewhat anxious. When have you ever been irreconcilable with me? Ning Tianya snorted. He disdainfully said, how come I don't know about it? Chu Yang and the others watched these two supreme experts quarrel in front of them. They were somewhat dumbfounded. Chu Yang was the first to recover. He moved close to Mo Qingwu's ear and said, these two want to accept you as their disciple. Mo Qingwu pitifully whispered, but, I don't want to be their disciple. I don't want to leave you. Elder brother Chu Yang, Mo Qingwu's voice was very soft. But, what kind of cultivation did these two supreme experts have? How could they not hear her? Both of them turned their heads and looked at the little girl. Chu Yang's purpose was obviously to maximize the benefits. So, he obviously didn't say anything when he saw that these two old guys had hurt her. He just stood aside with a smile. Let's fight. The more we fight, the more benefits the little girl will get. The little girl's lips were pouting and flattening. Her eyes were a little red. She looked at these two supreme experts with resentment. She pouted when she saw them looking at her. She snorted and turned her head away. Then, she stuffed her little head into Chu Yang's bosom. Ning Tianya was somewhat petrified. Did I hear it wrong? The two of us are almost fighting here. So, the little girl doesn't want to be his disciple? Ha ha ha. Buluqing finally held his belly and laughed. I thought that you, Old Ning, had already taken care of this little girl. So, I wasted my breath here. But, you didn't succeed after all this time. That's good. Very good. Good my ass. Ning Tianya's breathing was heavy. Then, he turned his face and said with a benevolent look, little girl, you see. I can help you fulfill all your wishes as long as you acknowledge me as your master. Moreover, look at that man. He looks like a human. But, he eats people without spitting out their bones. He's too scary. You won't have a good life if you become his disciple. Xianxia was trying to tempt and scare her. He was resorting to every possible means. Being with elder brother Chuyang is my wish. The little girl shook her head vigorously. She grabbed Chuyang's lapel with all her might. My wish has been fulfilled. I don't need your help anymore. Buluqing also came over. He thought for a long time. Then, he suddenly took out something from his bosom. He smiled kindly. Come, little girl. This is for you. Haha. It's fun, right? Tell me, what's your name? My name is Emoqing Wu. Emoqing Wu shrank back in fear. She curiously looked at the little person in his palm. It was made entirely out of purple crystal essence. It was shining brightly. It seemed very fun. Emoqing Wu? Good name. Buluqing praised her non-stop. He demonstrated, you see, this little person fights by itself when you move like this. And, it somersaults when you move like this. And, it moves like this. Emoqing Wu looked curiously. Her eyes became brighter and brighter. Wow. It's really fun. Xianxia immediately became anxious. He searched his body with both hands. But, he couldn't find anything. He was away from home. He didn't even bring a weapon with him. So, why would he bring such a small toy to coax a child? He became anxious when he saw that Buluqing had closed the relationship with the little girl in an instant. Buluqing was very proud of himself. He said, Emoqing Wu. I'll call you Little Wu, okay? Okay. Emoqing Wu nodded. She fiddled with the purple crystal little person in her palm. She said without raising her head, that's what my mother calls me. Mother. Buluqing looked a little embarrassed. Then, he said softly, look at this thing. Isn't it fun? I have a lot of it as long as you come back with me. He went out for a stroll. His head hurt more and more. He had no choice but to do a head massage. He felt a little better. He quickly came back to write this chapter. Hey, the quality is really good. It's written very well. I'll sleep early tonight to restore my energy. I can finally take the medicine now. I didn't dare to take the medicine that I brought back because it has a sleeping effect. It's said that the effect is quite strong. I've finished writing now. Although it's only 2 chapters, it's enough to account for everyone. I'm relieved. I can finally take the medicine and sleep, hee hee. To celebrate being able to sleep early, I'm begging for a monthly vote. I didn't explode today. If you want to vote, vote. If you don't want to vote, I won't force you. Anyway, thank you. It must have been hard on him. In order to seduce this piggy brother, he actually learned how to coax children. For these 10,000 years old monsters, this was quite difficult. No way. Xianxia rushed up with a pale face. He pushed Buluqing without any hesitation and squatted down. Come with me. There are more fun things at my place, but I don't want to go anywhere. Emoqing Wu said timidly. She reluctantly handed the little purple crystal figure back to Buluqing. I'll give it to you. Buluqing said amiably, keep it. Hee hee, I still have a lot of them. Really? Emoqing Wu blinked and asked. Of course. Buluqing said seriously. He was secretly proud. It seemed that he had already gotten half of this disciple. Emoqing Wu happily put the little purple crystal figure into her pocket. Ah. What is this? Suddenly, Emoqing Wu's body trembled and she let out a shriek, as if she had received a great shock. Then, she fished out a snow-white, furry little fox from her pocket. This little fox was only the size of a palm. It squatted on Emoqing Wu's hand obediently and wriggled slowly. Its whole body was snow-white. Only its 2 shiny black eyes were looking up at Emoqing Wu. It squeaked twice and looked very pitiful. Wow, what a cute little thing. Emoqing Wu was overjoyed. She liked this little thing at first sight. She held it in one hand and raised it in front of her eyes. So cute. Little thing, what's your name? As she said, she reached out her other hand to stroke it. The little thing timidly reached out a snow-white front paw and actually shook her hand gently. Then, it retracted its paw and squeaked shyly. Emochingu was very happy. She said, "Little thing, where did you come from? Why are you in my pocket?" The little thing obviously didn't understand her words. It squeaked and looked at her innocently. Emochingu was instantly defeated by such a gaze. She held it lovingly and said, "Follow me from now on, okay? Little guy, I'll give you a name. Let's call you Xiaoxue, okay?" The little fellow tilted its head and looked at Emochingu. It moved its body and crawled a step on Emochingu's hand. It squeaked and then stretched its limbs and lay down comfortably on her hand. It was as if he had already acknowledged this name. Yang's eyes also lit up. Gudu Xing and the others were also flabbergasted. This little thing doesn't seem to have any attack power, but it's also very smart and cute. Moreover, it's so clean. But, how did it suddenly run into Emochingu's pocket? Ning Tianye and Baluqing glanced at each other. The wind fox is a spirit beast. It has reverted to its most primitive state in such a way to please this little girl? Even spirit beasts knew who was good and who was bad? Little thing. Ning Tianye glared at him. The wind fox was so scared that it shivered. "Do you want to follow her?" He grabbed the wind fox in his hand and said fiercely, "Don't play dumb with me. In front of us, you only want to take advantage of us? I'll crush you. Not if you agree. If you don't, I'll crush you." Emochingu anxiously cried out in distress, "Give it to me, give it to me. Don't bully my little snow, okay?" Her voice hadn't faded when she suddenly screamed. In her eyes, that little thing that couldn't understand human language was looking at her with eyes full of grievances. It then nodded in an aggrieved manner. Can it understand human language? Emochingu was stunned. She opened her beautiful eyes wide. She pointed at this little thing and asked in a trembling voice. "Spirit beast of spirit beast, how can it not understand human language?" Ning Tianye rolled his eyes. "Spirit beast of spirit beast of spirit beast?" Gudu Xing and the others exclaimed together, "This harmless little thing that isn't even as big as a fist is a spirit beast of spirit beast of spirit beast of spirit beast?" This adjective obviously made the wind fox very unhappy. It rolled its eyes, but didn't dare to flare up. Instead, it glared fiercely at Gudu Xing. "Two supreme level experts are here. It can't run away even if it has great abilities. Have you thought it through? Yes or no?" Ning Tianye roared again. The wind fox felt extremely wronged. Didn't Zhou Kai already nod? Why does he have to nod again? It had no choice but to nod again. Humph. What are you waiting for? Don't tell me that you want to be as unruly as a wild animal? Ning Tianye wrinkled his brows and shouted, "You still haven't recognized me as your master? Do you want this old man to crush a few of your bones?" The wind fox shook twice in his hand. It pitifully looked at Emochingu for a while. He saw that the little girl's eyes were full of love and affection. She looked at it for a long time. Then, she let out a sigh in a very human-like manner. It was like a helpless sigh of a human. "Forget it, forget it. It seems that I, the great Lord Wind Fox, will turn into a wisp of fox soul if I don't recognize this little girl as my master today." The wind fox shuddered and closed its eyes. Then, a white gas suddenly emitted from its head. The white gas got denser and denser, and gradually formed a circle. The circle was full of strange patterns. A pocket-sized wind fox was squatting in the middle of the circle. It was only the size of a finger. At the same time, a strange fragrance burst out. Suddenly, the wind-eared fox's body began to emit a sweet fragrance. "Little girl, Feng, bite your finger and drip a drop of blood on the forehead of this little wind fox in the circle. Quickly." Ning Tianye urged. "Why?" The little girl tilted her head and asked. "If you do this, this little thing will belong to you from now on." Ning Tianye was dumbfounded. Other people would be willing to break their heads if they encountered such a good thing. But, this little girl is asking why? Ning Tianye would have sent someone flying with a slap if it had been someone else. But, he couldn't bear to do this to this little girl. Really? Mo Qingwu replied. Then, she happily went to bite her own finger. Then, she said in a somewhat pitiful manner, but, it will hurt a lot. Ning Tianya was helpless. He grabbed her little hand and scratched it with his fingernail. A drop of blood seeped out from her hand. He held her little hand and pressed it on the forehead of the little wind fox in the circle. Just as the blood came into contact with the little wind fox, a white light suddenly shone from the wind fox's body. It shrouded its little body and Mo Qingwu. All kinds of mysterious symbols suddenly flew out of the circle and spun rapidly. Then, with a whoosh, they slowly merged into Mo Qingwu's body. Chu Yang's eyes didn't turn away. He was relieved. Didn't this mean that the little girl had a super bodyguard who was at least a monarch-level spirit beast? This is a spirit beast contract. It's an extremely rare thing in the heavenly continent. Ning Tianya flaunted. Unless the spirit beast is willing to offer a wisp of its soul to form an ancient contract pattern, it's impossible to successfully form a hoof knot with external force. So that's how it is. Chu Yang nodded silently. No wonder I've never heard of this thing. It's so difficult. Which spirit beast of this level isn't an extremely proud overlord? What kind of spirit beast would willingly hand over its own spirit essence? It's done. Buluchin came over and clicked his tongue in wonder. My disciple is amazing. She hasn't even entered the sect and she has already subdued a spirit beast as a pet. Ning Tianya rudely interrupted, what do you mean by your disciple? That's my disciple. The wind fox gloomily rolled its eyes. What do you mean by subduing a spirit beast as a pet? If you too old farts weren't here, you would have let this little girl try to subdue me? Luo Kudi and GMO looked at Mo Qingwu enviously. This little girl is so lucky. 2 supreme-level experts are fighting to take her as a disciple. She even subdued a spirit beast as a pet, especially Luo Kudi. He suddenly felt somewhat tragic when he thought of the half-dead little beast he was raising. Why is the gap between people so big? Mo Qingwu only felt a little dizzy. It seemed that there was something extra in her head. She looked at the wind fox again and felt more and more familiar. A clear thought came over, Master, the voice was tender and pitiful. Wow. Are you talking to me? Mo Qingwu jumped 3 feet high. Then, she held the wind fox in her hands and started to play with it. She was immediately pulled over by Ning Tianya. The wind fox slipped into Mo Qingwu's pocket. Little Wu, quickly worship me as your master. Your master has given you a wind fox. Ning Tianya anxiously urged. The wind fox in Mo Qingwu's pocket popped out again. It looked at this guy with contempt. What do you mean by you? Can you afford to give me, Lord Wind Fox? Worship me as your master. He can't. Look at this old man. He's so sloppy. If you follow him as his disciple, such a beautiful girl will become ugly. Buluchin came over. Mo Qingwu was in a dilemma. She bit her lip and said, but I don't want to worship you as my master. Chu Yang patted her shoulder and said, Little Wu, this is your chance. Don't miss it. Come back after you've learned my martial arts. Won't you be able to protect Brother Chu Yang then? Brother Chu Yang is still waiting for you to protect him. Mo Qingwu's gaze suddenly froze. After a long time, she bit her lip and said with tears in her eyes, if Brother Chu Yang says so, then so be it. But what if I can't see you anymore? Chu Yang said patiently, think about it. You're going to protect me for a lifetime. You won't be able to see me for a few years, but you can protect Brother Chu Yang for a lifetime. How good is that? How could Chu Yang let the little girl give up this chance? This was a disciple of a supreme martial artist. Although Chu Yang was reluctant, such a chance was not something that could be encountered normally. It was rare for these 10,000-year-old monsters to come out. Now that they had encountered them, how could they let them go? The two were discussing in a low voice here. But, the 2 supreme-level experts were already arguing with each other. It seemed that they were about to fight. Both of them had heard Chu Yang's advice to Mo Qingwu. The little girl was still unwilling. But, it was a foregone conclusion that she would become a disciple. The only question now was, who would be her disciple? The disciple is mine. Ning Tianya said angrily. Bullsh *T. You don't deserve it. Buluqing angrily said, she's mine. The two supreme-level experts glared at each other like fighting cocks. The terrifying aura around their bodies was on the verge of exploding. Who would be willing to back down at such a critical moment? She had a super physique that only existed in legends. The two of them didn't like each other. But they had exploded with just a few words. You back down. I'll reward you handsomely. You back down, and I'll give you everything. Why should I back down? Then, why me? Neither of them was willing to back down. The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, they unanimously proposed a solution. You and I will fight. The winner will get a disciple. And the winner will claim the title of #1 in the world. You should have done this earlier. The figures of the two staggered with a schwa sound. One of them stretched out his left hand, and the other stretched out his right hand. The spirit energy in the air suddenly gathered in a terrifying manner. Cough cough, this junior has a good idea. Chu Yang coughed twice. These two old men were about to make this place collapse. So, Minister Chu had no choice but to come out and mediate. What idea? The two old men turned their heads to look at him. Why would they want to fight right now? The two of them had been fighting for more than 10,000 years. But, they still couldn't decide the winner. So, it would be useless to fight right now. I have a good idea. It can let the two of you get a disciple. And, it can also decide the winner. Moreover, it won't hurt your friendship. And, it won't harm your bodies. Chu Yang smiled craftily. What's the good idea? Is there such a good idea? Ning Tianya and Buluqing's eyes lit up. Their four eyes suddenly emitted a substantial white light. It was as if 4 searchlights were fiercely shining on Chu Yang's body. So, the two seniors can get a disciple at the same time. In other words, both of you can take me as your masters at the same time. However, 1 month he would follow this master, and the next month he would follow another master. Comparing this month's progress with the next month's progress, it would be clear at a glance who would win and who would lose. Then, if you're not convinced, you can start to compare again from the 3rd month onwards. This way, until you finish your apprenticeship. Could it be that the two of you still can't determine a winner? Chu Yang smiled slyly. He chuckled twice and ended his long speech. So young. Ning Tianya stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. You're so young that you want to scheme against both of us old fellows and work our hearts out for this little girl? Furthermore, was it not okay to not put in the effort? Are you trying to enslave both of us? How dare you? Chu Yang smiled. This guy is too sinister. Buluqing also looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes, too evil. Chu Yang smiled mischievously and said, What? You don't dare to compete? Are you afraid of losing to your opponent? He sighed and said, I also understand. Practicing martial arts and teaching disciples are two different things. It's normal that you don't have confidence. You can withdraw if you don't have confidence. You don't have to compete in this way, right? The two supreme experts glared at each other. They clearly knew that Chu Yang was provoking them. But, who would admit defeat at this juncture? The disciple of the #1 physique since ancient times would be gone if they admitted defeat. Ning Tianya opened his eyes wide. He said somewhat without confidence, but, this is a good idea. Buluqing's face darkened. He repeatedly nodded in a tangled manner, yes, good idea, good idea. He looked at Chu Yang's eyes. It seemed as if he wanted to swallow this smirking guy into his stomach. The two supreme experts were somewhat depressed. They had wanted to swallow it all by themselves. But, it had now become shared between the two of them, especially Ning Tianya. He regretted it so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Would such a troublesome matter have happened if he had come down to accept a disciple at that time? Now, he had to figure out the disciple's physique clearly. He had to teach her wholeheartedly, and urge her with all his might. Moreover, he had to rack his brains to suppress the other party. However, most of the decision-making power to suppress the other party wasn't in his hands. Instead, it was in the disciple's hands. But, this disciple was just a beautiful little girl. He couldn't beat her, nor could he scold her. In fact, she would probably cry if he were to scold her. The two supreme experts sighed in their hearts at the same time. They frowned and looked distressed. What should we do now? However, they looked at each other, and saw the tangled look on each other's face. Their spirits were suddenly lifted. He is also tangled? This is easy to handle. I don't believe that I can't suppress you, the two supreme experts fiercely snorted from their nostrils as they fiercely declared. Then, I will come for the first month. Bullshit. Why should it be you? The two confronted each other again like fighting cocks. Oh, you can decide this by rock paper scissors. Minister Chu couldn't help but interject. He wanted to resolve the dispute. You shut up, the two supreme experts turned their heads and shouted angrily, you've made us suffer. However, the two of them had no choice but to agree to rock paper scissors as they discussed it over and over again. Therefore, Bulu Qing won. He laughed 3 times. Ning Tianya lost. He touched his nose and didn't feel good about it. Then, he suddenly announced, I will move to Bulu Qing's place from today onwards. I will make sure that my precious disciple doesn't get harmed by Bulu Qing and so on. Of course, the general direction had already been decided. So, everything else was trivial. The two of them planned for a while. They almost haggled over every detail. They divided Mo Qing Wu's practice time between them. Then, they symbolically shook hands with each other with a belly full of grievances and resentment. They were also endlessly depressed and tangled. Then, a problem arose in the little girl's apprenticeship. There must be a sequence between the two masters, right? Who's the great master? Who's the second master? Chu Yang braved the danger of being scolded, and proposed, call them both masters. Master Ning, Master Bu, call them like this. We'll decide who's the great master and who's the second master when the little girl finishes her apprenticeship. In this way, Minister Chu's casual words had given the title of Who is the Number One Under Heaven to the little loli who was still confused and didn't understand anything at all. You dare to not teach little Wu with all your heart. Haha, let's see if you'll do your best. This is a matter of reputation that will last for thousands of years. I don't believe that you don't care. Why would you fight for the title of number one in the world for thousands of years if you didn't care? You're ruthless. The two supreme level experts pinched their noses and endured sullenly. Both of them were shrewd people. They could see that this little girl was the backbone of that little girl. What if this little girl became unhappy and said, Little Wu, I don't want to be your apprenticeship? That little girl would raise both her hands and feet in approval. Then, she would turn around and leave without any hesitation. The two of them would lose everything if that happened. They wouldn't be able to get a disciple either. The two of them casually clenched their fists, and 2 high platforms appeared on the ground. They sat on the high platforms in a dignified manner, and accepted the little girl's worship. Then, they scrambled to say, My beloved disciple, please rise. Looking at these words, it was obvious that they were spoiling her. A master was talking to his disciple, and he was using the word please. Let's go. We should go back early so that we can lay the foundation for this little girl. Bulu Qing was somewhat impatient. This month is my elder brother Chuyang. The little girl's mouth flattened, and tears streamed down her face. She opened her arms, and walked over to him, and hugged him tightly. I can't bear to leave you. It's all right, it's only for a short time. Be good. Chuyang felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. But, he still forced a smile and said, Ask your master to take you to see me if you miss me too much. Okay, Mo Qing Wu's eyes lit up. She nodded heavily. She loosened her hands, and slowly drew back. Her big eyes were full of reluctance. She drew back a few steps. Then, she suddenly jumped up, and threw herself into Chuyang's arms. She whimpered, and kissed Chuyang's face with all her might. But, she felt that it wasn't enough. So, she kissed him a few more times. Then, she moved closer to Chuyang's ear, and said, Elder brother Chuyang, you won't forget me, right? Of course, Chuyang replied, How can I forget my Qingwu? Then, you kiss me. Mo Qingwu pouted, and tilted her head to look at him. Chuyang moved closer, and kissed the little girl's face twice. Bulu Qing and Ning Tianya looked on anxiously. They were full of jealousy. This bastard is kissing my disciple. My disciple is so young, Yang held Mo Qingwu tightly in his arms. He greedily breathed in the fresh scent of the little girl's body. A long while passed. Then, he endured the sourness in his heart, and resolutely put her down. He then said, "Let's go. Elder brother Yang will wait for you to come back." "Okay." The little girl turned around, and walked a few steps. She looked back 3 times with tearful eyes. "You can't." "Can't what?" The little girl didn't say it out loud. She only turned her head, and looked at Yang in a daze. She was so young, but her eyes were filled with sadness and longing. "Let's go." Xianxia was somewhat impatient. He waved his hand, and wanted to leave with his disciple. "Hey." Yang coughed and said, "Supreme Masters, I've helped you get a good disciple. I've also solved a big problem for you. Don't you have anything to say?" "Say?" Buluqing ferociously looked at him. "Little one, don't take advantage of us. Our lives will be in your hands for the rest of our lives. And, you still want benefits? You've gone crazy thinking about it. There's nothing to say? So, I've been busy for half a day in vain?" Yang's expression was somewhat gloomy and funny. The little girl, who was looking at him with a sorrowful expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "Go away." Xianxia glared at him. Yang shouted loudly, "Qingwu. When you get there, you must get some good things from your 2 masters. If you don't need them, you can give them to your elder brother Yang. The more, the better. Your 2 masters have a lot of good things." Mo Qingwu firmly clenched her small fist, and waved it. "Elder brother Yang, don't worry. I'll squeeze them dry. I'll give them all to you, elder brother Yang." The 2 supreme masters staggered, and nearly fell to the ground. "Are we getting a disciple or a hungry wolf?" The 2 great masters didn't dare to stay any longer. If they stayed any longer, their old bones might be taken away by their disciple as a gift. He had to quickly go back and educate them. How could he give the things of his own sect to others? Especially since this guy had a belly full of evil tricks, all the more he couldn't give it to him. Mo Qingwu waved her hand, and bade farewell to Gudu Xing and the others. Buluqing hastily picked Mo Qingwu up when he saw that the little girl's eyes were about to flicker with tears. Then, he took the lead and flew away. Xianxia followed closely behind, not daring to stray even an inch away from her. He was afraid that his disciple would be monopolized by Buluqing if he was a step late. The silhouette had already disappeared. But, Mo Qingwu's loud screams could still be heard in the air. "Elder brother Yang, wait for me. I will come back to protect you." With a smile on his face, Yang looked at the void in front of him and waved his hand gently. His heart felt empty, lost, and a strong reluctance, but he didn't show it. She just smiled faintly, her eyes warm and firm. "Qingwu, of course I will wait for you. You don't know. I've been waiting for you all my life, Qingwu. I have finally reversed your fate. From the moment you were taken away by Jizun, I finally felt completely at ease about your fate." His life was already different. They must have gone to the Mo clan. GMO wiped his eyes and laughed. He wanted to show that he was not sad about parting and was very strong, but this smile was like the cry of a duck, extremely unpleasant to the ears. If it was in the past, everyone would have made fun of him. But now, no. One laughed at him. They only nodded silently. Everyone was not used to the sudden absence of this little girl who loved to talk and laugh by their side. With Mo Qingwu's character, she had no choice but to return to the Mo clan. First, he had to go back and say goodbye. Second, he had to get his dreaming of a gentle dance saber. After a long while, Yang said indifferently, "Let's go too. There are too many things waiting for us in the northern wastelands." Everyone agreed and walked back. On the way back, everyone was strangely silent. Even GMO and Luo Kudi, who had been making jokes and pranks, were so silent that it was somewhat frightening. "Boss, I'm going to practice." GMO finally turned his head and said after walking a long distance. "Extra training?" Yang frowned. "Yes, I want to train as well." Luo Kudi stood up as well. "It's fine if others look down on me, but even Jizun said that we have no future?" GMO gritted his teeth and said, "I must fight for a bright future. Sometimes, the words of a supreme martial artist are just like farts." "That's right. Luokudi responded. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, we must fight for our dignity. If I don't fight back, I'm afraid I won't have any hope in this life. Xianxia sighed and said, you must be mentally prepared. This isn't something that can be decided by hot-headedness. This decision of yours means that countless lives will be lost, and we can't help you. Yes. I've thought it through. Jimo's eyes flickered with determination. In this life, unless I kill myself, I will become a supreme master. Me too. Luokudi said firmly. Good. A cold light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes as he said, since you have made a decision, then don't change it. There was no need to wait for tomorrow. Let's start today. From now on. This northern wasteland is our battlefield. Kill everyone here for me. A murderous intention flashed in Chu Yang's eyes, whether it's a human, or a spirit beast. Remember, you won't get any help from us in every battle from now on. Every battle is a life and death experience. Live to get promoted, or die. Gudu Xing, Dongwu Shang. You too must remember that you are not allowed to save GMO and Luokudi even if they die in front of you from now on. Chu Yang said sternly, men must face their own battles alone. Yes, the four brothers agreed together. They looked at each other, and revealed a resolute look. How could one rely on other people's help on the road to becoming a powerhouse? They walked out in silence for a while, and saw a dense crowd in front of them. It was a group of experts of the dark bamboo. The two people in the lead were Dukyu and Jun Shizhu. Where's little Wu? Jun Shizhu swept her eyes, and found that one person was missing. So, she couldn't help but ask. Her master took her away. Chu Yang was somewhat listless as he said, she has worshipped Ning Tianye and Bulu Qing as her masters. Hissed Jun Shizhu sucked in a cold breath, she has worshipped two supreme-level experts as her masters at the same time? She thought in her heart, is it possible that little Wu's 3E meridian is protected by the spiritual power of these two supreme-level experts? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. She couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to this little girl at that time. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Two supreme-level experts. Chu Yang, we've been waiting for you here for a matter. Dukyu insipidly said, we've already obtained the blood essence and inner core of a spirit beast. So, Dark Bamboo and I are going to start our closed-door training. I'm afraid that this closed-door training will take a long time. Oh? Chu Yang's eyes revealed a doubtful look. The strength of the Dark Bamboo will go into the shadows during our closed-door training. Alu will be in charge of it. I've already passed down an order. None of the members of the Dark Bamboo are allowed to cause trouble. Dukyu looked at Chu Yang with a faint smile on his face. Then, he said with a meaningful tone, we won't be in the three heavens for now. So, you can cause trouble as you wish. The voice of these words drilled into Chu Yang's ears. It was subtle yet clear. Then, he took 2 steps back and said in a loud voice, wait for me to come out. I'll properly train them for you. Then, he and Jun Shizhu took a step back at the same time, and bid farewell to Chu Yang and the others. Then, they didn't turn their heads back. They led everyone, and sped away, and disappeared from the line of sight of Chu Yang and the others. This matter had happened so quickly, and had ended so straightforwardly. Gudu Xing and the others were somewhat overwhelmed. Does this mean that the biggest underground organization in the three heavens will temporarily withdraw from the Jianghu? Wouldn't the three heavens be even more chaotic without the terrifying restriction of the Dark Bamboo? Chaos is good. Heroes emerge in troubled times. Dong Wushang snorted and said, then, let's kill to our heart's content. That's right. Let's kill to our heart's content during this period of time. Gudu Xing let out a loud shout. His heroic spirit soared as he said, our heavenly armament pavilion should shine brightly since the Dark Bamboo won't come out. The 5 brothers looked at each other, and smiled knowingly. Then, they took out the masks of the heavenly armament pavilion from their bosoms at the same time. The northern wilderness was in chaos for the next few days. Everyone who had come here regarded each other as an enemy. So, it was inevitable that 2 groups of people would come across each other. There was no reason to reason with them, however, the heavenly armament pavilion had already caused a terrifying upheaval along the way in the past few days. And it had once again displayed the illustrious prestige of this organization. A few strange people wearing masks were moving unhindered in the northern wilderness. They were killing people and robbing their belongings. They were doing everything they could. Sometimes, they were in pairs. Sometimes, they were alone. Sometimes, they were in groups of 4 or 5. They would come and go with a whistling sound. And they would leave with a whistling sound. There was only one result for anyone who came across them: they would be robbed, killed, or crippled. These people were being unreasonable. They had given the experts of the 3 heavens who had come here to look for spirit beasts and hunt for spirit beasts' blood. And they had slowly gained a reputation, but it was a bad reputation. Xianxia flew all the way. He faced the wind and snow. His sword flashed and cut the throat of an expert in front of him. Then, he disappeared along with the sword light. The brothers had separated to gain experience for the 7th day. Xianxia had been searching in the direction of the Calamity Sword during these 7 days. He had harvested elixirs and rare treasures. Sometimes, he would find out that there was someone else who had arrived first. And that could lead to a big battle. His current cultivation and the sharpness of the Calamity Sword had made him almost unrivaled. Of course, Xianxia would have turned around and fled if he had come across 1 or 2 Emperor-level experts. He was extremely slippery. So, he didn't have to worry about the experts below Emperor-level experts catching up with him with his agility. Moreover, he had the Sword Spirit's killer weapon ready at any time. So, it didn't matter if the opponent caught up with him. The Sword Spirit would attack, and his sword would kill. Therefore, Minister Chu had collected a lot of good things along the way. And everything was going smoothly. Well, he couldn't be called Minister Chu anymore. He should be called Great Pavilion Master Chu. The only thing that made Great Pavilion Master Chu dissatisfied was that he hadn't found the Sword Spirit's remnant soul. This was his main purpose in coming here. So, how could he give up if he couldn't find it? Therefore, he continued to look for it. Gu Du Xing and Dong Wu Shang had deliberately increased their cultivation time during this time. And they had reduced their fighting time in order to comprehend their own sword and saber realms. On the other hand, Luo Kudi and GMO had recklessly increased the duration of their fights. The 2 of them were like 2 mad tigers. They were unscrupulously challenging and looting everywhere. They were riddled with scars every day. And they were on the verge of death several times every day. However, their hearts were slowly being tempered to become more and more tenacious. The 2 of them had firmly remembered Chu Yang's words: only after surviving 100 deaths can one become a powerhouse. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Its fierce and illustrious name was born from this. Xianxia had just picked up a cold ice spirit fruit from under the layer of ice when he suddenly heard the sound of cloves fluttering in the air. Xianxia's spirit was lifted. Could it be that another fat sheep has come knocking? He quietly peeked out to take a look. He saw that these people were wearing black clothes. And their faces were covered with black and gold masks. They looked gloomy and frightening. That unique aura made Xianxia's murderous intent rise. They were the people of the Hayamo clan. He saw that these people were quickly looking for hiding places. It seemed that they were going to ambush someone. Xianxia was thinking about whether he should make a move now. Suddenly, the sound of 2 people talking came through the whistling wind. Xianxia was startled. Then, his eyes emitted a divine light of excitement. The blood in his body seemed to have become somewhat scorching. Master, where did that bastard Xianxia go? Why can't we find him after such a long time? A voice like a duck's voice was mixed with the howl of a wolf. And there was a strong shock in it. Meng Chaoran and Tan Tan had hit the jackpot. The master and disciple duo had hurried on their journey as if they were on a scenic tour. They would fight spirit beasts if they could beat them. And they would hide if they couldn't beat them. It was the same when they met people. They would fight if they were confident. And they would hide if they weren't. The master and disciple duo were indifferent to everything. And the other was unscrupulous and lawless. And the other would fight and retreat in a carefree manner. And the other would rush and hide valiantly. They were a perfect match. Meng Chaoran didn't care about anything in his heart. Despicable and shameless? Noble and serious? Everything would become indifferent in his hands. Meng Chaoran would kill people who wanted to kill him in a carefree manner. And he would eliminate the source of trouble. This was the rule of Jianghu. So, everyone took it for granted. And Meng Qiaoran was no exception. But, there was nothing that couldn't be done in Tan Tan's eyes. He could do anything. Even if he had to face a supreme-level expert with his current cultivation, as long as Meng Qiaoran said, "Fight." Tan Tan would bravely and fearlessly rush forward. And, Meng Qiaoran's rich experience in Jianghu was completely different from other people's. He didn't need to see it. Meng Qiaoran would take Tan Tan to avoid it in advance. So, the master and disciple duo hadn't even scratched their skin when they reached the interior of the wasteland. Tan Tan had discovered more than once that Meng Qiaoran would suddenly stop and take a detour while they were hurrying on their journey. Tan Tan would only find out why his master had taken a detour after they had traveled a long distance. It was because there were either powerful spirit beasts or powerful enemies ahead. Sometimes, Tan Tan could clearly see that Meng Qiaoran's hair would stand on end when they were hurrying on their journey in a calm manner. And, this proved that there was danger ahead. Tan Tan was envious of his master's ability. He was so envious that his eyes had turned red. This is too powerful. I won't encounter any danger with this kind of awareness. Meng Qiaoran could only force a smile when he saw his disciple's red eyes wanting to learn. God knows how many times he had been hunted down over the years because of certain things. He had fumbled around in life and death situations. And, he had experienced many life and death crises to a certain extent. Therefore, he had developed such a keen sense. So, how could this be learned so easily? They had met two people were on the verge of death that day. Dressed in black, he rushed over from the top of the mountain as if he was struggling for his life. But when he was not far from the two of them, he fell down due to exhaustion and couldn't get up. At this time, Meng Qiaoran and his disciple were leisurely walking over. They had just turned a corner, and two people fell from the top of the mountain. The master and disciple looked at each other in dismay. Seeing that these two black-clothed men were motionless in the underbrush, Tan Tan wanted to go up and take a look. One of the black-clothed men groaned and said, "Save me." Tan Tan leaped forward. "So, you haven't died yet." "Wait." Meng Qiaoran stopped his disciple. Then, he said to Tan Tan's puzzled voice, "I remember that an expert said a long time ago that he was traveling in Jianghu. If he saw someone unconscious in front of him, it would be troublesome if it wasn't a trap. Under such circumstances, the best solution is to..." Tan Tan perked up his ears as he spoke till here. The two black-clothed men who couldn't move on the ground also involuntarily perked up their ears to listen. The best solution is to chop off the heads of these two men as soon as possible. Then, see if these two men are dead or not. Doing this can first put an end to any ambushes or traps. Second, you can establish a friendship with the people who are chasing them. You can also make a fortune from these dead men in the worst-case scenario. Meng Qiaoran insipidly said. Then, he pulled out his long sword with a clang sound. Tan Tan was dumbstruck. Master is very talented. Seeing if these two men are dead or not after chopping off their heads? This is simply a unique skill. It's definitely a secret manual. It's speaking from experience. Meng Qiaoran finished speaking. Then, a sword light flew out without the slightest hesitation. It cut off the heads of the two men who had opened their eyes wide in disbelief after listening to these words. Then, Meng Qiaoran put his sword back into its sheath and said, "There shouldn't be any danger now. You can go over and take a look." Tan Tan was somewhat dazed. He said "Oh," and walked over. "I hadn't thought that my master would be so decisive. He's simply too cool. He killed two people for no reason. And, he even quoted the classics." Tan Tan felt that he must learn this extreme method of showing off. However, Tan Tan exclaimed in shock after a short while, "Fu*K master. We're rich." Tan Tan was so excited that he started to speak. Meng Qiaoran flew into a rage and said, "Bullshit. Your master will pull out your tongue if you continue to speak such filthy words." Then, he asked, "What kind of wealth are you talking about?" This inner core is very big." Tan Tan took out a jade box from one of the men's pockets. There was a fist-sized inner core in it. It was sparkling and translucent. It was shining dazzlingly. The inner core of a spirit beast. Meng Qiaoran turned pale with fright. Meng Xiaoran saw the multicolored rays of light and the rich world's vital energy. He knew that they had struck it rich this time. Our luck is very good. Tan Tan was reluctant to part with it. He opened his mouth and chuckled. Let's go quickly. Luck my ass. The corner of Meng Xiaoran's mouth fiercely twitched. It seemed as if he had sensed that a big trouble was coming head-on. He pulled his disciple, and dragged Tan Tan and his master to fly away like an arrow. Tan Tan was reluctant to part with them. He repeatedly turned his head and said, Master, we haven't found anything on that man's body yet. Perhaps, there's still the inner core of a spirit beast. Do you think that the inner core of a spirit beast is a cabbage? Our lives will be lost if we continue to search. Meng Xiaoran angrily said, These two men have the inner core of a spirit beast. But, they are still being hunted down like this. It's clear that there's an expert among them. Moreover, their wounds are very fresh. So, the people who are chasing them will come here soon. What are we waiting for? The master and his disciple had only walked for a few kilometers. But, Meng Xiaoran had already left a dozen or so traces behind them to confuse the people. Then, they determined the direction. Then, they hurried on with all their might, and walked towards a deserted place. They had barely walked for a few breaths when a group of black-clothed men arrived here. They rummaged through the corpses of the two men. Their complexions suddenly changed. We've been taken advantage of. The inner cores are gone. And, the sword marks on their necks are still visible. Blood is still flowing out. These two men couldn't have run far. Quickly chase after them. Another man gnashed his teeth. Who's the one who dared to take advantage of our Black Devil clan? We'll cut them into pieces after we catch them. I'm going to die from anger. Suddenly, the black-clothed men flew out. They were burning with anxiety as they chased after them with all their might. Fu*K. We've spent so much effort. And, we've finally succeeded with great difficulty. But, we've been robbed at the last moment? This is simply too sullen. Moreover, this kind of thing has happened to the Black Devil clan. They're famous for being vicious. So, it's even more shameful and humiliating. We've fought with our lives on the line. But, someone else has become the fisherman. Moreover, we don't even know who this fisherman is. This is unbearable. The heavens are my witnesses. This is a coincidence. That inner core of a spirit beast belongs to that extremely unlucky single-horned dragon. Buluqing had extracted half of its blood essence that day. Then, he had thrown this extremely weak beast away. And, it had landed somewhere unknown. How terrifying was the strength of a supreme martial artist's throw? The single-horned dragon had been dizzy when it had landed on the ground. So, it hadn't been able to move for a long time. Moreover, it had just lost half of its blood essence. So, it hadn't been able to fight. However, the most unlucky thing was that, it had fallen behind a big mountain. And, there were more than a dozen experts of a clan of the third heavens waiting to take advantage of it. The single-horned dragon had fallen into the center of their ambush when it had landed. Moreover, it had smashed one of them to death on the spot. What was even more tragic was that, it couldn't move after it had fallen. It couldn't do anything except blinking its eyes and shedding tears. I only need half an hour to recover a little. I only need half an hour, the single-horned dragon shouted wildly in its heart. But, who would give it half an hour? They wouldn't even give it half a breath. This clan had dispatched the most powerful people to try their luck. They only had 2 king-level experts and more than a dozen revered martial artists. Perhaps, they would have been swallowed in the blink of an eye if they had participated in the contest. Therefore, they didn't dare to go in. Who would have thought that a windfall would fall from the sky? A half-dead spirit beast would fall from the sky while they were basking in the sun? Is there such a good thing in this world? More than a dozen experts of this clan were shocked by this sudden surprise in an instant. This is a Fu*King poem, raise your head when you're hungry, and dragon meat falls from the sky. So, how could they be polite when such a good thing happened? Therefore, everyone swarmed forward. They peeled off its skin, pulled out its tendons, collected its blood essence, and took out its inner core. Of course, these people didn't know that the blood essence of the spirit beast was incomplete. So, it was useless. They were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Wow! I only wanted to get a few drops. Who would have thought that I would get a whole beast? This formidable spirit beast didn't die in the hands of a supreme level expert. But, it died in the hands of a group of ants. This is the will of heaven. This kind of death was too humiliating for a powerful spirit beast to die like this. The rest of the spirit beast's body had become spoils of war after they had toiled for a while, except for its broken flesh. However, these experts had become dizzy with joy when they realized that there wasn't any danger. So, they had done something that could be said to be digging their own graves. These guys had a greedy look in their eyes. They begged the two elders to roast the meat of this spirit beast and eat it. This is a spirit beast. Where would I get to eat the meat of a spirit beast in my life? I won't die in vain if I get to eat it this time. The two elders were in a very good mood. They were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. So, they waved their hands and agreed without thinking. Therefore, everyone gathered firewood and started to roast the dragon meat. They were very busy. Everyone was full of energy. They were eating the dragon meat while looking forward to the clan's rise in the three heavens after they had obtained so many good things. However, the cruel fact proved that the saying extreme joy begets sorrow was extremely reasonable at this time. How could there be no smoke when the fire rose from the roast dragon meat? The Black Devil clan had been running around without any harvest. They were the first to discover the thick smoke. The people of the Black Devil clan were hiding in the periphery because the Black Devil clan was ready to plunder the fruits of victory from any other clan. This was the tradition of the Black Devil clan. They would charge and break through enemy lines. As for the fruits of victory, they would snatch it from their hands if they got it. They obviously couldn't eat cooked food since it was an ambush. Otherwise, those wily old foxes from those big clans would leave if they didn't escape from here. Therefore, they could only gnaw on dry food. Motherfew ** cur. These people of the Black Devil clan are usually gnawing on dry food in this northern wilderness. But, they found thick smoke not far away today. Foo * k. Someone is barbecuing meat? Therefore, they followed the smoke to find this place. They wanted to beat this person up. And, they wanted to drive away this guy who dared to barbecue meat here. You barbecued meat here. Aren't you cutting off our Black Devil clan's source of income? Moreover, this place is clearly a peripheral area. What big clan can there be here? Big clans generally go inside. Who would dare to not give face to the Black Devil clan? Therefore, the people of the Black Devil clan felt relieved and relaxed. However, they saw the corpse of the single-horned dragon when they arrived here. Blood was still flowing out of it, ***. More than a dozen king-level experts of the Black Devil clan were stunned. This is a godsend gift from the heavens. Such a precious thing has been obtained by such a small clan. Doesn't this mean that this is a godsend to our Black Devil clan? Otherwise, how can there be such a coincidence? The people of the Black Devil clan rubbed their fists and jumped down confidently. Therefore, the people of this small clan who were happily eating the dragon meat were out of luck. After a fierce battle, these people who had just eaten the dragon meat died. This proved that the dragon meat couldn't be eaten casually. It was only a single-horned dragon. But, it had the word dragon in its name. The blood essence, dragon tendons, dragon bones, dragon skin, and so on were all snatched away. Only the two king-level experts had managed to break out of the encirclement with the core. They had burned their own life force to escape with scars all over their bodies. The people of the Black Devil clan had chased after them. The two king-level experts had exhausted their life force, and had fled thousands of miles away. They had then finally met Meng Chao Ran and Tan Tan at the end of their lives. It could be said that they wouldn't have been so coincidental if they hadn't used a little bit of their strength. As a result, young Master Tan didn't have to expend any effort, and picked up the spirit beast's core for free. This was equivalent to a windfall from the heavens. With the windfall in his pocket, of course he had to run. With Meng Chao Ran's extraordinary senses, the master and disciple duo had been running for their lives for 3 days without being caught. There were a few times when they were intercepted, but the two of them took advantage of the fact that their opponents were few in number and did not surround them to escape. The experts of the Hamo clan were furious. He immediately released the news. and all the small teams of the Black Devil clan that were preparing to launch a surprise attack were to gather together and chase after them. There are actually 2 Emperor-level experts here, thus, Meng Qiaoran's escape route became much more difficult. But, at this critical moment, another accident happened. This accident happened so suddenly that even Meng Qiaoran, who had a strong mental fortitude, was flabbergasted. He didn't know what was going on. The accident happened to Tan Tan. After young Master Tan obtained the core of a spirit beast, he felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. Occasionally, he would take it out to take a look and admire it. Finally, at noon that day, when young Master Tan took it out to have a look, he tried to bite it. Tan Tan dared to swear to the heavens that he hadn't used any strength. He really only wanted to try it, he really only wanted to study it, that's all. Everyone knew that Tan Tan had a very strong desire for research. In fact, Meng Qiaoran had been beside him at that time. But, he had only smiled and shook his head. He had tacitly approved of his disciple's mischievousness. Tan Tan wouldn't be Tan Tan if he wasn't mischievous. However, he hadn't even bitten it, when that core of a spirit beast suddenly rushed into Tan Tan's mouth with all its might, as if it had a life of its own. A fist-sized core, Tan Tan let out a strange cry. He rolled his eyes and stared blankly. His hands were empty. That fist-sized core of a spirit beast was stuck in his throat, and it was tightly blocked. This stuck feeling was very uncomfortable. Tan Tan opened his mouth, and became dumbstruck. Meng Qiaoran turned pale with fright. He hastily took it out, but, he couldn't take it out no matter what he said. Later, Meng Qiaoran became anxious. He saw that his disciple was about to suffocate to death. So, he simply took out his long sword to pry it out. The core was stuck in Tan Tan's throat. It seemed as if it was desperately falling down. It was desperately drilling into his throat, and Meng Qiaoran's prying had an effect when young Master Tan was about to suffocate to death. This inner core fiercely drilled into Tan Tan's throat with the help of an external force, and forcibly widened Tan Tan's throat by a fold. Then, it slowly and leisurely entered Tan Tan's stomach. Meng Qiaoran's eyebrows twitched as he saw this. His hair stood on end, and he nearly fainted. This scene was like a finger-thick snake swallowing an egg alive. Tan Tan's neck fiercely bulged, and then, it fell down. Both the master and disciple felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Meng Qiaoran's face was grief-stricken, the core of a spirit beast. Even an emperor-level expert would explode if he were to eat it raw, right? My disciple, my pitiful disciple. Then, Tan Tan became anxious. He vomited, but couldn't spit it out. So, he simply took off his pants, and made a hook with a tree branch. Then, he pulled it out from the bottom. His stomach was in extreme pain as he pulled it out. But, the core didn't come out. It seemed as if it had settled down in his stomach. Meng Qiaoran mixed a laxative, and gave it to Tan Tan. But, Tan Tan didn't have any reaction. Then, he increased the dosage to 10 times the amount of laxative, and even a horned dragon in its prime would have diarrhea if it were to eat it. Finally, there was a reaction this time. Tan Tan ate 10 times the amount of laxative. Then, he let out more than 10 stinky farts, but, there was no reaction afterwards. It seemed as if this 10 times the amount of laxative was only used to induce farts. Meng Qiaoran was at his wit's end. He sighed helplessly. Fu *k. I have accepted 2 disciples. Yang is already a heaven-defying existence. But, I didn't expect that this little disciple would also have a monstrous physique. Even a monstrous genius would have diarrhea if he were to eat that laxative, right? Fortunately, the terrifying phenomenon of Tan Tan exploding didn't happen. Meng Qiaoran felt relieved after 2 days. But, Tan Tan's body began to have a fever. Moreover, this fever was different from an ordinary fever. His body temperature was getting higher and higher. Tan Tan's spirit was getting 100-fold higher. Tan Tan was getting more and more lively. Tan Tan didn't even need to sleep. Tan Tan's body temperature had reached a terrifying level. Meng Qiaoran would have been scalded if he had placed his hand on Tan Tan's forehead without circulating his martial power. But, Tan Tan was feverish as if nothing had happened. He had never heard that eating the inner core of a spirit beast could cause such a reaction. Meng Qiaoran was experienced and knowledgeable. But, he had never heard of such a thing. Tantan's spiritual power hadn't increased after eating the inner core of a spirit beast. Instead, his body was getting hotter and hotter. His spirit was getting more and more vigorous. In fact, it seemed as if he could swallow a mountain alive. But, it wasn't a good thing to continue burning like this. Both Meng Qiaoran and Tan Tan understood this. Therefore, Meng Qiaoran took Tan Tan out of their hiding place, and went towards the layer of mysterious ice. Only the layer of mysterious ice that hadn't melted for 10,000 years could dissolve Tan Tan's body temperature, right? This was Meng Qiaoran's only hope. He had ended up being hunted down after he had come out. Meng Qiaoran had gone all the way for his disciple. And, he had exposed the direction he was heading in. Tan Tan had been excited for the first few days. But, he had now become distressed. Master, what should I do? My body is so hot. Tan Tan lay down on the ground, and the ice that hadn't melted for many years turned into a pool. It was steaming like a hot spring. Tan Tan jumped out of the pool with a splashing sound. Then, a burst of steam came out of his body, and his clothes dried. Tan Tan wanted to cry, but had no tears. I don't need to wash my clothes. I just need to dry them in the sun. I just need to stick them on my body. Moreover, I don't need to waste my spiritual power. It's fine if you can't find it, and if there's no abnormality, it's fine if you continue to be so hot. Meng Qiaoran could only comfort his disciple like this. It's fine. It's just a high body temperature. You'll get used to it after a long time. I can get used to it, but the problem is that others can't. Tan Tan said with a sad face, what will I do if I marry that little girl Xia Danfeng in the bridal chamber in the future? She'll be cooked as soon as I press down on her body. Then, I'll be able to eat meat without doing anything. Master, boo-hoo, I'm not looking for a wife to eat human flesh. You have to prove this to me. Get lost. Meng Qiaoran couldn't bear it any longer. He kicked his disciple several hundred feet away, and got embedded in the mountain wall. He gnashed his teeth, and cursed in a low voice, you want me to prove it to you? I'll prove it to you. Tan Tan slid down the mountain wall with his arms and legs spread out. Then, he nimbly flipped over, and happily ran over shamelessly. Master, I've thought of a way. What's the way? Meng Qiaoran curiously asked. I'll make an ice crystal armor for her if she's still so hot in the bridal chamber. Then, I'll cover her whole body, and leave only a hole below. Tan Tan earnestly said. Meng Qiaoran looked up to the sky, and heaved a long sigh. He looked at the mountain wall, and had an impulse to knock his head against it. This won't do. She'll be cooked somewhere else. Tan Tan sighed in despair. Then, he discovered the loophole in his plan. He couldn't help but get angry. He felt so wrong that he wanted to vomit blood. He pointed to the sky, and cursed, this is the work of a thief. Isn't the heavens deliberately playing with me? I look like this. Do you think it's easy to find a wife? Great young Master Tan was angry. Meng Qiaoran was also angry. He grabbed his disciple's lapel, and cursed for the first time in his life, will you die if you don't speak a word? Can't you shut your mouth? Do you want to kill me? Tan Tan was startled. Master, you're cursing me, boo-hoo. Master, you're cursing me, boo-hoo. Tan Tan covered his face and wept. Meng Qiaoran squatted down in grief, and held his head. Meng Qiaoran was in so much pain. Being together with Tan Tan, even a saint would be turned into a villain. In the past, when the two of them were constantly separated, it was much better than now. Damn, what kind of sin did I commit to have such a disciple? Meng Qiaoran, who had always been gentle and indifferent, was now filled with anger because of his own brother. Moreover, it was nowhere to be seen. The mysterious ice layer is in front. Meng Qiaoran said weakly, if this place is useless, I can't do anything. You can continue to heat up. Then, he suddenly straightened his face, pay attention, the people who are chasing us have not made any movements these days. They must know that we are coming here. There must be an ambush ahead. You better focus. Meng Qiaoran asked in a daze. Bastard. Do you have a pig's brain? Meng Qiaoran was furious, it's not like they haven't seen you steaming all the way here. Where else can you get rid of this heat other than the mysterious ice layer? Will you only be satisfied if you die from your stupidity? Xianxia had already heard Tan Tan's voice from afar. He immediately knew that these people from the Mo clan wanted to deal with his master and junior martial brother. I haven't settled the score with you for Mo Qingwu, and now you want to deal with my master and junior martial brother. Xianxia was infuriated. Looking at the position of the ambush, Xianxia secretly counted. Just this side alone, there should be close to 20 people. With the strength of these people, the three of them had no hope of winning. In fact, if they were besieged, even the hope of escaping would be very slim. After all, none of the people sent by the Mo clan were weak. This was a big matter related to the future of the Mo clan in the next few decades. How could they be careless? Therefore, Xianxia felt that he could not act blindly without thinking. If he acted rashly, the three of them would be buried here. Xianxia rolled his eyes and immediately dived into the mysterious ice layer. He had appeared and disappeared without a sound. Behind Black Devil and the others, no one had noticed him. Everyone's attention was focused on the two people who were about to arrive. The inner core of a spirit beast. It was on these two people. All the experts of the Mo clan were enraged during this pursuit. They were on the verge of collapse. They are just two small king-level experts. The Mo clan had already given them face by sending out 5 people. However, these two little loaches were cunning and extremely vigilant. It was simply outrageous. Countless encirclements and interceptions, countless inescapable encirclements. They had actually managed to escape and evade them all. It was as if he could predict the future. Later, the Mo clan dispatched 40 experts, but they still couldn't do anything to them. This was simply inconceivable. Fortunately, a phenomenon occurred later on, which made everyone calm down. One of these two people should have a high fever or been poisoned by fire poison. Wherever he passed, there would be water stains. And these two people were heading towards the layer of profound ice. Well, they probably wanted to use the profound ice to dissolve it. Therefore, the people of the Mo clan simply came here to ambush. Biding one's time for exhaustion was the way to go. However, why would they be poisoned by fire poison in this extremely cold weather of the northern wilderness? Everyone couldn't figure it out. Everyone of the Mo clan was gnashing their teeth in anger. I will. I will. I will. I will. I will. I will. I will kill them. I will let them die too easily. It will be a waste of my tiredness and suffocation for the past few days. The eyes of the Mo clan's expert who was lying at the back were wide open. He looked at the two figures that were slowly moving towards them from afar. His fingers had almost dug into the profound ice beneath his body. You guys should hurry up, you are making me anxious. Everyone was anxious. But, no one dared to act blindly without thinking. They had been at this distance several times. But, those two people would immediately run away as soon as someone moved. They couldn't catch up with them, it's better to be safe. Get closer, get closer. This king-level expert of the Mo clan was anxiously waiting. His body was like a drawn bow. Then, he felt something strange below his body. But, he didn't pay attention to it. This was a layer of profound ice that hadn't melted since ancient times. Something strange? What can be strange? Don't tell me that someone can drill down to the bottom? He even laughed at his own thoughts. But then, under the layer of profound ice, a transparent thing was slowly rising. Then, below his neck, the tip of a sword appeared without a sound. At this time, he was trying his best to raise his head and look forward. His posture was very good. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even the skin around his throat was very tight. Puff, the tip of the sword stabbed out like lightning, piercing into his throat. Following that, a ferocious sword chi surged into his body, taking control of his brain and destroying it. Then, it took control of his meridians and exploded his dantian. This king-level expert only had enough time to bulge his eyes out. He didn't have time to make any other reaction. His body was still in its original position. But, it had changed from tight to soft. Lying on the ground. A pool of blood silently gushed out from the wound on his throat. It dyed the profound ice beneath his body red. Then, it was frozen. I used too much strength. So much blood has flowed out. If someone notices the smell of blood, it will be troublesome. Chu Yang sighed under the layer of profound ice with some annoyance. He couldn't control his strength in his first attack. He relied on the sharpness of the Calamity Sword and the power of the Sword Spirit to quickly sneak in here from the place where he mined the Cold Ice Spirit fruit. Then, he took the opportunity to kill with one strike. However, his entire body was frozen to the point that it was about to freeze. This kind of movement required the full help of the Sword Spirit and the Calamity Sword. They wouldn't help him resist the cold. And as 7U cold chi was inside the Calamity Sword, it was completely relying on the spiritual energy in his body to resist the cold. This was 10,000-year profound ice. Without time to think, Chu Yang immediately controlled the Calamity Sword to sneak towards the place where the other person was hiding. He hurriedly took out a piece of profound yang heart from the Calamity space and covered his mouth. Only then did he feel a little better. Puff. Another faint and inaudible sound was heard. Then, a tiny bloodstain appeared on the throat of another king-level expert of the Black Devil clan who was 30 feet away. Then, that king-level expert silently lowered his head and died. The experts of the Hamo clan probably didn't expect that there was someone under the 10,000-year profound ice. Moreover, that person was moving and attacking them. All of their attention was on the two people who were approaching from afar. On the other side, Master, don't worry. If there is an enemy, I will hold him. The voice was getting closer and closer. A male duck's voice said happily, I will burn him to death. Chao Dao's powerless response. On the other side, puff. Another one. Chu Yang's eyes were cold. His body was like lightning as he moved again. On the other side, I don't know where Chu Yang went. It's really strange. Maybe he saw me and I will be happy and not burn him. It was still that male duck's voice. Chao Dao rolled his eyes. On the other side, puff. Another one. Chu Yang moved again. Although he was under the profound ice, his blood was burning. Killing intent was dense. The pleasure of a successful sneak attack filled his nerves. On the other side, my poor little Dan Feng Ah. I haven't seen her for a long time. When I see her, I will definitely kiss her fiercely. I'm just afraid I'll burn her lips. That strange voice came closer. Meng Chao Dao didn't say anything. On the other side, puff. Puff. 2 in a row. Sigh, thinking about it, it's really a tragedy. If little Danfeng went back on her word because of my fever, then I would become the #1 person in the world who became a bachelor because of my fever. Although this #1 in the world is also an honor. That voice chattered on. On the other side, puff. On the other side. I am a little regretful. Master, I really should have followed Chu Yang to become the Prime Minister of Iron Cloud Nation. At the very least, I can become a great general. Sigh, now that I am burned like this. I am really unlucky. Meng Chao Dao's face turned pale. On the other side, puff. Puff. On one side, there was a lot of nonsense. His imagination was running wild. He chattered endlessly, making people who heard him have the urge to commit suicide. On the other side, there was a person who killed people like cutting grass. He killed people one after another without any hesitation. One by one, the sovereign-level experts died in silence. They could not bear the injustice. Without anyone noticing, this silent layer of ice had already turned into a grave. In a very short time, Chu Yang had already killed 10 people in a row. This was already the limit of what he could do. But with the number of enemies, this was far from enough. It couldn't eliminate the threat at all, but his good luck ended here because he didn't have time. However, Meng Chao Ran seemed to have discovered something when he was about to attack again. So, he pulled Tan Tan to a stop. Following which, a smug laugh rang out from the ground, as a sinister voice spoke out, the two of you, it's really hard to wait for you guys. But, you have finally set foot on the road to hell. Following this deep voice, the people of the Black Devil clan stood up from the ground. Yes, those who were still alive stood up. But, there were 10 people who would never be able to stand up again. Chu Yang quietly drilled out, and hid behind a big rock. He looked at the situation in front of him with a tense and serious face. His eyes vigilantly looked around, and looked for a favorable terrain. He had only killed 10 people. There were 20 on this side. Half of them were still alive. And 10 people had appeared on the other two sides at the same time. The most serious thing was that the auras of two of them were very strong. They were clearly Emperor-level experts. The people on the three sides had formed a pocket. And Meng Chaodao and Tan Tan were at the entrance of this pocket. At this distance, it was too late to escape. If they turned around, their backs would be exposed to the enemy. The situation was very serious. It had reached an extremely bad point. Meng Chaoran had an indifferent look on his face. But he felt a little regretful in his heart. My state of mind has been disturbed by Tan Tan. I have fallen into a state of speechlessness. This has led to a substantial decrease in my sensitivity to danger. I didn't notice it earlier. I hadn't completely fallen into the enemy's encirclement. But it was already too late. Meng Chaoran had recovered his indifferent state of mind in the face of enemies who were dozens of times stronger than him. He gently smiled and said, "Even if I don't walk on the road to hell today, I'll have to walk on it in the future. However, I've made everyone wait in this world of ice and snow for such a long time. This Meng Chaoran's heart has suffered a lot. I'm sorry." His voice was natural, and his tone was brisk. It was as if he was talking to an old friend. The people of the Black Devil clan felt as if they were bathing in a spring breeze at this moment. Everyone's heart shivered for a moment. This man is facing certain death. But he's so calm. There are only 3 possibilities for someone to be calm in the face of such a terrible situation. First, he has complete strength. So, he can escape. Second, he has transcended life and death. Third, this man is crazy. But this man doesn't have that kind of strength. Moreover, he behaves appropriately. He isn't crazy. That is, he has transcended life and death. He has transcended life and death. Life and death are just a form of life for him. So, they don't matter. Such a person isn't scary because he doesn't have strength. But he's respectable. Admirable. The 30 experts of the Black Devil clan didn't feel the pleasure of finally catching someone in the face of Meng Chaoran when they saw his indolent and warm face. He wasn't the only one. Even his unscrupulous disciple was looking at them with a sidelong glance. It seemed as if he didn't put these 28 king-level experts and 2 emperor-level experts in his eyes. His gaze was like that of a hunting eagle looking at a group of rabbits. "Your Excellency, hand over the inner cores of spirit beasts." The emperor-level expert of the Black Devil clan revealed a trace of admiration in his eyes. He said, "You won't be able to avoid death. But I can promise you that I'll give you a quick and painless death because of your indifference." Meng Chaoran shook his head and laughed. He slowly pulled out his long sword, and softly said, "You wish to fight. In the end, it's just death, so why bother talking about whether it's satisfying or not?" He looked at the shiny sword body and sighed, "But that inner core of a spirit beast is something that I can never give." "Why?" The emperor expert of the Black Devil clan got angry, and asked in a somewhat surprised manner. He sensed a special meaning from the other party's words. It was as if the other party had some difficulties and was unable to hand over the core. "What I'm trying to say is that no matter what, you won't be able to obtain the cores of spirit beasts." Meng Chaoran smiled and said calmly, "Only a good head is here. Who will take it?" The pupils of the emperor expert of the Hamo clan contracted. He looked at Meng Chaoran, and a trace of murderous intention pervaded out of his body. He waved his hand, and shouted, "Die." Right at this moment, a sudden cry of surprise rang out. "Ah!" Pei, the leader of this team, was a middle-grade king-level expert. He turned his head, and was about to issue an order to attack. But he suddenly discovered that 10 people were missing from his side. Where is he? Where did Wang Arai, Zhao Sanyu, Sun Wudong, and the others go? With this shout, the Hamo's formation became somewhat disorganized. He called out, but there was no response. Suddenly, a few people leaped back. Then, several screams rang out in succession, "Emperor expert! These people, are all, dead." Then, a few people came out trembling, "Dead, they are really dead. Someone killed them from underground, Bullsh *T. The emperor expert of the Hamo clan flew into a rage. He slapped that person's face and berated, "This is 10,000-year mysterious ice. Do you understand 10,000-year mysterious ice?" That king-level expert's body was slapped, and he spun around. He felt dizzy, and cried, "It's true." Emperor Expert, the Emperor Expert of the Hayamo clan's vision condensed. His long body swept over, and examined the 10 frozen corpses. His complexion became more and more unsightly. Then, he suddenly stood up and roared, "Which scoundrel has secretly plotted against us? Come out and fight me fairly if you have the guts." There was silence all around. Heavy snow was fluttering down. But, there was no response. He cursed as he carefully examined the mysterious ice in front of him and behind him. He couldn't believe that someone had hidden underground to assassinate him. "This is mysterious ice, ah. How did they hide inside? Everyone, pay attention to your feet. There is a mysterious enemy." The complexion of the Emperor Expert of the Hayamo clan became cautious. The most important thing for him at the moment was this mysterious enemy who was hiding in the dark. Meng Xiaoran and Xu Yang were already encircled. So, they couldn't escape. However, this mysterious underground assassin could take people's lives as soon as he appeared. He was an Emperor Expert. But, he couldn't dare to say that he could preserve his life under such a strange assassination. The palms of the Emperor Expert of the Hay Tang clan became sweaty as he looked at the 10 corpses. This person is a cold-blooded assassin. Moreover, he's an extremely experienced cold-blooded assassin. He has killed 10 people, and no one on my side has discovered it. Such an assassination method is unheard of. Everyone looked at their feet as if they were facing a formidable enemy when they heard the warning. They were afraid that a sword would drill out from under their feet if they weren't careful. However, Xu Yang wasn't under the layer of ice at the moment. He had quietly come out. And, he was quietly moving in the direction that he had chosen. He would be able to deal the greatest damage as long as he reached there. He would tear open an opening and escape with his master and junior martial brother. Xu Yang had already memorized the surrounding terrain by heart. The people of the Hayamo clan were vigilant for a long time. But, they didn't find anything. Tan Tan couldn't help but laugh, "Master, look at these people. They are staring at the ground. They look like a group of dung beetles looking for dung." Meng Xiaoran solemnly said, "Don't talk nonsense." He paused and said, "Child, when will you change this bad habit of yours? Why do you always like to tell the truth?" He continued to teach, "Tan Tan, you must remember that the truth can hurt people. You can't tell the truth in this Jianghu. We all look like dung beetles when we tell lies. But, you must never tell them. Do you understand? How angry would those dung beetles be if you tell them? Put yourself in their shoes. Would you be angry if someone said that you look like a dung beetle?" Meng Xiaoran knew that he and his disciple had no hope of escaping in the face of such an army. Therefore, he simply let go of himself, and ruthlessly ridiculed the enemies in front of him. "Master, you're right." Tan Tan submissively said, "Master, I won't dare to do that in the future. I will only tell lies in the future." 30 people shot 10 vicious gazes at him at the same time. "Look, the dung beetles are angry, right?" Meng Xiaoran glared at his disciple. "It's no wonder. There's obviously no dung here. They can't find it. So, they'll naturally be angry," Tan Tan said in a very understanding manner. Then, he looked at the king-level experts and smiled foolishly. He said, "What do you say, right? Take down these 2 people first." Another emperor-level expert of the Black Tower was so angry that his complexion turned purple. He roared, "I will personally pull out the tongue of this talkative bastard. Kill." More than 20 people rushed forward at the same time. "Come on." Meng Xiaoran's eyes flashed with a look of relief. He gently smiled. Then, he pulled out his sword, and launched the fleeting snow cloud movement technique at full speed. He turned into a crisscrossing sword light along with his sword. Tan Tan wildly shouted. He suddenly pulled out his long sword, and rushed out behind Meng Xiaoran. Suddenly, a strange change occurred at this moment. A swift and fierce sword light suddenly fell down like a thunderbolt from the heavens. It came from an oblique direction. It was like a meteor dragging a long tail of light. And it fiercely came from a commanding position. There was no sign of this sword light. So much so that everyone caught a glimpse of it from the corner of their eyes. However, they still felt a kind of frightening dreamlike feeling. The master of Calamity Sword, Xianxia, had used all of his strength to launch this fierce and unparalleled move. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? He attacked with all his strength. He didn't hold anything back. He launched it without making any sound. The king-level expert in the front only had enough time to scream. Xianxia had already passed through his body. Even this king-level expert couldn't block this sword light. The sword light slashed 3 people in succession. It had already rushed into the encirclement. Then, he coldly shouted, "Follow me." He didn't stop at all. He crossed the distance of 70 feet and arrived in front of another king-level expert. This king-level expert was scared out of his wits. He didn't have enough time to dodge. So, he could only pull out his sword to meet the attack. However, the sword of this king-level expert of the Black Devil clan turned into iron scraps as soon as his 2 swords came in contact with each other. Then, his entire body was torn apart. Xianxia had already rushed in front of the next person. Meng Chao ran and Tan Tan quickly reacted. They followed behind the stunning sword light and rushed out with all their strength. Xianxia hadn't chosen the best time to launch this move. However, the location was the best. That was because the 2 Emperor-level experts of the Black Devil clan were on the left and right. Xianxia had launched this move at the moment when they could see each other. However, they would have been blocked by their subordinates' bodies if they had attacked immediately. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? The swiftness and fierceness of this move was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. The lingering charm of this move was released when Meng Chao ran and Tan Tan rushed out after the sword light. The sword light swept across the vast sky, and issued a burst of crackling sound. A sound that was almost like a muffled thunder came out. The might of this sword light was so terrifying. The sword light had been launched from the rear of the encirclement. The first person he had killed had his back facing him. The second person had already turned his body sideways. The third person had already turned his face. The fourth person had already faced him from the front. And the 5th person had turned his body sideways. There was no place, the sword light flashed like a thunderbolt and rushed out of the encirclement. It still carried the lingering power of the sword light and flew forward like lightning. However, the experts of the Black Devil clan were still looking at the flickering shadow of this world-shaking sword. No one had seen what kind of person was wrapped in this sword light from beginning to end. There was complete silence. Even the 2 Emperor-level experts had fallen into a state of stupefaction after they had witnessed the terrifying might of the sword. It was as if they were in a nightmare. Then, they came back to their senses, and saw that Tan Tan had just run out of the encirclement. The nearest king-level expert reacted the fastest. He almost subconsciously struck out with his palm. It slapped Tan Tan's back with a bang. Suddenly, a strange cry was heard. Then, a burst of green smoke rose. Tan Tan had been hit by this king-level expert, and had somersaulted twice. Then, he got up as if nothing had happened, and started to run wildly. Then, they looked at this king-level expert, who was looking at his own hand in disbelief. Everyone looked at his hand, and saw that it was steaming hot. The smell of barbecued meat was coming from his hand. Moreover, a layer of blisters had appeared on his palm. Everyone was aghast. A concentrated palm strike has blisters on his palm? This is the hand of a king-level expert. Is this bastard carrying a volcano on his back? Is it possible that magma is flowing in his body instead of blood? The 2 Emperor-level experts took the lead, and chased after him like a light smoke. They left behind 2 ice-cold words, chase. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind as they rushed 100 feet away. The 2 Emperor-level experts felt ashamed and resentful in their hearts. That was because the same thought had emerged in their minds after they had seen that sword move. I would have been done for if that sword move had been aimed at me alone. I've never seen this sword move before. It's the best sword move since ancient times. The sword light was like a soaring dragon. It took Meng Chao Ran and Tan Tan to turn a corner. Then, it finally stopped. Xianxia fell to the ground with a puff sound. His whole body was powerless. He had used all of his strength in that sword move. He hadn't held anything back. Now, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Chuyang? Meng Qiaoran's eyes focused. He hadn't expected that his disciple would come to his rescue at this critical moment. Master. Chuyang smiled weakly. He quickly swallowed an incomplete version of the heavy pill, and tried his best to restore his strength. Meng Qiaoran was startled. He had given up all hope, and was ready to die. But, his disciple had appeared out of nowhere, and saved his life. In that instant, Meng Qiaoran's heart surged like a tidal wave as thousands of thoughts flooded his mind. However, his reaction was extremely fast. He immediately hugged Chuyang, and pulled Tan Tan with his other hand. Then, he fiercely sucked in a breath of air. His white jade-like face instantly turned blood-red. Then, he spat out a mouthful of air with a puff sound. His body flew out like an arrow that had left the bow. It was 3 times faster than his usual fastest speed. Igniting the watermark of setting sail would burn his vitality. Running at top speed, it was the same method that the 2 sovereigns had used to escape from the Hmo. Now, Meng Qiaoran was using it as well. Meng Qiaoran had always been indifferent to life and death. But now, his 2 disciples were by his side. So, he couldn't die. Not only could he not die, he also had to rescue his disciple. Even if he had to risk his life, Meng Qiaoran's speed suddenly increased. He was carrying and dragging a person. It was as if he had the help of God. He quickly widened the distance between him and the people behind him. He turned a corner at lightning speed and disappeared. The experts of the Hmo clan were enraged. They rushed over as if they had gone crazy. 40 experts. 10 of them had died unknowingly. 5 of them had been killed by a sword. Only 25 were left. How could the 2 emperor-level experts of the Hmo clan endure this? Such a thing had happened under their leadership. The eyes of the 2 emperor-level experts had turned red. Where did this Sword King come from? An emperor-level expert was seething with anger. This emperor-level expert was called Qianwan Tong. He also used a sword. But, he didn't specialize in the sword. So, he naturally understood the terror of that sword attack. That swift and fierce sword attack had been like a combination of body and mind. And, the combination of mind and sword had been like a lightning bolt that had swept away everything in its path. No one except the Sword King could do that. Perhaps, none of these 30 people would have survived if it had been the Sword Emperor. Therefore, it could only be the Sword King. The other Emperor-level expert, Wu Jiang, was advancing side by side with him. He coldly said, "It doesn't matter if it's the Sword King or the Saber King. He will die today. Brother Qian, you don't need to be so anxious." The 2 of them looked at each other. Then, their figures accelerated at the same time. The 2 Emperor-level experts had followed Meng Qiaoran's trail. They knew that they couldn't allow this person to escape beyond a certain distance. Otherwise, this person would disappear without a trace in an instant due to his concealment technique. Meng Qiaoran's green robe moved forward with all his might. He had learned and comprehended everything he had learned in his life along the way. But, he hadn't held anything back. In fact, he had displayed it for a very long time. A ball of ice and snow flew out in another direction with the tip of his foot. And, it hit the snow-covered ground with puff sounds. It seemed as if someone had run past here. However, that person had already turned in another direction. He had stepped on the snow-covered ground the moment his feet had switched places. And, he had created several traces while borrowing the strength of the snow-covered ground. His figure had disappeared. And, the traces he had left behind were exactly the same as the other illusions he had created. This required an extremely calm and ice-cold mind. Moreover, there was a purpose behind it every time. And, the direction it was aimed at had a certain effect of confusion. Moreover, there were also obstacles that obstructed one's vision. Meng Qiaoran was holding Chuyang with one hand, and pulling Tan Tan with the other. His eyes were scanning all directions at the same time. And, he was making accurate judgments in a split second. Moreover, he was also trying to figure out the mind of the pursuers. He was arranging illusions to confuse them, and was changing his route at any time. This kind of reaction ability could only be said to be a combination of innate talent, experience, intuition, and experience. None of them could be missing. Even the current Chuyang couldn't compare to the things that Meng Qiaoran was doing right now. It was simply impossible. Tan Tan was in his master's arms. He looked at the crisscrossing marks that his master had set up behind them. And his eyes were wide open. I hadn't thought that my master had such a trick up his sleeve. How many life and death situations must he have experienced to have such experience and reaction? Xianxia felt somewhat sour in his heart. How much has my master experienced? He has never spoken about it. He has always buried it in his heart. But this kind of experience can't be deceived. These things can't be figured out if one doesn't have many engraved life and death experiences. Meng Qiaoran had already widened the distance between himself and the enemy in a very short time. He finally stopped after he had turned into a mountain pass. And he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as he stopped. Xianxia had asked him many times during this period of time. But Meng Qiaoran had pretended not to hear him. Listen. Meng Qiaoran's face had turned red. He looked at his two disciples with a fierce look in his eyes. Then, he said in an anxious and fast voice, "This is the way out. You two go out from that side. Use the tip of your toes to make that sputtering effect. Leave this place as soon as possible. You must survive no matter what happens in the future. Remember. Survive. No matter what method you use, even if your knees turn into powder, you must survive. Don't die if you can survive." This person was indifferent to life and death. He was aloof and detached from worldly affairs. But he had said these words to his beloved younger brother at this moment of parting, to survive. "What about you, master?" Tan Tan anxiously asked. "Me? I obviously want to survive." Meng Qiaoran coldly smiled. He stretched out his hand and pointed, "I'll go from this side. We'll act separately, we'll go in two directions. Or, you can lure the enemy to chase after me, and protect me. Who knows? Let's go quickly." "Master." Tan Tan's eyes had turned red. He and Xianxia knew that Meng Qiaoran had only said this to reassure them. Their master would definitely make a move as soon as the two of them left. And he would lure all the enemies away to create a chance for them to survive. Meng Qiaoran was obviously throwing away his life for the sake of his two younger brothers. "Why haven't you left yet? What are you waiting for?" Meng Qiaoran shouted in a low voice. "Master." Xianxia resisted the eruption of emotions in his chest with great difficulty. He said word by word, "You don't need to do this. I can deal with them." It was the ultimate move, sword spirit possession. Xianxia didn't want to use it. That's because it would increase his dependence on it every time he used it. Moreover, it would cause great damage to his spirit and the sword spirit's divine spirit. Xianxia had never planned to use it in the past even if he had to die in a bad situation. However, he was going to use this ultimate move now. He couldn't watch his master die no matter what. "I'll have to use the last move if this move doesn't work. I'll use my heart's blood to destroy 10,000 tribulations. I won't hesitate, even if I have to reincarnate again. Do you have a plan?" Meng Qiaoran's eyes focused as he looked at Xianxia. "Yes." Xianxia stood up and swayed twice. He felt the medicinal efficacy of the heavy pill inside his body surging violently. His complexion turned rosy in an instant. He had recovered his strength. "Don't try to be brave. Where there's life, there's hope," Meng Qiaoran said in a low voice. His face had turned deathly pale because of this moment's delay. The price of igniting the power of the beginning of the voyage to escape was undoubtedly disastrous. "Master, if this green mountain doesn't exist anymore, I won't have any face for the rest of my life even if I manage to escape. How disloyal and unfilial would it be if I used my master's life to survive?" Xianxia said word by word. Meng Qiaoran heaved a long sigh. He knew that Xianxia had thoroughly understood his thoughts. "You were doing well in the dark. Why did you come out?" Meng Qiaoran looked at Xianxia with a look of regret. "Master hasn't reunited with Master's wife yet. His life is still of great use." Xianxia slowly said, "As for the pursuers, I'll deal with them alone." "Master's wife?" Meng Qiaoran was startled. "What do you know? Master's wife?" Tan Tan was shocked. "Master has a wife?" Xianxia and Meng Qiaoran were left speechless by Tan Tan's words in such a solemn and stirring atmosphere. Master has a wife? There's a difference in seniority between master and master's wife. Meng Qiaoran's face darkened. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head. He took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill, and stuffed it into Meng Qiaoran's mouth. Then, he fiercely looked at Tan Tan and shouted, "I'll settle this account with you after I kill these bastards." Tan Tan clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. "I'm so scared." The sound of clothes fluttering in the air resounded. A furious voice said, "Let's see where you're going to run." They saw that Chu Yang had already stood up. Then, he faced upwards and let out a long and loud roar. This howl was tragic and stirring. But, it suddenly changed into a bleak, desolate, lonely, and tyrannical howl halfway through the sound. It was a long and loud howl. The emperor-level expert of the Black Devil clan, Qianwan Tong, was the first one to find this place. But, he was so scared by this long howl that he started to shiver. Qianwan Tong was still disdainful when the first half of this long howl had come out. Motherfu *cur. Why are you howling when your death is at hand? But, the howl suddenly changed, an endless murderous aura gushed out. Qianwan Tong felt goosebumps all over his body. His hair stood on end. It seemed as if his scalp had tightened at this moment. A cold air rose from his tailbone. It went up to the top of his head, and went down to the bottom of his body. He quivered as he felt a chill run down his spine. I have never heard such a sound. Even Meng Qiaoran and Tan Tan were indescribably surprised as they looked at Chu Yang in front of them. They were somewhat at a loss. Both of them clearly felt that the current Chu Yang and the previous Chu Yang weren't the same person. This feeling didn't make any sense. But, it was real. Chu Yang's back was facing Meng Qiaoran and Tan Tan. He was facing Qianwan Tong with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were cold and disdainful. His face was still the same, and his body was still the same. But, an endless bleakness and vicissitudes of life was gushing out. It seemed as if this figure had been standing alone at the top of the world, for tens of millions of years. The person standing here wasn't Chu Yang. Instead, it was the sword spirit who had stood at the top of the world for 10,000 years. Whoosh! 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 The people of the Black Devil clan flew over from all directions after that long howl had been issued. It seemed as if they had received a summons. 25 people had gathered here in an instant. Not a single one of them had been left behind. Chu Yang's face was expressionless. He lightly stepped forward, and insipidly asked with his hands clasped behind his back, "Are these the only people?" The 25 people in front of him, including the 2 emperor-level experts, felt a strange feeling at the same time as he spoke. The sky has suddenly collapsed and the earth has sunken in front of me. It seemed as if there was an invisible whirlpool that was forcing my spirit down. And, there was a bottomless abyss below. They firmly closed their eyes, and shook their heads. Then, they opened their eyes again. However, everything was still misty in front of them. White snow was fluttering in the air, everything was the same as before, but, where did that terrifying feeling come from? Stinky brat! You're trying to mystify us, a king-level expert angrily shouted. Qian Wantong and Wu Jiang looked at each other, and saw the bewilderment in each other's eyes. Could it be that this youngster is a great expert whom we have never seen before? How could such a terrifying aura be something that could be faked so easily? Could it be that this was a trap? That's impossible. I wasn't pretending to be in such a sorry state. Qianwan Tong rolled his eyes and said, "Old Third Shin. Go and cripple him." He would first send someone to investigate the situation. As for whether Old Third Shin would cripple that person or if that person would cripple Old Third Shin, that was not something he could decide. For Qianwan Tong, sacrificing a man's life to test the waters was something that he ought to do. In fact, it had nothing to do with him. Third Elder Shin leapt out and gracefully circled in the air. He pulled out his sword in midair and shouted, "Draw your sword. Let me teach you a lesson." Huh? Chu Yang slowly turned his head. His eyes opened wide, and a terrifying aura burst out with a loud rumble. It condensed and covered Third Elder Shin's head. Third Elder Shin had assumed a handsome and confident posture in midair. He was about to descend when he suddenly screamed. His mind had fallen into chaos. It seemed as if he had suddenly fallen into the boundless darkness of hell. His vision turned black, and he let out a pitiful scream as he fell down. However, he didn't know what had happened when he was about to descend. In fact, he was kneeling in front of Xianxia. His entire body was trembling, and his face was deathly pale. "Teach me a lesson." Xianxia raised his head in a somewhat frustrated manner. He then muttered in an inaudible voice, "I haven't heard these words for 100,000 years. It's really fresh." It seemed as if he was standing defenseless. He was looking up, sighing, and reminiscing. It seemed as if Third Elder Shen only needed to lift his hand, and his sword would pierce his throat. However, Third Elder Shen was still kneeling on the ground with his head lowered. His entire body was sweating profusely. His face was so red that it seemed as if it would bleed at any moment. But, he couldn't raise his head even a little bit. Third Elder Shen had regained his consciousness by now. He was feeling endless humiliation for kneeling in front of the enemy in front of so many people. He was so ashamed that he almost wanted to commit suicide. But, he was helpless. Xianxia and Wu Zhang's eyes bulged out when they saw the scene. Then, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Who was Third Elder Shen? He was a 7th grade king-level expert. Even the two of them wouldn't have been able to take him down so easily. However, this man didn't even need to lift a finger. He had used his imposing aura to press him down to the ground. Suddenly, they looked at Xianxia with horror in their eyes. Xianxia was still looking up to the sky and sighing. He slowly recited, "I bid farewell to the sun and moon. I bid farewell to the mortal world for 10,000 years. I drifted at the peak. I didn't see the vicissitudes of life, nor did I see the immortals." He slightly lowered his head after he was done speaking. He sighed softly, shook his head helplessly, and said, "I really don't want to kill anyone." He stretched out his right hand's 5 fingers, and gently lowered them. Then, he pulled out Third Elder Shen's head from his neck with a "kacha" sound, as if he was pulling out grass. He raised his head and sighed. He raised his hand to kill someone. He was still bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. But, his hands were already ruthless and merciless. He continued his unfinished words at this time. "Unfortunately, this is my mission. I really don't want to kill anyone. Unfortunately, this is my mission." This was a complete sentence. Unfortunately, Third Elder Shen could only hear the first half of the sentence. Then, his soul departed from the world. Blood gushed out from his headless neck. Xianxia slightly sighed and said, "He's so pitiful. He died like this. Ah, decades of painstaking cultivation. It was destroyed in one day. Why bother?" Xianxia and Wu Jiang felt a chill in their hearts as they saw this. Everyone, including the dead Third Elder Shen, felt relieved when Xianxia had said, "I really don't want to kill anyone." They had heaved a sigh of relief. "You don't want to kill anyone? That's great. Who would have thought that this guy would grab his head in the blink of an eye?" It was as if a farmer had pulled out a green foxtail from his own vegetable field. It was so easy. He had killed someone with his own hands. But, he still said in a very sad manner, "Decades of painstaking cultivation died like this, Fu *K. Is he still a human?" Everyone felt dizzy. Then, they saw Xianxia turn his head, and look at Xianxia. He insipidly said, "You're the leader? Come on, please give me a reason to kill you." Xianxia's scalp exploded. He couldn't help but stumble back 3 steps. Then, he suddenly felt dizzy. So, he roared, "Everyone, let's attack him together. He's only one person no matter how strong he is. Let's work together to kill him." This order was resolute and decisive. It was overflowing with murderous intention. Everyone issued a shout, and ferociously rushed forward under Wu Zhang's leadership. "Kill," Xianxia cried. He swore to God that he hadn't wanted to say those words. What he really wanted to say was, "Everyone, scatter." But, he didn't know why he had felt dizzy. So, he had roared out those heroic words to court death. "The opposite party had asked me to give a reason a moment ago. And, I've come up with this reason in the blink of an eye? This is a reason to court death." Tears streamed down Xianxia's face. Xianxia burst into loud laughter along with the flow of people rushing forward. He was laughing. But that kind of loneliness that belonged to the vicissitudes of ancient times was still congealed and rippling. Then, he threw the head away. His arms shook, and the jade crown on his head burst open with a bang. His black hair fluttered, and soared to the sky, a biting cold murderous aura suddenly gushed out. It seemed as if the entire northern wilderness was shrouded in it. The complexions of Wu Jiang and the others who had rushed forward turned pale. Their eyes emitted a look of extreme fear. They couldn't help but stop their footsteps. Chu Yang slowly moved forward. His black robe suddenly turned as deep as the night. Countless sword energies shot out from his body as if they were tangible. He stretched out his right hand, and a snow-white long sword appeared in his palm with a clang sound. It issued a cheerful sword cry. Chu Yang casually waved his hand, and drew out a sword flower. He then recited in a long voice, "I roam the world unhindered. What's difficult with a sword in my hand? Beheading the whole world isn't enough. Slaughtering the entire world isn't easy." Chu Yang's black-clothed silhouette floated forward as he recited these words. He looked at the experts in front of him as if they were nothing. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He slowly moved forward step by step. But, he looked like a ghost in the white snow in the eyes of the others. "Blood surges like 1,000 feet wave under my sword. Bones rise like a mountain under my feet. The first drop of blood hasn't even turned cold yet. Ha ha ha. I'm happy." He roared, "I'm happy." Suddenly, a sword energy was sent out across the sky. It went straight up to the horizon. And, it blasted away the heavy snow in the sky with a bang. Then, a ray of sunlight shone in. The sunlight was weak but brilliant. The white snow fluttered in the northern wilderness. It fluttered in the air. And, this ray of sunlight illuminated the entire place with a dreamlike and blurry color. This was the first time that the northern wilderness had seen sunlight in 10,000 years. It was a sword energy that had broken through the clouds in the sky. And, it had stirred up a hole. No one had noticed that Tan Tan's eyes had suddenly emitted a red radiance behind Chu Yang's back at this moment. He had looked straight at that sword energy that had pierced through the sky. And, he had become stunned. The red light flashed and disappeared. But, Tan Tan had fallen down softly. He had sat on the ground, and had fainted. However, the high temperature that had been burning his entire body had miraculously disappeared at this moment. It seemed as if this terrifying sword energy had stimulated something. It seemed as if it had awakened something, or touched something. Suddenly, another sword energy soared into the sky from a distant place at this moment. It was surging and majestic. And, it had pierced a big hole in the sky. It seemed as if an ancient demon had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then, another ray of sunlight shone in. These two rays of light had suddenly appeared in the dusky sky. It seemed as if a sleeping giant had suddenly opened its eyes at this moment. That sword light flashed and disappeared. Chu Yang fiercely looked in that direction. And, his eyes exposed a fervent look. He softly said in an almost inaudible voice, "There." Then, he slowly turned his head. He slowly raised his head, and looked at the 24 people in front of him. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He faintly smiled, "Come. Come and die." End of chapter 530. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.